more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Pontua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We're still here in Toronto for the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships. We're, of course, focusing on the video game here this morning, but if you are in the hall, if you are having fun, let's make some noise, as it was an incredible day of competition yesterday. We're just going to move on into an incredible day today as well. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Jake Moeller and Sierra Dawn. Fourth time's a charm, Jake.
I mean, it happens. People get confused all the time, huh?
But how are y'all doing this morning? You ready for some great competition?
Absolutely. It was a really fun day one yesterday, and I think it's only going to get better today.
100%, and especially too, we're at the point where there's only one Swiss round left before our top cut, and oh my goodness, the second this wraps up, I'm running out to the floor because there is about 5 different matches that I need to see.
All right, well, let's not keep you waiting. Let's go ahead and take a look at what players are fighting for here this weekend. Of course, you got the championship points. Of course, you have that auto invitation to Worlds if you get first place in the competition today. But a lot of the trainers competing today are just hoping to get any points to help make their road to Worlds a little bit smoother. And what better way to do that than to make it into Top Cut, to make it into the finals and walk home a regional champion?
Of course, we are in the second day of our Swiss phase of play. Again, players played 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday and 3 this morning before our single elimination Top Cut bracket.
And honestly, we started things off pretty excitedly yesterday with an incredible matchup between Joe Ugarte and Colin Hires. So if we could just go ahead and roll that replay. Some of y'all may remember Joe is running the same team that he's been running for many events. Colin Hire, just happy, showing a little love to the camera there, and it worked out as his Garchomp dodged a sleep powder very early on in that game 1 to then deal some big damage back.
Yeah, having, that friendship, that bond with your Pokemon so they miss some moves is always really nice, do not get me wrong. But unfortunately, when you are looking at the other powerful options on this Sun team, you can miss a sleep powder, but when the opposing Garchomp is going to wake up after Colin did also play the sleep game with the Spores, this Garchomp was able to put in work. So it was something that, that first game, a couple of misses, but being able to bounce back and at the end just kind of run Colin out of some options. Big one-hit KO. Golden Ghost, such a powerful threat, just eliminated, was humongous. And Joe actually going up against Wolf right now for the win-in, which is crazy.
I know, and that's why we're keeping things a little bit speedy here this morning, as I know you want to run out to the floor and check in on that match for sure.
Yeah.
But talking about Wolf, let's talk about Politoed. Wolf was not the only person to run Politoed yesterday, and with my personal bias as the host of this segment, we're going to go ahead and just look back at the match between Wolf and Marco. I don't know about you, Jake, but I was very stressed out in this end game.
This was a crazy end game. This is the first game between Wolf and Marco in our final round of Swiss yesterday, and it came down to this Politoed versus Torkoal 1v1. No weather after the sun and rain both expired, but it was We got to see these two battle it out with some weaker eruptions and then the normal type weather ball pulling through for the Politoed.
And that's just what's so insane about Politoed. I feel like throughout the entirety of Regulation H, it's really been Pelipper's rain game to play. But Wolf and Zachary Hall, shout outs to him. We saw him as well on stream yesterday, showing us that Politoed, just because it might not be the most popular rain setter in the format, it can still do its best, have no regrets. And of course, a little bit of Paris song as a treat for Wolf, finally in his Pokemon runs.
I'm glad it's a treat for him because we're about 2 months out of it being Halloween. It was a trick for everyone else. I know a lot of times going into a competition, you got to prep against all these different teams. And I have heard multiple people say, hey, I don't have a matchup going up against this Bear Song. I don't have a matchup going up against Wolf. So, hey, it makes sense that he's playing for a win-in spot now, but...
For sure. So these are our day 2 Swiss players, obviously with 2 rounds of Swiss already in the books. Some of these trainers are guaranteed top cut, some of them are not. Shout outs to Darsh Patel, who I had the opportunity to talk to yesterday. Anthony Londergan, a local of mine, they are locked in for top cut at this point in time. I believe Justin Tang as well has locked in his top cut, and we'll be able to check in on more of these trainers later to see just where they ended up in the competitions. Thanks to our Swiss standing. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that too. We have no undefeated players left in the competition, but so many strong players at that X and 1 point. You know, they are just waiting to start that top cut next round.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at top cut, it's 2 losses or less. So anyone with that 1, even if they have to play 1 more round, they are going to be locked into that top cut. So big congratulations onto them. Anyone with the 2 losses, they have to win this next one out. But when you already have 8 wins under your belt, you got to beat the best to be the best. And they're definitely capable of being able to pop off and show up. And there's so many insane players at that win-in. I mean, even just on this doesn't cover all of those X and 2 players, but Marco Silva playing right now, Colin Hire playing right now. We already talked about Wolf and Joe going up against each other right now. Like, it's going to be intense.
Still stakes for all those players at 9-1 currently, though, too, because of the nature of our asymmetrical brackets. If you are 10-1 going into the bracket stage, you will most likely get a bye into the next round. So a win now is essentially a win in top cut at the same time. So very important match for those 8 trainers, too.
For sure. So I don't want to keep y'all waiting any longer. So make sure you check out Pokemon.com/broadcast if you want that lovely HTML 1.0 interaction to get all the information on your broadcast. No need to follow, no need to subscribe. But if you'd like to do those things too, you can also check us out on twitch.tv/Pokemon, youtube.com/Pokemon. And if I'm going too fast for y'all, don't worry. We'll cover this later on in the show. For now, though, let's go ahead and jump into our final round of Swiss here in the competition. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby. We are having a holly jolly time here in Toronto to start day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Joe Brown and Len duel for the final round of Swiss. And as our team was talking about in the lounge, Len, even the players that are already in Top Cut because of asymmetrical Top Cut, they want to win this last round so that they don't have to potentially play that additional matchup.
Yeah, sometimes it's almost like win 1 of the next 2 to end up 1 further round in the tournament. So winning this one pretty important for basically everyone in the tournament.
Yeah, and for anyone curious about how our formats are run at the regional circuit, we have a nice little video for you, so please enjoy.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
There's a lot on the line this weekend, the final champion of the 2024 calendar year, as well as all of this prizing for our Masters Division players, 108 booster packs as well. Just everything on top of being a champion. It makes it even sweeter.
Yeah, and beyond all that, you get to walk home as the last champion of Regulation H, this format that has been so interesting to watch. Seen so many teams have success. I'm sure a lot of players are kind of imagining their team as the last super successful team of the regulation.
And there's so many notable players still remaining in this final round of Swiss here in Toronto, so we can take a look at all of these great options and see so many great worlds qualified players, even a world champion in Wolf Glick still in contention against Joe Ugarte. But our stream match is going to have a little home cooking with the Canadian Fiona Szymkiewicz versus the new Masters Division player Christopher Hahn.
Yeah, Fiona, one of 4 Canadians playing to stay in the tournament this round. Lots of good matches across the board. These are elimination matches too. Joe and Wolf, only one of them to move into Top Cut. Nick and Marco, only one of them to move on to Top Cut. So really intense matches out there in the field.
If Christopher Hahn sounds familiar, if you were watching the World Championships, his younger brother Kevin just won the World Championships in the juniors division. So the Hahn family, very well known for their VGC prowess. But Fiona, one of the last times we saw her on stream, one of the most iconic, crazy, awesome moments I've ever seen, where I believe Fiona Szymkiewicz landed 4 fissures in a best-of-3 set.
Well, no fissure this time. Neither one has a
No
one-hit KO move being threatened on either side. Instead, 2 teams with a little bit of asymmetry. Both have a loaded dice scale shot dragon. Both of them have a boosting special attacker. It's the Golden Go for Christopher, but it's actually the Primarina for Fiona. The Golden Go over there is holding a Choice Scarf. And then a lot of support Pokemon around that. Incineroar, of course, and then a grass type Amoonguss versus Rillaboom. So somewhat symmetrical teams with a lot of little differences in them that'll be super interesting to see how they play out.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Christopher's team: Sneasler, Amoonguss, Dragonite, Porygon 2, Incineroar, and Golden Go. The Pokemon are common, but there's some interesting dynamics with the terrestrialization options here with this Terra Ground Dragonite.
Yeah, that may actually be critical because with the Baxcalibur on the other side, there's no way to defensively terrestrialize a Dragonite out of that ice weakness. It's 4 times weak to it before and 2 times weak to it afterwards. So a Icicle Spear coming that direction is going to be bad news. That may make it hard to use Dragonite. Dragonite also likely slower than the Baxcalibur. So you have supporting options to try to resolve those problems. You can be trying to throw fake outs at Baxcalibur with Incineroar, or redirection with Amoonguss, especially if it goes water type, so it resists Icicle Spear. But it may lean the offense more towards this Golden Go, which has Nasty Plot, has a bunch of support options around it with Incineroar, Porygon, and Amoonguss. And of course, matches up very well into Baxcalibur. But this one does have high horsepower instead of 2 ice moves. Sometimes you have the Ice Shard and Icicle Spear. This one has the ground coverage to go after Golden Go.
Christopher also has 3 Terra Water Pokemon, so those would be the ones to resist these Icicle Spears. Loaded Dice Icicle Spear Baxcalibur, the OG Scarlet and Violet Loaded Dice Dragon type. I know Dragonite's all over the format, but Baxcalibur has been doing this since Regulation A pretty much.
Yeah, Baxcalibur used to be the preeminent scale shot Pokemon, had been dethroned a little bit, but still a very powerful option. Again, lots of similar pieces here, but a little bit different. The Golden Go having a Choice Scarf may be critical. A lot of times we look at 2 Golden Goes, we don't know which is going to be faster. Well, here we do know for sure. The Choice Scarf one is faster than the one on the other side, but also critically could be faster than, for instance, Dragonite after the speed boost from the Scale Shot. Trick might also be an important disruption with Porygon 2 on the other side. If you can get a Trick onto it, that'll really mitigate Porygon 2's presence in the match. The Primarina is also not something to ignore. If it gets a Calm Mind or 2 before the Golden Go gets going, it could be really difficult for Christopher to deal with.
And that Annihilate is going to be potentially interesting in this matchup. Terra, Grass, you can get, change that typing up there. You're still weak to flying, but obviously it's not really as relevant in this matchup. It
also allows you to get past redirection from Amoonguss, with that being the only redirection on the other side. So for instance, something like Porygon is more vulnerable to fighting offense if the Annihilate can go Grass type. And we do immediately see it on the field with the Incineroar and the Annihilate up against Golden Go and Amoonguss.
Yeah, Swiss round 11, the final round of Swiss here, Toronto Regional Championships. This is a winning in scenario for the asymmetrical round of Top Cut. The loser is going to be watching Top Cut with us, Len.
Yep. So Golden Go on the field would like to start getting boosted up, but these are two pretty scary threats against it. The Annihilate should be faster than Golden Go, threatens some Ghost offense, although it is weak base power Ghost offense right now until you put a hit into the Annihilate. But meanwhile, the Incineroar is the bigger problem for Golden Go. Incineroar is enemy number 1 for Golden Go in this format. Really difficult to break through and also to take hits from, and then it is safety goggles Incineroar, so you can't redirect those hits away, so no surprise to see Golden Go fleeing this field. In comes the Porygon instead.
Yeah, that Porygon will take over for Golden Go, potentially changing up what Fiona wants to go for in the future turns. And Annihilate just protecting on this turn here for now, so it doesn't want to be messed up by the Amoonguss. The knockoff goes into Porygon 2, which doesn't do that much damage, but it does get rid of the Eviolite, so a lot of Porygon's innate defensive capabilities have been taken away with that knockoff.
Yeah, really strong turn for Fiona. Golden Go needed to leave the field there. Knockoff's just the best offense into the Golden Go, but of course switching Porygon 2 into it means the Eviolite is gone. A lot of the value of even running a Porygon 2 is getting to use Eviolite, so losing that item is very significant. Meanwhile, Amoonguss was just trying to break the Focus Sash on the Annihilate from the other side. Of course, would have also boosted up Rage Fist into a 100 base power move, but for now, neither of those things happen. Annihilate just protects itself, doesn't want to take a hit, and instead is full health, sash intact, ready to threaten this Porygon 2 that now, without an Eviolite, and could just go down to a close combat here. And Amoonguss can't even safely Rage Powder because it could be a Grass Terastallization on the other side.
All right, so now we are going to have our first Terastallization of this series, and both players are actually going to Terra. That's the Terra Grass that Len was talking about. Turning into a Grass type, now you are immune to Spore, but also importantly immune to Rage Powder. So Annihilate can target down whichever Pokemon it feels free. Porygon 2 will Terrastallize with that Terra Ground here, so you can have a super effective Terra Blast into the Fire type Incineroar on Fiona's end of the field. Close combat also no longer a normal type, so that means Porygon 2 survives that hit, where if it was a normal type would have been enough super effective damage for the KO. But the Incineroar follow-up here is gonna still pick up the KO. So now Christopher's lost his Terastallization in game 1 without getting any damage from it.
Really just smart targeting from Fiona. If the Porygon 2 doesn't Terastallize, Close Combat just picks up the KO and Flare Blitz goes into Amoonguss for a ton of damage. But with Porygon 2 going for the Terastallization, instead you just get that KO and the Terra is wiped away.
And that's one of the parts of Porygon 2 not having access to Protect, where it's so many other crucial moves that it needs. It can't really be allowed to, afforded the time to click Protect, so you can easily target into that slot knowing that you're not going to have your damage mitigated.
Now Golden Go back on the field, a situation it fled just a couple turns ago. But without Porygon 2 anymore, well, now it's up to Golden Go. At least the Terastallization has been spent on the other side, but for now Golden Go just needs to protect itself, still doesn't want to fight against Incineroar.
And there is the coaching from Annihilate here. We're used to seeing Sneasler potentially, and of course Christopher does have coaching Sneasler on his end, but Annihilate this time around for Fiona, boosting Incineroar's attack and defense by 1 stage each. So this Incineroar is going to be an even stronger, more potent attacker than it's already been in this series. The Pollen Puff is super effective, bringing Annihilate down to half HP.
That coaching's pretty significant. It should mean Incineroar now threatens a one-hit KO on the Golden Go on the other side. Neither of these Pokemon can be redirected with Rage Powder because of the safety goggles on the Grass type, and the Pollen Puff going into the Annihilate means the Rage Fist is a 100 base power move, so it's also just threatening a KO. No Terastallization to spend. Golden Go super vulnerable, has to flee again to put an Intimidate down onto the Incineroar, but that just means a Defiant boost for this Annihilate.
Yeah, you want to intimidate the Incineroar who got the coaching boost, but at the cost of boosting Annihilate's attack thanks to that Defiance. So Fiona's Annihilate has just been absolutely crucial throughout game 1 here. Knockoff from Incineroar goes into Christopher's Incineroar on the switch in, which will get rid of that safety goggles. With his Pollen Puff going into Annihilate's Protect.
Amoonguss is desperately trying to do the offense on its own. It's the only damaging attacks that have even tried to come out so far have been Pollen Puffs into this Annihilate. If Annihilate can be taken down, maybe there's hope for Christopher in this game, but Fiona continues to protect it. Now it's threatening a close combat into this Incineroar. Flare Blitz at +1, or now at neutral again after the Intimidate being threatened into Amoonguss. Still just enormous offense, and Fiona's had to give up so little so far. Just continues to threaten big offense with Annihilate and Incineroar and pose a problem for Christopher.
Incineroar on Christopher's end will switch out into the Golden Go as the only Pokemon remaining on his team in the back. So gotta definitely be careful depending on what attacks Fiona's Incineroar wants to go for. Attempted to go for the Protect, but that is going to fail. Incineroar will knock off Amoonguss' Citrus Berry, which is huge because that's less recovery for this Amoonguss. And now Pollen Puff into the Annihilate. We saw it did 50% last time, and that is going to be the KO.
Fiona doesn't fall for the bait of the Golden Go coming in, doesn't throw a close combat into that slot, instead tries to get a double Protect and not go down to Pollen Puff. That doesn't work out, so Annihilate is gone off the field, but a pretty significant knockoff into Amoonguss means that it is definitely in KO range for a Flare Blitz, and no Citrus Berry to help keep it more healthy. But now Rillaboom, another Rage Powder immune Pokemon that can threaten some offense into Golden Go, comes out onto the field. No Spores really available for this Amoonguss at all in this match.
Yeah, Amoonguss is being a little bit more offensive, just going to have to continually click Pollen Puff in this matchup into the grass types on Fiona's end.
Now with Annihilate gone though, a little bit easier to use Intimidate, both of these physical attackers, and no Defiant to worry about. Amoonguss also low in health, can heal back some of the health it's lost by going out with Regenerator. Ultimately, the problem stays, how does Golden Go do enough offense here? You're dealing with an Incineroar, the Assault Vest on the Rillaboom means you're going to need boosts before you can really deal with it, and still, Golden Go looks very vulnerable in all these positions. Doesn't have Terrestrialization available to protect itself because it was used on Porygon 2 earlier in the game, and there's still a hidden Pokemon for Fiona. You have to be ready to deal with something like the Scarf Golden Go at the end of the game that could just come and Shadow Ball Golden Go if you put too much focus in that spot.
Right, and even if Fiona's Incineroar doesn't go for the Flare Blitz or knockoff into Golden Go, the Rillaboom still has high horsepower. It's a super effective ground attack into this Golden Go, so it's not like Christopher's Golden Go is in a safe spot either way. But Fiona anticipating the switch there with the high horsepower into Incineroar. Knockoff from Fiona goes into Golden Go's Protect. So Chris does have his Incineroar on the field here this turn.
Yeah, Christopher has Incineroar, has both opposing Pokemon at -1, has Fake Out being threatened. This is probably the best position that he's been in. To kind of ignore the macro of the game, this is the best single turn position to try to get something done, because the Incineroar on the other side can be faked out, and at -1, the Rillaboom isn't too much of a threat into the Golden Go. It could be a chance to get a nasty plot up or to get some damage. Still a long way to play from here, but remember the Pokemon score is still just 3-3, and with a couple turns of good positioning and safety for this Golden Go, things could start to open back up for Christopher.
And potentially, if Christopher Hahn is anticipating Golden Go as the 4th Pokemon for Fiona in the back, like we are potentially anticipating, then you're going to need to keep this Incineroar on your side healthy, because Amoonguss with Pollen Puff is really not going to do anything to a Golden Go there. But it will be revealed that Fiona brought her trusty Baxcalibur to eat that Fake Out, and now the Incineroar will have its attack stat reset the next time it comes in. There is the Golden Go nasty plot. We were talking about raising a special attack by 2 stages. High horsepower into Golden Go does just under 50%. Going to be even less after grassy terrain recovery.
Baxcalibur a lot worse here than the Golden Go would have been. Would have been more useful against other Pokemon of Christopher's, but Baxcalibur, of course, weak to Make It Rain. It's going to be easy to take down, and then also Golden Go resists Ice Offense. Now, we mentioned it has high horsepower. That means it's threatening in this moment should be faster than the Golden Go as well. And so, Golden Go may be forced to protect this turn, which just gives an avenue for this Incineroar to switch back in. Of course, Incineroar the best switch in for a possible Make It Rain as well.
But that will lower the attacks of both of Christopher's Pokemon, but Golden Go is a special attacker, so he does not care about that. One-hit KO into Baxcalibur. I think Fiona understanding, as you mentioned, Baxcalibur is not as relevant in this matchup remaining with the final Pokemon Christopher has.
Yeah, especially with Golden Go being faster than Baxcalibur. The Baxcalibur had very little value to offer in the game, so you can kind of take a swing there. If Golden Go's faster, it just takes down Baxcalibur. And Baxcalibur can get attack off all the better. But yeah, this is how things start to open back up with a parting shot to reduce the offensive presence from Incineroar, and now Intimidate being threatened. Fiona down to just 2 Pokemon. That next Intimidate's going to be sticky and pretty important, because getting Incineroar to -2, Rillaboom to -1, this Golden Go is going to get enough health back from Grassy Terrain to probably be able to take another hit.
Yeah, that's pretty huge that Christopher's able to get the parting shot, because then you have the stat drop there on the switch out, and you will also be able to switch Incineroar in at some point again to reset it. But Golden Go still has one special attack boost after Make It Rain, lowered its stats by 1, but that's why Nasty Plot is so strong on Golden Go. But right now, with a full health Rillaboom on this side, and Incineroar as well, this Amoonguss is in danger.
Right, Amoonguss is in danger, just as going to protect itself. Golden Go also protecting itself this turn.
Yeah, Golden Go, Amoonguss just playing it safe for Christopher. Doesn't want to get hit by anything that Fiona has on her turn. So now she's down to her last 2 Pokemon, where it was a pretty solid lead those first couple of turns, pretty advantageous in Fiona's benefit. But now Christopher is the only one remaining that has any flexibility and pivot potential by still having a 3rd Pokemon.
Has the pivot potential, imagine needs to use it this turn, because Golden Go is looking somewhat vulnerable, cannot probably KO either of these Pokemon on this turn. How to use it is interesting. The Incineroar coming in and intimidating in the Amoonguss slot probably doesn't save Golden Go, so it might be tempting to do it in the Golden Go slot, but you give up 1 boost there. These Pokemon could just both go out on the offense and try to find a KO that way, but it's probably asking a lot for Incineroar and Amoonguss to close out the game, but maybe not too much. Incineroar itself is pretty good into both of these Pokemon, very bulky into them, and will have the Intimidate advantage.
To Make It Rain, knowing that Golden Go is the fastest Pokemon on the field, so Christopher gets a lot of damage into both of Fiona's remaining Pokemon. High horsepower will be enough for the knockout into Golden Go, so Amoonguss gonna have to take a Flare Blitz from Fiona's Incineroar. Super effective into Amoonguss. He is full HP, however, so it will be brought down under 50%. No Citrus Berry remaining. Remember, the Incineroar knocked off the Citrus Berry, so no health recovery, but Amoonguss has gotten 2 KOs in this game.
Amoonguss Pollen Puff's very significant, and now the Incineroar comes in, is very healthy, and just has the advantage against this Rillaboom. Shouldn't be in KO range from 1 high horsepower, and Amoonguss can finally turn its Pollen Puffs to the other side and try to heal back the Incineroar. Something like a Fake Out and Pollen Puff gives you 1 turn to get it done, but yeah, Fiona sees the writing on the wall, knows that Rillaboom cannot beat Incineroar from that position. And Christopher is able to close out game 1 after a pretty rocky start with not being able to find traction against the Annihilate in the early game.
Yeah, very impressive play by Christopher there, and for any new players or new viewers that are not as familiar with how VGC works, as a new Masters Division player, showing a lot of skill there, understanding the win condition of I have to preserve Golden Go. I have to find a way to get Golden Go to click Nasty Plot safely on 1 turn, and by getting the 1 Nasty Plot, that essentially brought Christopher back into the game, and those 2 Make It Rains helped him win.
Yeah, the lead really evaporated in a few pieces because the lead was established here with the KO onto Porygon and the strong early positioning from Fiona, but losing the Annihilate on this turn while it just tried to go for a double protect, that's a big part of the lead lost. And then Baxcalibur basically offering nothing in the game, just coming in, taking a Make It Rain and being KO'd meant that it, 1 Pokemon of your lead was not actually much of a lead because it was going to have no impact on the game. And so then we were just looking at a kind of 2 to 3 in the game that ended up being in Christopher's favor because he had the healthier Incineroar. We've talked before in tournaments about in these matches that are very drawn out, lots of pivoting and support Pokemon, oftentimes the healthier Incineroar becomes the signifier of who's ahead in the game. The Incineroar was so important for both players. For Fiona, it was kind of the main obstacle in front of Golden Go that was keeping it down. And for Christopher, it ended up being the win condition once it came in and was healthier than that Rillaboom.
All right, well, Chris, we're going to switch up the strategy here in game 2 with a game to play with since he's already up 1-0. Might as well take a risk. Sneasler Dragonite, the Dragonite who had a tough matchup into Baxcalibur, is not facing it. It's Incineroar Annihilate.
Yeah, one way to react to maybe your opponent bringing a Baxcalibur and getting nothing out of it is thinking they will just not bring Baxcalibur in. Then if you don't think that Baxcalibur is an option, then Dragonite starts to look a lot better. A little bit of a risky play. If Baxcalibur had just been led here, it would have been a little bit more difficult, but a Sneasler also helps to cover for that option because Sneasler could go out for a close combat. Of course, Ghost Terastallization on Baxcalibur would negate that, but at least forcing the Terastallization, you have a little bit more options to play with. But for now, no Max Caliber, but a pretty important Intimidate into both of these Pokemon, both down to -1 attack now. And Golden Go, that's the other great answer for Dragonite, is able to switch in here, will be faster even after a Scale Shot, and doesn't have to worry about the offense of a Scale Shot very much.
Right, because of that Choice Scarf, not only, those Pokemon are relatively in the same speed tier, but if you're going to invest in a Choice Scarf, you're also going to try to make it faster than those Pokemon like Dragonite, who might not always opt into max speed, so the Scarf can be relevant in this matchup. Fake Out into the Dragonite slot there to stop it, but the close combat from the Sneasler, now Terra Ghost Sneasler into Incineroar, bring it down to about 30% HP remaining. Gets the Poison Touch as well, so Fiona's Incineroar is on a timer.
A really aggressive use of Terastallization from Christopher, just wants the close combat into the Incineroar, wants to chunk it down really far quickly. We saw how important it was in that last game, and so getting it down this low, and like you said, poisoned and on a timer now, is very significant. And so uses the Ghost Terastallization to say, yeah, you can fake out the Dragonite, I'll lose multi-scale, but Sneasler needs to be able to attack this turn. And if the fake out had been into Sneasler instead, then that turn looks even stronger, where you still are getting your close combat Dragonite is also getting to attack. So it doesn't pay off as doesn't really pay off much, the Terastallization, right? The fake out didn't go in that direction, but it guaranteed that close combat going off, and now forces this Incineroar off the field.
You know, the thing now as Sneasler is a Ghost type, that the Choice Scarf Shadow Ball from Fiona's side can be very powerful into the Sneasler. But Rillaboom will swap into the Incineroar slot for Fiona, but we'll go for the Make It Rain instead. Sneasler, you don't care about its defensive typing since it's so frail anyway, gets brought down to its focus as Dragonite down to about 50% HP remaining. And there's the Dire Claw on the Rillaboom switch in, super effective, and another Poison Touch. He's 2 for 2 on the Dire Claw poisons. Scale Shot, it was a follow-up into Rillaboom, but you can see how little damage it did. Oh, there's the critical hit. It probably would have got there anyway with the loaded dice, but because of that prior damage onto Rillaboom, that means it gets KO'd right away.
Smart use of Dire Claw and Incineroar so low it would have gone down anyway. And I think the Dire Claw versus the close combat is what makes the difference of whether the Scale Shot picks up the KO there, especially the critical hit helps seal it. We do see Poison Touch giving and taking here, though. The Poison Touch gets the extra damage onto Incineroar, but if this Sneasler had Unburden, it would have lost the Focus Sash there and would now be faster than the Golden Go on the other side. But no Unburden in this case. Sneasler is still slower than that Golden Go, which is now threatening a Make It Rain into both of these slots. Dragonite, though, might have enough health to be able to take a now -1 Make It Rain based on the last turn of damage.
And at that point, if Christopher is able to, you know, pretty much take out 2 of Fiona's Pokemon with the Sneasler, if it goes down, that's a trade well worth it, a 1 for 2.
The Steel Terastallization will make up the difference in that lost damage, though, would help make this Make It Rain just a double KO. I don't know if Christopher protected either Pokemon, but there's a bunch of damage coming in. For now, Dragonite just protecting itself, though.
Yeah, going to keep itself safe from any of this Make It Rain damage. Annihilate on Fiona's end will protect, so nothing, no attacks coming out there. Make It Rain will connect into the Sneasler at 1 HP, getting rid of one of the biggest threats in the format, one of Christopher's most important Pokemon. Terastallization has been used, so now Christopher with his last 2 Pokemon, or his other 2 Pokemon in the back, is going to have to reveal 1 in this spot.
This could be a pretty helpful knockout for Christopher, though, being able to reposition here and get some more support. Also, the knockout being allowed means that Make It Rain dropped Golden Go special attack 1 more stage. Dragonite maybe has a little bit more hope of surviving one Make It Rain now, which is going to probably be key for Christopher. This Make It Rain just comes out first. If the Golden Go is faster than Dragonite and has the damage to just KO Dragonite here, and so this turn plays out as just a Make It Rain for a KO into Dragonite, it will be very hard for Christopher to fight it back. But any other outcome where Dragonite gets to attack and put some damage out may kind of swing things back the other direction.
Yeah, at -2, there's also a possibility of Golden Go wanting to switch out to reset. No special attack dropped. Incineroar in the back would have you know, would be switching into that slot, and the Annihilate, it no longer has access to Terra, or I guess, no, yeah, it can't Terra Grass, right? So it wouldn't, the Spore is an option for Amoonguss potentially in this spot. But staying in with the Steel type Golden Go with the stat drops, Fiona thinking that this damage, even at -2, will be enough to KO the Dragonite, and it's not. It hangs on in the red with 16 HP left for Christopher. The Rage Fist has to do the follow-up damage into the Dragonite to get the KO.
So Dragonite does end up being faster than the Golden Go, and get some valuable damage back onto this Golden Go. And then also, like you mentioned, because the Steel Terrestrialization was used to amplify the damage to try to pick up the KO on that Dragonite on the previous turn, which was then undone by having to make it rain the Sneasler for a turn, the Grass Terrestrialization wasn't available to block this Spore. Annihilate falls asleep, and things start to look a little bit more dodgy. Of course, Golden Go can still switch out now in order to get back those special attack stages. Now 3 of them lost, but you're down to having to deal with a Golden Go in the end game. Terrestrialization has been used for Christopher as well, though, so when Fiona gets Golden Go back out, there's no protection for this Golden Go.
Right, and the Incineroar is so low from the damage from the Dire Claw, or the Poison Touch, before getting the poison, putting it on a timer. The Grassy Terrain will help negate that, somewhat. So Incineroar is going to have to actually be attacked for it to be knocked out. But the Shadow Ball into Annihilate will bring it down to its Focus Sash, which is important because this allows the Amoonguss to claim yet another KO in this series with Pollen Puff. Annihilate is knocked out.
The missing Grass Terrestrialization is just so significant there. If one, Annihilate would still be awake because it would have been able to block a Spore, but it also would have then been able to target down the Golden Go because the Rage Powder wouldn't have been an option. If it had taken a Pollen Puff as a Grass type instead of a Spore as a Fighting and Ghost type, things look a lot better for Fiona. But the Annihilate instead falls asleep, and so then it's down on the shoulders of this Golden Go that consumed the Terrestrialization. But you can't Spore the Golden Go, you can Rage Powder it, you can try to keep Golden Go safe but that way. Also, Golden Go can just protect itself, unlike the one on the other side, can skip a turn and let this Incineroar go down to poison damage.
Right, Christopher is going to protect both of his Pokemon here, one to force Fiona's Choice Scarf Golden Go to lock itself into its attack of choice there, which will be the Shadow Ball. But then with Incineroar being so low and poisoned on the other side, it's going to be a tough matchup. You can redirect the Shadow Ball like you mentioned, but now Fiona's Pokemon, or Fiona's Golden Go, excuse me, is not weak to Shadow Ball the way that Christopher's Golden Go is.
Christopher's Golden Go's weak to Shadow Ball if a Shadow Ball ever shows up, right? You can redirect a couple of them. Citrus Berry hasn't been knocked off in this game, is still offering recovery. And the Golden Go will outspeed the Incineroar and take it out, even though poison damage didn't KO it. So the damage is all on the other Golden Go shoulders. I think it's just too many Shadow Balls. Even with the speed advantage, Christopher's going to get a chance to attack. This looks pretty safely in hand for Christopher because of the Rage Powder support. Amoonguss finally, in the game 1, had to do so much of the offensive role, but in game 2, got to get a Spore off, got to get an impactful Rage Powder off, and is having the impact that Christopher was looking for.
Yeah, Amoonguss was your big prediction Pokemon at the beginning of the weekend, and we're now seeing why it is so crucial to Christopher Hahn's success this weekend in Toronto. Incineroar gets knocked out from the Make It Rain. Its HP so low, would have been KO'd from the poison damage anyway at the end of the turn. And now Fiona's Golden Go is just so low that another double up into it should be enough.
You can see just how far away in terms of Shadow Balls this was. Golden Go doesn't even activate the Citrus Berry on the first Shadow Ball. That means this one is just going to come in, not KO, activate a Citrus Berry. Even the third Shadow Ball wouldn't have been enough to KO. And so Amoonguss providing that redirection support against a less offensive Golden Go. When you're invested in the Choice Scarf and all of that speed, you don't have the same offensive potential that like Christopher's Life Orb Golden Go does. And so his comes out on top and earns him a spot into that top cut.
Yeah, congratulations to Christopher Hahn, the first-year master, already taking names this season, bringing himself into top cut of the Toronto Regional Championships. And Fiona, representing Canada proudly, saw the fun fact of this was her first time performing well in Toronto. Has had multiple top cuts at many other regionals, but must be a nice feeling to specifically represent your home region well with a strong performance, making it through all 11 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, still a strong tournament to end with only 3 losses. But it's Christopher moving on to the top cut after a really well-played match. I think a lot of perseverance kind of demonstrated in that game 1 to fall so far behind and still be looking for what avenue there was to get back into the game and find that purchase to get that to cling on and fight back. And then in this game 2, had the great adjustment to just focus on the Dragonite. That Excalibur was so useless. This time, Dragonite is going to be useful, and then get a couple of turns where I kind of blow open the other team using the Close Combat into the Incineroar, the Dire Claw into the Rillaboom. That just quickly took down Fiona's defensive backbone and left too much on the shoulders of this Golden Go.
Yeah, I think it was pretty smart of Christopher to understand that once Baxcalibur is not going to be in the game, then it's essentially free real estate for this Dragonite because its biggest threat is not going to be an option. And then if Fiona wants to commit to carrying the game with this Choice Scarf Golden Go, that now makes the Focus Sash Annihilate way more vulnerable to both Spore and to Rage Powder.
Yeah, the Terrestrialization having to be spent on the Golden Go, and then the Golden Go, even with the offensive Terrestrialization, just not having enough kind of offensive presence, right? Wasn't able to pick up the KO onto the Dragonite, even though it was, at about third health at that point, and wasn't able to take down Amoonguss with 2 Shadow Balls, just didn't have quite enough offense.
Yeah, so very close a matchup for Fiona and Christopher, but I'm very excited to see, how the season progresses for Christopher, how he's going to progress this weekend in Toronto. Who knows, moving on to the asymmetrical top cut round, and maybe by the end of today, Len, maybe Chris will be a regional champion.
Still in the cards.
Yeah, I was also thinking just into game 2, I had mentioned in the team preview that there were 3 Terra Water options, and Incineroar had given Christopher such a problem in game 1. He still made it through with the victory, but I was like, maybe there's an option that you go with the Terra Water situation on Amoonguss or Golden Go, but I think it was smart of him to understand that Rillaboom was still a big threat, so that's why he needed the Sneasler adjustment, because if you commit to a Terra Water angle, then the Rillaboom is just ready to, Grassy Glide into any of them.
Right, yeah, the water terrestrialization, mitigate some of the offensive presence of Incineroar, but that's maybe not the most significant part of the Pokemon anyway, and leaves you vulnerable to Rillaboom. But the Sneasler and the willingness to commit the terrestrialization immediately so that you could, go for that close combat on turn 1. A lot of players might just protect through that turn, right? You don't have to use terrestrialization immediately to get through Fake Out, but going out aggressively, using the terrestrialization to get that close combat in the first turn, forces the switch on the second turn, which gives you the space to Dire Claw, and suddenly Sneasler has done like more than a Pokemon's worth of damage in just 2 turns, right? And have that potential against a lot of Fiona's Pokemon. The matchup against Golden Go is obviously very poor for it, with Golden Go being faster and immune to any offense that Sneasler would want to go to. But if you look down the rest of the team sheet, Sneasler really potent against most of those Pokemon.
Yeah, it does feel a little lore accurate that the Sneasler, thanks to Poison Point, was the Dire Claw was landing poison every time instead of sleeper paralysis or anything. It feels better for Christopher. But we are ready with Gabby with an interview with our final round of Swiss winner Christopher Hahn. So Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Christopher Hahn, who has locked in his second top cut in the Masters division. Christopher, congratulations.
Thank you.
How's it feel? I mean, you've really sort of solidified yourself as a huge threat in the Masters division, even though you just aged up.
I mean, it feels great because, last night I went, yesterday I went 6-2, and last night I was kind of worried because I knew that, if I wanted to keep my run today, I would have to win all 3 Swiss rounds. So that was definitely nerve-wracking. I'm really glad to have pulled it through, especially, because of all the support my parents give, it's not easy traveling to all these events, and I'm just so grateful that I'm able to kind of do them justice,
So how did you approach the day then, knowing that you would have to go undefeated to make cut?
Last night I sat down and I kind of thought about my losses, and the way I kind of thought about it was a lot of my losses were to not making the plays I knew I had to make. So today I decided to kind of trust my gut more, make the plays I knew I had to. And it definitely worked out in that last Swiss round. So I'm really grateful, or I'm really glad that I thought about my mindset,
I was gonna say, I mean, you had a really rough start to your game 1 against Fiona. Did you flip it around because you trusted your gut?
So game 1, I didn't honestly see the Ape instant lead. I wasn't prepared for it, but as soon as I saw it, I knew oh, that leads so good into my team, because all Fiona had to do was just well, there's a little bit more nuance, but the general strategy of that is coaching Flare Blitz, and then I think I led something Goldango Amoonguss, and then obviously if she coaching Flare Blitz, it's just it's so bad for me there. So I think I also didn't play around her plays very well that game 1, but then after that I was I'll just I might as well just complete the game, and I was surprised I ended up winning, honestly, because I just felt like I lost so much momentum in those first couple turns.
Yeah, well, in Pokemon, there's always a way to find a path to victory. Now, I am curious about your run yesterday, because we didn't get to see you on stream. What was your toughest matchup that you had to face?
I I think my toughest matchup was round 7. I played Luca Paz. Obviously, it's like a really good player. And then like a lot of turns just came down to who will win the Goldango speed tie. So, you know, wasn't the greatest matchup of all time. I also played Shiliang round 6, and I ended up losing because he's a good player too.
For sure. Now, I know that your brother is here competing as well. Have you all started to think about Regulation G at all? Since, I mean, you guys did fantastic last time Regulation G was around. Let's be real.
I can't imagine my brother using anything else than Ice Rider, honestly.
Fair
like,
enough.
He won Worlds with it, you know? For me, I'm not sure. I might be running more Kelly Shadow Balance. I didn't really like that in seniors, but I think in the Masters metagame, it's kind of, it shades better to the other teams. So I've been thinking about that.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing what you and your brother come up with. For now, though, you have a top cut to prepare for. Do you have anybody at home you want to say hello to?
Obviously, again, shout out to my parents, my mom, my dad, my brother. Shout out to my mom especially. She, you know, invested all the time in like planning and taking us here. Shout out to all my friends in Momo Nation, also my friends in Church of Tusk. I mean, just like the support these past couple of years has been unreal, and I'm so grateful for all of you, you know.
For sure. I keep hearing those groups being shouted out, and I think it's for good reason. Y'all have built a very incredible team. So congratulations, Christopher, on Top Cut. Best of luck moving forwards. And casters, I'm throwing it back to you.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Chris. Congratulations on making it into Top Cut. Now, Len, you've recently been in this perspective, right? At LAIC, you made it into the Top Cut. How do you handle this downtime or the potential, do I have a asymmetrical round? Do I have to wait 45 minutes for others to play? Like, how do you handle this time?
I don't know, for me, go get a coffee, go get a snack. You know, you don't have much control over it. Just try to wait and see when the pairings go up, see who you're going to be up against. Of course, all the teams are public now, so as soon as you start to get an idea of what that bracket is, you're almost into team preview and turn 0 like an hour early. You can start thinking about it. And I'm sure that's what a lot of players are out there doing right now.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see what they're up to. But, you know, we have some time here as we're getting ready for the asymmetrical Top Cut round. We can get a little analytical, Len, which I know you love to do. You like to dive deep into the numbers, and we have the information for the day 2 usage here in Toronto. This is the info from the Masters Division players that made day 2. And the king is back, and he ain't going anywhere. 62% of day 2 trainers have Incineroar on their team.
Yeah, Incineroar is way up there. Just, you know, this tournament was probably its best in day 1 usage already. It was highest in day 1 usage, and then just overperforms that in moving into day 2. 62% of players with Incineroar. Really, I'm surprised. This is what everyone expected going into Reg H, but it took us a little bit of time to get there. Some of that may be Sneasler usage declining. Number 4 in day 2 is probably the worst that we've seen from it, even though it was very impactful in that last match, and gives even more space for Incineroar. Also, climbing Amoonguss usage is good for Incineroar, right?
Right.
Amoonguss was number 5 in that that top 12 for day 2, and we saw from Fiona how difficult Incineroar can be for Amoonguss when you have the safety goggles as the usual item, and can pivot around the Amoonguss and then always be threatening damage into it. A Pokemon that just provides so much utility and kind of gives your team the backstop, right? You can always just throw Incineroar out there. It's probably going to take a hit. It's probably going to do something to try to like reposition you back into the game in a way that almost no other Pokemon can accomplish.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much how Christopher was using it, right? He switches, all right, everybody calm down. Everybody slow down for a bit. Let me intimidate you. Let me just slow down the pace of the game. And something about that core of Incineroar, Goldengo, plus Terra Grass is so great into Amoonguss, because that means 3 of your 4 Pokemon you brought to the match essentially completely ignore Amoonguss.
Right, yeah, it's easy to bring 2, 3, even 4 Pokemon that are just immune to Spore, and yet Amoonguss is still number 5 in usage. That's how good of a Pokemon it is. You know, our top 2 in usage, both over 50%, do not care about Spore usually, and yet, because the redirection is still so valuable even when you can't Spore something like Goldengo. And if you can get a knockoff, you know, number 1 usage Pokemon Incineroar is knocking everyone's safety goggles off, you can maybe start getting Spores going. You can also see the value of Intimidate. Dragonite has switched over from Inner Focus to being multi-scale. That means you can both fake it out, break the multi-scale, and also those Intimidates are significant. They're significant against Sneasler and things like Rillaboom and the physical Ursaluna as well. And this metagame seems to just be Salamence, or rather, Incineroar as Intimidate. There isn't the Salamence or Gyarados or these kind of other Intimidate options, taking up some of that Incineroar usage. Yeah,
I was hoping maybe Tauros Aqua Breed would have been a little higher in the usage today, but a little disappointed from the Toronto players, but is what it is. I think the Annihilate is rising in usage. I think it was around 19% on day one. Now it's a Pokemon that's been up and down the metagame throughout Regulation Age, but here at the conclusion of it, it has solidified itself as the 6th most commonly used Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's almost having a similar arc to Sneasler, where at a much lower usage number, but where the usage for it had been mostly, things like we're seeing here, leftovers and Citrus Berry to go for bulk up, or it had been the Choice Scarf set to go for Final Gambit. And both had big downsides. The game was playing maybe a little bit too fast for the set as described on the screen here, and then the Choice Scarf set could be too easily put into bad positions. If you really want a Final Gambit, but you get chipped first, that Final Gambit's not impactful, someone can switch into your close combat. What Ghost move do you use if you're trying to attack first all the time, because you're going to be using 50 base power Rage Fist? So we've seen a lot of the usage stabilize around these Focus Sash or Safety Goggles sets that are just kind of 3 attacks, or even 4 attacks, but 3 attacks and Protect instead, playing a little bit of a different role. We saw how impactful that could be in Game 1, where Fiona's Annihilate had the flexibility to switch around attacks, but also had the coaching that it was threatening and could just put a lot of damage onto either slot. And that role as a fighting type, but then unlike Sneasler, you are not going to be intimidated because Defiant is still very significant. You aren't weak to Fake Out. You can just your Ghost type, so you're not going to get faked out. You're not going to lose your Focus Sash to a Fake Out threat on the other side. Makes Annihilate, even at much lower speed than Sneasler, able to offer some of the same role with some really big upsides.
But speaking of that speed, I do think it is relevant to know that Annihilate inherently has a small speed lead over so many of those Pokemon that are in that speed cluster. Rillaboom, Golden Go, Dragonite, all the stuff that's in that area, that if they're all running Adamant or Modest, it also allows Annihilate to run Adamant and do the damage and still outspeed them.
Right, I think that's actually really critical, because the things that are in between Annihilate and Sneasler are relatively few. You don't lose all out on that many speeds, especially with things like Garchomp disappearing from this list, right? That's a significant Pokemon. When that was a top 12 Pokemon, significant threat that sits between those two in speeds, but it's gone here. Sneasler and Annihilate mostly have the same speed relationship against this entire top 12. We also saw more things as Sneasler usage climbed up. We saw more players running things that were faster than Sneasler. And if people are going to be doing that anyway, so that you don't have a strict speed advantage with Sneasler without doing things like the Unburden, which still accounts for a big chunk of Sneasler usage in day 2 as players using the NDD mail to get even double speed Sneasler, then you have really significant speed. You're faster than all of these things. But without doing that, there aren't as many relevant Pokemon that Sneasler is getting that key speed advantage against.
And the next two I want to touch on, I think is an interesting conversation, are the 2 Ursaluna forms here. Looking at 23%, 22%, effectively the same. Roughly 45% of the players here in day 2 of Toronto are using one of the 2 Ursaluna forms, and that's different than yesterday's stats. Ursaluna Blood Moon it's won multiple regionals in a row consecutively. It was a clear top 6 Pokemon on day 1, where Ursaluna regular form, or a traditional Ursaluna was much lower in the usage, and now is actually effectively the same. So it's kind of showing the difference in player pool, right? The general pool valued Blood Moon Ursaluna more. Maybe those players not as qualified to or familiar with it, but the day 2 that distinguished the top, quote-unquote top tier players have shown that regular Ursaluna is just as valuable as Blood Moon.
It's amazing to me how similar they are. We've talked about how they are very different, special and physical, but also offer a similar role in terms of what Pokemon they're threatening on the other side. Almost an even balance here in day 2. One way to look at it is that a lot of the Rain teams in day 2 are the new construction with Sinestro and Ursaluna to round out the Rain core. So you can almost look at a bottom row that has like 4 Rain Pokemon, and one of them is a bear now. But there are a few Rain teams out there that don't have the physical Ursaluna, but they're made up for by teams like Marcos that have Ursaluna playing another role. Of course, with Porygon 2 can be such an important threat. And both of these Pokemon, both Ursalunas, when you have Incineroar at 60% usage and Golden Go at 50% usage, ground offense is good. And and they have totally taken over as the predominant ground attackers. We talked about Garchomp being gone, the Excadrill not all over the place in day 2. Like, these are the sources of ground offense in the metagame right now, and that ground offense, 3 of our top 4 Pokemon are weak to ground. If we drop a little bit further, we get our Chaladon as well. We get Amoonguss and Annihilate being neutral to it. Like, ground offense is potent here, and so we've seen in the past, like Ursaluna physical especially being really focused on Facade. It often feels like in this metagame, it's those Earthquakes, like next to Dragonite or something, that is a way to redeem.
Or Marco next to Charizard.
Right, yeah, as a way to redeem a lot of the value out of the physical Ursaluna.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting how metagames develop and certain regulations differ than others, because you mentioned, ground has so much value with Incineroar and Gholdengo up top, yet there's not a lot of great ground Pokemon. There's essentially, the reason dragon types are so strong throughout this metagame are because there's effectively no fairy types besides Primarina. There's not a lot of strong Moonblast damage out there, so it's not only is Incineroar strong because of its inherent value, but just with how the regulation has played out, there's also not a lot of inherent threats to it that are also metagame relevant.
Right, we also have less Rillaboom day by day, it feels like.
Yes.
It went from clear number 2 usage early on in the format, where now it's even lower in day 2 than it was in day 1, and down there in the second row, which is good for ground types because they don't have to worry about Grassy Glides, but also if you're trying to get through teams with Earthquake, I've tried to do it enough times with Garchomp. You don't want the Grassy terrain down. Earthquake, of course, becomes a 50 base power move, and so that allows more room for ground offense when Rillaboom is low like this. And part of the answer for why Rillaboom is not doing well is look at those top 5 Pokemon. Those are all terrible matchups for Rillaboom, right? Like, definitely don't blame people for leaving Rillaboom at home. There also aren't as many like bulky waters to go after. Not a lot of grass weak Pokemon. We don't see Primarina usage very high, and rain teams have found plenty of ways to deal with Rillaboom, often having a grass type to resist it, along with your Chaladon, of course, who doesn't care much about the Rillaboom.
Hey, we saw 2 Politoads and a Kingdra yesterday, so the water attackers are certainly back on the rise. Yeah, Rillaboom has a tough time in this format.
Well, there's a relationship there, right? If Rillaboom is having a tough time and is lower in usage, then it's easier to decide to have Politoed that's weak to grass and doesn't have flying offense than if Rillaboom is number 2 in usage. And so these things are all kind of cyclical. As there's an effect on some Pokemon, it gives space for other changes and other adaptations, and it's the players who can be one step ahead in making those adaptations for today's meta, not last week's meta, who can have a lot of success.
Yeah, and then in a couple weeks, Rillaboom's going to shoot right back up the top so it can take away Miraidon's electric terrain every other turn, and then Miraidon's just going to Volt Switch back out, and then Rillaboom's going to U-turn out. It's gonna be a fun time when we get back to Regulation G for sure.
I'm just imagining you like counting U-turns and Volt Switches, trying to fall asleep, like 1 Rillaboom, 2 Rillaboom, 1 Miraidon, 2 Miraidon, just in an endless cycle.
Yeah, well, eventually we'll see what happens. I'm excited to go back to Reg G, but just not yet. After the holidays, then we'll do that for sure. But for now, we are going to take a break as we get ready for the asymmetrical top cut of the Toronto Regional Championships when we come back.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Benny Vasquez, who is currently 6-0 and has punched his ticket to day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Once you're at those high tables, there's like amazing players. It's been nice. After failing to make day 2 at Sacramento, I was kind of bummed out. But coming into this tournament, I was like, just give it my all. And fortunate. I'm able to go 6-0 and secure day 2. Just 2 more rounds to go.
So this is our first time seeing you this weekend. I'm very curious, what are the teams that you're running and how has it been going?
Yeah, so the team I'm running, it's actually a team I took from a European regional. I believe it was Gdansk by a player that goes by Nerit. So shout out to Nerit. I'm like stealing your team, but no, it's I came across the team and I just really liked it. It consists of King Gambit, Ninetales, Basque Legion, Magmar. The last 2 would be, I'm already forgetting, Rillaboom and Sneasler. Yeah. But yeah, it's a different take on balance, and yeah, I've been enjoying it. I was a bit hesitant coming into this tournament with that team, but so far it's been pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, 6-0 is more than pretty good. Tell me about your toughest matchup so far today.
So my toughest matchup, I would say, I think it was round 4 versus Kerry, who actually got top 8 at Louisville. He was running the Choice Specs Dragapult balance team, which honestly I was a big fan of. I did use that tournament, I think at like 2 locals, was able to get some CP with it. And yeah, we just had a nice chat about his team, and yeah, he was a really, really tough opponent, really, really good. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Benny, you were telling me that you're fairly new to VGC. Your first tournament was LA last season. So tell me about what got you in the VGC. And I mean, honestly, it sounds like you've really just dived in.
Yeah, so, you know, I've always been a Pokemon fan, been playing casually ever since Pokemon Platinum. Shout out to my mom. She, you know, bought me the game when when it came out. And ever since then, I've just, yeah, I've been playing casually. I think in 2022 was when I got introduced to VGC, played some online grassroots tournaments. 2023, I didn't really play that. Yeah, I didn't play Pokemon at all that year. I was pretty busy, but no, yeah. The LA Regional was my first like in-person tournament ever, and I really enjoyed the environment, the vibe. You know, the people that you meet every round it's just amazing. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of like yeah, I guess you could say I jumped into VGC out of nowhere, but at the same time, I still have a bit of experience playing Pokemon.
And you're not here alone today. Tell me about who you have cheering for you out in the crowd.
Oh yeah, so my grandma and my aunt came with me. They tagged along on this trip to, you know, they've never been to Canada, so they were like, you know, we'll go with we'll accompany you and go experience Toronto and Canada. And also all the SoCal players who are here at Toronto, you know, a big shout out to them. Ever since I went to my first local, you know, they, you know, some of the best people like I've met, amazing people, welcomed me with like open arms, and yeah, so big shout out to the SoCal scene from there.
Well, Benny, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your accomplishment in making day 2. Is there any other shout outs you want to give at home?
Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, starting off, my grandma, my aunt who are here with me, shout out to them. Shout out to my family. You know, I appreciate you guys. You guys are very supportive of this. And also, yeah, once again, big shout out to the SoCal community. You know, you guys have been amazing. I don't think I would be here without them. And just, yeah, shout out to honestly everyone, because, you know, these events are amazing. You meet, like I stated before, you know, you meet lots of cool people. People are very friendly, and it's just a nice experience. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here at the 2025 Toronto Regional Championships with Darsh Patel, who has locked in his ticket to compete tomorrow.
You know me.
Congratulations. How's it feel?
Feels like $1 million. You know, I'm doing good right now. Feeling good, 7-0. I'm cooking everybody. I'm not going to lie. I cooked Wolf. I cooked so many other players. I don't know their names. But if you're playing against me, like, I'm sorry. You're going, like, I'm giving you that hot sauce right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's good, man. It's good. Feels like a good time.
So tell me, what's the secret sauce? What's the team?
You got to be me. Like, I'm sorry, you know, I can't be spilling all the secrets right now, but if you're like me, you win. That's what we do. I click Thunder Wave, I annoy you. I click screens, I annoy you. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. So tell me about your history as a VGC player. You mentioned you started back in 2020?
Yeah, I started like right before COVID. Then COVID came, and you know, I was never really the best. I never really like tried that hard. I had so many college and work and everything. But in the last couple years, I've been playing a lot more. And I think I found what I like. I like very similar things. I like screens. I like this, you know, bulky stuff. And all my day twos in the past have been with Goldango and a bunch of you know, annoying moves like, you know, Thunder Wave and all that kind of good stuff. So I enjoy playing. I enjoy the competitive aspect of this annoying players, putting them on tilt, you know, seeing how they can get upset, because that's how you know you have the physical advantage with your actual team and the mental advantage too. And I like to talk a big game, so it always makes it more fun, you know?
I can see that. And so you mentioned, you know, putting players on tilt. I feel like you have to have very strong mental resilience of your own to play that way. Do you have any advice for anybody trying to learn that mental resilience?
Yeah, I think people who are nervous, like that's like you're already at a disadvantage. Like you had to come in here thinking you're that guy. I do. I call everyone McFree. That's my whole thing. Like if I'm like Toronto Regionals is McFree. I don't know if you're watching me cook right now, but it's McFree. Everyone I play, free. Like that's how you have to approach it, because in my opinion, confidence is everything. Feeling people are nervous and anxious, and that's okay. It's a hard game. But if you come in there like you acting like that guy, like that dog, then no matter what, you're ready for everything. You have that mental ability. And you can I got critical hit with my Arcalodon, boosted up behind screens all day today. But guess what? We never fold. Like, that's just what we do. So I feel like that confidence, a natural ability to be confident in what you got. You're here for a reason, right? Act like it. So that's how I feel about that.
Fair enough. I think
Confidence. It's like New Jersey, bro.
I can see that, honestly, and I wish I had a little bit of that too.
Pass it over. I'm passing it over. I think,
thank you.
I think it's fun to play that way. I think, you know, I played sports my whole life. I played football, basketball, volleyball, all these things, and I think having that in you, it makes that competitive spirit there. Like, I'm not here to lose, I'm here to win, so it's a good time.
Nice. Well, you know, you mentioned that you've done very well with Goldango and stuff in the past.
That's my guy. Goldango's my guy. Continue, sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So I'm assuming you're running him today. What has been your toughest matchup that you've faced in the tournament?
Ooh, I mean, again, I do think all of them were McFree. Like, it is true. You know, buy one, get one L. Like, that's what I'm selling right now. But I would say Porygon 2 balance with, like, Hydreigon is a little bit annoying. You know, that's one of, like, the 2 or 3 sets I went to 3 games today. It's actually against my good friend. But I would say that team, it makes you think a little bit more. I like not thinking. I like screens, Thunder Wave. You lose because of yourself. But that team makes me have to position well, deal with the Ursaluna, things like that. So I would say if I had to pick one, that's what I'd pick.
All right. Well, Darsh, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
Yeah, I think a lot of people I want to shout out is my brother and my cousin watching at home right now, all my New Jersey heads here right now. And then also, I know the job market's up for a lot of people. I think people are having a hard time. So if you're watching this and you're having a hard time with jobs, I'm thinking about you. You know, that's like something that is near dear to me. I coach people with that all the time, so that's kind of how I'm looking at, you know, those people at home who are struggling and watching this for a good time, who want to have fun, thinking of you.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. I hope everybody at home's having fun watching the broadcast, and we'll be back with more real soon.
Thank you, Gabby.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamantha Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC. adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion.
In the juniors division, Ismail Hoki finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in trick room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hoki.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
And we are back. It is finally time to begin the top cut portion of the Toronto Regional Championships here on Championship Sunday. The final VGC champion of the 2024 calendar year will be crowned by the end of our broadcast today. I am Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel. And Len, we are on the asymmetrical top cut round, the top 32, whatever you want to call it, because it's not technically 32 players, but it's above the top 16. It's a lot of conversation on what we could call it, but basically what it means is we get more Pokemon.
Yeah, less than 32 people remaining. Every match at this point is win or go home, win to stay alive, or end in that as your final finish.
Yeah, and if, you know, some of the fortunate players who have that additional win, they went 10-1, like Justin Tang is a player that went 10-1. He just gets to kick back, watch the stream for a couple, you know, maybe half hour or so, and let everybody else duke it out just to get onto his level. He's already in top 16.
Yeah, they're just playing for the right to play against him, right?
Oh man, that would be crazy if Justin's able to come away with the victory. He's been working so hard, but there's so many well-deserving players remaining here in Top Cut. I'm very excited for our asymmetrical round. There's one of the matches that we didn't have in the last round of Switzerland was Joe Garte versus Wolf Glick, two of the best, biggest names in the game, and Wolf came away victorious in that matchup. So Politoed is in Top Cut. Kingdra, what is this, 2014?
Parasong can still win.
Oh man, Wolf, I think, what is Wolf, he's won 2 regionals with it because he doesn't play it often, right? He won the one back in the day against Ashton, then he beat Ashton again in Orlando, and then he top 16 NAIC with Parasong. So his conversion rate of when he actually uses it is like 100%.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It always looks very good in his hands for sure.
Yeah, and then when I play it, I knock out my own Gothitelle because I forget to switch out on the last turn of Parasong. I've been there. Come on, you gotta admit, Len, you've been there.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta knock out your own Pokemon, you know?
Oh. Okay, I can see the advantageous knockout. You're one of those big self-attacking guys, you know.
I'm big on Parasong. You know, we both have 2 Pokemon left, Parasong, and then see where it goes from there.
Yeah, right. Then you just have like the slowest. You have Torkoal or something on your team, the slowest Pokemon possible to be the last one knocked out. But of course, we'll talk about Parasong if we ever get back to it. If Wolf continues on in the stream. But our matchups, we're getting ready for the players on the stream here is going to be Brian Collins and Cedric Bernier. Cedric, a former regional champion, top player as well. Brian Collins been crazy consistent throughout Scarlet and Violet with some very wacky hard trick room teams, and he's brought the same one that he top cut Sacramento with here.
Yeah, it should be fun to watch. Both fairly archetypical teams. Rain, kind of how you expect to see it. The hard trick room, mostly how you expect to see it, with a few very custom changes that make it interesting. So probably a match that has played out in locals, you know, all over the country a million times. And I'm really excited to see it played at the highest level. See 2 players who are just experts in those archetypes go up against each other.
Yeah, it's so crucial that these archetypes are so prominent, because I remember when I first started in 2014, you know, one of the big things was the Rain Core with Politoed and Ludicolo, and it's not that it's an easy composition to play, the same as hard trick room. It's not an easy team to pilot, but it teaches you the fundamentals of VGC well by understanding your win conditions, understanding how to help support the Pokemon that are important in your matchup. So very often you will see early on VGC players using a Rain team or a Sun team or a Trick Room team to help them understand VGC fundamentals.
Right, it's really helpful to be able to assert your own game plan rather than just playing reactively. So many of the kind of balanced teams that we see top players using, you don't have one clear game plan that you're going after. It has to be dynamic based on what your opponent is showing and how the game is playing out. But you can also play those teams that have one clear game plan just as dynamically, just as flexibly in what the main game plan is, and that's what kind of elevates the players who are able to use you know, something like this hard trick room team at a level like Top Cut of the regional.
Yeah, and that's what's so tough about these matchups is obviously since you're a top player, you've made it this far throughout the tournament, you understand what the best teams are in Regulation H. So you know Indeedee, maybe Indeedee Armorers or Indeedee whatever type of hard trick room team, but you might not have played against Indeedee Hatterene as often because it's sort of a subset of an archetype, right?
There's still enough of them out there. You probably played a few in the GC, but I think one thing that can be very different is both players probably have very clear expectations about how they usually play this matchup. Both will have played against the hard trick room or the rain, the opposite team, many times in locals and online and in Global Challenge, and have something they normally go do. But both players are going to be it's going to cross over each other. They can't both succeed in how they normally accomplish it. It'll be interesting to see who is one step ahead at iterating and evolving how to approach this matchup.
And one of the reasons I did, a part of our caster predictions, I did use Brian Collins' team as my example because it's so interesting how those 6 Pokemon, one, the new adjustment with Mouse Hold is going to be important to talk about in the conversation when they get on stage, but particularly these Pokemon, usually you'll see Hisuian Lilligant or something else in that final slot, but the way the team works is it's not very conventional that maybe these are the 2 important Pokemon you bring every time, and then there's the other 4 fight for the last 2. Like, every matchup is like all 6 Pokemon feel as if they have some sort of viability, so it's very difficult for your opponent to determine what are the most important 4 Pokemon I'm likely to face, because the answer is you might face any combination of 6 in the lead, or Ursaluna in the back, they might lead Ursaluna in the front. Like, there's so many ways that Brian can have this matchup.
Right, the lead matchup is so important for hard trick room all the time. You have to be able to set up your initial trick room, and so exactly what you're going to lead and exactly what the opponent is going to lead to try to stop it is so important. We're going to learn so much about each game from that turn 1.
Yeah, we actually have the information available of all the players that are playing in this asymmetrical round of Top Cut, vying for a position in top 16, where some of the players are remain to see. We see our matchup for the stream is Brian Collins and Cedric Bernier, but obviously there's so many other great matches. Christopher Hahn, who just won his win-in against Fiona, is gonna be facing off against Austin Choi. Shiliang Tang, regional champion, making it into asymmetrical Top Cut, and Marco, the reigning 2-time LAIC champion, still alive here in Toronto.
Yeah, that dramatic match yesterday between Marco and Wolf, both of them managing to make it through day 2 and then into the Top Cut.
So we also do have one extra matchup. I know Luca Traeger is playing this round versus Daniel Reyes. That's the only names that aren't on here, but that's a lot of matches in the asymmetrical round. There's a lot of action for the players out here in the hall, in the venue. You can go, see what's going on out there, see how those matches are playing out, and then of course come back to the stream. We want you to be a part of the stream, definitely. But Darsh had a great run on day 1. Excited to see him performing well yet again in day 2, because sometimes you have the day 1, the height, and then you go celebrate with your friends. You never know. Day 2 might not go as well, but Darsh is still a clear-cut threat to take away the title this weekend. But let's get into this matchup, Len. Brian Collins with this hard trick room team he's been patently known for throughout Scarlet and Violet, changing it as different Pokemon have become available, versus Cedric Bernier, the former regional champion, running the Archaeodon Rain Core.
Yep, both teams look kind of how you expect them to look. That is the most common 6 for the Rain Core. And the hard trick room team usually has those 5, and Mouse Hold offers a little bit of a different look. This is not a supportive Mouse Hold. This is Mouse Hold out on the offense. It of course can follow me to help you set up a trick room or help get off a significant attack in the end game. Sometimes just one follow me to get an extra eruption or facade is all you need to open up the game. But having that burst fast offense in the early game can really disrupt some possible leads. We talked about how important the lead matchup is for hard trick room, because you need to get your trick room down and not lose too much in the process. So your opponent might be evaluating like, okay, they're probably going to lead 2 bulky slow Pokemon like Hatterene and Indeedee. Maybe I can lead some big attackers and just go out on the offense. But if you have to worry, the Mouse Hold can be there and just do something like blow up Pelipper. It'll just go through the Focus Sash and get a KO onto it. Can even do significant damage to something like Incineroar with the Population Bomb. Means that a lot of leads feel a little bit less safe than they otherwise would.
Yeah, that Mouse Hold definitely on the more offensive end, as you're mentioning, with Technician, Wide Lens, wants to land those 10 Population Bombs instead of the Friend Guard variant that's a little more supportive. So something like Basculegion doesn't care about Population Bomb at all.
Right, it doesn't. There's 2 ghost types on the other side. It's going to make it harder to lead Mouse Hold in this set. We may not see it at all. Of course, these are also two opposing weathers. Torkoal is down there and is a significant part of the offense. Maybe, again, harder to use because the weather is less core to Brian's strategy. He can't afford to give up as many resources just to establish weather control, as Cedric will be kind of desperate to keep rain on the field. So on one hand, Torkoal can be disruptive because you can get rid of the rain. On the other hand, if you're trying to make the best use of your like 4 active turns of Trick Room, and that involves Torkoal coming on the field just to have rain come in and weaken the eruption, then maybe Torkoal isn't the right bring. So I think it's always interesting to see how the Torkoal gets prioritized.
And now we see Cedric Bernier's team here. Archaladon, Pelipper, Basket Legion, those 3 are pretty much a trio, tandem together throughout the entirety of Regulation H here. Nice to see them together at the end of the season.
Yep. And pretty normal sets for them. The Basket Legion is the thing that stands the most out here. It is not Swift Swim, it's adaptability, but with Choice Scarf instead. This is kind of the other option. You can get offense out of the item and speed out of the ability, or you can get speed out of the item and offense out of the ability. That choice to have the Scarf and adaptability means you're less reliant on the rain and can play out of it. Maybe less significant here because the speed isn't that important anyway. But in other matchups, it would be key. The Icy Wind, similarly, is a pretty neat tech, but is not going to be helpful against your hard Trick Room matchup.
Yeah, I do feel like that is often a conversation with Basket Legion in particular. Is it Scarf adaptability, or is it maybe Mystic Water with Swift Swim? So you're always trying to find a nice little neutral ground between its 2 abilities and held items.
Some other Pokemon that may be significant, Amoonguss always valuable against hard Trick Room, but of course has to watch out for all the Psychic and Fire offense. Golden Go often a very good lead into Trick Room teams. You can put out a lot of damage quickly, and you're not really threatened by the Psychic and Fairy offense from Hatterene, but of course has to deal with an Eruption. And so that's the kind of push and pull that can happen. If Golden Go is how you want to assert offense, then you're worried about Torkoal, then you have to keep rain control, and on the other hand, Brian may need to keep trying Sun on the field. Glade does have Wide Guard, which can disrupt Make It Rain, but this isn't a choice Golden Go, so you can always throw a Make It Rain out there, then switch back to Shadow Ball if you get blocked. The Archaladon could also be pretty important. Assault Vest keeps it bulky against, and its typing keeps it bulky against Hatterene and Indidy's Psychic offense. And without a weakness to fire. So especially if you have rain, you're less worried about the Torkoal. Of course, Glade would have something to say about that. You can put giant fighting offense into the Archaladon. As you may be like hearing from this, everything on one team has an answer somewhere on the other team, which just further builds on how important that lead matchup is, because neither team wants to be kind of forced onto the back foot. For Cedric, well, against a lot of teams, it'd be okay to not have the best lead matchup. You'd be able to react and get away to a different position. If part of getting to that different position is allowing a very easy Trick Room on the other side, that's a lot more difficult to deal with. On the other hand, if Brian has a lead that doesn't allow him to establish Trick Room or any offense, then Cedric may just quickly run away with the game.
Yeah, I do think Glade is going to be very important in this matchup, and Brian was definitely one of the innovators early on in Scarlet and Violet with Glade as kind of that glue piece to the hard Trick Room teams, as a Pokemon with relatively middling speed compared to super slow like the rest of Hatterene and Torkoal are. It gives you options in a more offensive mode, especially against Archaladon in this particular spot with Sacred Sword, ignoring the stamina boost. The fighting type for Incineroar, Clear Amulet, you can't be intimidated. Psychic attacks for Amoonguss as a poison type. I do think that Glade can be pretty important for Brian.
Yep, it can be very valuable, but of course against Golden Go offers like no offense and is weak to Shadow Ball. A Pokemon I wouldn't be surprised to see led often in this match from Cedric is the Basket Legion. Offers really good offense while Trick Room isn't up, and has no super clear answer from Brian. Like any of these 6 Pokemon do not want to take a Wave Crash. Right. There's 2 Water Weaks and only then 4 neutralities. It could force a Terastallization early in the game, force Torkoal out early in the game, which you might then be able to react to by bringing in Pelipper later. So I think, and then of course is even faster than Mousehold. So while Mousehold doesn't directly threaten the Basket Legion, is like taking away that one option Brian has to try to get faster than a lot of Pokemon. The Choice Scarf makes sure that isn't a threat. So should be a pretty key Pokemon to the matchup.
Yeah, I think that Choice Scarf really does, one, Basket Legion existing in general as the Ghost type hurts the Mousehold usability in this matchup because your Population Bomb is your only attack and you can't hit a Ghost type, but also because it's Scarf, that means it's going to be moving first before Mousehold, even regardless of if rain was up, because the Swift Swim version, you would need the rain. You maybe have at least a turn for Mousehold to move, but you know, as long as Mousehold's on the field, field with a Basculegion, that Choice Scarf Wave Crash is going to go right into the mouse and potentially one-hit KO.
Right, and so definitely difficult to use mouse hold. Because of these ghosts. The other thing the ghosts are going to cause a problem for is the Ursaluna. Definitely going to be playing a little bit of a guessing game in this match. There are 2 ghost types and there's a flying type. So any commitment to single target offense could just have an immunity switching into that slot. Of course, also an option for protect. With hard Trick Room teams, you only have those limited turns. If you spend a lot of resources to get the Trick Room up, losing even just 1 turn by targeting into an immunity on a switch can be devastating.
All right, so let's get into it. Brian Collins, Cedric Bernier, winner of this match, will move on to top 16 of the Top Cut here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Indeedee, Female, and Gallade, the lead for Brian. So going double Psychic type against Cedric's Amoonguss Golden Go.
One of the common leads we see, the Gallade is an answer to the Golden Go, even though it doesn't look like it on paper, because if Hatterene is led here, then the Make It Rain is a huge threat. But with the Gallade, you can wide guard that away. Of course, you can't Shadow Ball the Indeedee, so it makes the decision-making process very difficult for Golden Go. Do you risk getting Fall Mead with a Shadow Ball? Do you risk getting wide guarded for a Make It Rain? Looks like it's Indeedee switching out, so if there's a Trick Room coming this turn, it's going to be from Gallade.
And that's what Brian's team is so good at, is forcing your opponents to maybe make suboptimal decisions or maybe net neutral decisions instead of Cedric's most beneficial options. Brian will Terastallize turn 1 this Gallade into a grass type, so make it completely ignore Rage Powder and Spore from Amoonguss.
Right. Another key piece to getting your Trick Room up is that you can't fall asleep ahead of time, and so the Grassalization is going to help with that. Meanwhile, the Amoonguss also going for a Terastalliation here, doesn't want to just go down early. Amoonguss so important. Again, in matchups against hard Trick Room, can't risk it just taking a lot of Psychic offense on turn 1.
Fairy type gonna change up its defensive typing there, so it's no longer weak to Psychic. Golden Go, no wide or no Make It Rain, no Shadow Ball, instead just the big nasty plot. But now that Amoonguss is no longer a grass type, the Magic Bounce brings Spore back to the Amoonguss and puts it to sleep. You hardly ever see an Amoonguss get a taste of its own medicine.
Just an absolutely massive play. This is Brian being 1 turn ahead without a doubt. So uses the Indeedee, which has no safety goggles and no Terastalliation that can prevent it from Spore, to bait out the Spore. The Spore is going to go into that slot because it's what's vulnerable to it, and brings in Hatterene. The Gallade is then threatening enough Psychic offense that the Amoonguss wants to be safe against. Doesn't want to just go down to a Psycho cut before it could Spore the Indeedee, and so it goes for the Fairy Terastalliation. That just ends up with the Spore bouncing back, and meanwhile, the Gallade, using the Grass Terastalliation to make sure that it was safe, gets the Trick Room up. Of course, Golden Go doesn't opt for the Shadow Ball or the Make It Rain, both risky, instead just gets a boost, and isn't really threatened that much here. We're talking about how difficult Gallade has, what the difficulties Gallade has doing offense into Golden Go. Hatterene doesn't do too much better, but does have the Fire Terra Blast, but in this case, the Terastalliation's already been used, so isn't threatening offense against Golden Go. So even in Trick Room, Golden Go should be able to get through a turn and then get some offense out.
Incineroar will switch into the Amoonguss position. Intimidate does not affect Gallade because of the clear amulet held item. That's the expanding force into Golden Go, which is resisted. Psycho Cut, follow up both Psychic attacks with the Psychic Terrain boost to it. But now Shadow Ball from Golden Go, +2 and a critical hit into Gallade. I mean, it's just a massively strong attack anyway that Gallade was going to have a hard time surviving no matter what.
Yeah, I don't imagine the critical hit mattered there, but you can see both how much Brian is respecting the Golden Go as a threat, putting 2 attacks in it, but also how key the defensive typing is in this matchup for Golden Go, that even with 2 attacks thrown in its direction, Golden Go can still live through the turn and get an attack off. And while it's just kind of a trade, Golden Go now is definitely vulnerable to an expanding force or interruption or any other offense that comes out. A trade, when you're in the opposing team's Trick Room, is in the favor of the team that didn't set the Trick Room, right? This turn burnt one of the turns of Trick Room while also getting Gallade down and actually establishing a Pokemon advantage for Cedric. A lot of times you want to try to get a Pokemon advantage while Trick Room is going up, see if you can get 1 KO as the cost for the Trick Room. Cedric didn't make that happen, didn't even get a sleeping Pokemon because of the really strong turn 1 from Brian, but Golden Go still helps capitalize on it for turn 2.
Now Amoonguss will switch back into that Incineroar slot as the Fairy typing no longer weak to Fire. fire, even with the strong fire attack from the Torkoal. This is the third turn of the Trick Room. Torkoal decides with its choice specs to lock in the Weather Ball, which even as a fairy type, Amoonguss does not take that very well. The additional damage from choice specs and the sun being up is so much into the Amoonguss, still under half HP even after eating its citrus berry. And then the Life Orb Dazzling Gleam into Amoonguss as well brings it into the red.
So a strong turn. The Amoonguss can't wake up now. It's just going to have to sleep through a turn. But I think Cedric actually dodges a bullet there. One idea Brian may have had is that if Pelipper had come in to the Golden Ghost slot, that would have been a Water-type Weather Ball into the Fire-type Incineroar and just been a massive, sudden, unexpected KO. Instead, it's just a Fire-type Weather Ball into the Amoonguss, but it's also something Cedric has to worry about. If Pelipper is that fourth Pokemon and you eventually bring it in, that means Torkoal kind of unexpectedly has offense into the Incineroar.
Now Golden Go will swap from Cedric's side. Is it the Incineroar, or will he reveal his fourth Pokemon? As of yet, wants to keep that information a secret from Brian. Will still just be the Incineroar swapping in. Incineroar obviously great into an Expanding Force as it's immune to it, and also only taking neutral damage from a Dazzling Gleam. That Weather Ball is ineffective, doing about 30% roughly to Incineroar. Amoonguss KO'd for the Dazzling Gleam, and Incineroar brought down to under half HP remaining.
You said ineffective, but that looked like a lot of damage into Incineroar to me.
That's what the text said. I'm just reading what's on screen, Len.
I know. This is a similar case to the Golden Go, where Incineroar's defensive typing is so important to this matchup that you're not going to get rid of it in one hit, but it also plays such an important role that even getting it that low with a couple of hits is really important. Of course, Psychic Terrain means that it can't burn extra turns of Trick Room with a Fake Out, and so this is the kind of advantage you need to glean from those turns of Trick Room. Getting now the KO on the Amoonguss, the Golden Go very low, the Incineroar very low, with still some time left in Trick Room.
Now this is the last turn of Trick Room, so something Cedric can do, since Golden Go is going to be faster than these Pokemon once Trick Room expires, is try to protect it. But this is also the last. This would also be the last turn of Psychic Terrain as well, since they went up on the same turn. They last 5 turns.
Yeah, which means that bringing NDD in now would mean that you don't have Psychic Terrain in the long term. NDD also already had its Psychic Seed, so not going to have a special defense boost when it comes back in. Golden Go can protect through the turn and then threaten important offense on the next turn. Hatterene, of course, really bad into Fairy offense. Usually you would use the Fire Terastallization to both resist it and go out on the offense against Golden Go, but because it was used for the Grass Terastallization on turn 1, that isn't an option. So that means that Golden Go is going to be a pretty potent attacker with Make It Rain after this Trick Room expires.
Indeed, female switching into the Torkoal slot. Golden Go protecting as we anticipated to make it through the final turn of Trick Room. Hatterene just going to go for the Life Orb Dazzling Gleam into Incineroar. It's still a spread attack, but the critical hit does additional damage, and Incineroar is KO'd.
Yeah, not sure if that mattered. The last Dazzling Gleam had done a lot of damage. So I don't think either player gets a decisive advantage out of this. This Make It Rain is going to be absolutely massive, and the Pelipper as the last Pokemon saved to the end may mean that there's the offense to take down the NDD, but of course Torkoal could also come in this turn and reset Sun, weaken the offense coming out of the Pelipper. Lots accomplished in that Trick Room for Brian, but because of the defensive typings, the Golden Go didn't go down and is still here for this all-critical turn of Game 1.
And Torkoal will switch into the Hatterene position for Brian. So does Cedric anticipate Torkoal coming in on this turn? Make It Rain will connect into both, bringing in DD Female down under half HP, resisted hit into Torkoal, so he's still relatively healthy even after the Life Orb Make It Rain. Weather Ball from Pelipper, now a fire boosted Weather Ball into Indeedee, enough for the KO. Now Brian down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon, both 2 apiece, but the Sun is here to stay for the remainder of the match.
Right, the Sun is here to stay, and also Trick Room is not going to be available, right? The Hatterene is threatened by a Make It Rain. The Torkoal is starting to look pretty low. Its special defense is so poor that Make It Rain actually does a lot of damage. Golden Go looks healthy enough to get 2 attacks off with Life Orb as well. That being Weather Ball, so that the Sun actually, it doesn't weaken a Water type move down to half base power, but instead just gives you a Fire type attack instead. It means there's enough offense to take down NDD, prevent that Trick Room.
Hatterene brought down very low from that Make It Rain, -2 now on to the Golden Go, but it could should be just enough for this follow-up weather ball into Hatterene to knock it out. No more Trick Room for Brian in this game, so Torkoal, the slowest Pokemon on the field, is going to have to remain staying slow. But Heat Wave does connect into both slots, KOing Goldio and bringing Pelipper down to under half HP. So now the Goldio has a position where it is one-on-one. It is faster than Torkoal, but Torkoal's Heat Waves are still strong.
Torkoal's Heat Waves are still strong. Weather Ball is going to be resisted. You might be tempted to go for a Hurricane. It should KO if it hits, but of course...
If it hits is the big question here. So now Cedric might be trying to burn the turns of Sun remaining here at some point to make the Hurricane a little bit easier to land.
Way too many turns of Sun to try to get through them with Protect. I think you just have to go for it, and...
He's gonna try, but Hurricane misses! Torkoal dodges the Hurricane, and in the Sun, the Heat Wave single target connecting, KOing Pelipper, and giving Brian Collins game 1 of this Top Cut match.
Accuracy just a little bit better in...
Heat Wave is definitely more accurate than a Hurricane in the Sun. We can agree. Yeah.
Maybe the net of 3 Heat Waves into Goldengo and Pelipper is not. Both players needing to rely on inaccurate moves down the stretch in that game. The dynamics of Weather Ball playing such an important role in that. At first, meaning it was still enough offense to take down Hatterene and NDD even in the Sun, but then not enough offense to threaten the Torkoal, forcing the Hurricane out instead. It looked at first like this Grass Terrestrialization on turn 1, which ended up remember having no impact because the Spore didn't go into that slot, was going to cost Brian the game. If the Terrestrialization had been available for Hatterene to become Fire and resist Steel and threaten Goldengo with Terra Blast, this game plays out very differently. The Steamroll in Trick Room is probably unstoppable at that point. But because the Terrestrialization was used on Gallade, the Hatterene didn't have the offense. The Goldengo managed to survive through that one turn, use Protects to get out of Trick Room, and then be such an important threat down the stretch that eliminated the Hatterene, eliminated the NDD, put a ton of damage into the Torkoal. But then Goldengo went down, and it was all down to this Hurricane, and it did not hit.
Yeah, it came down. You see Brian definitely celebrating the Hurricane that dodged the Torkoal, and he's up 1 game. But one thing I think is important to note that you even talked about, Len, was in essentially Torkoal anticipating, or excuse me, Brian anticipating Pelipper in the back the whole time, and was proven correct and benefited off of that by clicking Weather Ball and preserving his Torkoal until Pelipper was revealed. So now in game 2, you have Amoonguss Goldengo versus Indeedee Female and Hatterene. This is the normal Trick Room lead you usually see from Brian.
So Cedric does not change it up, Brian does, but into a lead that is not that strong into Goldengo. We saw some reaction on Brian's face. I think seeing these may have expected an adjustment, but of course without Terrestrialization spent, you are safe to just go for a Fire Terrestrialization on this turn. NDD also now has the Psychic Seed compared to the Make It Rain that we saw in game 1, so we'll take less from it. Amoonguss is a problem though, can just Spore into the NDD slot, and there's no reaction to it, no safety goggles or Spore immunity that you can bring in out of the back. We've seen matches play out with some weird techs in this position before to try to get out of the fact that an NDD is sleeping on the field. No options like that here. NDD would just have to take the Spore.
Goldengo will switch on Cedric's end, so Cedric being a little bit more proactive, understanding that Brian is probably going to opt into the Trick Room turn 1, trying to Fire Terrestrialize as well to resist and Make It Rain. So Cedric getting a lot of value here, forcing Brian to change his typing when the Make It Rain doesn't even come out on this turn. Incineroar will be in the Goldengo position. There's the Terra Fire. For Hatterene, you now have access to Terra Blast. Using a fire attack into Goldengo, going to do even more if Torkoal ever sets the Sun for Brian's side. Amoonguss protecting, so no damage from Cedric on this turn at all. Indeed, goes for the Psychic into Amoonguss's Protect. The only thing that's going to happen is this Hatterene with the Trick Room, twisting the dimensions. Now the slower Pokemon like Amoonguss and Hatterene will move first.
So Hatterene gets the Trick Room up, completely safe there. Of course, can't be spored because of Magic Bounce. Amoonguss just protects itself, doesn't want to risk taking a Psychic or Expanding Force on that turn, and is now slow enough to threaten a Spore into the NDD slot still this turn, which also kind of gives you 1 extra delayed turn of sleeping. You don't want NDD to sleep the last turn, you can protect the last turn and sleep another one, but of course that risks an Expanding Force coming in. No Fake Out available, no way to change the terrain to make Fake Out available. But if Expanding Force comes out, you're not doing anything into this Incineroar, which is also a risk in its own right.
right, you're just going to allow the Incineroar carte blanche on whatever he wants to do this turn, with Expanding Force being immune as a dark type. So very important turn here for Brian, deciding to lend a helping hand to this Hatterene. All the damage, all the Dazzling Gleam does, not even half of Incineroar's HP resisted as well onto Amoonguss, but at least Indeedee clicking helping hand first, it lets it get an attack off, a move off this turn, making next turn that first mandatory turn of sleep.
Right, yeah, it means that this Indeedee is still multiple turns away from waking up, maybe a commitment to Indeedee just not ever attacking in this game again. Hatterene really just doesn't provide the offense that Brian was probably hoping for. There isn't even threatening a 2-hit KO onto the Incineroar, even a helping hand was available again, and it accomplishes nothing against this Amoonguss that will just get healed off with a Regenerator in the future. Of course, any damage into Incineroar is valuable because of how difficult it is to come by with resisting fire and being immune to Psychic offense, but that's turn 2 of Trick Room kind of elapsed without much being accomplished. That could have been just an Expanding Force into Amoonguss and a key KO taken, but maybe expecting the Amoonguss would switch out, but no, it doesn't switch out until this turn.
Now it will switch out, recover up that health that it lost thanks to its Regenerator ability, so it'll be much healthier when it switches back in. Indeedee actually swapping out on this turn, losing that special defense boost it got from activating the second seed. Ursaluna coming in here on this turn. Dazzling Gleam does bring Incineroar down to around 30% of his HP, but Ursaluna is going to have to take that parting shot, lowering its attack by 1 stage. It will be able to activate the Flame Orb on this turn, so you can start doing, you know, Guts boosted damage or Guts facades, but it is -1 attack.
-1 attack should still have the offense to take down the Golden Gobe, and probably not the Amoonguss at -1 attack. Cedric also being very patient with Terastallization here. Brian may have expected it onto Amoonguss onto turn 2, where the Dazzling Gleam would have at least picked up good damage. But the continued patience with it makes this a more difficult position for Brian to predict. You have to get the most out of these turns. That's another turn gone by with no KO taken. We've now gone through 3 turns of Trick Room, and it's, you know, valuable damage against Incineroar, but we saw when you get valuable damage but not a KO, how that worked out against the Golden Go in the previous game. We do have Ursaluna this game. That's an adjustment from the last game. But the Amoonguss can redirect it away. There's no immunity to the Rage Powder. And it's also at -1 now.
Yeah, and this might be a rare game since it's taken Brian so long to really get much benefit out of these Trick Room turns with only 2 remaining. He might actually need to set up Trick Room multiple times in this game, which VGC matches tend to, especially with hyper offense teams, tend to not last long enough to get 2 Trick Rooms set up, but that might be what Brian needs. Golden Go and Amoonguss protecting themselves on this turn does allow Torkoal to get onto the field for free and set up the Sun.
That's pretty significant, right? Torkoal being able to come in here is going to threaten just a massive eruption. You know, 4 turns of Trick Room gone and not much accomplished. Now it's all down to this one.
And they just don't protect. They can't protect through this potential turn.
But this is where the patience of the Terastallization is still impactful. The Golden Go could become a water type and become not weak to Eruption. Of course, maybe like a Dazzling Gleam Eruption KO just guarantees enough damage into either of these. But that might be reliant on Pelipper not coming in to weaken Eruption further. You know, something like Amoonguss becoming a Fairy type and Pelipper coming in so that it doesn't take as much from Eruption, could allow a Spore to go off. So it's still a delicate turn, but definitely this is Brian's turn of advantage to capitalize on this. The risk, though, in having Torkoal in this early is if Pelipper is the last Pokemon and seizes Weather Control at the exact same time that Trick Room expires, and you have a Fire type Hatterene on the board, it is going to be so difficult to fight back out of that position. And sure enough, Pelipper comes back in.
Yes, Cedric using the same 4 Pokemon in Game 2 that he brought in Game 1. And now it's time to Terastallize the Golden Go, who's so crucial in this matchup to Cedric's success, turning into a water type, now resisting fire attacks. So not only is the rain making a fire attack do less damage, but now the typing for Golden Go means this Eruption is going to do pitiful damage onto both of Cedric's Pokemon. But the Expanding Force means that now it's no longer resistant on Golden Go, and that's a double KO!
Yep, that's the risk of using the Terastallization to get out of the fire weakness. That's why these 2 offensive types just complement each other so well and make this pairing so common. You don't get out of the frying pan and into the Psychic Storm there, as Golden Go and Developer just go down. Now it's low health Incineroar and Amoonguss against 4 Pokemon. Speed may not matter at this point. Where is the offense? You aren't going to be able to one-hit KO these Pokemon. You can't put Hatterene to sleep. The damage is going to come out. There's still a lot of healthy Pokemon. The MDD is basically irrelevant. It has to sleep, hasn't even taken a first sleep turn left, but it's still a health bar that if Incineroar gets taken down, well, Amoonguss needs a couple turns to deal with it, right? This is just time burning away. This game is like decisively in Brian's favor now after that play. Sometimes that's how it goes with Hard Trick Room. You accomplish nothing, jackpot. 2 KOs and the game swings back.
Right, as we started the set off saying, sometimes the Hard Trick Room player just forces their opponent to make net neutral at best decisions, and the Terra Water was just neutral. Okay, I'm no longer weak to fire, but now I take a Life Orb Expanding Force in the Psychic Terrain. So this Expanding Force is going into the Amoonguss for the knockout there. It's just Incineroar remaining. We kind of know how this one's going to wrap up. Indeed, he might not even wake up in time to see the end of this one.
Yeah, I think Cedric knows the writing on the wall there as well. I think it was a side knockoff target on that turn.
For the fun of it.
Yep, just recognizes that the defensive plays weren't quite there. He weathered the storm for several turns of Trick Room, and then the Expanding Force landed, and Brian moves on, taking this Hard Trick Room team into the top 16.
Yes, congratulations to Brian, who's been one of the Hard Trick Room masterminds throughout the Scarlet and Violet era of VGC. A tough opponent there in Cedric as a former regional champion as well. So that's a really nice victory for Brian to have on the stream.
Yeah, it was really impressively played. I think throughout kind of demonstrated familiarity with the matchup, how to manage the weather, especially game 1, I think was really interesting, and like the use of Weather Ball and how the weather's played out at the end of the day. I think game 2 was impressive from the difficulty of the initial lead, like Golden Go being out there, and then also getting the switch right on the turn 1, right? So if Terra is forced just by being on the field, but then is instantly gone off the field, but then just timing the Torkoal switch at exactly the right time. If Ndidi had stayed in and just burnt a sleep turn during that double protect, that game is probably over. Brian would not have the ability on that last turn of Trick Room to capitalize much, and then without Trick Room, didn't look like there was going to be a way to set a second Trick Room. Brian would have just run through it. But getting Torkoal in the right position at the right moment to just create that combination of unstoppable offense, the Eruption and the Expanding Force at the same time, blew the game wide open.
And I think it's a credit to Brian and to top-level VGC trainers that have that skill to be able to make decisions when you are lacking information, right? We talked about it in game 1 and game 2. Pelipper was the 4th Pokemon revealed both games, but Brian was still acting because of his experience and seeing, all right, range is popular core. It's not my first rodeo against a rain archetype here. I'm going to anticipate Pelipper is the 4th Pokemon to counter my Torkoal until proven otherwise, right? So he was making those decisions as if all of the information had been revealed before it was even revealed, and that just comes with experience in VGC.
Right. The awareness of what the options are, the options that haven't even been shown yet. You can't learn from a loss once you're into the top cut, right? You have to know what is available. I'm sure that's definitely not the first Golden Go that he's trapped with an Eruption and an Expanding Force. But yeah, I think Gabby's ready with an interview. Maybe he can tell us a little bit more about it.
Thank you so much, Len. I'm here with Brian Collins, who back-to-back regionals, top 16, also running pretty much the same size spam team, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same team I ran in Sacramento. I think there's like a Terra type difference. I don't think I touched anything else. So same team, basically running it back.
So what first drew you to size spam as an archetype?
It was kind of like the first thing I ever used in Scarlet and Violet. I started with like Armarouge and DD. It just seemed so strong at the time because there was no other terrain users really. I think like maybe Pink Urchin was in the game.
That was the only other one,
right, yeah. And so like that was kind of the first concept that me and my friends tested out, and I decided I'm just gonna stick with it, and here we are like 2 years later and I'm still using it, so.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, for sure. And I do think that you showed just absolute mastery of these Pokemon. That turn 1 of game 1. Tell me, what were you thinking when you switched in the Hatterene? Was that a prediction? Was that just like trying to minimize damage?
Yeah, so like I feel like I just have so much experience with this team, and I've played against those kind of rain teams all the time, and like you got to think like they have a free spore into that Ndidi slot. Like they're going to take it. That's one thing that they're completely neutering for most of the game.
Yeah.
And they're a little worried about maybe something like a helping hand expanding force turn 1, so they tear the Amoonguss, and that's just a play that I've made in experience, and it luckily worked out on stream. So
it was incredible, honestly, and I'm very curious to hear about the rest of your run, because this is the first time we've really checked in with you this weekend, and arguably in general. So team's working out. What has been your most favorite matchup so far?
Ooh, matchup? Well, I just played against Carson Confer again, who I lost to in Sacramento in top 16. So I think this time he actually had maybe even a stronger matchup against me, and I was able to, figure out a way to win. Maybe he got a little lucky along the way, I'll admit, but it felt good to really get that run back and, overcome the loss from last time. So that was nice.
Cool. Well, do you have any advice for anybody who's looking to pick up Psy Spam?
Play it a lot, because I think, the more you can really use it, you'll master it quicker, like try not to give up on it too quickly. It's really something you got to commit to. Like I've been running it for 2 years now, and I'm kind of feeling like I'm starting to be a little more consistent with it. So it's definitely an experience thing.
You say starting to be more consistent, but let's be real. Back-to-back top 16 placements with the potential for a higher placement.
We'll see.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, feeling good so far, but I got four matches to go if I want to take it all the way. So we'll see.
We'll see. Well, Brian, you've been playing fantastic so far. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I want to shout out to all my friends in the Lily Pad Boys. That's Ben Grismer, Adrian Hurley, Nathan Ortiz, Ryan Hebert. I want to thank all of them. They're absolutely the best, and they've helped me this whole journey. I also want to thank Team Ireland. I play on the Irish team for the VGC World Cup, and all those guys are amazing, and I'm so glad I got to meet them all, and they're all so supportive. So and then like any other friends who are here today supporting me along the way, thank you so much. And sorry, one more. My family at home is probably watching, so shout outs to mom and dad. Kevin, if you're watching, love you guys, thank you. And to my girlfriend Joanna, thank you for all your support. I love you.
You never have to apologize for giving the family girlfriend shout out. You got to get it in.
I haven't done this before, so I got to get them all out now, right? Yeah.
Well, Brian, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Casters, back to you.
Congratulations, Brian and Len. I think you had some sound advice about having to commit to it. That team specifically, I've had some practice. Gabby and I are big Trick Room fans, so I've had more experience with the Hisuian Lilligant variant of it instead of Mousehold. But sometimes you feel on top of the world. You win 6 games in a row in Battle Stadium. We're like, I'm the best hard Trick Room player in the world, and then you just lose 8 of your next 9 games, and it'd be like that,
Yeah, I mean, all of them are learning experiences, right? You heard him say, just keep playing the games, learn from them. He mentioned that the play he made in turn 1, game 1, that kind of started the match on the right foot for him is something from experience of having seen how Rain players will approach that matchup, how the Amoonguss and Golden Go might approach that turn 1, and being able to capitalize it on the biggest stage is so impressive.
So if you've been enjoying the broadcast here this weekend, make sure you follow on Twitch and see what else we have coming up for this upcoming week, as all times are Pacific time, but this week we have Tuesday with the holidays together, so enjoy some of the holiday themed episodes of the anime. Make sure you tune in with your loved ones, have a fun time watching that. Wednesday 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific, recap of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships, having a rerun specifically of the trading card game, so make sure if you missed out the Yokohama experience, that sure was a banger. Enjoy it, reminisce with your friends about your time in Yokohama. And then on Thursday, Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies. Watch a couple episodes of the Black and White era of the anime with the Twitch chat. Have some fun in chat. It's always fun chatting with everyone. They're rooting for Ash, and they're like, oh, Team Rocket, no, I didn't expect them to show up.
You didn't expect them to show up?
They always catch me off guard.
The pattern hasn't been established.
They're always in a different outfit. They're trying to sell like their
new scheme going on.
Yeah, exactly. They're always trying to get that Pikachu. Never successful. Maybe they'll be successful this Thursday, 2 to 5 p.m. You'll have to tune in to watch.
They'll finally. That's what you're rooting for. Is they finally steal Pikachu.
I'm not saying I'm rooting for it. I'm just saying you won't know if they're successful if you don't watch.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. Man, what a great time. What a great time here, Len. Let's, if anyone wants to play some real Pokemon IRL, not just watch the anime on Twitch, use that QR code to find a Pokemon League near you. You hear all the time, oh, there's no leagues near me. Oh, there's no one that plays Pokemon. Use that, find the events, see that there's actually a bustling scene of competitive Pokemon players in whichever game you play, Pokemon VGC, the trading card game, Pokemon Go, etc. And if there's no one, if you're in the area, actually, if you're in the Toronto proper area this weekend, here's a bunch of Pokemon leagues in the Toronto area to maybe check out. Maybe they have some nice cards for trade and some other things. So if you're from Toronto and you don't know, if you're watching the stream for the first time, knowing that there's a big Pokemon community in Toronto, here's some great areas to check out.
I love going into the stores and seeing all the like Pokemon card things they have, all the like older products they might have of like, oh, I haven't seen that pack in a while.
Yeah, it's the first thing I do when I go to a card shop is I walk up to the glass case and see what nice rainbow cards they have, and like how many Shadowless Charizards are in the case.
Look for all your favorite Pokemon, even though you've seen the cards before.
Yeah, it's always like, oh, this place isn't $1 cheaper than this other place. You know, good to know if I ever become an investor. But I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could commit to collecting one of every Pokemon card, just like Gabby's friend is trying to. But we have our schedule for the rest of the North American season, leading up all the way in August to Anaheim, California for the World Championships. But let's focus instead of Anaheim. Let's talk our next event in January, the upcoming. That is San Antonio.
Yeah, we're going back to San Antonio for the second year, and this time to start off Regulation G. I think it'll be really interesting to see how much people return to what they were using in August at the World Championship when we were playing Regulation G, and how much has like innovated in the meantime. If people have gone underwater and invented new teams, or if they've learned from Regulation H, should be a great kickstart to that format. And then right after that kickstart, just a few weeks later, we'll have the biggest tournament of that Regulation G window with the European International Championships in London.
Right, that's the big deal. Is San Antonio into London is going to be huge for the development of Regulation G. And, you know, obviously it's a format we've already played, but it's something that has the capability, has the room to grow. But congratulations to Brian Collins for winning this asymmetrical top cut round. We are going to take a break here, and when we come back, we'll have our top 16 of the Pokemon Regional Championships here in Toronto. So going to be a great time. We'll see you right back. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon. I'm the worst, Len.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with your 2025 Toronto Juniors Regional Champion in the video game. Joaquim, congratulations. How does it feel?
It feels amazing.
So tell me about your team. You had a very creative team that you were telling me about.
So there were a lot of Dragonites in the field. So I decided on Baxcalibur. I had a Toedscruel Weezing mode. I had Choice Scarf Typhlosion and Game Sweeper. Then just King Gambit to help with Trick Room, and Hydreigon for a bulky Tailwind setter.
If you had to pick one of your Pokemon to be the most valuable Pokemon, who is that Pokemon and why?
Toedscruel. He was just putting everything to sleep is so huge. It's like Fake Out, but it can go for multiple turns. It's so good.
For sure. And I mean, tell me about your finals match. Who were you playing against, and what was the most difficult play you had to make?
I was playing against Zoe, and most difficult play I had to make was probably we had a lot of like Spore versus Rage Powder mind games, like will I protect my Weezing or will I Spore? Because Weezing was just such a huge offensive piece. I'm just like, okay, Spore or Rage Powder? A lot of that just came down to that.
I mean, it worked out very well to you, so congratulations. You mentioned that you were having a bit of a tough start to the year. What do you think you did differently for this tournament that helped you find success?
Yeah, so at the start of the year, Pokemon year or this year?
Either, honestly.
Well, this year I started my first tournament. I brought my favorites, which did not work.
Yeah, everybody's been there, myself included. Shout out to 2006 Gabby, no protects. So, okay, who is your favorite Pokemon trainer and why?
Wolf Glick, is that a question?
It's a good question, and he clearly inspired your team.
Absolutely, yeah. Wheezing Toad's cruel.
Nice. And do you have any New Year's resolutions related to Pokemon that you want to share with everybody?
So, a lot of the time, so the start is always rough for me, but then, I always just come back. So, my goal is to, at some point in this year, at a tournament, make a perfect day one. No set losses.
All right. Well, honestly, Joachim, I think you're on your way to getting that perfect start. So congratulations on being our Toronto 2025 regional champion, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Hello, trainers. We're at the 2025 Toronto Regional Championships. I am 2 Butters, joined by...
Hi, I'm Ash.
And you're not competing today, but do you have any words of encouragement or anything you would like to say to the competitors here in Toronto?
Sure, I'd like to wish good luck to my teammates at Legends United. Got a lot of friends here. They're all really, really talented battlers, so I'm excited to watch them.
But the real reason we are here is to play a game. We're going to play Pokemon Heights, and I'm going to ask you, who is taller, the Pokemon or the trainer? And remember, Pokemons come in all shapes and sizes. This is going to be an average, maybe what shows up in the Pokedex of these Pokemon. So are you ready to play the game?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Butters.
Oh, and also, there's a shirt on the line. So I'm going to give 5 questions, and if you get 3 out of 5, you win a championship series shirt. So let's get it started. All right, first Pokemon and first trainer. We got, who is taller, Wadage or Toxicroak?
Oh, I feel like they're actually like quite even, but I'm gonna give it to Toxicroak.
No, actually, Wadage is taller. The average Toxicroak is 4'3". So Toxicroak isn't that tall. All right, here we go. Rise to Occasion and Charizard.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Rise, but then you said Charizard, and Charizard is huge. But Rise is really tall.
He is very tall.
I'm gonna say Rise.
Yes, you got it. Charizard, a normal Charizard is 5'7", so Rise does come up atop. He is over 6 foot. All right, here we go. This one might be an easy one. All right, Marto Gaude or a Feraligatr?
Ooh. Okay, Marto's like kind of tall as well. But for Alligator, I think has got some bulk and maybe some height to him. I'm going to go with for Alligator.
Yes, ding, ding. That is correct. For Alligator is one of the tallest Pokemon at 7 feet 7 inches. And now here's a tough one. So you've gone 2 correct. You need 1 more to win the t-shirt. We got Emmy Weedle with a Pokemon that he won the European International Championship with, Skeledirge. Who is taller?
It's Emmy Weedle, right? Skeledirge.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes, it is Emmy Weedle. Skeledirge is tinier at 5'3". You know, it's not that much shorter than Emmy Weedle, but that means you did get 3 out of 5. But we are going to ask you the last one because I like this one. Who is taller, Softoph or Clodsire?
I think Softoph is tall. Clodsire is actually like bulky, but Clodsire is like a long animal, right? I gotta go with Softoph.
No, Clodsire is 5'11" on average. It's huge. It's somehow taller than Charizard, but it doesn't matter because you still won 3 out of 5. That means you win a championship series t-shirt. Congratulations, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charjabug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
It has been a great day of Pokemon action here in none other than the wonderful Toronto at the Toronto Regional Championships for the video game. And with Top Cut underway, we are getting closer and closer to crowning our regional champion. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here by Jake Willer. It has been so much fun watching these matches, so intense. I mean, I was out just wandering the floor watching all these matches. And
yeah.
Man.
It's been really fun. I mean, of course, 2 really important matches we had earlier today. The final win and in at the end of Swiss in our first round of Top Cut here in Toronto. Okay, the first turn of Brian versus Cedric with the Spore and the Terrestrialization and the Magic Bounce, that was crazy. I saw that and I was like, this is going to be a good match. And it certainly was.
Yeah, it's just plays like that. You're like, oh, we're cooking already. Yeah. But there's been so much of that throughout the day of the competition and hoping for a little bit more, especially with what we have up next. And it's been really cool to see just how intense this competition is now that we do have these bigger Top Cuts, being able to see more players compete. And I don't know, I know that once you get in those later rounds of Swiss, it's still like if you lose, you're out, maybe it's based off resistance, but like it's more intense with these, like the top 32, and it makes it more dramatic, in my opinion.
A little bit, yeah. I think it always is more fun when you're a player to have like a goal, like a set goal, right? It's like, if you get through Swiss and you have 2 losses, you're going to make this Top Cut. Whether or not you get 1 or 2 more wins in Swiss and maybe get yourself a bye into that top 16 round, you have made the Top Cut stage, and now you either have to fight for a place in that top 16 with those other players that got the buys, or you find yourself there immediately and you're placing in maybe top 8, top 4 with a couple more wins. And so it just goes to show that every single win matters from round 1 of day 1 to the very last round of Swiss, and especially, of course, in our single elimination phase.
Where I think it's the most intense is that since you can see the bracket ahead of you, you know who you play next, you're like, oh, I'm playing up against a tough opponent, and I already have a tough opponent that's on the horizon. Like, it's never ending. And that's especially true for the next matchup here as well. Looking at this bracket, now that we have the top 16, a lot of really good matches here just across the board. A lot of people that we've highlighted as well, too. When we're looking like Marco Silva coming all the way over here, our LAIC champion. When we're looking at Marcus Dion, Canadian, who just got top 4 at Sacramento. Chepa Cross, that's our defending champion right there, going up against Brian Collins, who we just saw, too.
There's also some really cool matches here. Just to point out, Benny versus Austin, that third match down. I believe that would be a first top 8 at a regional for either of those trainers, which is really cool. We're going to get one of those breakthrough success stories at this tournament confirmed. But even for the trainer that loses that match, an amazing finish, top 16 at a huge regional like this. And some other familiar faces, Carrie and Gio, we've seen on stream earlier this season. Not yet this weekend, but 2 trainers that we are very familiar with. And some old names too. Jerry Woods III is a player that I know has been playing for many, many years. I believe won a regional back in the Sun and Moon era, so great to see him back at the top tables here in Toronto.
And of course, what we're going to be looking at next, one of the ones that we have not discussed here, is going to be Justin Tang going up against Wolf Glick. I think a real testament to, all right, well, you win this match, and it gets more difficult from here. Tang was able to have that bye into that top 16. Wolf had to play out, and yeah, even when you're looking at the histories of these players, Wolf has been around a lot longer than Justin has, but Justin was this prodigy coming into the scene and is still someone who can consistently top these events.
Much like Joe versus Colin yesterday morning, this is a match that very conceivably could be a finals level match. We are only in top 16, so this is one of 4 matches these trainers will have to win if they do want to claim the title of Toronto Regional Champion, but they will have to get through each other. One of the breakout stars of later years versus one of, if not the best trainers of all time in VGC. We saw Justin Tang's team yesterday. It is again that Hisuian Arcanine, Rillaboom, Dragonite, Sneasler, Alolan Ninetales, and Golden Go.
Yeah, it's cool to see the kind of evolution since this was similar to LASC, but now going to this Hisuian Arcanine, we saw just how much damage that did yesterday. And even if we didn't see something like the drum beating on the Rillaboom, we did get to see that speed control that the Alolan Ninetales has. And we talked at length about all of those different ways to speed control it, but we also have some really hard-hitting Pokemon, which I think is going to be really important to this matchup. When you're looking at something like this Golden Go, it is a Pokemon that, I mean, even in the usage, it was like, what, second at that 41%? And that's going to be something that can really start to pressure Wolf.
Especially because Wolf's team can rely on that Shadow Tag Gothitelle. Golden Go has the nice bonus of being a Ghost type, which will be immune to that Shadow Tag. Sneasler also has the option to Terra Ghost, which obviously you can't switch out on that first turn, but if you do opt to Terrestrialize it and it sticks around for a little bit longer, that's at least one more piece that will keep you from being locked down by a Shadow Tag.
Of course, we did get to see this team that Wolf has, this Parish team, but there's a lot more to it as well. Of course, there is always this workaround to the Parish song. If you do have the Ghost type, you do have the Ghost Terrestrialization. But when we're looking at the Rain core that this team has, featuring that Politoed, you do have either that Parish or the Rain. That's something that can enable and set up things like this Kingdra, this Archaludon that we've seen a lot of, to really be able to pressure. So even if it is heavy hitters on the other side, you can start to try and match that pressure.
One clever thing I do love about Wolf's team too is that all 6 Pokemon have Protect. A lot of times these are Pokemon that you will see not running it. For example, our Charlodon also often has the Assault Vest. Can't run it. Even Incineroar with the safety goggles typically will have Flare Blitz in that Protect slot. But when you're running a team like this with Parish Song as one of your main modes, you kind of have to have the option to make sure nothing is taking damage on any given turn, which I think is a really smart bit of team building there. The Archaludon is also really cool. I love the option for Power Herb there. Even if you don't necessarily have Rain up, or even if you didn't bring Politoed to a game, you still have the option to get that Electro Shot off.
Yeah, we've normally seen kind of one or the other, and sometimes our Archaludon dropping that Power Herb because like they'll be the Assault Vest instead, or they have to go Power Herb because they need that Assault Vest than any other Pokemon. But just really seeing that, hey, I want to make sure that in the rain I'm set, outside of the rain I'm set, is just absolutely fantastic. And I think this should be really interesting, especially seeing Wolf's run throughout this tournament, because we talked yesterday about team archetypes that you might prepare for in a tournament, and I don't think Perish Song
No.
this rain with the Skingdra was very high on a lot of people's lists. So how does Tang feel then going into this matchup? Is this something he's prepared for? We'll have to see. Is heading into game number 1. Archaludon and Incineroar for Wolf going up against Rillaboom and Golden Go for Tang.
The Golden Go, I feel like you almost have to lead if you're Justin here, just to give yourself that flexibility to swap it out if Gothitelle does hit the field at first. But that does, in turn, make Incineroar a very strong lead for Wolf. The Incineroar is very, very good into pretty much any kind of Golden Go you'll ever see, and especially considering this Rillaboom next to it, it is sitting in a very good spot with the Intimidate, with the ability to pivot and fake out as well.
And when we're looking at these Pokemon and looking at the Rillaboom out on the field, it does have a way to be pressuring a bit with the high horsepower. So it does have that coverage for this, but we're going to see Terastallization right off the bat.
It is going to be the Archaludon, so we're probably going to be seeing an Electro Shot immediately coming through. That Terra Electric will remove all weaknesses but ground and power up that Electro Shot even further. Again, because of the Power Herb, we'll be able to get it off on this turn, but Fake Out comes through instead.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a little bit down the line for that to Fake Out. And Archaludon unable to attack means it's a Golden Go that can go ahead and set up, going for that Nasty Plot. +2 to the special attack, and -2 now to the attack of this Rillaboom as Parting Shot and Incineroar looking to repivot.
Really smart Parting Shot there as well. Obviously, you cannot Parting Shot a Golden Go because of the Good as Gold, and this Rillaboom now is the only thing that threatens super effective damage into Archaludon with the high horsepower. But now at -2 attack, even with that Terra Electric, keeping that ground weakness on the Archaludon, not something you need to worry about. We did also see the flinch on the Archaludon happen before the Golden Go went for Nasty Plot, so that should indicate that Archaludon is faster and should be able to get off an Electro Shot into that slot. With the Terra Electric, it might even be enough for a one-hit KO.
Especially, too, we talked about the speed controls and all of this stuff, but the Rillaboom, that's going to be flinched from this Gothitelle hitting the field. So Rillaboom unable to try and go for that speed drop, and now the Archaludon, Terra Electric, that's going to be the Power Herb, that's going to be the special attack raise, and that is going to be a strong Electric Shot firing onto the other end of the field. Of course, we got to see the boost coming on from the Golden Go, ones that it won't be able to use. That's a clean one-hit KO.
Huge knockout there for Wolf. Golden Go can be a really big problem for a team like his that relies so heavily on Shadow Tag, either to keep the weather in your favor or to keep the Perish Song lock active. And Golden Go going down means that the Ghost type is gone. We do see Sneasler available, so there is a possibility for the Ghost Terra. Same with the Alolan Ninetales, actually, also the Terra Ghost. So now all is not lost for Justin here, but that's a really big piece missing because it also is a huge source of offense. You got that Nasty Plot off, and you didn't get to do any damage with it at all.
No, and that has got to hurt. Now going on to this turn, you do have ways to be pressuring a bit of damage with this Sneasler. One of those Pokemon that came in and instantly was the talk of the town in this format, being able to fire off a really strong attack onto the opposing end. But there is also the possibility if Wolf wants to try and get that weather online for himself and switch in a Politoed, it's Electro Shots he can just keep going for.
Yeah, these Electro Shots are still very scary, but of course Flash Cannon and Dragon Pulse, both nothing to scoff at either with that +1 special attack boost. The Sneasler is not running the Focus Sash, it is holding the White Herb like you see there to activate Unburden. So if it does have to take an attack, there is no way it can hold on with that Focus Sash.
Well, we will roll a status onto that Gothitelle, but the poison, maybe hoping that you could get one of the other two. High horsepower is super effective into the Archaludon. Certainly doesn't look like it. And +1 Dragon Pulse brings Sneasler down low. Now, we talked about speed control. Wolf has all of that on his side as Trick Room, the Dimensions, now the slowest Pokemon going first.
Love that Trick Room. That's really good for Wolf, as we do see the Archaludon acting after both Sneasler and Rillaboom, so it should be the faster thing on the field this turn. And of course, Gothitelle is still packing Psychic. It does have the potential to do some damage. Will easily knock out this Sneasler thanks to that double weakness. And even if you do opt to Terastallize the Sneasler, you'd have to protect it this turn and then be able to swap it out on the following turn. But then something else probably has to take either a Psychic or an attack from this +1 Archaludon at the same time. And this Rillaboom doesn't have U-turn. Like, you're locked in the field at -2 attack. We saw how little that high horsepower did.
Yeah, the best you're looking for is a little damage over time, maybe a critical hit, but when there is the Protect in there, it's going to be that recovery coming on through from the leftovers. It's going to be an Archaludon that might be sticking around a little bit longer than Tang would like. We're seeing the Protect coming on through, one apiece, and it's just going to be no damage, a little bit recovery for everyone.
A little bit of a dead turn there. The grassy terrain recovery probably not going to be very needle moving at this point in the game. A Psychic from Gothitelle clearly still knocks out Sneasler. Probably does it from full HP if we're being honest. And now the high horsepower, the Archaludon doesn't take any damage, of course, but maybe that was an opportunity to get some damage going with your own Dragon Pulse or Flash Cannon into that slot. Sneasler double protects though. Could be interesting to stall out this Trick Room.
Yeah, we got a long ways to go, but the longer that this Gothitelle is Psychicking into the Sneasler, is longer that, you know, the Rillaboom's not taking the hit and can start going on to the other end. But Archaludon not going for the Protect, the +1, a good amount of damage into the Rillaboom, and that's not damage that's necessarily being returned.
It's not. I mean, this high horsepower, that's 2 of them now into the Archaludon, despite it being weak to ground, still sitting very well over half of its HP remaining. And Sneasler here, maybe at a point where if you do Terrastalize it, could actually stomach a Psychic, thanks to a couple turns of grassy terrain recovery. Now, Gothitelle isn't known for being the strongest of Pokemon, especially on a team like this where you're most likely going to be training it to be fully defensive and bulky. Grassy terrain does end though, so no more recovery and no more boosted grass type attacks from Rillaboom. Also notably no more priority Grassy Glide. That's something that has been taken out of play.
Try to go for the triple and definitely respect it. Unfortunately, that will be the fail. So Psychic, 3rd time's the charm, finally gonna go ahead and take the Sneasler down. You talked about the Terrastalization, but that also would have hurt if you did Terrastalize and it still gets KO'd anyways. So maybe feeling that's a little bit safer. Dragon Pulse follow-up, Archaludon into the Rillaboom. Enough for the double KO for Wolf on this turn. And now only 1 Pokemon remaining for Justin Tang, and Wolf, there's barely been a dent on this team.
Wolf has played this very, very well. The immediate lockdown with the Gothitelle pivoting out from the Incineroar on that first turn, enabling this Archaludon to remain on the field against Rillaboom, which has a really hard time damaging it at -2 attack, and this Sneasler in Trick Room just really set up this Archaludon to start taking some immediate KOs. Of course, that +1 Terra Electric Electro Shot, when it KOing Golden Go, was a huge swing for Wolf there, and I think this game goes a little bit differently if Golden Go survives that, but I think taking advantage of maybe Justin overcorrecting for like a Perish or a Rain mode and making use of this Archaludon very well.
We'll get to see the late game Terrastalization coming out from Justin. Of course, when we're looking at the Flash Cannon on the other end, I don't think this Ninetales has nearly enough in the tank to get anything quite done in this match. Opportunity to think about going forward, get a little bit more information. The follow-up, Psychic followed with the Flash Cannon, enough regardless, and that's going to be Wolflick up 1 in the series.
Great playing by Wolf there. Of course, the game plan, when you look at Wolf's team, you might immediately think, oh, Politoed Kingdra is really scary. You know, Politoed Gothitelle with Perish Song is really scary. And sometimes the Archaludon can kind of slip through the cracks there because it's on a team comp that you don't normally see it with. Mostly it's the Pelipers, the Basculegions that are next to it. But it is still an Archaludon. It is still electroshotting you and doing a lot of damage and boosting itself up in the meantime. And even though it doesn't have that stamina with the body press, Sturdy is still there, which is a pretty scary ability in its own right. And Wolf basically just said, I don't think you're gonna bring the right team to deal with this Archaludon because the rest of my team scares you so much. And so he took really good advantage of that right off the bat.
Yeah, and a couple of the pieces looked correct. Again, this Golden Go could pressure so much, but when it goes down the second turn of the battle, you might have the right piece, but if you can't use it, it's not really gonna matter in the end. And being able to suppress that Rillaboom right away, you get the Intimidate, you get the Parting Shot, and then you trap it onto the field. Yes, something like this drum beating is a really cool piece of tech, but that's one of those moments where it's like, man, if I had a U-turn, I could have then gotten that attack back. And hey, there's a reason this Incineroar is at 61% usage here on day 2. It's pretty okay.
This Golden Go, I think, is so important for Justin. Of course, it has the ability to switch out of Shadow Tag, being a Ghost type. It does have the Water type Terra as well, which could come in handy if Wolf does opt to bring the Kingdra Politoed mode of this team. But the pitfall of that is that, one, if you're a Water type, you've opened yourself up to a super effective Electro Shot. I'm not sure if that actually matters because we saw it get knocked out by the neutral one anyway. But I think more importantly, if Wolf is able to force that Golden Go to Terrastalize, it is no longer a Ghost type. It will be trapped by that Shadow Tag. So I think Justin needs to be a little bit more careful with that Golden Go if he wants a chance to kind of pivot his way into a different game plan for the second game here.
I mean, if you're able to just put enough damage on and you don't necessarily feel the most threatened, you can go ahead and Terrastalize. It's whether you have enough in the tank there is. Going into game number 2 here, Rillaboom Golden Go again for Tang, and Archaludon and Incineroar. So get to see a little bit of a repeat.
It is a repeat in the leads here. I think it makes a little bit of sense, right? The lead here for Justin really wasn't that bad. It was kind of just how the lead played out that made the beginning of that first game pretty bad for him. If you are able to get something like a fake out into Archaludon, prevent another Electro Shot, and then maybe go for maybe some damage right away, just to make sure this Archaludon doesn't have kind of a free pass for the rest of the game. The Archaludon outspeeding Golden Go is also a really big deal for Wolf here, because it means that if you get a turn where they're on the turn field at the same time, you will get that Electro Shot off.
Well, I guess we started with them on the field at the same time, but it's not how this turn is going to end, as Archaludon takes its leave and Gothitelle coming on in. So a little bit of an adjustment coming out from Wolf, whereas Tang is sticking with the same game plan he did in game 1. Nasty Plot, again, that is going to be the +2 to that special attack. Now, Incineroar gets a chance to be switching out.
Incineroar does get to pivot, so it's kind of a repeat of that first game. Not in the same order, I guess, because we did have the Archaludon stay on the field on that first turn, but the parting shot, allowing it to come right back in here. It's going to be a very familiar situation to that second or third turn of game number 1, because now Gothitelle has its fake out active. Rillaboom is at -2 attack. Golden Go is at +2 special attack, but we've seen it not do very well into that Electro Shot.
I like how we went down a different road, but same destination at the end of the same game.
All roads lead to Gothitelle.
All roads lead to Gothitelle, and eventually Incineroar as well, as that's going to be a parting shot, and now a second Intimidate onto this Rillaboom. So not much damage coming out on all, and none with that target into the Archaludon. Protect on the turn, and we got to see already Fang also going for the Golden Go. Of course, when we saw that this was a Golden Go that was fallen by this Archaludon right away, Justin needs to be putting some pressure on, but now the Golden Go is used to protect, and the Archaludon is free to go for an attack next turn. There is the option of a pivot if you want to. You're not trapped, but into what? It's not going to appreciate a hit either.
That's a really heads-up play from Wolf, knowing that Justin probably wasn't going to let Wolf use that Power Herb Electro Shot on that turn, opting to protect Archaludon instead, which means that now this coming turn, if you want, you can opt to go straight for that Terra Electric Power Herb Electro Shot and hopefully one-hit KO this Golden Go once again.
And Terastallization in the match. Rillaboom swapping out at -3. It's something that you couldn't stick it around for the damage, as Archaludon again is going to be Terastallization target of choice for Wolf into that Terra Electric. So I feel like we have a pretty good idea of what is about to come. Last time, this Archaludon did damage with this Electro Shot, and with this Terastallization, I expect nothing less. Of course, Power Herb means right away it's going to be able to attack into target of choice. And with Golden Go being such a key piece of the match, no surprise to see it target down here. Golden Go is going to hang on this time, though. 8 HP, and that will be a Shadow Ball fired right back. And Archaludon also just holding on. That will be sturdy. So next hit, and now you have the Sneasler, will be able to take it out.
Really good from Justin there, confirming that Electro Shot in game 1 was a damage roll. I had my suspicions, but I wasn't confident that, maybe Golden Go has the potential to possibly survive one of those. That's a huge swing in Justin's favor, though. Now, there is no fake out active on Wolf's side of the field, thankfully, because this Incineroar just used it on the Sneasler swap. And now that Sneasler is on the field, we got the Rillaboom off the field, like you pointed out. It means that the Intimidates are no longer active. There's actually no attack drops anymore because this Incineroar been on the field a little bit.
Just a wee little bit, and the Archaludon maybe an overstayed welcome. So pesky in game number 1, and Sneasler, fastest thing, will be able to easily hit into it, take the KO. Make it rain now from Golden Go, +2, but into the not very effective Incineroar, not too much. But if there is any swap, it would not have been appreciated. Knockoff, we will just trade KOs on this turn.
KO is traded, but I think a trade that Justin Tang is very happy with there. The Archaludon finally has been knocked out, and now the +1 Dragon Pulses and Flash Cannons are no longer a threat. The Sneasler, still on the field, again, is not intimidated. We have the full power of the potential close combats and Dire Claws. Rillaboom can also hit the field there, which should be able to go for fake out before Gothitelle. So you have the option to get the faster fake out, make sure that your Sneasler isn't flinching, and now you're threatening a big close combat because Wolf's Incineroar cannot Terra Ghost, as the Archaludon has already used that resource. So now this Sneasler actually in a very strong position.
Looking at the Sneasler as well, there's one thing that we got to see clicked that we haven't necessarily seen in all these Sneaslers as of late. It's that coaching. When you're looking at a Rillaboom that got that attack drop so consistently in that game 1 that maybe you want to deal with that damage later on, that's a way to be boosting that back up. And Incineroar is switching on out this turn and will be an opportunity to see what is in the back for Wolf. It will be that Politoed, the happy little frog, making an appearance, and with it, the rain.
Rain does come, but doesn't matter too much anymore because our Chaludon is gone. Fake out into the Gothitelle means that it will not be acting this turn. And coaching, like you called out, Sierra, comes out. This Rillaboom now at +1 attack and defense.
And that's going to be big, especially with that Incineroar swapping out, because even if it switches back in, this Rillaboom is still just then going to be at neutral. So you're starting to get a little ahead on this trade and make sure that this Rillaboom and this damage output isn't going to be consistently suppressed on us.
Rillaboom in neutral, and also Sneasler's White Herb is still active, so if Incineroar does swap in, the Intimidate will immediately be canceled out, and Unburden will be activated, which won't matter too much because it's already going to be the fastest thing on the field here. But Justin has put himself in a position where you have two physical attackers on the field, and Incineroar can't swap in and mitigate their damage, which is a pretty rare position to be in, but a very strong one at the same time.
And that's where we really do get to see this team building, this utility come in and setting up just perfectly to counteract the situation. And now, as you see these two Pokemon, Politoed protecting, when you're sitting across the field from this +1 Rillaboom, makes a lot of sense. The Gothitelle is not going to be quite as fortunate, though. We got to see it didn't do the most amount of damage in Game 1, so that's going to stay true. Protect from the Rillaboom. Now the Gothitelle will get this opportunity to act. It is going to go for the attacking move in this case, and Sneasler is just gone.
Yeah, Sneasler was in a pretty good spot, but unfortunately for Justin, did not double target that Gothitelle on a turn.
Doesn't look happy about that either.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be either. You had the chance to take a KO there, and I think, you know, because the protects were both active, you maybe had to think about, is Wolf going to double protect? Is he going to try and call me doubling a slot and protect that one? If you had gone for the double into Gothitelle there with the Drum Beating and the Dire Claw, with the +1 attack boost, that might have been enough for a KO there, which would have, I think, just blown the game open in your favor.
Well, at this point, you got to deal with what you have. And as we see the Ninetales on the field, we'll see the Incineroar back out for Wolf. And now this Rillaboom brought back into the neutral position. So still can deal some damage, but not quite enough. Encore from the Ninetales. When we look at the utility that the Gothitelle has and maybe wanting to offer slower things, this means it's now going to be locked into Psychic. High horsepower into the Incineroar, though. It's not going to get the KO after that Intimidate. The Psychic back into Rillaboom, not the most amount of damage.
I love that Encore because Trick Room going up probably means the game ends almost immediately if Wolf gets that speed advantage for a few turns following. But now Gothitelle is locked into Psychic. It's not going to be invested too heavily in special attack, you would imagine. So these Psychics not doing too much damage. And high horsepower, a really good call there because that Incineroar was looking like a bit of a problem. But since it came in on that high horsepower instead of a grass type move, now it's in range for another high horsepower, maybe even a Blizzard. It's looking pretty low there, and so that's a much stronger position for Justin, especially considering this Ninetales also does have a Aurora Veil. You have the option to set it up this turn and prevent even more damage if you'd like.
Now Politoed is going to reappear, so it's going to be raining again and get that weather control fake out into the Rillaboom. Something that we have to look at as the game goes on is getting into a position where you can just go for something like a Perish, but the Incineroar having taken so much damage, it then gets prickly so.
This is a weird spot now, too, because rain going up means that there's no more snow the rest of the game. Politoed is still threatened by Drum Beating from this Rillaboom, and Incineroar taking the Blizzard there means that maybe Icy Wind knocks it out. I think you don't really want to be going for Blizzards here because it is only 70% accurate without the snow up, and an Icy Wind is much more accurate despite not being 100% like some players might want.
Well, the Incineroar is not going to stick around to find out, so whether it was or was not enough, we'll never get to see. Blizzard, that is going to be the choice. It is going to connect on both, but not really the most amount of damage, and Gothitelle actually going to be off better in that trade, getting that Citrus Berry. The Drum Beating, the follow-up, that's going to be where we need to see how much damage is done into the Politoed. Super effective, but not enough for this KO. Of course, the speed's going to fall, but that's not going to matter when you're looking at the Perish song. And when you're looking at Justin Tank down to final 2 Pokemon, that is the song you don't want to hear.
That is a rough miss on the KO there for Justin. You have to imagine that, you know, I don't know if connecting a Blizzard on the prior turn and Politoed would have moved the needle there because it is taking so little damage from those Blizzards. But now that Perish Song is active, Justin has to find a way to win the game in the next 3 turns because Wolf does have the option to swap out, remove that Perish Song effect from some of his Pokemon and try to win the game just by that Perish Song here. Justin, though, does still have the Terra Ghost, so a Fake Out, which is a huge tool for these Perish Song teams, is no longer an option into this Ninetales.
Something, again, that you called out, though, about Wolf's team, especially when Justin is on a timer, every single Pokemon has Protect, and that's something that you can just see these Pokemon chain off to make sure that, hey, they're not leaving the field anytime soon. So sure enough, that's the double Protect coming on through. So nothing that Justin do can get, well, any sort of mileage from this turn.
Yeah. Even like you double Protect in front of an Encore Ninetales, which normally maybe isn't the greatest idea, but the nice thing about Wolf having Protect on all 6 Pokemon is that as soon as he gets you down to 2 Pokemon remaining, if he has 3 left and gets a Perish Song up, he can then double Protect. One of these 2 Pokemon, either the Politoed or the Gothitelle, can switch out this following turn into Incineroar. Then the Perish counts go down to 2, and then the turn after that, you can just protect the Incineroar, or even go for Fake Out, whatever. It doesn't really matter because at this point, Wolf is essentially locked up a victory. You know, there's only 2 more turns where these Pokemon can stay on the field, and because Wolf can swap out and reset Perish counts, then have the option to protect later on, I actually don't think there's a way Justin can win this game anymore.
That's going to be the first swap in, yeah, with the Incineroar coming in. Even if you do get the double KO on this turn, it can just be that Politoed on the final turn just going ahead and protecting and just watching all of the Pokemon on Justin's team just fall. Blizzard, not accurate anymore. Incineroar, it's not going to be connecting there. It is just a drum beating to follow up with that damage. So Gothitelle, like, it doesn't even go down. Like, there's nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, the speed drop there, we'll take it, I guess. We can take those small victories where we can.
Consolation prize?
Yeah, exactly. Now the Gothitelle is at very low HP and -1 speed, so take that.
Yeah, I think that's a trade that you take any day, as with just 1 turn of this Perish Song left. 3 Pokemon for Wolf. He gets to showcase yet again there's different modes of this team, and being able to get an early Pokemon advantage, get Justin Tang down to his final 2, how you can just lock up a game from there. Rillaboom won't even get to act. That's the fake out to stop it in its tracks, and yeah.
That's so funny.
Rillaboom will get to see, like, I don't know, man.
That's the more fun way to concede a match, is just encore yourself. It's just like, the crazy part about a team like Wolves is that you have to take in like the Perish Gothitelle mode early game into account. But if you just get 2 knockouts early on, if you're Wolf, you can also just bring in the Politoed and Perish late. And like, you don't need Shadow Tag when they only have 2 Pokemon left.
Oh, that's exactly it. So a way to clean up the match, and Wolf, like, moving on in this top cut bracket, taking down top player after top player with this team that are really nobody. I didn't expect it going into this event.
Yeah, I mean, like Perish, Politoed, Kingdra, Gothitelle, I think was maybe like 40th or 50th on the list of teams I would have expected to be in top 8 here in Toronto. But if you told me Wolf was playing it beforehand, I would have maybe moved it up, you know, pretty far.
Challenge?
I don't know. If anyone can play a team like this, it's essentially Wolf's specialty at this point. So it's really cool to see him come back to it at the very end of this regulation G, where we've kind of talked about all weekend, right? Like, this is the time to bring out those teams that you may have been sitting on earlier on.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're looking at this kind of lower hour level, being able to use these other Pokemons, and we got to see the Politoed earlier on somebody else, being able to see this Muddy Water and stuff, but having the Perish Song, like, there's a reason that this has been a strategy that's been used in VGC for a while, and when you do have Pokemon that can kind of just absolutely destroy the front line, I mean, you look at that Archaludon, get them down to 2, and like, people can't stall out. We see the Ninetales when it has like Aurora Veil. This is a team that looks like it wants to survive for a bit, and you can't survive past a 3-turn Perish Song.
That's what I think the genius of the Archaludon and Wolf's team is too, is the Power Herb Electro Shot to our Electric set. That's kind of an immediate 1-hit KO on most things in the metagame that don't resist it. Obviously, like the most bulky of Pokemon, the bulky Golden Go, we saw survive 1 out of 2 times, but even then, it's like roll to KO it. So if you're able to get these quick KOs and then slow the game down after that, you've reached a point in the game where one single Perish Song is kind of unsalvageable for your opponent.
Yeah, especially when everything has Protect, there's the Fake Out, and I mean, we even saw that there just wasn't the damage output to even get a couple of those KOs that it was kind of done anyways. After Wolf had made that final swap and Politoed was safe in the back, it was kind of just done. But at the same time, I mean, if you can't even get those final KOs, like, the team has that bulk on it.
Yeah, it's just really hard to deal with. Wolf has multiple pivot options. The Fake Out, Parting Shot, Knockoff, Incineroar is really strong on a team like this, where your goal is to kind of control the flow of the game and not necessarily deal damage. And when you freed yourself from the limitations of, okay, I actually need my Pokemon to deal damage sometimes, you can be a lot more bulky with the rest of your team. And still going to want to KO with Gothitelle into Sneasler, but I think you could, close your eyes and do that into Sneasler, and it would be pretty fine.
Yeah, you'd probably be pretty set. So I'm just curious then, like, what team and who is going to be able to take down Wolf with this Parrish team, because we got to see the match against Marco yesterday, which was very strong in Wolf's favor there. Then we saw this match as well, and Tang for a good chunk of that match, it didn't look that great. Like, is this a tough team to take down? People aren't prepared.
I think any team that has Gothitelle that's being piloted by someone who knows what they're doing with Gothitelle is going to be really hard. It's never easy to pivot around a shadow tag, because as soon as you make one small mistake,
you're done.
The game kind of ends, right?
You're just cooked. You're done. But we have an interview now with Wolf and Gabby standing by, so let's head on over to that.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here once again with Wolf Glick. Clone Parrish for sure, but let's talk about our Chaladon, because that really felt like your most valuable Pokemon in that matchup.
Wolfie Clone our Chaladon for sure, yeah. So here's the thing about Parrish that I will tell you, okay? Parrish Song, maybe you're watching and you think, wow, it's so broken, it's so good. They made a Pokemon that not only can switch out a Shadow Tag, but is fully immune to Parrish Song. And so, yeah, and it's a problem because if you look at my team, like Terra Water, Goldango, spoilers, we're talking about Goldango here, Politoed can't really touch it, Incineroar not really able to touch it, Gothitelle can't really touch it, Amoonguss can't really touch it, Kingdra sometimes, like maybe, but it's never worked. Like in theory it can, in practice it never does. So all I really have to deal with Goldango on this team is our Chaladon and maybe Kingdra if I can get the Terra somewhere else, or I can chip it down over time. It's been a nightmare. I have played 9 out of 13 rounds Goldango. That's like 75% or just under it, I guess. Like the usage isn't that high, but I seem to be a magnet. Anyway, I really had to rely on our Chaladon this game because otherwise I just couldn't get through the Goldango. Normally, like maybe Knockoff and like Weather Ball can wear it down, but with Grassy Seed and Terra Water, like it was our Chaladon or nothing for me.
For sure. I mean, I remember you mentioned that yesterday, that you hit so many Goldango and you weren't really sure, your team's really weak to it, but that honestly felt very confident for you. We saw it lock in the KO game 1, we saw it miss the KO game 2. Were you assuming that was a damage roll?
Yeah, I didn't like against Frail Goldango will always KO, but since he was so, like he had the Grassy Seed, so I figured it must be super bulky, so I wasn't sure exactly what the roll was going to be, like how much it was in my favor, but I figured like, okay, either I get the KO or I crit, or it survives it just barely, and as long as it's just surviving with like a little bit of HP, maybe another Pokemon like Politoed or Incineroar or even Gothitelle could finish it off. So I just knew that I couldn't win the game unless Goldango went down, so I had to take some risks there, and like rather than aim for the perfect KO, so to speak, I instead just settled for what I had, which was imperfect but also like good enough.
Yeah, and I mean Gothitelle did a lot of work that game too. It's funny to me because when you see the Parrish Song team, obviously you think, okay, Politoed, Gothitelle, Parrish Song 3 turns, but you really showed the B mode of the team where that's like the end game condition. You get them down to 2 Pokemon as opposed to starting off with it.
Yeah, I mean actually I realized in game 1 I didn't even show Politoed. Like I won the game without even needing to go there because basically like Gothitelle, it has a decent special attack stat. I mean it's able to KO Sneasler in one hit, which was really crucial that set. But yeah, the combination of Shadow Tag, Trick Room, and then like Intimidate adding up over time, it's not effective against really bulky Pokemon like our Chaladon or opposing Incineroar or stuff like that. But against frailer Pokemon like Ninetales, even Rillaboom when you've like cut its damage output helps, and obviously Sneasler as well. I think that was the first Sneasler I played all weekend. Is that possible?
Well, I mean, you hit all those Goldango.
I know. Anyway, yeah, Gothitelle actually, like, when you see the team, the obvious thing that stands out is like maybe the Politoed Kingdra duo and then like the Politoed Gothitelle duo, but Gothitelle actually has like really nice synergy with Incineroar as well as like Amoonguss, and our Chaladon can also well, maybe not our Chaladon as much, but yeah, it's able to work as kind of like a slower Trick Room mode where the goal isn't necessarily to win the game, but often you're just trying to eliminate one more threat so that then Politoed can come in and Parrish. So I didn't need it in game 1, but in game 2 that was definitely the plan.
For sure, and I mean we saw you yesterday at the end of the stream. How was your day so far? Like, did you have any tough matchups getting here to top 8?
They were all tough, yeah. Let's see. My first match was like I was the last round finish. Like it was this really difficult matchup. I like barely like lost at the very end. Like made one small play, and then I was like, okay, like maybe I get a break. But I didn't even have time to pack up my things. I was already paired against Paul Chua, and like that was a 3-game set with another really hard matchup with like both Goldango and Assault Vest Archaludon, which and another Ghost type in Basculegion and Terra Ghost Incineroar. So I was like, well, this isn't very fun. But I won that, and then I played against Joe Ugarte, who the matchup was super in my favor because he had another one of those like Sun Jump Left Torkoal teams, which I think is like probably the best matchup for me, but he just played it so well that it ended up being a really, really close 3-game set. And then in top 8 or top 25, I guess, my opponent had like some scary Pokemon like King Gambit and Rillaboom. So yeah, it's been a tough road to get here, but I feel good about, especially my top cut sets so far. I feel like with this team, it's really hard to pilot, so I feel like I can kind of run out of steam at any point. But right now, I'm really happy with how I've performed. I'm glad to get another top 8. And yeah, I'm just happy, hoping to play some more good Pokemon and hopefully not miss my flight. My flight is in a little over 3.5 hours, so we will see how that goes.
All right. Well, best of luck. I hope you make the flight and continue to do well in the tournament, of course. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I have a bunch of great people supporting me. Here at the tournament, I've got Yuki and Yotam and Aaron and Brendan and Gio and I always forget somebody. I'm sure Courtney. I'm sure there's more people I'm forgetting. And then back home, I think my family might be watching. My friends. I'm not sure if any of my non-Pokemon friends are watching. But I have a really great support system. And even when people aren't actively watching the stream, I always get like texts like, oh, like how are you doing? Like how did the tournament go? And I feel very lucky to have that support system both in and out of the Pokemon world. My brain turned off, I swear.
Well, we'll let your brain turn off for a little bit. Hopefully you don't have to run to your next match. But
fingers crossed.
Wolf, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you, casters.
Thanks so much, you two. I have some really bad news for Wolf, though. Toronto Pearson, especially the holiday times, I have almost missed many of flights there, even flying domestically. So, if he wants to catch his flight, he probably has to lose this next one. I'm not gonna lie.
He's already got some prize money banked. He can buy a new flight out if he needs
That's
to.
true. He can get the flight changed.
It's worth it.
100%. But really cool to hear about how the day has gone, and might just continue to go. Honestly, with how this run has been going, yeah, this has been a good day for Wolves.
Is 2024 the year of the Wolves, I guess?
Might end off the year that way, that's for certain. But of course, there's a lot of really good trainers that are looking to take him down, looking and talking about this bracket just a little bit. I mean, we have still defending Toronto Championship across here. We have, Marcus Dion just coming off that top 4. Giovanni Costa, when I think of Dragonite, I think of him, and he's also just doing really well in this competition. So, yeah, this would be really exciting to see how this shakes up.
Absolutely, especially on the top half of that bracket. There are a lot of players that, could make their way into another finals, another regional win, but also a bunch of players that could look for their best result of a lifetime going forward. People like Kerry, Austin, Benny. I know Kerry was in top 8 at Louisville, but did not progress further, and Benny and Austin are looking to already have some of the best regionals of their careers so far.
Yeah, and there's always then that conversation, there's people that are looking for, a 3rd, a 4th regional title, and there's the people that are looking to put their name on that list that notable trainers will look at going on forward. So really, really exciting, and a really exciting way to be ending off the regulation.
It really is. I would love to see how the Day 2 meta has shaken out as well, because the 12 Pokemon on your screen are the same, but there have been a lot of mix-ups, notably Incineroar at 62%, Sierra.
Oh my goodness. I walk in this morning and our graphics operator's like, you want to see something disgusting, and just pulls up the top 12 Pokemon with Incineroar at 62%. And hey, all roads lead back to Incineroar.
Yeah.
And even if it is dipped down to pretty low, I think even sometimes hitting that second line, we're going to end off the regulation strong. And not even the only Pokemon at over 50%, but the Golden Go as well at 51.
I mean, makes sense. Wolf is saying he played 9 Golden Goes so far, something crazy like that. It is one of the best Pokemon in the format, undeniably, and we are seeing it eclipse that 50% usage in Day 2 here. And Sneasler and Dragonite also right behind it at the 40 and 45% mark. Sneasler at 40, and Wolf has only played 2, I guess, this weekend. We did check. There was one yesterday, but it may not have hit the field, so not a whole lot of Sneasler experience for him thus far.
Hey, I mean, if you, I'm okay with seeing less Sneasler. I'm okay with not going up against it. What I like to see with the Ursalunas, what I think is really interesting, is the back and forth between the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the regular just Guts Ursaluna, because yesterday we got to see on the usage that the Blood Moon Ursaluna was quite higher, and I feel like based off the last event where we did get to see, I think it was day 1 that the regular one was higher, and that we got to see a lot more of a higher conversion rate. And they're ending up they're almost best friends. It's literally 1% apart at this point.
Yeah, that might actually just be like a difference of 1 as well. It's just how the numbers are shaking out here. Unfortunately, them being right next to each other does mean that we can't say a top team versus bottom team anymore, because they are unfortunately not legal.
you know, it'd be like that sometimes, but that's okay. We can switch it up. We can even just do a little trade, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'll take the smiley off your hands. You can take this Ursula. It'd be okay.
Perfect. I'll allow it.
Oh, thank you, Jake. Thank you so much, Jake Muller.
You're so welcome, Sarah Dawn.
Oh my goodness. But hey, we're head off strong. And I want to see then crunch the numbers after all is said and done with which Pokemon have like made the best appearance into that top 8. Because when we are looking at things like this Golden Go, even if it didn't quite get to show up as much in the last match, like I still think it's a top contender for on a lot of these teams in top 8.
It really is. I mean, really, at this point in the metagame, anything on your screen there is very capable of winning a regional. We did see Pelipper Basque Legion win the very first one back in Baltimore, and even though it hasn't had a win since then, it's, I mean, still a huge threat. If you're packing a team without many water type resistances and you come up against Pelipper Basque Legion, you might as well just pack it up and move on to the next one, because it's a very difficult thing to get through without that kind of bulk on your side.
Pack it up, take it to the next regulation, and yeah,
Exactly.
you reset. But as we're waiting to get our next round ready, of course, other things to talk to you about. Of course, if you want to have a nice Christmas Pokemon holiday, there is going to be other things that you can be seeing on the Twitch channel. Holidays Together to be starting it off, which that just sounds like it's going to be a really cute little show, so I want to see that. And of course, frequently on the Twitch channel, there is reruns of older competitions, so instead of just watching on YouTube by yourself, you could then watch on Twitch with a bunch of other people that get to go and relive some great Pokemon moments.
It's a great way to practice too, is to you go back and watch old matches and think, okay, what would I have done in this situation, and how could I have, you know, improved some of my play in past events in the same way. So highly recommend checking out some of those championship event reruns. And of course, Thursday at 2 o'clock as well, we have the Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies airing.
I think that might be the one season of anime that I skipped.
Really?
Because I didn't play Black and White originally when it came out. I didn't have a DS.
Oh, that's tough. Those are really good games too.
I know, so I had to backtrack and play it afterwards.
At least you got there.
I eventually got there. But yeah, never watched the anime for that reason, so maybe I know what I'm doing Thursday.
I mean, maybe we could have a watch party together. How about that?
We could. I think I'm at my family's though for the holidays, so I might have to. We can Skype you in.
I'm so down. I'm part of the Dawn family now.
The Hunter family. Don't worry, they'll accept you. They'll accept you. They'll talk to you all about, you know, the run that you were able to do at the last event. But
all right. Well, I can't wait to tell them all about it. Yeah. But for now, we're going to take a quick little break while we get our top 8 matches set up here in Toronto. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here with the Name That Pokemon segment yet again. 1 minute each, 1 minute total, I guess, to ask yes or no questions on the Pokemon card in my hand. I'm here with
Neil Armstrong.
Adib Khan. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, we'll put the timer in 3, 2, and 1. The Pokemon's in my hand.
Gen 1?
No.
Gen 2?
No.
3?
No.
4?
No.
5?
Yes.
Oh, Gen 5. Okay, is it a monotype?
Yes.
Are there 3 evolutions?
No.
Oh, is it 2 evolutions?
Yes.
2 evolution monotype.
Is it dark type?
No.
Is it bug?
No.
Is it fire type?
No.
Water?
No.
Is it weak to ground?
No.
Is it weak to ice?
No.
Is it steel?
No.
Flying?
No.
Bro, you
Oh,
they're all weak. Is it weak? Is it electric?
No.
Is it is it short?
Yes.
Oh, it's a short one. Is it the base stage?
Yes.
Oh.
Spawning in the wild right now. Is it hidden?
Oh, okay. Monotype spawns in wild. Purloin?
No.
Is it weak to fairy?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's not weak to anything. Is it weak to ghost?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I'll give you one hint. Oh, it's time's up. I'll give you one guess each. It's ice type. Mono ice.
Mono ice. Oh, oh wait, no, Bergmite.
No.
Is the total even in that gen?
No.
I don't even know.
It is Vanillite.
Wait, no, that's a, oh wait, is it 3 evolutions?
Wait, what is evolve?
It's Vanillite, Vanillux, and then...
Oh, that's my fault. Well, either way, they didn't quite get it. We'll see if our next contestants have a better chance. But a little air on the trivia guys question. But anyway, thank you for participating. No prize today, but that's going to do it for us. Heading back to casters.
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Pennsylvania. I'd be a water type because it's very calm and relaxing, and I feel like that fits my personality pretty well. I first got into competitive Pokemon when my brother won NAIC 2022. It was really cool, so I was like, I want to do that too. I just love competing in Pokemon, and I love how fun it is. I love how successful I am, and I love that it's a strategy game and you really have to think a lot or else you won't do well. Overall, Pokemon is just a really fun game. I learned how to fail and accept it gracefully. It was very tough for me in the start. I always wanted to just get first and nothing else. But now that I've competed a lot more and a lot more knowledgeable about failing, I'm completely fine if I get last. Even if I got last in this World Championships, I'd still be fine since I had a lot of fun. One of my favorite memories is when I won UIC. It was my first major win. I've never won an international or World Championships before that. My #1 goal was to win an international. So to have won 2 internationals and a World Championship seems just completely crazy for me.
It continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season.
Even if you're down a game and in a losing position in the World Championships, never give up because you can always turn that around with some good plays. And you should always never give up because it might be the only chance you ever get. I want to give a shout out to all my friends and all my coaches. And I also want to give the biggest shout out to my family and especially my brother. I wouldn't even be into Pokemon without him. He helped me be way more successful and I always want to be more like him.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are 2 of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They are so cute, and yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Video Game Championships, the Toronto Regional stream. Love those plushies, by the way, the 25th, like the anniversary Ho-Oh and Lugia.
Really cool.
It's so cool. Our competition's been pretty cool as well, though, as well as the weather outside. I've definitely had a lot of people ask me how I could deal with that on a regular basis. How are you holding up?
Okay, when I got here on Friday, I took the train from the airport to Union Station, and I was like, I can walk to the hotel in just my little sweater that I was wearing on the plane. It's fine. It's only 2 blocks to the hotel. It was not fine. It was so cold. I was freezing.
See, I walked too, but I had the double jacket because
so I learned, and anytime I've gone out since then, I wore the actual real coat that I brought, but my Texas body was not prepared.
Hopefully, though, now you're a little bit more warm.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, this competition has been heating
Absolutely.
up, so it's been good. A great way to warm up everyone that came out here to Toronto. Peeping at this top cut bracket that we have, we got some updates for everyone. Now we have our top 8 confirmed, and just wow.
I mean, really fun mix of trainers that you could very easily see winning another regional, and trainers that are still looking for that first regional win. Luca Traeger is someone who's had a lot of success in the Scarlet and Violet era, but hasn't been able to take home a regional win just yet. Playing against Marco Silva, who's one of, if not the best trainers in the world at this moment. He is running so hot off of a huge LAIC, a second victory of his career this season, and here in Toronto in top 8. Of course, we did see Wolf just win, and he will be playing Marcus Dion, who's looking to back up his top 4 in Sacramento with another shot at top 4. And of course, Darsh Patel playing Chupa Cross in our final top 8. The reigning champion with another shot at victory.
Yeah, across the board, really impressive from a lot of different players for a lot of reasons. I mean, of course, Marco is someone that had seen success for a good chunk of this season, whereas for someone like Marcus Dion just coming off of then the first major that he attended this season, I believe, was Sacramento, where he was able to get that top 4, and someone that we've gotten to see in the past, but not necessarily make these same type of runs as we see, Chupa and Wolf and etc. do. So getting that back-to-back top cut, super impressive. And of course for Chupa, when we're looking at the title defend, he has been cooking this tournament and now going up against Darsh Patel.
I think Chupa also running the same team as Marcus, so if they do both win their top 8s, that could be a fun mirror match in semifinals. It's kind of the successor of that team that Marcus and Carson Comfer had some great success with in Sacramento. But before all that, we get to show you a match between Giovanni Costa and Benny Vasquez, who is having the best tournament of his life so far, facing up against Gio, who is a regional champion last season in San Antonio, looking to add a second one to his trophy case.
Yeah, and maybe not quite yet the best tournament of his life for Gio, but it could be. He is, since we've gotten to see him at the top, he is just a couple of matches away from doing that. And I believe last time going to be competing NA event as an NA player, so as well. Ending it off already strong with the top 8 with a couple of Pokemon that he's quite known for, like this Dragonite, is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's his signature Pokemon. We've seen him all the way back in 2017 at that legendary Dragonite NAIC run he had. And of course, with it being so good in this Scarlet and Violet metagame, and pretty much every iteration of the regulations we've had so far throughout the life of the game, it's no surprise to see him doing well, and of course, using it here in Toronto.
Yeah, so that should be really cool to see going up into this matchup, especially too when we're looking at the other end at Benny. When we always have that, hey, is this going to be the tournament? We've gotten to see a little bit of team switching from Benny throughout the season, has been able to attend these events slowly but surely rising up. So, hey, making top 8 is definitely a fantastic accomplishment. You're just a couple matches away from making it a win, right?
You're in top 8, may as well win a few more.
You already won this many matches. Why stop now?
What's 3 more?
What's 3 more?
It's easy.
Yeah, you've won more than 3 matches of Pokemon in your life. You can do it.
It's going to be really fun, though. I'm really excited for both of these trainers. Like you said, Gio is, I think, about to move out of the country, so we're not going to get to see him at too many NA events for the foreseeable future. And this, so far, is a pretty great send-off if you're Gio, I would say.
Yeah, the only way you could hope that it really gets better is to be the one that does win those last couple of ones. But being able to, especially with how great the competition is out here and how many people showed up coming to the True North, Strong and Free, to compete, has been really impressive. So this will be a really, really fun one to dive into, especially too when we are looking at the teams and these players and stuff. It's definitely, like, they are not like the most out there teams, don't get me wrong, but it's still kind of that, hey, in this regulation, you can have that own little thing that you like and still be able to find success with something that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, a lot of the Pokemon on both of these trainers teams are pretty standard. You'll see a bunch of them, if not all of them, on that top 12 graphic, but the way that they've choose to train them, you know, some item and move choices, some Terra type choices are pretty unique to the metagame as it stands currently. You know, there's a lot of different ways you can run Dragonite, for example, but Geo is kind of harkening back to some of the past regulations with the choice band Terra Normal Inner Focus Dragonite.
Yeah, which Geo is the Dragonite master. Like, he would know better than me. Like, I have been really keen on this scale shot set, and I love like this adaptation to, hey, let's have it as a haze user, so we have this out. You know what? Tailwind, we go fast. And I've sometimes just not necessarily been a fan of like the damage output from Dragonite. And Geo's like, no, trust me on this. And hey, top 8, I trust you. I believe in what you're selling with this Dragonite set.
I mean, clearly it's doing very, very well here, and I think if anyone can find a way to run Dragonite in a different way, it would obviously be Geo, because he was doing it way before anyone else was.
Yeah, honestly, the believer. We sometimes get to see in a format as well that there'll be a certain way things are ran, and then these micro adjustments going on for the adaptations. Sometimes just going around full circle to where you started, because it's like, this is a Dragonite set too that we've seen in past regulations. It was obviously strong for a reason, even if there's a couple of different Pokemon that it doesn't get to be partnered with now.
Looking at you, Chen Pao.
Oh, look at you, Chen Pao. But there are still moves that having this great coverage and being able to get some damage output could be really, really strong.
You know what? In emergency, break glass. In case of emergency, just use the Outrage. You know, what could go wrong?
That one actually does have the damage output.
Yes.
Like, oh my goodness, that one's
is
dangerous.
Scary.
You love rolling some dice and just being like, hey, I hope this Outrage lands into the right one. But there's also a lot of not a lot of Pokemon that when you're looking at a choice band Outrage from a Dragonite, is going to appreciate that hit. So unless there's a Fairy Pokemon or a Fairy Terastallization on the other end, you're just going to click it.
It can often be a case where no matter which target it hits, like you're going to get something good out of it. And so there's really cool ways that you can make use of this Dragonite set that people kind of forgot, I think. It's really not been existent in Regulation G at all. And so if you're preparing for Dragonite, you're probably worried about Scale Shot. And all of a sudden it's Terra Normal Extreme Speeding you and you're not getting any attacks off beforehand. And you're like, whoa, where did my Pokemon go?
Yeah, especially if there's other Dragonites that are willingly lowering their own defense. It's like,
yeah, true.
Okay, I guess that's fine. I'll just have to OHKO you. But now heading on into this as their players are seated, headsets on. We had talked about Geo and these past accomplishments, of course. Very recent regional champion, San Antonio. I know we're going back pretty soon, and that'll be a title defend for Geo.
It will, but Benny is standing in his way. Best result so far, a top 64 at Baltimore this season, so already a few levels past that. Big congrats to him, but of course, his job is certainly not finished here. He really wants to keep pushing and possibly take home a huge regional championship. He's running a team that we've seen a decent amount of iterations of. It's kind of that balance core with the Rillaboom and Magmar defensive backbone. King Gambit is something that has kind of come and gone throughout this regulation. A very strong Pokemon, but oftentimes finds itself in maybe the subject of some less than favorable metagame shifts, but still a very strong piece here. It is that Swords Dance Black Glasses set, a very strong offensive threat that is centered. It gets a lot of help from the rest of its team thanks to that fake out pressure from both Sneasler and Rillaboom.
As well as Follow Me from the Magmar. So King Gambit, as you called out in the meta, there's a lot of things that'll have a fighting type of move or that type of coverage or even just ground, but being able to have multiple ways to mitigate that. And when you're talking about, Dragonite can do a bunch of stuff, there's not many Pokemon that would necessarily appreciate a Black Glasses Sucker Punch after a Sword Stance either, as well as being able to hit that priority. Something that I love about this team as well, this Basculegion, when we're looking at matching speeds going fast, I love this Terra fighting, I love this Terra Blast, ways to be putting on pressure that you might not be able to, as well as just kind of resisting hits.
It's a really cool set. It's often we see it with the Pelipper, with the Swift Swim, with the Choice Band. And adaptability and Choice Band are comparable in terms of damage boosting, but Choice Scarf means you're going to have that speed advantage, even without rain being up. And you have the option for some very strong wave crashes that maybe some teams are prepared for, like the Pelipper version of Basculegion, but if you get to face the Basculegion with some other support with it, it can be a pretty big threat.
Benny is locked in right now, by the way. I looked and I thought the screen had frozen for a second, but no, he has a tough opponent on the other side, so got to focus up. for this. And now looking at the opposing end, see the little choice battle,
so
the Dragonite. I love him.
Oh, I love that.
And it's perfect that the Dragonite from the team sheets
Yes.
covering his. Thank you. He knew. But talking about this team, we got that double dragon, we get the Garchomp, we get the Dragonite, but Pokemon that we haven't necessarily gotten to see quite the most of that actually could be quite good here is this Whimsicott. We look at something like being able to have a priority Tailwind, being able to have a little bit of this pressure with Encore, and when you're looking at maybe just setting up a Tailwind and having a Dragonite with a Choice Band that will be able to outspeed and just deal out massive amounts of damage, that could be critical.
Whimsicott also kind of a signature pick for Gio. It's a Pokemon that he used to get top 16 at the World Championships, I believe, all the way back in the year 2016. And I know that when he's played on stream before, one of his fun facts has been this Whimsicott is the one I used at Worlds in 2016. So it still very well could be that same one, and it's something that he has a ton of experience with. I think it's something we've talked about a little bit yesterday too, Sierra, is Whimsicott being a little bit underused in this metagame currently, because it does have access to that Prankster Tailwind. It can be really annoying with Encore, which could be a really nice way to create some space for the big attackers on your team, like that Choice Specs Golden Go and Choice Band Dragonite.
And when we look across at the other end, there isn't really a way to be trying to match that speed or to outspeed. So it could even just be a situation of a set up a Tailwind and this, I mean, Garchomp can deal out so much damage, this Dragonite can deal so much damage, and you don't have a way to match the speed or mitigate that damage.
Yeah, there's no Aurora Veil or Icy Wind on this Ninetales on Benny's side. Speaking of speed, right away, we do have the Whimsicott and Golden Go hitting the field, and I think a really strong matchup for them into this Sneasler Ninetales because you do have the Terra Ghost on the Whimsicott. If you want, go straight for that Terra Ghost Tailwind, and you get a huge Make It Rain off right off the bat.
And some meta adaptations that we've gotten to see is Sneasler is a little bit of coverage to be able to deal with this Golden Go that it wouldn't necessarily appreciate otherwise. And this one, we have the Fake Out instead. There's definitely situations where that is useful for Benny, don't get me wrong. But when you're staring down this Golden Go that threatens so much, I mean, there's nothing the Sneasler could do to it.
Maybe you don't even need to go for that Terra Ghost. You can just protect the Whimsicott this turn because Ninetales and Sneasler are not going to be damaging Golden Go really at all. Like, this is not a Throat Chop Sneasler. It's Fake Out Protect with those two Close Combat and Dire Claw, same type attack bonus moves. So right off the bat, we're going to have a Golden Go that's not going to take much damage, but Terra Ghost is immediately coming out from Whimsicott.
First thought, best thought is what I'm hearing here. You know, might as well just set up and take full advantage. You already have an advantage with this lead, with this Golden Go. Might as well extend it even more. Ninetales, be starting off this match, is going to go Protect, and passive means that Tailwind is set up for free on that Whimsicott. Now we're going to get to see this Make It Rain. Powerful attack, and the Ninetales will be spared this go around. Into the Sneasler, not as much, so brought right down to Sash right away.
Huge damage off the bat. Focus Sash activates, which means Sneasler will be able to survive that Make It Rain. And Dire Claw comes through here into Whimsicott. Thanks to the Terra Ghost, it does resist instead of being double weak, and there is no activation of either Dire Claw or Poison Touch. It is in fact the Poison Touch Sneasler, so the Focus Sash activation does not activate a possible Unburden, which would allow it to outspeed these two Pokemon still. Kingambit comes in here, will be able to stomach a Make It Rain pretty well, but still has to take a Moonblast for its trouble too.
Especially looking at this Golden Go, this is going to be the Choice Spec set. So this is a Golden Go that now is not locked in to Make It Rain. These are going to be powerful Make It Rains for at least the short future here. But special attack drop onto the Kingambit. You deal some damage, but you're also giving over an attack boost. Follow up, Make It Rain. Again, this is going to be a resisted hit, but this is the Kingambit without the Assault Vest, but kind of feels like it has one evolved at this point.
I mean, that's scary. The Kingambit with that Defiant should be able to threaten some really strong Sucker Punches here, especially considering Golden Go cannot Terrastalize. You don't have a way to remove that Dark-type weakness, and because it is the Choice Spec set, probably not very bulky. It's probably trained mostly in speed and special attack, which means Sucker Punch now threatens a KO into either slot thanks to Whimsicott's Focus Sash being broken by the Dire Claw earlier on. Really nice switch from Benny there. Of course, the Moonblast special attack drop is an added bonus, but even without that, the Black Glasses is probably enough for a KO on either target, and you know that it can take a Moonblast plus Make It Rain combo and keep that Pokemon score even.
Where it gets weird with the Sucker Punch games, though, is of course the other Pokemon has to be ready in an attack. The Golden Go with the Choice Specs is going to be locked in, but it can go ahead and just swap out, and if it is that Sucker Punch into that slot, well, then the attack boost just means absolutely nothing in the end. The first swap, that will be the Rillaboom for that Sneasler. The Sneasler on the 1 HP, good opportunity to swap it out and bring something else into play, as no swap, but also no Sucker Punch. Benny opting to protect instead.
Protect here pretty safe. Often you don't really want to protect in front of a Whimsicott, but because King Gambit is a dark type, it will be immune to that Prankster Encore. And now you have the option to see if Geo did want to possibly swap out either of his Pokemon, did opt to just stay on the field there, go for the Moonblast into King Gambit and the Make It Rain. And because of the -2 special attack, Rillaboom takes that very well. Now Golden goes stuck on the field at -3.
It is at the -3, which I'm still then thinking of, like, when are you switching this out? Because at some point, this damage is not necessarily the greatest here. But if Geo wants to have it sticking around, then again, it does open the door for that Sucker Punch, and that is going to be the dangerous thing. And when we do have this Tailwind that was set up right away, it is a Tailwind that is slowly but surely dwindling. So if Benny can find a way to get rid of this Whimsicott when that expires, then we can have an even playing field for the speed.
I also think that U-turn on Rillaboom is really big here. If you do want to possibly go for a U-turn into that Golden Go, maybe scout out what Geo maybe wants to swap into that slot, leaving a -3 Golden Go on the field is not the greatest, just because you're still lowering your own special attack and doing not much damage in the process. And U-turn allows you to see what happens, pivot out into a possibly stronger matchup later on.
So that is finally going to be the pivot. Golden Go leaves. So that'll be a special attack reset when it comes back in, and a Whimsicott that is protecting. So Benny, Sucker Punch, no matter where it goes, is going to be null and void for this turn. Woodhammer into the Sneasler, though, freshly swapped in.
Oof.
Not very effective, but still bringing it down to about 1/3 of its health.
And that might just be Sucker Punch range from this King Gambit, thanks to that Black Glasses and Defiant boost. It's going to be cool to see how Benny plays this, though. I really love that Protect on Geo's end. Because this Tailwind now is petering out, there's no way that Benny can prevent a second Tailwind going up, because like you said, Sucker Punch only works if they are readying a damaging attack, and Tailwind, if you didn't know, Sierra, does not do any damage.
Does it not?
No.
Oh, no.
That's some new info.
That's a free Tailwind. No, that's going to be definitely something that's nice here. And Whimsicott, since you do have the other utility, even past that, and not necessarily threatened by something like the Woodhammer, be fine. It does have the U-turn maybe later. Oh, no, we got the Terastallization, so any hit into that's going to be fine coming out for the Rillaboom. But regardless, we will see a Tailwind. But from the King Gambit, if you can just preserve it and be able to get a couple of these Sucker Punch mind games right at some point, then it's going to be a Tailwind that maybe won't matter, at least for that slot.
Exactly. Without Tailwind, you know, there's no need for any worrying about priority and whatnot. Sucker Punch comes through here, though, does KO the Sneasler thanks to those boosts despite the resistance. But Grassy Glide missing the KO and Whimsicott means that it will get the chance to move this turn and go straight for the Moonblast. The Sucker Punch would have worked, and King Gambit survives.
It gets another special attack drop. So this King Gambit, that is now so much attack that it has, as well as the Black Glasses. So anything coming on in would not appreciate a Sucker Punch. Geo can, in fact, go for something like with this turn, but since it already was taking so much damage, a Grassy Glide would actually be able to go ahead and pick up that KO, possibly.
Grassy Glide probably is enough, and Sucker Punch does not work if Dragonite does opt to go for extreme speed. Thanks to the King Gambit taking so much damage already, you might have been able to mitigate all of those attack boosts from Defiant with one extreme speed. Obviously, you can't Terastallize the Dragonite to get those same type attack bonus on extreme speed, but the King Gambit is not Terra Ghost, it's Terra Fire, so you can't even Terastallize that to dodge any kind of extreme speed damage. So I think you're kind of okay in terms of King Gambit not just Sucker Punching you into oblivion, but you still have to worry about the Rillaboom, and of course the Ninetales in the back.
It's going to be a Whimsicott that protects on this turn, knowing that there is this possible threat. And maybe if the Dragonite, only not wanting to go for the King Gambit, can try and get rid of the Rillaboom instead, protect for each of these players. Instead, it will be that extreme speed lock, wanting to try and get rid of this King Gambit sooner rather than later, as we're just going to go 1-for-1 on these priority attacks.
Yep, priority attacks trading into protects here. I think that's smart on Geo's end, just to get a little bit of train recovery on that Whimsicott. The Terra Ghost Whimsicott is something that has paid off very well here because it stuck around a long time. It lasted the entire Tailwind and a couple turns after that, and that's something that if you're running that Whimsicott can actually be a huge benefit. Oftentimes your game plans can rely on Whimsicott going down pretty quickly after that Tailwind is set up, but Geo will have the chance to set up a second Tailwind, which will allow the Golden Goat to attack before the Ninetales on Benny's side and clear it out of the way with a possible Make It Rain to make sure it doesn't just Blizzard this Dragonite and one-hit KO it.
Been delaying the Tailwind a lot too, and because we had talked a couple turns ago possibly going for it. But if we had seen it then, we actually would be at a game situation where that Tailwind would be done in about a turn. But maybe saving it for a situation such as now, and also having a little bit of recovery more, could mean that it could survive a Grassy Glide and be able to set it up for this late game. Extreme Speed, of course, Dragonite locked into that. Sneasler on the swap in will be get KO'd. No Grassy Glide either, so Whimsicott, no risk of being KO'd. Finally, Speed back again on Giovanni's end. Grassy Glide, finally just a little bit of it that go up there and goes down.
So that now is a Pokemon advantage for Benny. It is 3-2 in his favor, but you still have the Golden Go with Choice Specs, you still have the Choice Band Dragonite, both, I believe, at full HP, and this King Gambit on Benny's side is still pretty low. I think that's still range for a Choice Band Extreme Speed, despite the Steel typing. I think the Ninetale is going to be a very important Pokemon for Benny going forward, though, especially because you do still have your Terastallization active. You can Terra away from a weakness to the Make It Rain, and because it is the Ghost type, if you can actually knock out this Golden Go, Dragonite will no longer have a way to damage the Ninetales because it is locked into that normal move Extreme Speed.
And that's the dangerous part with this Dragonite. And sure, this Choice Band's allowing you to do so much more damage, and the other Pokemon are definitely at a great risk of that. But Benny has held on to it for that Terastallization for so long. So Geo definitely has to make sure to be careful here, but when we've seen this Protect coming on by, won't even be able to go for the KO. And really just nice scouting anyways, because the Golden Go, you did have to pick a move on this turn to lock into, and now you have this information. Make It Rain going on forward. A lot into the Rillaboom. Of course, that is going to be a special attack that falls after these turns. U-turn is said not very effective, but a free swap now into that Alolan Ninetales.
I love the U-turn there too, because now you get Ninetales in. You can Terastallize it into that Ghost type, which means you remove the double weakness to Make It Rain. Because the Make It Rain already went off once, you are probably able to survive one when you were a Ghost type because you're just no longer weak, and the Golden Goat is now at -1. Of course, it is still Choice Spec, so it will probably do a good chunk of damage. But because Rillaboom U-turns there, you have the option to swap the King Gambit out, and make sure that it's not going to get Extreme Speeded by this Dragonite. And as long as Ninetales gets a Blizzard off this turn, King Gambit can then come back in and Sucker Punch the Golden Go for the win.
Yeah, this Dragonite on the opposing end, when you don't have Terastallization, is not going to appreciate an Ice-type move whatsoever. And finally, in the final moments of this match, we'll finally get to see Benny click that Terastallization button into the Ghost type. Again, now this cannot be attacked by that Extreme Speed as well. You're losing that weakness to the Make It Rains coming out from this -1 Golden Go. Extreme Speed instead into the Rillaboom, so Dragonite will still get to accomplish something on this turn, bringing Benny down to 2 Pokemon. Now, Make It Rain, this is going to be single target, -1, but Choice specs a lot of damage. But Ninetales is going to be able to hold on and fire off a Blizzard in return. Nothing essentially to the Golden Go, but Dragonite will go down.
The single target aspect of it worried me for a second there, Sierra. I thought maybe the Choice Specs kind of offsetting the lack of damage from the double targeting might have been enough for still kind of picking up that KO into Ninetales, but thankfully for Benny, it was able to hang on, get off that crucial Blizzard, and now a Sucker Punch will be able to win the game for Benny and put him at a 1-0 lead in our first quarterfinal match.
All of these choice item moves, and that's a tough position to be in at these points. Of course, there's the payoff for a reason. On this turn, though, just go ahead and double protect this one.
I mean, it makes some sense there, right? On the off chance that your Sucker Punch doesn't KO, this gives your King Gambit one more turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, and it will allow it to maybe survive and Make It Rain here. Of course, Tailwind might be ending as well, so you're giving your Nineshells the chance to attack with a Blizzard into that Golden Go once again. Also, just find yourself maybe a little bit more time to start thinking about some Game 2 game plans, right? Of course, you have this Game 1 pretty much sealed up against Geo, but Geo being the champion that he is, probably already has some plans to mix it up in terms of either Pokemon selected or strategy for this second game. So now the Sucker Punch will come through and KOs the Golden Go, confirming that Benny Vasquez wins Game 1.
Up 1 in the series after a well-fought match, and one more away from securing a spot in top 4. We had talked about so far in his career that this is the best performance, and Up 1 has a chance to up that. And really clean series as well. I mean, looking back, there was so much pressure from this King Gambit, and there was also a couple turns where I feel like a Sucker Punch, it could have ended it, but playing really safe and still finding that key to victory in a way that you weren't necessarily punished if Gio had maybe called that Sucker Punch.
There's some give and take with King Gambit for sure. Sucker Punch is a very threatening move because it is, acting agnostic of any kind of speed boost or tailwinds or paralysis or anything like that. But you do have to worry about someone trying to dance around it with those status moves like a Tailwind, like an Encore from that Whimsicott, or even a Protect. And now that when you do finally get these Sucker Punches off, like this one into Sneasler, this was a big moment because Sneasler was really the main thing threatening this King Gambit for the remainder of this game.
And when we did get to see the final in the end of the game, the Sucker Punch onto the Golden Go, it was one that was just so safe because earlier on there was that window of opportunity and Gio did end up leaving the Golden Go in, but had that been a swap and you did invest that turn into going for that Sucker Punch, it's something that you could have been punished. And when you have this King Gambit that's sitting there with multiple boosts, that's how you can lose this game. And one of those things too where King Gambit is a Pokemon that can be kind of easy sometimes to play up against, but then also so difficult. So I think really, really well done on both. I'm then so curious with Gio how he's going to play this in the second game and how Benny's going to adapt. Because if you have that information of like, hey, he's not really willing to switch and he's going to go for it sometimes, I could try and close this out sooner. But then Gio can also take advantage of that.
There's also that give and take like you hinted at, Sierra, with choice items, with the choice specs, with the choice band, even the choice Scarf Basket Legion on Benny's side. You do get a huge boost in one of your stats, whether it be attack, special attack, or speed. At the same time, you lose a lot of flexibility once you select those moves. Those trainers immediately mixing it up though. We have the Sneasler and Golden Go from Gio instead of the Whimsicott and the Magmar there to support the King Gambit. An immediate change in strategy from Benny as well.
Yeah, this Magmar, when we've seen this Magmar, we've seen this Electabuzz, being able to redirect moves with this Follow Me away from something like this King Gambit is going to allow it to thrive just a little bit more, especially to this King Gambit. It does, since it is the Black Glasses set, it can go ahead and just Sword Stance. So you can easily just kind of switch something away after maybe a mandatory turn of protecting, since there is, this fake out on the opposing end, but maybe next turn we could see a bit more of a setup. And you also get the opportunity to wait out for this Terastallization right away. That is going to be a Terra Steel on the Golden Go for Gio.
Removes that weakness to Dark type in case a Sucker Punch comes through right away, but no, a Protect straight away from King Gambit, and Magmar might have the chance to get off a Heat Wave.
Instead, it's just going to get hit, though it's, still going to be in a fine position. It's not just the double Protect, and also notably no Ache Out. Of course, that is then going to be normal stats with the White Herb going on forward. So Caesar doesn't have to worry about that. But now the follow-up. This Make It Rain is going to be doing a bit more damage. You have that Terra Steel Terastallization, but of course, Magmar, that's so close. It's going to be hanging on. It's of course going to take that hit well enough. Heat Wave ironed off in return. It's not the most offensive, but that's some really solid damage.
It is close, but unfortunately not close enough. Magmar gets a Heat Wave off there, which puts Sneasler in range for possibly a boosted Sucker Punch from this King Gambit. And importantly, the Sneasler on Gio's side will be acting first. If you do want to go for a Follow Me, that can protect the King Gambit from that close combat and give yourself the chance to go for something like a Sword Stance or just another attack with this King Gambit.
Golden goes swapping out, already having taken so much damage from this Heat Wave, and Whimsicott's going to hit the field instead, which definitely wouldn't appreciate one if there is going to be a target into that. But Magmar instead is just protecting on this turn. We had seen the Protect from the King Gambit last time, so going for the double, that is a fail. It's only a 1 in 3 chance, but not going to be punished for that. Dire Claw instead into this Magmar. A little laugh as well. Maybe, just kind of forgot, but hey, you're fine.
I think that's exactly what happened, Sarah. A bit of a misfire from Benny there. I think just forgetting that he protected the King Gambit that prior turn, because you don't really gain much from trying to go for a double Protect on purpose there. Luckily for him, the Dire Claw into that Magmar meant that he didn't lose the King Gambit this turn, but he did lose the chance to gain some ground. Like, he could have gone for a Sword Stance or some kind of damage that turn, but instead, now you have to go for the Follow Me on this turn.
Yeah, Magmar, the second time around, the second go will go down. I mean, like, the failed Protect, but no hit into it. It's essentially like hitting the double Protect, right? This go around, though, Whimsicott into the King Gambit, going to be a lot of damage. No special attack drop this time, so we're not going to get a boost. And with that, the attack into the Sneasler won't be enough to be claiming that KO.
No KO just yet, but very well in Grassy Glide or Sucker Punch range from King Gambit. Kind of the lost opportunity to go for that Swords Dance on that turn, though. That would have been a KO on the King Gambit, or the Sneasler rather, as you can see. And now this Whimsicott still has its Focus Sash intact. Of course, cannot Terastallize anymore because that Golden Go has used up that Terastallization, but does have Protect, can keep itself safe from a possible fake out from this Rillaboom. But nope, Grassy Glide right off the bat. Sneasler will be knocked out.
Yeah, when you're staring down a Pokemon that can threaten so much in this King Gambit, that is a huge source of damage for your team. Just securing that definitely feels nice. Whimsicott still on the offensive, not going to give away a free boost, but now Swords Dance. This King Gambit is going to boost up itself. Of course, it has taken a lot of damage, so going on forward, I'm looking at this King Gambit more so in the Sucker Punches, which kind of puts us in the same spot. Incineroar, though, adjustment coming out from Geo. You do have access to a Fake Out going forward, but giving away an Intimidate, that's going to be a +3 King Gambit now for Benny.
I do like the prioritization of throwing those Moonblasts into King Gambit, though, because now, even though it is at +3 attack, you have 2 Pokemon that resist Dark type, which is the only type of move the King Gambit is carrying, and you have the Incineroar, which is threatening a Flare Blitz. You have Whimsicott that maybe 1 or 2 more Moonblasts can do the job. Benny can Terastallize it. It is the Fire Terra King Gambit, which actually is very nice defensively here. But if Geo opts to read that, this Incineroar still has access to Knockoff, which would be a big source of damage there into that King Gambit. And of course, removing those Black Glasses as well. And Rillaboom, not really a big threat here because, again, it is the U-turn set. Cannot threaten Incineroar with a high horsepower. And we have 2 Pokemon that resist grass on the field.
Yeah, and with this option of Fake Out on the opposing end, a Protect makes so much sense. So does this Fake Out that's targeted into it from Geo. Now, we get to see the Encore from Whimsicott. Encore we get to see on a couple of different Pokemon. It can definitely trip people up. And now this Rillaboom is going to be locked into this Grassy Glide. And you had talked about the little damage this Rillaboom is going to do. And you can see that's plain as day.
I love that Encore. The Rillaboom there really wanted to U-turn out. That was a situation where this Rillaboom is not doing much on the field right now, and you don't necessarily want to, hard switch it out in case the Whimsicott targets that slot with a Moonblast or something. But now that it's locked into Grassy Glide, it will be doing negligible damage to these 2 Pokemon on the field. You broke the Whimsicott's Focus Sash. That's like not nothing at least, but Incineroar and Whimsicott should be able to take something like a Kowtow Cleave or Sucker Punch from even this +3 Black Glasses King Gambit. And because the King Gambit's already taken so much damage, even with a possible Terastallization, a combination of Moonblast and Knockoff probably still does the job.
Yeah, maybe if we had seen the Terastallization come out just a little bit sooner so you weren't taking as much damage from Moonblast as you did, but hoping to try and make it past the turn to be able to just keep this King Gambit around for a little longer. Of course, okay, we're going to see the Encore. It's K.
That's so smart.
Now that we got the Terastallization, this Whimsicott can go ahead and priority move into this King Gambit, and it's one that's locked in. So you're looking for some damage output, but you're just going to fail that Protect instead. Flare Blitz. We even just get the KO. You're covered whether it Terastallized or not. Critical hit. This King Gambit, nothing going right for it. Great turn from Geo.
That's an insanely smart play there, knowing that either King Gambit does not Terastallize and you knock it out with Flare Blitz, or it does Terastallize and it probably survives Flare Blitz unless you crit it. But it's locked into Protect because it is no longer a Dark type, is no longer immune to those Prankster moves. So regardless of how that turn played out, that was a really heads-up play from Geo that kind of guaranteed this King Gambit's effect and the game would be mitigated. Now Ninetales comes out. The Rillaboom is locked into Grassy Glide. The Ninetales does not have its own Focus Sash. A Tailwind and a Flare Blitz here. Probably 2 turns of that exactly should be enough to close out this game for Geo and even the score at 1-1.
After 2 really different sets in this series, Ninetales, one hit KO. Flare Blitz will do the job. And this has been amazing to see these adjustments coming out from both. Such different leads in this game too. And wow, this has been such a great match so far. Of course, Rillaboom will end its Encore, but you got full HP, but still with such a Pokemon advantage for Geo, the forfeit makes sense. We've officially got a game 3 on our hands.
Geo played that game really well. Even before that turn with the Encore Flare Blitz into that King Gambit as it Terastallized, making sure that you're getting damage into King Gambit is really important there because you don't really have a way to KO it from full, especially if it does go for that Fire Terra. But before Benny opted to use that Terastallization, you set yourself up for a position like that where you actually can threaten a KO with this Incineroar despite having to boost its attack even further.
It's really interesting how the middle and the end of the game played out, considering the beginning where it was a heat wave and Terastallization already spent from that Golden Go. But when we look at things and going where they go wrong, unfortunately, this King Gambit, you couldn't get enough mileage. You couldn't KO that Sneasler when you wanted to. Had there potentially been that Swords Dance a little earlier on, it's something that could have gone right. It also could have just gone wrong for Geo had either of those Moonblasts gotten the special attack drop. And that could have been a little unfortunate, but Geo played this so well and really just limiting any option that Benny had within that game.
You have to wonder, too, if Benny could have gotten a lot more mileage out of that King Gambit if he did opt to go for something like a Swords Dance or even just a Kowtow Cleave to get some damage on that turn when he failed the double protect. That was essentially a dead turn when you could have made a lot of forward progress because, you know, the only attack thrown Benny's way was into the protecting Magmar that turn. So maybe be a little bit more careful with remembering when we've protected, and that game can go a lot differently as well.
And that's also something to think about then going on to that game 3. If you do think that one turn was the difference and it was just a little misstep in selecting the move, it's that maybe a game you try and run back because you know that you could have had it, but now we got the game 3 on our hands and we're not doing any run back of that game 2. We're switching it up. Super aggressive leads from both. Sneasler, King Gambit for Benny, Golden Go and Dragonite for Geo.
This is a cool scenario too because we saw Geo read the Terastallization and go straight for that Encore into the Dark type. This could be a scenario where Benny has the option to go for something like a Sucker Punch and Close Combat into Golden Go. And if he does, that covers the Golden Go Terastallizing away from the Dark weakness. Dragonite, as a reminder, is the inner focus set, so despite Benny's Sneasler having access to Fake Out, it will be immune to any flinches, and there's no multi-scale that needs to be broken later on in this game. And so we're in a position here where I think this double protect we're about to see is probably pretty smart considering it is 2 choice Pokemon on the other side of the field. You get to see what they lock into and then adjust your game plan from there.
Yeah, I feel like if you're quite unsure of what's gonna happen, that is the safe one, though I love the call out of maybe just going ahead and just that double into the Golden Go in case. Trick from the Golden Go to try and make sure that this King Gambit was locked into a singular move. That was a fun one.
It is fun. It also makes sure that you're not taking a Sucker Punch in that turn as well. It might be an option to swap out Golden Go now because that going for the trick, you know, at this point, you know, okay, I can just Kowtow Cleave that slot instead and take the knockout, even though I can't Sucker Punch it. So you may want to preserve that Golden Go if you are Geo, but I do like that attempt on the first turn to try and throw off some of Benny's plans, because the Choice Specs King Gambit is a different pair of glasses and not one that is particularly effective for that Pokemon.
The prescription's all wrong.
Exactly.
He can't see it. Ain't gonna help him out. And if there is the switch, you can even try and call that. If there is something like that Whimsicott in the back, Benny being able to target into it and maybe just try and catch something offhand could be it. As confirmation, Golden Go is leaving the field and Whimsicott is going to join on in. So any priority move into that slot, not going to happen. Dragonite locked into that extreme speed, a lot of damage into the Sneasler. It's close combat, not very effective into that Whimsicott.
Close combat there, trying to cover for a possible Terastallization from Golden Go once again. Poison Touch does activate, could be big here because now this Whimsicott has been put on a timer. Kowtow Cleave also comes through into Whimsicott, and because of that Poison Touch, will be knocked out on this turn. So if you're Benny, you absolutely take that. Tailwind is no longer on the table for Geo, which means that if you get your Ninetales in, it will threaten this Dragonite before Golden Go can scare it away with the Make It Rain.
With the Poison Touch, it's funny because I hear some people like the paralysis and the sleep that you get off of like a Dire Claw is so much more effective, but being able to have that extra little status and that extra little damage when needed is so huge and going to be so big in that moment. That means there's not going to be any Tailwind, no Encores, and those Moonblasts as well did add up over time onto the King Gambit, and you've lost access to that as well. And Incineroar hitting the field, that is now that Defiant boost for the King Gambit.
The Defiant boost in this Sneasler is Terra Ghost, so if you want to dodge extreme speed damage, if you want to make sure you're not getting flinched by the Incineroar's Fake Out, that could be a really big deal here. Close combat into Incineroar, despite the -1 attack, will do a big chunk of damage, and because this Incineroar is holding the Assault Vest item, that almost necessitates the Grass-type Terra that you don't need with the safety goggles, so it is not Ghost Incineroar. It cannot Terastallize away from that fighting weakness into an immunity instead.
Sneasler will swap out, so we won't see the Terastallization there, but Geo will get a little bit more information of what Benny has. And Magmar, it was in the lead last time, hitting the fields now. Dragonite swapping out means that you do have the opportunity to reset what attack you want to go in, potentially with a little bit of more information of what could be the final move you want for the rest of the match. King Gambit again with this Protect. Now the Incineroar, that will be the knockoff into the opposing end. Magmar is going to lose that Eviolite, so it's going to be a little bit more squishy on the next turn.
That's really big, not only for the damage. The Magmar doesn't have any way to recover its HP, but the item being knocked off means it loses a lot of its bulk. That is a 50% boost to defense and special defense that have been lost now that the Eviolite is gone. So a nice switch there from Benny. I think that's a really smart defensive swap, especially considering Golden Goat did come in, and Magmar will heavily resist that Make It Rain, but not much anymore because, again, that Eviolite is gone. A lot of defensive power has been lost. You will still be able to redirect, of course. I think one Make It Rain still won't be enough to KO this Magmar despite losing the Eviolite, and the King Gambit will be protected by any attacks from Incineroar by that Follow Me.
Terastallization in this match, and it's going to be into this King Gambit. So King Gambit into that fire type. Want to make sure that, hey, Flare Blitz on the opposing end is not going to be doing the super effective damage that Geo might hope it is. If there is something like this Magmar going to be fallen on this turn, as now the center of attention is going to be taking a hit. Talked about the Make It Rain, and maybe not the most effective, but Shadow Ball into it instead will in fact pick up the KO. So Incineroar now has free access into this King Gambit, but Flare Blitz, that's not the damage that you necessarily want. It's only just a tickle.
It doesn't do too much, but what you've done by kind of forcing that terastallization, well, not anymore, because Golden Goat just got knocked out. I was going to say, you've removed the resistance to Shadow Ball. I think Shadow Ball was a very smart lock there. The Eviolite being knocked off also coming in really handy there, because I think Magmar pretty easily stomachs a Shadow Ball on that turn if it does still have those defense boosts. But now Dragonite comes in, and by, again, forcing that terastallization on the King Gambit, you have made King Gambit no longer resistant to extreme speed, and you have still preserved your own terastallization, so you can just turn into a normal type. You have that inner focus still, you can't be faked out by Rillaboom, and that Terra normal extreme speed now is a huge threat, because again, this Sneasler also can't terastallize either.
No, and that's exactly it. Before the Dragonite, you're actually going to have to make a really difficult decision with just the 2 Pokemon left. What is going to be the move that you use for the rest of the match? And if you didn't get Terastallization out on that last turn, you were a threat no matter what you did. If the Sneasler goes into the Terra Ghost and you lose your Incineroar, you lose the game. And you're not necessarily damaging the King Gambit, but bringing that out, fantastic. Sucker into the Dragonite is not locking into extreme speed. Gets a lot of damage, but in return, will in fact pick up the King Gambit with a powerful Outrage.
You know what's stronger than extreme speed, Sierra? Outrage.
Let's go.
I really like that choice, and especially the choice not to Terastallize there, because if you do become a normal type, you've made yourself no longer resistant to Grassy Glides as well. You do have to worry about this Sneasler. That was a big sucker punch there, and I think a really smart call from Benny. You know that if the Dragonite doesn't go for the extreme speed, then you're going to be able to, probably get a big chunk of damage off there and allow your Sneasler to KO it. Because Geo did not lock into extreme speed and did not get a Tailwind up with Whimsicott, Sneasler should be the first thing acting here and should be able to knock out Dragonite with a Dire Claw, which will leave the game down to a 1v2, but if you're targeting Dragonite with your Sneasler, that means Incineroar gets a chance to swing at Sneasler as well, and can possibly bring this down to a Incineroar Rillaboom 1v1, and with no Woodhammer, with no high horsepower on Rillaboom, that's probably in Incineroar's favor.
Yeah, offhand, when you look at the Dragonite now at this lower speed tier and being able to pick it off, it definitely is tempting, but you bring up a great point with that Incineroar Rillaboom, these two powerhouses of this format with this Incineroar being out on top, it might be the one that could also come out on top in this match. Now we're going to get the late Terastallization from Geo. We didn't see it on the opposing end, but instead, Grass type, making sure that a close combat can't go this way, but it could also make it interesting if we do get that 1v1 that we had talked about. Sneasler with that Protect. So if there is anything going that way, it's not going to happen as Woodhammer from Rillaboom. That's not even enough for the KO.
Where does the Outrage go?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's a 50-50. If it hits into the Sneasler, it's nothing, but instead into the Rillaboom Choice Band is enough to bring Benny down to final Pokemon, and Geo finding a way to victory in this match.
Dragonite carrying Geo to victory once again. So cool to see him having this great success with that signature Pokemon. Of course, Sneasler is very strong in this metagame, but unfortunately, it cannot possibly 1v2 here. Even notably, Dragonite not getting confused after that second turn of Outrage, gets the full 3 turns to attack. There was still one small win condition there for Benny if the confusion came through, but Dire Claw will knock out Dragonite, and Incineroar gets the chance to Flare Blitz this Sneasler.
This Dragonite that is done so well by Giovanni Casa is going to be key to victory to bring him into a top 4. The Choice Band is so clutch, and love to hear the crowd cheering to him on. What a win, what a set from these two trainers.
That was so exciting. That third game came down to the last 2 turns there, and of course Dragonite pulled through for Geo, right? It survived the Wood Hammer on 1 HP. It correctly targeted that Outrage into Rillaboom. It got the KO, and it didn't get confused afterwards. The perfect storm.
The power of friendship between Giovanni Gassa and his Dragonite is going to prove to be everything once again. And honestly, again, for last Eddie Regional, at least while he's here, the big win there, and that was real, just nail biter of a set, honestly.
Really was. And of course, huge congrats to Benny on a fantastic tournament. Obviously had a very strong game 1 that we saw him take control of from the jump and jump out to an early lead. But Gio, a veteran of the scene, using his experience coming back from those rough early games and having some alternate game plans there too. I think I was kind of fixated on the end game extreme speeds in that third game, but Outrage without the Terrestrialization also makes so much sense there.
Especially, too, when you do have that Incineroar. Some Incineroars having dropped Flare Blitz could have then been a weird situation. And I was then even a little bit worried, maybe had the targeting gone a little bit different. I was worried about that Terrestrialization from the Incineroar if we did get to see that Incineroar Rillaboom 1v1. But the non-target into the Dragonite, allowing it to go ahead. And I love the pop-off with the Dragonite as well. Like, let's go, little buddy, you did it. Like, the clutch survival. Like, I think that's also just done if that Dragonite just fallen there.
It's also clutch targeting on both turns, right? You really needed to outrage the King Gambit on that first turn of Outrage. Else it would have just been able to finish you with a Sucker Punch the following turn. And then, of course, outraging into the Rillaboom on that second to last turn of the game. The huge difference maker there for Gio, who moves on to top 4 here in Toronto.
Do you think that the vendors also sell the choice band Dragonite plushie version? Can I get one
now.
so I can be just like Giovanni Gassa?
Gio's got to license that or something. Get those royalties.
It is amazing. I love that. I mean, we've seen the evolution of Dragonite throughout this format. The only one attacking move in some cases on these Dragonites, but all these different attacks, all of that power. Hey,
it's a different dragon type move for this set,
what's old as gold?
Exactly. Good as gold, even.
No, the gold and go painted. It was Dragonite that clutched.
You're right.
Out.
I'm sorry.
And come on, you gotta keep track.
Where was I?
Dragonite is where we're at. No,
of course.
But no, huge congratulations. And I'm curious then too. Then going on, obviously it's fared throughout the tournament, but if people are expecting more of the scale shot or planning for that, like how this has been able to catch people off guard.
I think having the outrage there for the dragon type damage is really nice, just because Scale Shot is a big threat in this metagame because it is a pretty strong attacking type. But who needs Scale Shot when you just outrage, right? 4 hits, 1 hit, all the same.
Yeah, you only need 1 hit to get it done. Unlike that Scale Shot Dragonite that needs like 5 hits in like most cases. Ugh, so gross. But as for us, Gabby is standing by with Gio and his Dragonite now for the post-match interview.
Yeah, we're going right now. Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Gio and, of course, the hero of the hour, the Dragonite himself. Gio, congratulations on making top 4. How does it feel?
It feels really, really good. Sorry, I'm almost choked up a little bit because that match was so difficult. And Betty's a fantastic player. He's one of my locals. He's the only person to this day has to be able to defeat me in a local in Regulation H. So he's a fantastic player, and I can't wait to see what else he does. But yeah, that was a really close match. Dragonite, obviously, as everyone knows, it's my favorite Pokemon of all time, and obviously Dragonite goes both ways.
I mean, check out that shot we got of the Dragonite. I feel like you have the fortune of being one of the most story-driven Pokemon trainers of all time. I mean, I feel like you've written a history book on Dragonite. Of course, obviously, back in Worlds a couple of years ago. Now here you are here today. I mean, this is also your last tournament, really, before you move. So how does it feel to be able to drive Dragonite once again all the way to top 4?
It feels really good because although I was really happy to win San Antonio, Dragonite was not there to like take me to the finish line.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that this Dragonite is able to take me there. Obviously, there's 2 more games, 2 more sets to go, and the players from here on out only get better and better. So we'll see how it goes. I hope it does. I hope it goes well, but it's kind of hard to know until I'm facing my opponent down. But either way, Dragonite is still my favorite Pokemon. Coming to this tournament, is still my favorite Pokemon going after I leave this tournament.
For sure. I want to talk to you for a bit. You mentioned this earlier, undefeated in locals, except for Benny.
Yeah, except
I was
for Benny.
also talking to Len, too, who's also one of your locals.
Yes.
And he was saying that you've really stuck with this team throughout the entire regulation. So what was your thought process behind that?
I think it comes from being an editor. I think we like to polish things slowly but surely until it's almost perfect. And I think that translates to my team building process where I feel like I'm going to take a team and I'm going to improve on it until it's the perfect shape. It may take a lot of tournaments to get there, and you're going to lose a lot of times before you can get there, but I wanted to arrive at that situation this is the team that I can pilot the best. So that's kind of my thought process about sticking with the same team throughout, the entire. And most of my seasons, it's kind of the similar thing.
For sure. What made you decide to stick with Choice Band on Dragonite as opposed to the loaded dice scale shot variant?
I don't believe in loaded dice. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, obviously it's good. I'm not saying it's bad, but that 10%, if you're playing 11 rounds of Swizz, that's gonna take 3 years of my life that I really need, and I don't want to have to press that button ever. I think Choice Band also I feel like people aren't ready for the damage it's about to do, and it's really good. I just don't think people underestimate the Choice Band, and I think and I've been using Choice Band Dragonite. I don't think I've only used Choice Band and Assault Vest. Those are the only 2 sets I've ever ran. So, and I think Choice Band fits my playstyle a little bit better.
Did you approach this tournament any differently, knowing that this was your last one in NA?
No, I mean, I was just hoping for the best. It's kind of I'll be flying to Japan in exactly 2 weeks.
Wow.
Be moving to Osaka, which I'm very, very excited about. And I don't think I approached it any different. I knew this is going to be my last, my swan song. And, if whatever came out of it, if I didn't do well, that just means that I wasn't good enough to qualify for Worlds this year. And that's okay, But I think with the top 4 placement I have now, I'm pretty close. If not, I'm pretty sure I will have it. So, I'm really, really happy, but I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. It could go, with Pokemon, it can always go in any way, direction. It's always hard to tell.
For sure. I think that it's also hard, being in a situation where it's really out of your hands at the end of the day. You can make the best plays you make. Sometimes Outrage doesn't hit the target.
Outrage has always hit the target so far.
You say that you're not a fan of loaded dice scale shot, but I feel like Dragonite has your back, that you two would find a way. Just saying.
Dragonite, for me, I think Dragonite would be like, you know what? I got you. Don't worry about it. You don't have to choose you don't have to choose the target. I'll choose it for you. I know what's best.
All right, so you're gonna feed this guy any sandwiches before your next match?
Oh, he's getting the best Brazilian steak dinner he can get. Yeah. And sushi. When we get to Japan, we'll take him to sushi and ramen. So.
All right. Well, if you have an extra chair at the table, let me know, 'cause that sounds fantastic.
Sure thing.
Congratulations, not only on your top 4 placements so far, but also on the big life change. I hope it works out for you.
Appreciate it. Can I give shout outs before
we go? Of course.
I
was just about to ask.
Okay, cool. I want to give a shout out to all my friends, whether you're here, Alberto, Ellie, Riley, Chase, Drew, Gavin. There's so many people I want to thank. There's just not enough time to thank all of them. Whether you're here or you're out there cheering me on, I really, really appreciate it. Wolf, Wolf is honestly one of the greatest people I've ever met, and I'm really glad we flew in together here because we were filming a project together. So yeah, I really want to thank everybody that supported me and everybody that came up to me and said, oh, I'm going to miss you at events and stuff like that. Also, Joseph Ugarte for buying me this Dragonite card. He wanted to give me a goodbye gift, and so he bought me this Dragonite card. So, Joe, thank you if you're watching this. If you're not watching this, then watch the VOD later. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody.
Well, thank you, Gio. Congratulations. Best of luck in the future. And we'll be taking a quick break before our next round of Pokemon.
All right, welcome trainers. I'm Caleb Pang, and I'm joined by
Dijon and Hedonis.
All right, and these are going to be our 2 contestants on this game called Name That Pokemon. So they can only ask yes or no questions for this Pokemon card in my hands, and they have a minute to figure out what it is based on yes or no questions. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right, let's do it. All right, we'll start the timer. 2 butters on the side, keeping track, and here we go.
All right, so is it Gen 1?
No.
Is it Gen 2?
No.
Gen 3?
No.
Gen 4?
No.
Gen 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it an evolution? Basic evolution? Yeah. What do you mean base? No.
Stage 2?
Yes.
Stage 2, Gen 5. Is it grass type?
No.
Is it a fire type?
No.
Is it a starter?
No.
Water?
No.
Just keep going, dude.
Psychic?
No.
Dark?
No.
Does it have an evolution in a future generation?
No.
Okay.
Steel type?
No.
Jesus.
I don't know
type?
Gen 5.
No.
Oh my god. A hard one. Ice type?
No.
What type?
Dark type?
No.
Flying type?
No.
Ground type?
No.
What the? You missed something.
Oh, normal?
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked.
No, fairy.
No.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, just throw a random Pokemon.
All right, you first. Well, I actually don't even know, so that's why I'm saying you first.
I have no idea.
Wow.
Is it Escavalier?
No.
Wait, bug type?
No.
Are we OT right now?
Yeah, you guys
We're
get
gone.
overtime.
We're
Overtime.
cooked.
Right. It was Garbodor.
Okay. Dude.
Yeah. Good try, good try. Well, unfortunately, no dice. We'll see if our next contestants have a better shot. Back to you all, casters.
And we are back here at the Toronto Regional Championships. So many players entered day 1 yesterday. We are down to our final 8. A couple have already been eliminated at this point, but our second matchup in the top 8, Joe Brown and Len Duel on the call. We have Darsh Patel versus Chuppa Cross. Len, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at right now.
Yeah, Chuppa we haven't seen yet, but he is trying to defend his title, last year's Toronto Regional Champion, so definitely a player to watch here as we get down to the top 8.
Not only the freaky part, not only the defending regional champion, but he was also the 2nd seed going into cut last year in Toronto, and he had the same position here as the number 2 seed. So will history repeat itself, or is Darsh going to stand in the way of history?
We will have to see. It should be a pretty interesting match. 2 very different teams. I'm not sure they share much identity or Pokemon, so and probably not a matchup that either player is familiar with. So will be pretty fun to see.
Yeah, as we saw, Giovanni Costa won on stream just now. Wolf Glick with a 2-0 victory over Marcus Dion. So Wolf in the semifinals next round. Luca Tregut and Marco Silva, the other top 8 match that's being played out in the field currently. So we'll have that update for you later on here. But yes, as we mentioned, Chuppa versus Darsh is going to be our matchup here. I'm very excited for this because Darsh did have a very dominant day 1 in the field here in Toronto. To be able to see them make it all the way to top cut is very good to see them be able to continue that success on day 2.
Yeah, and to do it with a pretty novel team. It's a take on Rain that we don't see a lot of other people playing. Actually, more reminiscent of the Rain that won way back in Baltimore, but with some changes even past that point. And yeah, our top cut is looking to be pretty intense. That last match, Gio just winning in the end, down to those outrages. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Wolf has also made it into the top 4. You know, Marco is still in the tournament as well. This is a serious top cut.
We don't want to jinx it, but you know, if the final 4 is Marco, Gio, Wolf, and Chuppa, that's quite a semifinal to see. But of course, there are Luca and Darsh stand in their way. Chuppa has, I believe Chuppa took a break during a portion of Regulation H, so kept his mind well rested, well prepared for Toronto, knowing that, you know, he didn't have to fly across the country for some other events, and he could save all his practice for this weekend.
He had to really focus on trying to do the best in this tournament, and it's looking pretty good so far.
Now, Chuppa, we know that from Marcus Dion's interview yesterday, that Chuppa was working with Carson and Marcus on this team that they're using, and I think it's so interesting how Marcus and Chuppa were both able to make top 8 with this same team. So not only does it like validate your own skills as a great player, but also your decision making, your ability to trust others that are also making good decisions, since it wasn't just like one player skill diffed and made the team work. Like, clearly there is something to this team since both of them got top 8 with it.
Yeah, the team seems to be really solid. Definitely looks like there was space for that supportive Volcarona and Tyranitar to be played this way. And we've seen Tyranitar kind of creeping up in usage towards the end of Reg H, a lot of play with them dedicated sand teams, but here it's mostly a Pokemon on its own, just for its own like matchup potential.
Yeah, and I do think Golden Go, just in general, looking because Darsh has a Golden Go on his team. It's over 50% of the field in day 2, and it's one of those, it feels like somewhat of a stat check Pokemon, right? Like you either have an answer to Life Orb Make It Rain, or +2 Make It Rain from Nasty Plot, or Specs Make It Rain, or you don't, right? And so it's sometimes you can find yourself in a position in the matchup that as long as you can get Golden Go in healthy enough to click Make It Rain at least 2 times, like you're gonna end up a positive on that damage exchange.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic of the Tyranitar Golden Go matchup that despite Tyranitar being weak to Steel and weak to the Make It Rain, it will usually take one. The Assault Vest helps with that, the Sand Boost helps with that, and of course it's such a big threat with Knockoff and that massive Tyranitar attack stat.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're the guy that can take a Focus Blast on Tyranitar, so you have quite
Everybody's Tyranitar can take one Make It Rain, I think.
Yeah, if they try hard enough, you definitely invest in that special defense stat that Tyranitar is known for. But, I mean, it's always funny when Tyranitar is like super bulky and the Sandstream boosts your special defense by 1 stage, but then when you're going to Terra Flying or something like that, or Terra Ghost, you then lose that special defense boost, right? So, like, you make yourself a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, it's an interesting interaction. I mean, you still take less from a Make It Rain than you would if it was super effective, but you don't take as much less as we're used to when a Terrestrialization is used to take away a super effective attack. And so there's a little bit more trade-off there of, do I actually want to do this? You also start taking sand damage because you're not a rock type anymore. Unlike some of the other sand-related abilities, Sandstream doesn't convey an immunity to sand damage. So you start chipping yourself down, and it can look like, I'm not sure I gained too much from being neutral to that Make It Rain.
Yeah, there's a lot of really fun interactions that Terrestrialization have allowed for this generation. Like, for example, when we saw Wolf on stream against Marco, turning yourself into a ghost type, allowing you to switch out of Perish Trap, right? There's a lot of things, the same with Tyranitar hurting itself from the Sandstream and losing the special defense boost. But it's going to be the first time, I think, in a bit that we've seen the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which was on a lot of the teams yesterday as well, from Marcus that was on stream, but also winning 2 regionals in this format over the last month or so. And now, Chuppa has the chance to make it essentially 3 for 3 over the last couple of events, at least in EU and North America.
Right, and this is the one that shares identity with the one that just won Sacramento a few weeks ago, where it's all about the offense, has Tailwind support behind it. No instant Tailwind like it won a couple weeks ago, but now delayed Tailwind with Volcarona, but still Terra Normal, Life Orb offense, not like Assault Vest that we saw a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, and then you did make reference to our to Nicholas's team that won Baltimore, the Rain team, and how that had the mouse hold, but that one had the population bomb. Like, I always remember Rosemary and Aaron like counting 1, 2, 3 with the crowd, and after he self-population bombed for the stamina boost, and then Aaron was like, okay, you can miss, stop doing damage.
That's enough of them.
That's enough, you hit 6, he's max defense there. But this variant for Darsh actually has the friend guard version and beat up, so you can still hit 4 times, just not 10.
Right, so it switches being able to go out on the offense with population bomb for being even bulkier with your Archaludon. So you can still get the stamina boosts, but then you also have friend guard, and then crucially you also have friend guard to support other Pokemon, because Darsh's construction has also got a Nasty Plot Golden Go with a ton of support around it. The team has dual screens, and so it's a little bit of protect the president, but there are 2 presidents. You have the Archaludon and also the Golden Go, and then a kind of full team around that, right? There's a Dragonite that can try to support, and then Pelipper to provide extra damage as well. So a novel construction, right? Not a lot of players playing exactly this way. We see a lot of Rain teams that feature Golden Go, feature a Nasty Plot Golden Go, but not usually ones that put that much emphasis in playing like some of the other Golden Go focused teams we see that have several support options for the Golden Go.
I like the idea of there was a tie in the ballots, and they decided instead of a recount, like, we'll be co-presidents of this team, Archaludon and Golden Go.
They're sharing a Secret Service though.
The Dragonite in this match is going to be different than Geo's that we just saw last match, where Geo is still committed to the choice band and outrage and super strong offense, where this Dragonite is the one that's more conventional over the development of this format with loaded dice and scale shot. And Darsh actually has Terra Steel in the situation, where I know a lot of times there's a conversation, is it Terra Steel, is it, you know, Terra Flying for Terra Blast, is it Terra Fairy so that you win the scale shot mirror against other Dragonites? If they're stuck clicking a dragon move and you're now a fairy type, you just instantly win that matchup. So where do you fall on that steel, dragon, you know, fairy flying line with Dragonite?
Well, it definitely depends on what your team needs. The fairy one makes your team a little bit weaker to Golden Go, right? Because Golden Go already very good into Dragonite, and if your Terastallization just makes you weak to Dragonite, then that's more difficult. If you can Terastallize to be resistant to make it rain, that's a little bit better. So I would probably just look at the rest of the team and decide based on that, and you can see why Darsh might pick Steel in this situation to just round out some team matchups.
Now, we do actually have an update for you from the other unresolved top 8 matchup, and that is the news that Marco Silva, the reigning LAIC International Champion, he and his trusty Charizard have made it to the semifinals of the Toronto Regional Championships. So you're going to have Charizard versus Dragonite in Geos.
Yeah, that should be a tricky matchup. Both players have a grass tailwind user to support the team, and a lot of offense when they're the one in control of the speed in the situation. So it's going to be a fight for position.
Yeah, I'm very excited seeing how this top cut is unfolding. Currently, we are dealing with just a minor rental team issue right now as the players are getting set up on stage. So we are going to take a quick break as we try to resolve this and get ready for our next top 8 match. So we'll be right back with Darsh Patel versus Chupa Cross.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variations seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Oh, those Paldean first partner Pokemon. They get us every time. We're here at the Toronto Regional Championships, and we are ready to get started with our 2nd top 8 match. It's been a fantastic weekend so far. We hope you've all been enjoying it as well. Joe Brown and Lendul on the call for this match. Chup across the 4th versus Darsh Patel. We had a little bit of a preview, but let's recap with the graphic here, seeing that the winner of this match, we know what the other semifinal is, but we don't know who Wolf Glick will face in the semifinal yet.
Yeah, whoever wins has an ominous matchup waiting for them, some kind of song. But first has to get through what should be a pretty difficult match here with lots of dynamics going on.
Yeah, I mean, literally the entire time that we were sitting back here as the championship history video was playing, we actually were having conversations about how, what if you lead this? What if you lead this? Okay, then you just with this. And I think we did somewhat come up with a strategy. Now, we're not playing. It'd be unfair for Chuppa if he was facing 2v1 if we just took over Darsh's team in a 2v1 matchup. But
I think Chuppa might win a lot easier if we took over for Darsh. I'm sure he knows his team.
We just disagree
better,
on the moves, and our time runs out. We just time out and click fake out protect or whatever.
Yeah, we each pick one Pokemon. There's no coordination. No, I think Darsh has got it well in hand, but lots of options for both players and how to lead. And I think the lead matchups could be pretty significant. Both players may have a harder time catching up. I think the speed is going to be really important in this match. Neither player has an easy Tailwind to get. It's only on Dragonite and Pelipper on Darsh's side and on the Volcarona on Chuppa's side. But if one player can get a Tailwind unmatched, it will be very significant in the game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how how they approach that part of the puzzle.
Yeah, a little bit different than Giovanni's prankster Tailwind that Whimsicott had available to you. Just get it on the drop of a dime. You now have double speed on your side of the field. But I do think, with the Tailwind and Blood Moon Ursaluna, as we can see our players getting prepared on stage, you see their accomplishments. Darsh Patel with a bunch of regional top 32s, top 64s as well. So nice to add a new highest accomplishment to the graphic.
Yeah, into the top cut for the first time, and builds on kind of the advancement that he's been making with all these top 32 and top 64 finishes.
And then Chup across the fourth on the other end, the reigning Toronto Regional Champion. Very dramatic victory last season. Has so many regional finalists to his name, including 2024 Portland, 2023 San Diego, the first ever Scarlet and Violet VGC event, 2023 NAIC top 8 as well. He and his friends have concocted this very strong Blood Moon Ursaluna team.
Yeah, so many high finishes, and looking to add to that by defending his Toronto Regional Championship.
Now, talking about the teams that we see on Darsh's end, the Golden Go with Life Orb, the Archaludon with access to Electroshot in the rain. Those are really, really the heavy hitters he's going to try to focus getting most of his damage with.
Right, parts of this look like an ordinary rain team, right? You have the Pelipper, the Assault Vest Archaludon, and even the Golden Go is a usual suspect on these rain teams. But some different changes around that really help put more emphasis back on the Golden Go and emphasis on Archaludon just getting boosts and getting set up. So either one of those strategies, the mouse hold can be fairly key. The Follow Me and Friend Guard can help keep something like Golden Go safe. For instance, if the Ursaluna Blood Moon, at first you might think, well, this is an easy Earth Power into either of these targets that can do so much damage, but mouse hold can just redirect that away with Follow Me. And then Grimmsnarl is there to provide dual screens. We saw in one match yesterday, light screen isn't always enough to stymie offense coming from a Terra Normal Life Orb Ursaluna. Those Blood Moons still do a ton of damage. And both of the main threats from Darsh's side, they are steel type to begin with, but that makes them weak to ground, and once they Terastallize away from that weakness, they would be neutral to normal and be threatened by a Blood Moon. So Ursaluna provides pretty good offense against this team across the board. I think the Dragonite may also be another key. We talked about the Tailwind a little bit and how if one player can get a one-sided Tailwind advantage, it could be huge, and Dragonite may be the best way to accomplish that. If it can get its own speed up with Scale Shot while also threatening some damage, for instance, into that Ursaluna, then it can go for the Tailwind afterwards.
Right, and the Dragonite has multi-scale to try to ensure that it will be able to hang on through that first attack, maybe trying to set up its Tailwind. But now we look at Chup across his team. Blood Moon Ursaluna, who is a very slow Pokemon conventionally, but through how the format has progressed, it's pretty much a Tailwind staple despite that low speed.
Yeah, it is able to get just fast enough with lots of speed training and Tailwind to be a fast threat. And this team plays all around that. Tons of fast threats. Sneasler has the Psychic Seed to unburden itself and double its speed. NDD has the Choice Scarf to immediately be fast. And then the Tailwind on this Supportive Volcarona. Supportive Volcarona may also be pretty important. The Struggle Bug would keep down the special attack of the Golden Go. Obviously resist Make It Rain to begin with. Doesn't want to see the Pelipper on the other side, but there may be some incentive to not bring the Pelipper. It doesn't do that well against some of these Pokemon. Is slower than so many of them that it may just become very vulnerable.
Yeah, the Sneasler having access to Terra Dark Throat Chop as well with its double speed from Unburden would be a tough call for Golden Go to sit in front of. So you have Sneasler that can hit it, Tyranitar can hit it, as well as Rage Fist Annihilate. So 3 different answers into Darsh's Golden Go. But we'll see how this will play out in top 8. Chup across the fourth versus Darsh Patel. Winner of the set moves on to face Wolf Glick in top 4 here in Toronto. Pelipper, Grimmsnarl for Darsh with Tyranitar, Volcarona for Chuppa. What is this, black and white?
Look at all of these weathers, these familiar black and white Pokemon. We've seen this lead from Marcus yesterday, the Tyranitar and the Volcarona relying on the bulk of both of these Pokemon and Volcarona's speed to get Tyranitar up faster, similar to Blood Moon. Once it has a Tailwind, it is fast enough to go over most threats. Meanwhile, Pelipper is led, but just immediately has its weather answered, is in a pretty poor spot here. But interestingly, does have a Weather Ball. Oh no, this does not. Has Muddy Water and Hurricane, so it does not have the Weather Ball to threaten back a Rock-type Weather Ball into Volcarona, leaving it even more poorly positioned here, but the Reflect will help.
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl sets up Reflect, which will mitigate the damage that physical attacks do from Chuppa's side for the next 8 turns, thanks to that Light Clay, making it more than 5, making it 8 turns of having the physical damage. Tailwind from Pelipper is going to match Volcarona's in this position, so both of these teams have boosted their speed, so we're effectively back to neutral speed for the next 4 turns.
Yeah, both players prioritizing Tailwind. It's been a core part of this Reg H metagame is that if one player is going to get Tailwind, the other player needs to get it as well. And so both players lead a Tailwind available and use it on the first turn. Grimmsnarl does some work to mitigate damage, but Tyranitar does a lot of damage back and is still really well positioned here. There is no Spirit Break on the other side. It's Foul Play on Grimmsnarl, and a Muddy Water into Assault Vest Tyranitar in the sand is not too much of a damage threat, though it would still pick up valuable chip into both of these Pokemon. Pelipper may be, you have to kind of make a decision whether you just want to trade it away or you want to get the weather control eventually, which is what Darsh prefers, and so Pelipper out into the back, Archaludon coming in, maybe hoping to get a stamina boost off of some attacks coming in.
Right, anticipating somebody or some of Chuppa's Pokemon to target down the Pelipper trying to get a KO, you can boost up Archaludon's defense here. Struggle Bug does connect onto both of Darsh's Pokemon, but it does lower their special attack. So obviously Archaludon going to be coming in with a stamina boost. Sure, it's going to be taking a hit from Tyranitar a little bit better, but at the cost of its special attack. And that Rock Slide connecting means it's +2 for essentially taking no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, Darsh pulls a little bit of a Matador move with Pelipper there. So you see it, and then now it's an Archaludon. Takes 2 attacks easily, gets +2 defense, does lose 1 stage of special attack. For the things that it can't body press, that could be significant later on. But for now, is so well positioned between Light Screen, the Assault Vest, the 2 stages of stamina, and the Reflect. It is so difficult to take this Pokemon down. Tyranitar and Volcarona are definitely not going to do it before they get lost. Now, one key thing, though, is that Volcarona can Rage Powder away body press from Tyranitar, and if you throw a body press into the Volcarona, you're risking getting burnt from Flame Body, which would be very significant, both the chip damage and the reduction in body press damage.
Thunder Wave from Grimmsnarl goes towards Volcarona, as Volcarona did click the Rage Powder to redirect attacks away from this Tyranitar that is 4 times weak to fighting, so you'd rather Volcarona, the bug type who resists it, take that hit. Does not get the burn. Knockoff goes into Archaludon, giving it a 3rd stamina boost, but it does get rid of that Assault Vest.
Getting rid of the Assault Vest could be key. Something like Ursaluna in the back is much more likely to just threaten a KO onto Archaludon even through Light Screen now. Darsh also makes the risky play of landing a body press into the Volcarona but doesn't get punished for it, but also doesn't accomplish much. Volcarona resists the body press. It's still more than half health even after taking that body press, and can just Rage Powder again the next turn. And because of the Struggle Bug into the Archaludon, it's harder for the Archaludon to just threaten a KO back into this fairly bulky Volcarona.
Yeah, and this is one of the tough spots for a Grimmsnarl player, and some of the downsides to it, which just has so much support, is like, okay, it's been 3 turns, I've clicked Light Screen, Reflect, and Thunder Wave, and now I can't Thunder Wave the Dark type because it has Prankster, so now Grimmsnarl is going to be forced to click Foul Play or some low damage attack into either a Dark type or a special attacker in Volcarona. Volcarona eating its Citrus Berry was brought under half HP, so it's going to recover 25%. This Rock Slide is doing hardly any damage while connecting to both of Darsh's Pokemon. The Foul Play brings Chuppa down to around 25% HP, and the Flame Body activating on Grimmsnarl, burning it.
Chuppa eventually gets 1 Flame Body, probably not onto the target that he wanted it onto, but still helpful to get that chip damage back onto Grimmsnarl, makes it more likely that just the next Rock Slide would take it down. Volcarona was healthy enough to, with the Citrus Berry, take both the Body Pressed and the Foul Play, which means that it could Rage Powder again this turn, but shouldn't be able to Tailwind again this turn. It's too slow for that. If Darsh wants to prioritize taking it down, it won't be able to get a Tailwind up.
Now, at some point, because Tyranitar is known as that slow weather setter, Darsh has the Pelipper in the back. Is there ever a turn that you go for the cheeky swap Pelipper in for Electro Shot to regain the special attack?
Sure, it's an option. You also have Volcarona low enough now that KO threat is real. You could try to get the special attack back. But here, Tyranitar just gets hit by a body press. Volcarona not going for Rage Powder this turn, probably looking for a Tailwind, but paying for it.
Yeah, no Rage Powder means Tyranitar is down for the rest of this game. And now the foul play into Volcarona because of the burn. It does not do enough, but no Tailwind. Instead, it's the overheat. A neutral hit into Arch Aladon, bringing it down very low at the cost of 2 stages of special attack. And Volcarona is so low, and it's paralyzed. I think Chumpa's not going to get another chance to Tailwind.
No, but gets really valuable damage onto the Arch Aladon. That way it's now so low with no way to heal back. Tyranitar, every turn it was staying on the field, it was risking going down to body press anyway because the Volcarona could have just fully paralyzed on the Rage Powder, but it does just go down there. It really wasn't accomplishing much at this point anyway. You almost don't want to KO the Grimmsnarl because that would just put something else to deal with on the field, and so not huge value for Chuppa to try to protect it. The NDD comes in very well positioned here. The lack of the Assault Vest and the damage on Arch Aladon might mean that it can threaten a KO. Of course, you can't threaten a double KO with Expanding Force because of Grimmsnarl's dark typing, but Volcarona, still as low as it is, can still at least offer a Rage Powder to keep one of these Pokemon targeting into that slot.
Yeah, Indeedee Male is a Pokemon that has risen throughout the format of Regulation H as a viable meta-relevant Pokemon, being pretty fast, also holding the Choice Scarf, and then doing solid damage since you have the Psychic Terrain and Terra Psychic. Chuppa not confident that the Expanding Force would knock out into the resisted Steel type on the other end without the Terra. Volcarona tries to Rage Powder, but it will be paralyzed, not redirecting an attack. Here is the Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain with a Psychic Terra boost. Not going to hit the Dark type, only Arch Aladon, and it does get the knockout.
Using the Terastallization there to ensure that KO and mean that Arch Aladon doesn't get to attack. And no Rage Powder, no problem. The foul play goes into that slot anyway, knocks out Volcarona, and gives Chuppa free entry for another Pokemon, but also free entry for Darsh to bring something else in.
Looks like precisely the amount of HP that Grimmsnarl has left. It will be knocked out at the end of the next turn thanks to the burn, unless Chuppa knocks it out for him here. Chuppa will bring in Sneasler into this slot, revealing his 4th Pokemon in this match, and Darsh deciding to do the same with his Golden So he still has Pelipper in the back at some point.
Right. Golden Glow really has to come in here because Pelipper low enough that it would just go down to an Expanding Force. We talked about that before the match, that it is slow enough that if it takes some damage, it's then just vulnerable to KOs. Golden Go may be also vulnerable here, though. Throat Chop and Expanding Force is going to be a ton of damage, and if you try to Terastallize out of the Throat Chop weakness, well, then you're just going to take neutral damage for Expanding Force. That is way worse. But if the Golden Go can get some damage off, it could be significant, but it might not be a KO onto either of these Pokemon. The Psychic Seed is going to help Sneasler stay bulkier into an attack, and Indeedee should have enough bulk to take one Make It Rain.
There's a Throat Chop, bringing go down to just under above a 50% HP remaining. Here's the Expanded Force only hitting Golden Go, bringing it low, 36, not enough for the knockout. So Golden Go will be able to retaliate with a Shadow Ball into Indeedee Male for the one-hit KO. And now you have Grimmsnarl on its last turn before the burn will take it out. You can target into the Sneasler on the other end with a foul play. It is a physical attacker, but it does resist, so it doesn't do, it does more than he would have thought because of the critical hit. Grimmsnarl giving now a free switch in to Pelipper after knocking itself out from burn recoil.
Yeah, that critical hit may have been fairly significant. If Golden Go or if Sneasler had had the special defense and health with the Psychic Seed to be able to take a Shadow Ball, probably not possible to take a Make It Rain as Golden Go is free to change attacks. It should be possible to just put a Hurricane and a Make It Rain out there and pick up the KO one way or another. Sneasler has no spread moves, can only pick one of these to take down. But if there was any chance for Sneasler to live through an attack, I think it really evaporated with that foul play critical hit.
Yeah, so through the burn, Darsh still getting enough damage thanks to the critical hit, getting rid of that hindrance to its physical attack, making foul play do more damage. And now, thankfully, as you mentioned, Sneasler does not get spread attacks. It can only attack one Pokemon at a time. Decides to Throat Chop the Pelipper. Not even enough for a KO in general. So Make It Rain will finish it off, and Darsh Patel is one game away from moving on to top 4 here in Toronto. He's saying it's his time.
He's cooking a little bit with this team for sure. manages to weather the storm with our Chalardon, get enough damage out, gets the big KO into Tyranitar, and Choppa was just missing some offensive potential. You look at the Pokemon that he brought, there wasn't that much damage threat into first their Chalardon and then the Golden Go later on. Maybe if those matchups had been inversed and Tyranitar was fighting against the Golden Go, it could have gotten a knockoff out, and of course Sneasler would have loved to fight against our Chalardon, but because switching out of the positions was difficult, Choppa fought them out as they were, which in both cases wasn't in his favor.
Now, the Tyranitar was on the field for a while, but I do think that there is a potential, conundrum for Choppa if you lead Volcarona and Tyranitar and you want to Rage Powder and let Tyranitar get Rock Slide, chip damage, and, a couple knockoffs onto the field. While it's doing that, as you mentioned, there's always just the threat of Body Press, one-hit KOing the one turn that Volcarona doesn't redirect it away. So is there a spot that Tyranitar has to be saved for later, or, maybe an adjustment since Blood Moon Ursaluna was not brought to game one, or do you think that the Tyranitar Volcarona lead is a solid option for Choppa?
It looks solid in the early game. I think Tyranitar probably stayed on the field a little bit too long, right? If it had gotten out earlier on when it really wasn't accomplishing much with those rock slides, like on the turn that it went down and something else had come in, might have been better for Choppa, but the switches are difficult, right? Like Sneasler resists Body Press, but it's not an especially bulky Pokemon. There were a lot of stamina boosts onto our Chalardon at that point. It still would have been significant damage, and there's no guarantee that Tyranitar is what you need in the endgame. The Golden Go hadn't been revealed yet. If it was like the Dragonite instead, the Tyranitar might not have been the pick. I think the other adjustment I'd look at from Choppa, I was surprised to not see the Ursaluna Blood Moon. Would have had strong matchups against a lot of the Pokemon Darsh brought. For instance, that last overheat into the Chalardon was because he needed to put it in range for an Expanding Force, but if it was Blood Moon in the back, then a Tailwind there might have just made the game a lot easier. No surprise to see the Ursaluna right out on the field to start with, but no adjustment from Darsh, just the Grimmsnarl and Pelipper again.
Yeah, Choppa has his back against the wall right now. No room for error. Has to win the next two games, or his dream of retaining his Toronto Regional Championship will be over.
Another key turn one, this time the weather is not gone, which means that Muddy Water is a lot bigger threat. Both of these Pokemon weak to water. You can only Terastallize one of them out of it.
Yeah, so we're going to see which of these Pokemon Choppa will prioritize. It is the Blood Moon Ursaluna, not only for the defensive properties of getting rid of the water weakness, but for the offensive capabilities of a Terra normal Blood Moon Ursaluna doing so much damage. Light Screen from Grimmsnarl will negate half the damage from Choppa's special attacks for the next 8 turns, but this Tailwind from Volcarona will double Choppa's speed here, making Ursaluna move before the Pelipper, and Blood Moon goes towards that slot. Pelipper does hang on thanks to its Focus Sash, surviving at 1 HP, so Pelipper will be able to make it through the turn and match the Tailwinds with Volcarona.
Yeah, no way to avoid that for Choppa. If you go out with 2 attacks, you could go after Pelipper, but that means you're not getting your own Tailwind. Pelipper, though, looking very vulnerable here. Volcarona, believe we saw move first in both games, so should be able to attack first and just threaten a KO onto this Pelipper with Struggle Bug or Overheat if for some reason you're expecting a switch in the other slot. That gives a lot of flexibility to the Ursaluna and how to go out on the attack. You're not that worried about this Grimmsnarl, and it makes it really difficult for Darsh to make a switch because Ursaluna could be doing anything or switching.
They could do anything, include switch out of the field for Choppa, as Indeedee Male will swap into that position, setting up the Psychic Terrain, boosting the damage of all Psychic attacks on the field for the next 5 turns. Pelipper protecting smartly for Darsh, does not want to allow the Volcarona to knock it out for free, so this Struggle Bug can only connect into the Grimmsnarl, who's not a special attacker to begin with, so it does just a little bit of damage in a special attack drop that doesn't matter. Foul play from Grimmsnarl into Indeedee on the switch in, brings it down to about 30% HP remaining.
Indeedee's such a frail Pokemon that even its own low attack stat is a threat to it when it's super effective and same type attack boosted. It takes a ton of damage on that switch. Would have been a little bit of chip into Blood Moon as well, but this capitalizes on it more. Pelipper's still very vulnerable here, but But the foul play and Ndidi being on the field also means that Grimmsnarl stays a threat. We saw in that last game, Grimmsnarl started to really accomplish nothing, but in this game, it's something that Chuppa has to respect more because it would have just KO'd Ndidi on the next turn, and so just undoes the switch on the next turn. Ursaluna coming back in, Pelipper then switching out.
But it does mean that that Grimmsnarl cannot Thunder Wave while the Psychic Terrain is on the field because of that Prankster ability. So this does keep Volcarona nice and speedy. Can't get paralyzed for Chuppa's strategy. A second struggle bug. This one will count into Archaladon, just like we saw in the previous game, boosting its defense by 1 stage, but also lowering the special attack by 1. The foul play, Ursaluna takes that significantly better than Ndidi would have.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage, but every bit of chip damage helps. I think you're exactly right to call out that the Psychic Terrain is crucial for preventing Thunder Wave here into either target is pretty significant. Archaladon now on the field still has his Assault Vest, unlike after getting knocked off in Game 1, also has Light Screen. So this is really weakened Earth Powers compared to like normal damage relationship between these two Pokemon. Also, the Ursaluna weak to Body Press. Even if it isn't a KO, you start to pick up chip from a Body Press plus a Foul Play, Life Orb Recoil from Ursaluna itself attacking will all add up. But for now, a couple of good attacks for Chuppa coming in that he needs to capitalize the most on, try to get some KOs.
And maybe Darsh might not feel confident that the Body Press knocks out into Ursaluna right now at +1, so wants to get a little Snarl damage, lower that special attack. It does connect into both Pokemon. Smartly for Darsh, it also gets around the Rage Powder since Snarl is a special, or a spread attack, excuse me. So really great play from him. Lowering the special attack, meaning he takes way less from the Earth Power, but he does get the special defense drop there. So now we're back to kind of neutral. You know, I lower your special attack, you lower my special defense, and Earth Power is still a threat. And Flame Body activating yet again 2 games in a row on Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, this is valuable chip damage onto Grimmsnarl. The Rage Powder support is crucial here. Darsh last game was very willing to just throw Body Presses into the Volcarona, pick up damage that way and risk the burn, but this time I think is smart to go for the Snarl. Both lowers any future potential offense from the Volcarona, but also mitigates damage from Ursaluna, gets some chip on it, which is important. The special defense drop is pretty crucial. The Archaladon looked like maybe with an extra Snarl it might be able to take an Earth Power on the next turn. That won't be the case after that special defense drop. So if the Archaladon stays on the field, no option to protect here, so if it stays on the field, it's probably going down to an Earth Power on this turn. It could try to threaten a KO into Volcarona with Electroshot, but that would just be leaving this Ursaluna content on the field to attack. Grimmsnarl not a threat to take down Ursaluna at all, or even affect it or hamper it using Thunder Wave because of the Psychic Terrain that Chuppa said earlier.
So now Grimmsnarl will switch for Darsh. Could be either the Pelipper or his 4th Pokemon that he is not revealed. Deciding to reveal Golden Go to Chuppa. How is Chuppa going to be able to respond this turn? Ursaluna does not want to take another Snarl here, so will Tailwind and Protect. Now, since Pelipper's not on the field, Darsh cannot match the Tailwind speeds, which will allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna to attack first the next turn thanks to the Tailwind. Body Press goes into that Protect as well, so great turn from Chuppa.
The rain stops as well, which removes Archaladon's potential to go after Volcarona on this turn. Golden Go looked to switch in and get past the Rage Powder support by threatening a faster Make It Rain on this turn. There might have been enough chip to have like Snarl plus Make It Rain be the KO, but the Tailwind really hampers that because now Ursaluna will move for either of those Pokemon, can just go after Archaladon with an Earth Power that frees up Volcarona to possibly just Struggle Bug as well to reduce incoming Make It Rains.
And now with Darsh having his Golden Go on the field,
the Overheat also not weakened because there's no rain anymore, and so even at -1 could be important offense against Golden Go. For now, Ursaluna is so crucial to the game, though, just going to go back and bring out Sneasler on this turn.
Yeah, Sneasler goes into that slot, as you mentioned, Overheat from Volcarona. It didn't do enough to Archaladon last time around, but there is no rain. It's already down to about 45% HP remaining. Maybe Volcarona, maybe Chuppa feels as if he needs just a little bit more chip damage before the Overheat can get there, but it will be the most valuable Struggle Bug you can have in this set since it's into 2 special attackers in Archaladon and Golden Go. The Body Press is ineffective into Sneasler, but it's so frail that it already brings it down to half, and the Make It Rain's not enough. Sneasler will hang on in the red, so with its boosted speed, Volcarona and Sneasler are going to be faster than Darsh's Pokemon next turn.
the body press looked like so much damage into Sneasler for just a couple of stamina boosts, I guess 3 of them. But then the Make It Rain between the Psychic Seed and the Struggle Bug just doesn't do much to Sneasler. It's able to hang on, which is pretty important because now threaten down the Archaludon. Volcarona can continue to threaten an overheat into Golden Go. Something like a Throat Chop plus an overheat is a threatened KO into that slot, I believe, as well. So this is difficult for Darsh. You can't remove every threat that Chuppa is presenting immediately. For now, it's Golden Go that needs to be preserved. Has already lost the stage of special attack, has some incoming threat of damage, so it's Grimmsnarl just coming right back into that slot.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl just trying to take this hit for Golden Go. The close combat, though, from Sneasler is more than enough for the KO into Archaludon, so Darsh losing one of his most important Pokemon in this matchup. Does not going to have any attacks coming out since he just switched in with the Grimmsnarl, and Grimmsnarl is going to have to take that overheat. Takes it pretty well, all things considered, lowering Volcarona's special attack by 2 stages.
Right, probably the best option for coming in and taking that overheat. Of course, Pelipper would have just been KO'd since it's down to 1 HP. That makes life a little bit safer for Golden Go. I think there's still a path here for Darsh, right? The advantage for the Ursaluna only lasts as long as there is Tailwind. If the Golden Go is now safe with Light Screen and the -2 special attack, the threat of rain coming in, to not worry too much about the overheat, it might be able to go through a turn of Throat Chop and overheat and just get some KOs here and then get past the Tailwind, but it's definitely a difficult recipe. The Grimmsnarl already burnt and at low health. The Pelipper down to 1 HP. It's all on the shoulders of this Golden Go to deal with several Pokemon.
Yeah, in this position, it's 3 Pokemon, 2, 4. Chuppa still has, all of them has the flexibility of switching around, which he will do right now, swapping Indeedee Male back into that Sneasler position. Sneasler going to get rid of its Psychic Seed. Doesn't matter anymore since its HP is so low anyway, and it's naturally faster than everything on his side. But perfectly timed, putting Psychic Terrain back up so the Thunder Wave cannot activate into Volcarona. Prankster priority stopped in Psychic Terrain. Now Volcarona Struggle Bug into Grimmsnarl while Golden Go protects.
The Thunder Wave would have been really valuable, not just into the Volcarona where it was targeted, but against any of these threats. If you've gotten Sneasler slower, if you've gotten the Ursaluna eventually slower, the Psychic Terrain will stop that for several turns. Trying to land a Struggle Bug into Golden Go makes a lot of sense as well. If you can get Golden Go lowered enough to not be able to threaten a KO into the Ursaluna Blood Moon, then it makes the end game a lot easier to resolve. You just need some combination of speed control or survivability for Chuppa to not just like have all the dominoes fall from a few Make It Rains in a row. And you can establish that in several different ways. But for now, we need another Light Screen. Darsh setting it up.
Right. That's how long game 2 has been, that the 8 turns have a pass, and he needs to set up a second Light Screen, which helps survive the hit there at 8 HP, forces Struggle Bug to be a spread attack to finally get the KO on Grimmsnarl. But Grimmsnarl can definitely be helping out the team from the Poké Center while it has that Light Screen up against these special attackers on Chuppa's side. Nasty Plot for Golden Go saying, fight Struggle Bug with Nasty Plot. You're gonna drop me by 1. I'll raise my special attack by 2.
That's one way to look at it. The other way is that Chuppa made that Nasty Plot only a +1 while Darsh lost to Grimmsnarl on that turn, which crucially also forces Pelipper on the field. Chuppa really wants Golden Go left by itself at the end of this game, is now threatening just faster KO onto the Pelipper. It can protect itself for 1 turn, but it's not going to be long for the world. It also, if Golden Go wants to get 2 KOs at once, it's going to have to Make It Rain, dropping its own special attack. There's probably more Struggle Bugs coming in, dropping its special attack even further. It's going to become more and more difficult for Golden Go to get that KO onto the Ursaluna that's in the back.
Yeah, we see why Golden Go is a 50% usage Pokemon. It's so important. And the Choice Scarf Indeedee with Terra Blast takes care of that pesky 1 hit point remaining on Pelipper and knocking it out and leaving this Golden Go all by itself. Volcarona tailwinding for the 3rd time this game. There's the Make It Rain for the knockout into Indeedee, but not a KO for Volcarona. Now you've lost both, essentially both of the Nasty Plot boosts because of the first Struggle Bug and the Make It Rain dropping it down. And you have Volcarona still alive and the Blood Moon Ursaluna in Tailwind.
Right, that's what's really key here, is that the Volcarona just stayed on the field for so long, got multiple Struggle Bugs off that forced Darsh to reposition and then not to have too much advantage here, and then ultimately was able to set a 3rd Tailwind in this game, and now has the Ursaluna faster than the Golden Go, which should just about seal it. The Golden Go does still have Light Screen, can still terastallize out of the weakness to ground, but it's going to have to take a struggle bug now at -1 special attack.
Yeah, Chuppa is no stranger to playing long, extended games of VGC. We get to turn 10, turn 11, advantage Chuppa, and now this series is tied 1 game apiece. Winner of Game 3 will move on to top 4.
The Ursaluna had such a big impact on that game. It just threatened so much damage, even with the mitigation that Darsh has. Still was able to get a 2-hit KO onto Arch Alerdon, helped along the way by, or threatened a 2-hit KO onto Arch Alerdon that forced Darsh to reposition and ultimately ended with a close combat KOing the Arch Alerdon. But it's helped along by a special defense drop from an Earth Power, but still was doing really significant damage even through the Light Screen and the Assault Vest.
Now, Darsh has used those same Pokemon in this matchup, has not brought the Dragonite, has not brought the Mousehold. Is this maybe a matchup experience? Maybe he's used to seeing this since there are 3 prominent players using this archetype in the field in Toronto, and maybe had earlier learnings that the Dragonite Mousehold was not a great option, or maybe is it a situation where you're saving that switch up for Game 3?
I'm really interested to see. I think the adjustment Darsh has to make is to deal with the Volcarona more quickly. It cannot stay on the field so many turns that it sets a 3rd game-winning Tailwind. And there is damage threat to deal with it, right? It is a problem as long as it's redirecting away body presses or just going through Make It Rains. But if you can get a scale shot into it, if you can get a Muddy Water into it, I mean, maybe that's one of the key adjustments to make in the games that we saw both Game 1 and Game 2. Pelipper used kind of its 1 chance to attack. It is such a frail and slower Pokemon that it's only really getting 1 chance to attack in these matches. It both times used it in order to go for a Tailwind. If it used it for a Muddy Water instead, I think would be a lot of chip damage into the Ursaluna, and maybe just deal with the Volcarona on the spot. But for now, neither player adjusting. We go into the decisive Game 3 with both players using the lead from Game 2.
And both of Chuppa's Pokemon are threatened by a Muddy Water, so in this situation, if you want to force Chuppa to terastallize the Ursaluna to get out of that water weakness, then the Volcarona still has a fire type in the rain. The Muddy Water would be pretty solid damage.
It would, and if you can deal with the Volcarona and remove the Rage Powder option, then Arch Alerdon does a lot better to fight into the Ursaluna Blood Moon. The Golden Go will have an easier time getting Make It Rains off if there's not a fire type on the other side, but you might be doing it with one-sided Tailwind for a few turns, which could be hard to withstand with an Paranormal Ursaluna on the other side.
So you might be trading Tailwind for damage with Muddy Water right now. It's neither trainer is going to swap any of their Pokemon. They're going for straight damage here on turn 1 of Game 3. Grimmsnarl with the Light Screen going to negate 50% of the damage from Chuppa's special attacks for the next 8 turns. Volcarona clicking Tailwind yet again on turn 1, all 3 games in this set. Here's a Terra normal boosted Blood Moon attack into Pelipper, just like Game 2, bringing it down to its focus stats. And this is Pelipper's chance. This is Darsh's chance to make an adjustment in this matchup, or will he match the speeds? Chooses instead to match the speed. But at this point, you're now just having the Grimmsnarl, who's always at threat of the Indeedee switching back in and stopping its prankster abilities.
Right. Once again, Pelipper uses probably its 1 chance to attack in the match in order to get a Tailwind off. The last game we saw Chuppa switch to Indeedee here in order to block a possible turn to Thunder Wave. I'm interested to see if he makes the same play again. I would kind of expect it. Thunder Wave would be really disruptive if some of these crucial Pokemon
to
start
both
getting
Blood Moon and Volcarona.
To either of them or to the things in the back, right? Nothing wants to be paralyzed here, because part of Chuppa's advantage in this matchup is when Darsh invests so much in matching Tailwind, Chuppa still largely has the speed advantage. The Sneasler is faster, the Volcarona is faster. It's just the Ursaluna that pays for this, and so no surprise to see Indeedee coming in, using Psychic Terrain to make sure that Thunder Wave doesn't disrupt that speed advantage.
This time around, Chuppa making an adjustment, swapping Volcarona out instead of Blood Moon Ursaluna. This will stop the Thunder Wave thanks to the Psychic Terrain, so no chance at lowering the speed. Muddy Water, it's gonna dodge Indeedee Mail on the switch in, but it does some really solid damage to Ursaluna, who goes for the Earth Power into Pelipper, who's a flying type, so he does no damage.
Chuppa trying to be a turn ahead there and catch one of the two steel types, the Golden Go or the Archeldodon that Darsh has had in the back all 3 games.
Because Pelipper did swap on turn 2 all of the games.
Right, yeah, it doesn't have a place here in the field. It's just being threatened by a Struggle Bug. So Chuppa's going, well, I don't need to use the faster Struggle Bug if you're going to switch anyway, and I can catch the switch with an Earth Power. Both things don't pay off. Really significant Muddy Water damage into Ursaluna, but this turn is still kind of a trap. You can just Expanding Force to threaten the KO onto Pelipper, and still, this is like we talked about in Game 2, when the KO is threatened in the other slot, it lets Ursaluna be free to do whatever it wants, which makes it really difficult to make any switch. So no surprise to see Darsh not risking one of those 2 Pokemon in the back with a switch, instead just lets Pelipper go down to this Expanding Force, and then Ursaluna will be the next thing to attack, will fire off a huge Blood Moon into the Grimmsnarl.
Right, even behind the light screen, that does massive damage to Grimmsnarl, the Life Orb, the Terra Normal boost, and the massive base power that Blood Moon has brings it down to 10 HP. The Foul Play goes towards Indeedee Male, though, bringing it down to about 30% HP remaining. The speeds are evened out still, and Golden Go is on the field.
This is a strong position for Darsh. The Golden Go and Grimmsnarl are neither one really threatened here, because the NDD can't do any damage to Grimmsnarl while locked into Expanding Force. Golden Go will resist it and be able to take a hit. If Golden Go is naturally faster than Ursaluna in this match Tailwind, so if it just wants to go for a Make It Rain, it's just threatening 2 KOs. Of course, Volcarona will be fine to switch into a Make It Rain, but you can only do that in 1 slot. I am a little bit surprised to see the Foul Play go into NDD. It does a ton of damage in that slot, but all the chip damage is so valuable against Ursaluna. Even the Foul Play might have put it back into Life Orb KO range. But for now, Ursaluna leaving the field, can't afford to risk that Pokemon. Volcarona comes back in to take any attacks from this Golden Go a lot better than the Ursaluna would.
Yeah, Volcarona does resist Make It Rain as a fire type, so Chuppa anticipating him to come out, but no, Darsh staying ahead here will just protect its Golden Go. Reflect for the Grimmsnarl, now negating the physical damage that Chuppa might have on his team, like the Sneasler, if that is Chuppa's 4th Pokemon. Here, can't hit Grimmsnarl as a Dark type with the Psychic attack, so the Tailwinds do peter out at this point, but only Chuppa has a Pokemon on the field that can click Tailwind.
Yeah, this is the risk of investing so much in the matched Tailwinds in the early games. The Chuppa has much more sustainable Tailwind. Volcarona really not threatened here. Psychic Terrain still preventing Thunder Wave for now. Though, of course, risking NDD, if it goes down, then eventually Thunder Wave is a threat. Could have gone down on that last turn with a Foul Play. Instead, Darsh preferring to Reflect, knowing that Sneasler will eventually come out, and you need to be able to keep Archaludon and Golden Go safe from the Sneasler offense. NDD does seem to be a little bit disposable here. Chuppa just wants to keep clicking Expanding Force, getting some chip damage out, but not really significant damage into either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, 2 steel types on the field, so the Psychic and Bug attacks are not going to do enough damage, but crucially, Volcarona will land the Struggle Bug and get a special attack drop onto both Archaludon and Golden Go. Darsh deciding 2 Nasty Plots to negate that Struggle Bug, partially at least. Now he's at +1 special attack and the rain is gone.
One thing to note here for Chuppa is there's not much rush to Tailwind. What you don't want to do is Tailwind too early, then lose
and
Volcarona.
Ursaluna's not on the field for it.
Right, and then lose Volcarona during that Tailwind so that when Ursaluna comes back out, it doesn't have it. Volcarona's not really threatened here, and it is naturally faster than any Pokemon that Darsh has. So you can kind of Tailwind at the last moment when you think something is going to go down. But now, for the first time in this match, Darsh has both of his offensive threats on the field at the same time. He's always been a little bit hampered by having the Grimmsnarl there not doing much in many of these games, but here, is threatening the Golden Go to continue to boost up. The Archaludon already has +1 defense and can go for an Electro Shot as well here.
No longer access to rain in this game for Darsh, which means essentially this Archaludon's never going to be able to click Electro Shot to raise its special attacks, since it'll take the full 2 turns every time. So this is kind of a free area for Chuppa to continue to Struggle Bug into 2 special attackers. Sneasler's going to take these hits well, considering the Struggle Bug lowering their special attack yet again, but of course Sneasler eating or activating that Psychic Seed, boosting its special defense by 1 stage here. Second stamina boost for Archaludon, and I think Darsh understands that this Archaludon's never really going to get any damage for the rest of this game, so I'll just continue to snarl and lower their special attack instead, while letting Nasty Plot Golden Go set up for a second time.
The NDD switching out there pretty crucial. The Snarl, while it is mostly damage mitigation against Volcarona, might have been valuable damage against NDD Male, such a frail Pokemon. And if NDD had gone down, we just saw Psychic Terrain expire. That Grimmsnarl in the back would have become a speed control Pokemon. But now Chuppa retains the option to block any Prankster Thunder Waves with Psychic Terrain. Golden Go has, by 2 Nasty Plots, gotten itself up to +2 special attack. Might be enough to threaten a KO, but of course, if it tries to go for an attack, it's probably going to take a Struggle Bug first before it can go out on the offense. Meanwhile, Archaludon, though, is quietly getting some boosts up, has gotten 2 Staminas. If the Struggle Bugs keep coming out to suppress Golden Go, Archaludon will continue to get more Stamina boosts.
Finally, Darsh terrestrializing in this game with the Terra Bug Archaludon, different than Terra Electric or, Terra Fairy or any other Terra type. This bug typing now resists close combat if Chuppa wants to go for it. That's how he got a KO before, and it's not going to happen this time. That doesn't even do double-digit damage to Archaludon. Sneasler loses the special defense boost it had as well from the Psychic Seed. So now it's back down to neutral defense or special defense there. Volcarona with the Tailwind on this turn to double the speed. Archaludon with a yet another Snarl, lowering Volcarona's special attack by 1 more stage. And then it's up to the Golden Go, who clicks Make It Rain at +1. It's enough for the neutral special defense Sneasler, and now a big threat has been taken out.
Sneasler is gone, but maybe wasn't offering too much offensive potential at this point anyway. It maybe did its job just by forcing the Terastallization onto the Archaludon. The Snarls building up in Volcarona are important here because after going into a bug type, it's now weak to Overheat and no more rain to mitigate that damage.
And it no longer resists Blood Moon.
No longer resists Blood Moon, does resist Earth Power. Of course, the really key target now becomes the Golden Go. The speed advantage for Chuppa, though, means that Ursaluna is threatening Earth Power into that slot. And also the Terastallization has now been spent, which means Golden Go can't get out of it. Of course, Golden Go can protect itself, but we've seen how the Volcarona can support Ursaluna away from body presses with Rage Powder, but even just a couple Snarls might start to build this up. Special attack's been really lowered all over the place. A lot of little tiny chip damage coming into play everywhere. Overheat is, I think, still an important damage threat here, even at -2 from Snarls. Super effective into both of these targets, and just weakening them some could, for instance, open things back up for the NDD in the back for Expanding Force. A key wall to that is that Grimmsnarl is still alive at 10 HP. You can't commit to
You can do 0 damage with
Expanding
Expanding Force, right, into Grimmsnarl, so you're never going to win that exchange. Volcarona with the Overheat as Ursaluna protects. That's super effective into the bug type. Archaludon on the other end, but it is an Assault Vest, and it was already lowered 2 times by the Snarl, so Archaludon actually tanks that relatively well, considering it was super effective. Yet another Snarl there into Volcarona, lowering its special attack even more. The Make It Rain will not hit Ursaluna since it protected, only going to target the Volcarona, bringing it down into the red. But I feel like Volcarona has done such an important job of chipping things down potentially as Light Screen goes away.
Really key that Light Screen expires there. It means that Ursaluna is such a huge damage threat. Volcarona has done such a good job, again, of just staying on the field way too long in this game. Gets some Overheat chip into Archaludon, can still threaten a redirection on this turn with Rage Powder, and was able to take that +1 Make It Rain even as low as it had been chipped by all these other attacks.
Yeah, now the Volcarona is -5 special defense with 3 Snarls and an Overheat drop. He doesn't care. -5 into Golden Go still does well enough damage to bring Golden Go down into the red. And the spread Hyper Voice attack, Ursaluna Blood Moon with its unique ability to hit ghost types with normal attacks means it doesn't care about the ghost typing on Golden Go, and that is a double knockout with just a 10 HP Grimmsnarl in the back.
Yeah, that's all of it, right? Grimmsnarl cannot fight back against 3 Pokemon with just Foul Play. Chuppa sees the chance for a decisive double KO, uses even, like you say, -5 special attack with no more Light Screen, and with the extra damage coming in from Hyper Voice, the ability to pick up the 2 KOs. Doesn't need to just Earth Power there, and so Chuppa makes it happen. This Volcarona makes it happen over so many turns, tailwinding multiple times, struggle bugging so many times, and even getting 2 overheats off in this game just stays on the field way too long. Those really key turn 1 decisions about how to use Pelipper eventually playing out in Chuppa's favor both game 2 and game 3.
Yeah, no Slitherwing, no Iron, what's the future one? I'm forgetting his name. The future Volcarona, Iron Moth, right?
Even on the last turn, Chuppa taking no risks with this. Maybe like a Thunder Wave into Blood Moon could start fully paralysis. Every one of Volcarona's attacks is not 100% accurate, so maybe there's a miracle somewhere, but Chuppa doesn't allow it. Just gets the second terrain down, gets the Blood Moon, closes the game, and moves into top 4.
Yeah, congratulations, Chuppa across the 4th, moving on to top 4 in Toronto, but Darsh played an excellent set, making it all the way to top 8. But this Volcarona, I think it might like open people's eyes. I know it is a Pokemon that comes in waves, right? Comes in peaks and valleys of formats, let's say, where sometimes it falls out, and other events it's maybe a 20% usage Pokemon because of the utility that Rage Powder can give to it. And Chuppa kind of showcasing why this oldie but a goodie, the OG Moth in Volcarona, what I'm trying to get at, is the one that's still the most effective.
It's really good roll compression, right? It shares a lot of DNA with other common Pokemon. It does similar things to Incineroar using its defensive typing to disrupt the other team. It does similar things to Magmar with being a fire type redirection, but neither of those Pokemon offer you speed control. Volcarona manages to fold that into the recipe as well and offer the Tailwind that was really crucial in this game. Volcarona lets you put all of that into one slot along with Struggle Bug and some offensive threat, and then opens up to have so many different attackers around it. Chuppa showing off 4 different ones in this game: the Tyranitar, the Blood Moon, the Sneasler, and the NDD.
I do really respect how Darsh played this set with these 4 Pokemon, never really, adjusting the game plan and adjusting their positioning within, but bringing these same 4 all 3 games and understanding why, or his most important moments, setting up the light screen, getting a second activation of it in game 2, even setting Reflect at a point that Sneasler was not a threat on the field yet, anticipating it to come in. I think Darsh showed some really solid skills as a VGC trainer and why he was able to make it this far in top 8 into Toronto. And Chuppa just has a lot of experience. Like you mentioned, the long drawn out matches are always in Chuppa's favor because he's going to slowly but surely win that Tailwind race. But I think he clicked Tailwind, 6 total times with Volcarona in those 3 games? I think game 2 was 3, 1 in game 1 and twice in game 2.
I would have to go back and count, but that sounds right to me. It's a lot of Tailwind. It's a lot of time spent on the field for Volcarona. And all those turns between the Tailwinds, it was mostly on the field and doing helpful things as well. Just had such a massive impact on that match.
Yeah, and what can we say about Chuppa? One of the best players in the world for sure. Certainly one of the best trainers in North America, proving it again and again every time. And if that was a tough test against Darsh, well, it's going to get even tougher when he has the chance to perish against Wolfie.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating top 4 to watch pretty soon. Those Pokemon looked a little bit, so you can't play a 12-turn game if the other team's clicking Perish Song and Shadow Tagging you in, so we'll have to see it go a little bit differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be a very exciting matchup, and we will have our 2 top 4 matches here on the stream today, leading up to the finals as well, so make sure you don't go anywhere because the action is just heating up. But, I mean, for the best performance that Darsh has had, we saw at the beginning of his when he sat down for the match, he had a couple top 64s, a couple top 32s. I love the confidence after the winning game 1. It's his time. He's cooking and everything. I love the personality, and I hope to see Darsh continued success throughout the season.
Yeah, it's great to see building off of those day 2 finishes now with a top cut finish, and hopefully can continue to advance up that ladder.
Now, I would like to see, maybe see Mousehold next time around, just for the fun of it, see if anything would have changed or not. But
yeah, you want him to bring it and just use it as a mascot.
As a mascot, he's there to support his friends. Like we are here to support Gabby, who is ready with Chuppa over in the lounge. So Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm here with Chuppa, who has locked his way into top 4 back-to-back in Toronto. How does it feel?
It feels great, Gabby. Going into this weekend, I chose to use a team that I felt I was going to do well with, but also have the most fun with, and I'm so glad that that's been paying off so far.
I was going to say, we had the chance to chat on Friday, and you mentioned that you were looking forward to the team, you were looking forward to have fun, and it really is paying off. What do you think it is about the team that sort of has given you this success?
It's the offensive play style, like especially after a couple weeks ago, I was in Sacramento. I finished with a record of 7-4, exactly 64th, which is like by all means fine, but not the record that I'm usually aiming for.
Yeah.
With a very standard team, you know, slow, you try to heal yourself up with Sinistra, things like that. I don't know if that's who I am as a player at my core. So I think moving over to something with like all these amazing spread moves has been so fun.
It's interesting to hear you say that because when I think of you, I think a lot of Dondozo, which is really not that much of an offensive team in my opinion.
You have to remember Dondozo's partners though. It's like
True.
Hamad, Golden Go, Choice Band Dragonite, and Chen Pao when they're in the game are some of my favorites. Dondozo itself might play a little bit slow, but its partners, they're trying to clear the way for it, and that's really something that I've mastered in the current generation of Pokemon.
So if you had to pick the Pokemon that you're clearing the way for on your current team, what would that be and why?
It's got to be the Blood Moon. Over the course of the tour, I've just been trying to use it more and more, and it is so incredible. You know, with support like Tailwind, Indeedee, Psychic Train, as we saw in that match to block Thunderwave, you can set up some really, really nasty boards with it.
For sure. So let's go ahead and talk about that last matchup. As you just mentioned before we went on camera that it was very much an offense versus defensive matchup. So how did you approach it, you know, seeing the light screen, seeing the Thunderwave on the team sheet?
Yeah, Grimmsnarl is one of those Pokemon that when you're going up against it, you have to be very careful with like kind of how the moves that Grimmsnarl can make against you. You want it to be able to click Light Screen, Reflect. You can't stop those and you have to accept it, but you don't want it doing too much more. In this case, I'll say I'm very lucky I wasn't playing against a Spirit Break Grimmsnarl that could keep lowering my stats, but foul play against my team is like not really the best. So if Grimmsnarl is hanging out on the field, that gives me a lot of room to maneuver against its partner, you know, figure out what kind of Pokemon I'm going to use to fight against our Chaladon or Golden Go. And I think by the end of that set, I found a really ideal position where it's just like, you know, Grimmsnarl's sitting in the back, but I've got Indeedee in the back. Grimmsnarl's not going to be able to do anything. I'm going to get rid of those nasty steel types.
It's funny you mentioned that because when I think of Indeedee versus Grimmsnarl, I feel like my first instinct is that Indeedee would kind of struggle with it. But since you're running that Choice Scarf Indeedee, you really do have options.
Exactly, yeah. And in that set, I was thinking about if I even want to bring in Indeedee because I knew that Expanding Force wasn't going to be incredible against those steel types. But ultimately, I think blocking Thunder Wave is just too important. The Expanding Force damage does load up on a team like that with no Sinistra, no Rillaboom. Every point of damage I'm doing to that sticks, even if it's just, you know, tickle damage from Expanding Force.
All right, well, this is the last event for Regulation H. How do you feel like Regulation H has been for you so far?
It's been a lot of fun. You know, I'm thinking about it now, and I'm really happy to send the format off with a bang. I think until this event, I hadn't really mastered it. I tried to use Dondozo, come up short, tried to use Standard, come up short, and I'm figuring out something else that really works for me.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad that you found it because with you locking in top 4, I think this is one of the most exciting top 4s we've had so far this season in North America. So congratulations. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to people at home?
Yeah, big shout outs have to be for Carson and Marcus for working with me on this team. I'm so proud of how you did, Marcus. Carson, I'm so happy to have been able to work with you on the team, especially after your huge win in Sacramento recently. Besides that, shout outs Gambito as always.
For sure. Thank you so much, Chuppa, for your time. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Chuppa. Congratulations on that win. You know, Chuppa's feeling confident. He's happy right now. He's a real menace. He's a big threat to walk away with the back-to-back.
This is a pretty serious top 4. We have 2 former regional champions. We have Wolf, Glick, and with many regional championships. And Marco, 3-time IC champion coming off of winning an IC in this format already. Whoever comes out of this top 4 will have some bragging rights for sure.
Potentially borrowing a North American Worlds invite too if he wins this one, since he already has one since he won LAIC, right? So he'd just be taking one from NA.
Yeah, taking one of those auto invites out of the NA pool, making that fight for top 75 a little scrappier at the end of the season.
Yeah, obviously the storyline of Gio, regional champion from last year, trying to get another one on his change in his careers, moving around, trying to get one last one for the Gipper, or whatever that phrase is. Wolf, so many times he's probably faced Chuppa, I can't even count how many times they've faced each other since 2012, imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure they played quite a few times. All 4 of these teams have great storylines behind them as well. Marco sticking with it throughout the regulation, Gio sticking with it throughout the regulation and evolving. You heard him talk about trying to perfect the team by little iterations here and there. Wolf on Parasong, like an iconic team for him. And then Chuppa, you heard saying like he couldn't find the right thing in this format and then ultimately settled on something with friends. And I think it's really great to see. So all 4 teams, super interesting stories too.
Yeah, I think I'm absolutely torn here with Charizard versus North America. I don't know how to root, so instead I'll just watch these matches and hopefully we will have some exciting top 4 matchups. Our first top 4 match here in Toronto is Marco Silva versus Giovanni Costa, the 3-time international champion versus the Dragonite comeback man himself and San Antonio regional champion Giovanni Costa.
2 players with a lot of high finishes up against each other with fairly different teams. Should be very interesting speed dynamics in this game. Gio has the instant tailwind that Marco doesn't have, so unlike most players who are up against a jump bluff in Sun with chlorophyll, can actually tailwind before that, try to get faster than it. And then normally a challenge going up against Marco's teams that it has both tailwind and trick room, you don't know what speed you're in. The choice band Dragonite could be pretty significant for that because whether we're fast, whether we're slow, extreme speed is going first, but the problem is you can count them 1, 2, 3 ghost terrestrializations on this team. And so if you choice band lock into an extreme speed just to have a ghost terrestrialization come out, it could be pretty dangerous. Gio also has to worry about sleep powder on the other side, but has a couple of immunities for it. Has Golden Go, of course, with Good as Gold, and Whimsicott that can't be Sleep Powder. So some teams struggle with a lead that's stable to not risk a Sleep Powder on the first turn, but Gio has at least 1 available for him.
Yeah, for those who have not seen Marco's team in action, if you didn't see him win with this crew at LAIC, the plan is to set up Sun with Torkoal, have Jump Bluff with the Chlorophyll doubling its speed, Charizard with Solar Power choice specs doing massive damage in the Sun, and then whatever they can't handle, you use your other pivot Pokemon, your other bulky Pokemon like Incineroar and Porygon 2 to handle the rest.
We've seen Gio lean on the Golden Go a lot in his sets. Up against Marco's team, that's pretty difficult. 3 fire types means 3 steel resist. Porygon
and your
2,
Terra Steel.
Yeah, and Terra Steel means you don't have a defensive terrestrialization to get out of those fire weaknesses or the ground weakness to the Ursaluna on the other side. Porygon 2 difficult to fight through with a choice specs Golden Go as well. Maybe more just Trick is a threat there. The Trick Protect set is pretty useful against Marco's team. You can, for instance, trick the Porygon while it's setting Trick Room, do some damage while it's switching out, protect through the next turn of Trick Room, makes Trick Room a harder game plan to use as a lead, but easier to, the trick isn't as useful if the Porygon 2 isn't on the field on turn 1. I know some players with experience with Porygon 2 like to, against Trick, have it in the back and then threaten a Trick Room later on in the game. Or also just full-out offensive modes that Gio could look for. Garchomp could do a ton of damage. 3 fire types means 3 ground weaknesses for Earthquake to go after. Sneasler also has a few ripe targets with 3 close combat weaknesses on the other side and a Dire Claw weakness. And so these games may often see Gio out with the early presence and Marco needing to establish the position. We've seen Marco have a lot of success establishing a position that makes it look very difficult for the opponent to do much damage.
And it might be hard for Marco to rely against a Sleep Powder against Gio's team, specifically as you have the Whimsicott who's immune, you have Golden Go with its ability who's immune, and Terra, Grass, Incineroar as well. But all those grass typings would be really bad into a Charizard and a Torkoal. So we'll see how this game plays out. Charizard Porygon 2 is the lead for Marco Silva. Giovanni Costa with Whimsicott and Dragonite, 2 of his favorite Pokemon of all time.
We saw Marco use this lead a couple of times yesterday. Really keeps your opponent guessing on whether you're going out quickly with offense with Charizard or going to be setting up with Porygon 2. We get a preview that's the Incineroar and the Ursaluna in the back, so you can go into the Trick Room mode here, or you can go out quickly with offense with Charizard and just threaten a KO to Whimsicott on the other side. But unlike Covert Cloak Whimsicott, this one will be able to take a fire move. You'd have to put 2 attacks into it. Gives it a little bit more staying power. Encore is also disruptive against the Porygon 2. Against some teams, Marco might want to Trick Room and switch the Charizard out. You would just be forced to switch the Porygon after, but for now, just a Moonblast into Porygon. Some good chip, and a critical hit means it's even better chip. Charizard Heat Wave's going to miss a target. Whimsicott, the better target, dodges it. Charizard just does a bit of damage to Dragonite.
Yeah, now Dragonite with Choice Band Outrage landing into Charizard. That is a clean one-hit KO on turn 1 of this game. So Charizard really not being a good first partner Pokemon to Marco, missing that Heat Wave. But fortunately, Porygon will take out the Dragonite because of the double hits from Heat Wave and Ice Beam. So each of these players have lost one of their big, powerful Pokemon on turn 1.
A fireworks of a start. Gio probably doesn't get exactly what he was hoping for there. The Moonblast was probably meant to be enough chip to have Outrage KO the Porygon. I'm not sure if it would have been enough damage. That's a lot to ask, but Choice Band Dragonite Outrage is a lot of damage. You know, Charizard had been stuck on the field just using Heat Wave against Dragonite, and Dragonite had not taken an Ice Beam. That turn looks a lot better for Gio. But because the Whimsicott dodges the Heat Wave, Gio only loses the Dragonite, still gets a crucial KO against the Charizard, kind of funnels Marco into one speed direction, just has 3 slow Pokemon left now instead of the dynamics of having both fast and slow Pokemon. And the Golden Go comes out here. Again, chip onto Porygon 2 is valuable. You're more realistically threatening a KO into Porygon 2. Something like Moonblast and Terra Steel make it rain, but Incineroar is a problem. Can fake out Whimsicott, like we talked about. No Covert Cloak here. Can also put damage into the Golden Go and really isn't threatened by much the Golden Go can do. This Golden Go doesn't have a coverage move to go after Incineroar because it has the Trick and Protect.
The only way Whimsicott could have gotten around a fake out would have been terrestrializing into a Ghost type, but that is not what Giovanni wants to do. Instead, will Terra Steel this Golden Go, doing even more damage with those Steel type attacks. A second Moonblast into Porygon gets a special attack drop, but no critical hit this time around. So it's at pretty much 50% HP. But the Terra Steel boosted Make It Rain into Porygon gets the KO. So Marco is down to his last 2 Pokemon here in this game. Incineroar doesn't take too much damage, will respond with a Flare Blitz as well into Golden Go for the knockout. So Giovanni down his Terra.
The fireworks continue, both players getting really significant KOs. No fake out from Incineroar means that there is the damage of the double up to just bully down this Porygon 2. That's a difficult thing to do, but Gio has the offense to do it. But then no fake out means it's a Flare Blitz coming back into the Golden Go on the other side. Still, between the Make It Rain and the Flare Blitz recoil, the Incineroar got low enough health that even after the Citrus Berry, it's just over 50% health. But now both players down to 2 Pokemon. The pivoting is gone, the speed control is gone. We are all about the last damage trading. What Pokemon this is in the end for Gio is crucial. Incineroar, not the worst pick, has Intimidate against both of these Pokemon, but of course being weak to ground means it's pretty vulnerable to Ursaluna here. Terastallization has already been spent, no way to get Incineroar out of that, but at least there's fake out pressure on this turn.
Yeah, and that's a tough call for, or a tough spot for Marco, I should say, with his Ursaluna already being intimidated as the Incineroar comes out. There's no more switching, but Gio does not have the parting shot. It's instead U-turn and Assault Vest. So at least for Marco's benefit, Gio can't chain parting shot to continue to lower Ursaluna's attack.
Right, just has to go out on the offense here. Probably won't get many chances to do it. Could fake out on this turn to slow Ursaluna down for a turn. The Whimsicott Focus Sash is important here. It means that one Flare Blitz isn't enough to pick up a KO, so Whimsicott may get a couple attacks off. The first one of those is a Moonblast into Incineroar. It looks like it'd be a 2-hit KO into that Incineroar, or maybe just a 1-hit KO after this Flare Blitz deals a lot of recoil back to Incineroar.
Yeah, Flare Blitz is going to do essentially, or going to have 99% of that HP done. The recoil is enough for Incineroar to knock itself out. So do we give credit to Whimsicott, credit to Incineroar knocking itself out? Either way, it means Marco has 1 Pokemon remaining. Flare Blitz from Incineroar here into Ursaluna does about 40%, a little bit of recoil damage as well, but the Facade takes out that last HP remaining on the Whimsicott. So now it is Incineroar versus Ursaluna.
I don't think that played out the way that Gio needed it to. The Flare Blitz doesn't look like it'll be a 2-hit KO. There's no way for Incineroar to protect itself and mount the burn damage either. I would expect the Headlong Rush is a KO back into this, but for now, Flare Blitz down to 34 HP. Ursaluna's going to get to attack.
Yeah, he has the Headlong Rush into the Incineroar slot, and a very explosive game 1 lands Marco Silva, 1 victory away from the finals here in Toronto.
Gio may be expecting that Ursaluna would protect itself on that second to last turn. Something like a Moonblast there instead of into the Incineroar would have allowed the Flare Blitz.
Right, to activate the burn, right? You want to protect first.
And because the fake out was being threatened into that slot anyway, but instead, I think Marco makes some really smart targeting, gets rid of the Whimsicott so that there's no extra Moonblast and doesn't have to headlong rush the first turn, which would have lowered its special defense, maybe made it vulnerable to Moonblast, just gets the Whimsicott off the field and then is bulky enough to take the KO onto Incineroar. Really delicately played 2v2 because we had such an explosive opening of the game with these big KOs like onto the Porygon 2 here. That meant we just got down to 2 Pokemon and players had very little flexibility. It was just down to that last bit of targeting and neither player had a decisive advantage.
So Marco was able to come away with the victory here in game 1. And from Gio's perspective, Len, Marco didn't even bring the quote-unquote Sun Core, right? The main crew of the team in Torkoal and Jumpluff. So how do you adjust here knowing that Marco was able to have the advantage in game and win the game without those main Pokemon?
Oh, I think all the Pokemon are main Pokemon. I think this is a set of Pokemon Marco uses frequently. You don't have to rely on the Torkoal and the Jumpluff. The fact that the Jumpluff doesn't have instant Tailwind, you'd have to commit, to get a full speed advantage with it, you'd have to commit both Chlorophyll and having Jumpluff on the field, which means bringing both of those Pokemon. I think all 4 of the others have pretty important roles to play. The Charizard ended up being somewhat disposable in that game, just got a Heat Wave off and then went down to Outrage. But if it's the Golden Go lead instead, it would have a pretty impactful role. Whereas if you lead Jumpluff into Golden Go, things might start to look bad quickly. So you can see why the Charizard was led for that reason. I'm not sure there's that much incentive for Marco to change up the recipe here, unless it's to have an even more Trick Room focused mode. Because Gio doesn't have a great way to deal with eruptions coming out inside of Trick Room. Lots of 2 fire weak Pokemon, a couple of other frail Pokemon, 3 fire resist, so you'd have to do some work ahead of time. You gotta do your homework to get them chipped down or to have Ursaluna on the field as well. But if you do think it's things like Sneasler and Golden Go left at the end, then Torkoal could be a huge win condition.
Yeah, we'll see if Marco makes any adjustments. He is the one in the driver's seat right now with that game 1 victory. For now, it will be the Incineroar standing next to Porygon 2 in the lead, up against Dragonite. Whimsicott yet again for Gio. Dragonite cannot have its attack lowered thanks to the inner focus ability, and Porygon 2 gets a special attack boost.
If Marco wants it, can fake out the Whimsicott to prevent this possible Moonblast and Outrage, but doesn't want it. It's Moonblast. It's Outrage again, but the Outrage into Incineroar, not into Porygon, and it's not a KO.
Incineroar hangs on way better than Charizard did last time around. Will eat that Citrus Berry, but it's still already incredibly low at this point. And no fake out, no Flare Blitz into Whimsicott. Instead, the parting shot into that Choice Band Dragonite, lowering its attack by 1 stage and allowing Marco to switch out here. Did adjust, no Charizard. It's the Torkoal Ursaluna. It's full Trick Room in the back.
Yeah, has the 4 slowest Pokemon on the team ready to commit to Trick Room. We saw the moves locked in. We know that Trick Room is the next thing coming. I still don't know if Outrage would have been a KO into Porygon 2, but we still didn't see it happen. Outrage goes into the other slot, and so Porygon successfully gets this Trick Room up. And now that Eruption plus Ice Beam combination is being threatened because Gio has Incineroar, which would resist both, which may be coming in here, but otherwise Garchomp and and Dragonite, the other fire resist, both weak to Ice Beam. But of course, Whimsicott, we talked about this before the game, can just encore anytime a Trick Room comes up. Porygon 2 did not switch out, and so will just be going for another Trick Room this turn after this Eruption.
Yeah, we'll be forced to retwist those dimensions. Marco getting caught off guard. Whimsicott, very well known for that Prankster Encore ability, making it go faster in the, it doesn't matter because he has priority, so even in the twisted dimensions, it won't matter. Outrage into Porygon, well, there's your answer. The double up Moonblast plus Outrage is not enough for a KO.
That is after a parting shot from the Incineroar earlier on, so without it, would have done some more damage, but still probably not a KO. But yeah, undoing that Trick Room really significant here because now Outrage is coming out again this turn. May be difficult to set Trick Room again. You may be relying on Outrage targeting to make it happen. Encore is such an interesting move because sometimes it's almost like a I think they have to respect it. It's like a negotiated piece where you just expect that that they won't actually stay in until you don't click Encore. Gio there forcing Marco to respect it, and he didn't. Porygon stays in, gets Encored, and put into a pretty difficult spot. It's maybe staying on the field just to go for another Trick Room here, though.
but the Torkoal will have itself eject packed out on this turn because Incineroar swapped in, lowering its attack stat with that Intimidate. So now Marco gets to have a free switch into his Ursaluna at the start of this turn. Gio still has an Outrage coming in one of these two Pokemon's direction, and it's the Ursaluna with the critical hit, and that's a one-hit KO. Ursaluna never even gets a chance to play the game.
Ursaluna forced on the field by the Intimidate onto the eject pack, and then simply KO'd with a critical hit Outrage. Really significant, that critical hit. Without it, and with -1 attack because of the parting shot earlier on in the game, Ursaluna would have survived the attack, burnt itself. Trick Room would have gone up and at least threatened some offense. I think the game would have still been distinctly in Gio's favor. The Porygon 2 still would have had to switch, but now the Porygon 2 has to switch. The Trick Room's up, but the Porygon 2 just looks like it's in such a bad position. It is weakened. It may be forcing Incineroar in so that it doesn't have Trick Room once again this turn, and Torkoal doesn't have great eruption targets on the other side. Those are 2 fire resists sitting over there. The only bright spot here is that Dragonite is confused. If it decides to Outrage again, we'll have to risk that. Would probably just see it switch out instead, which is probably reasonable. There's not that much value in the Whimsicott at this point. You don't really need it to Tailwind in this matchup. For now, Porygon 2 can't click Trick Room again and Incineroar coming in.
There's just something about Giovanni Costa and Dragonite together on the stream. The magic that happens with that critical hit. Now Incineroar swapping in for Marco. Gio, as you predicted, will switch out since it was confused. Don't want Dragonite to hurt itself in confusion. Let Whimsicott go down, take this damage from the eruption. So Whimsicott's knocked out. Incineroar in the sun, but being a fire type will still resist that, as well as the Assault Vest. That's a different dynamic here, as most Incineroar are not Assault Vests. They have a Citrus Berry or a safety goggles. So the U-turn allows Gio to swap this Incineroar out on this turn after taking the eruption.
And now the outrages are just enormous, right? You can send out the Dragonite, just start clicking Outrage again. Everything may be in KO range for it. Torkoal might be able to take one, but a Torkoal that's already taken one is a pretty neutered Pokemon. And then you can have Incineroar to really just, you intimidate the Incineroar on the other side. You can threaten that fake out here. Just the potential for offense is so difficult for Marco, because the idea that you would need a Trick Room again to have much threat, and Porygon 2 is low health and not on the field. Like, how do you get it in and survive a hit and then Trick Room? This game just feels completely in hand for Gio. Marco's going to have to pull out a miracle. Terastallization might be the beginning of that miracle if you can get Ghost Terra through a fake out. But for now, Dragonite just looks so threatening.
And now Marco's gonna have to decide what fire attack he wants to click on the Torkoal right now, between the eruption and overheat, opting for the eruption, which is gonna cost him some special attack, but really hoping that additional damage will be enough here in this moment. Terra Ghost on the low health Incineroar to avoid a potential fake out. Now as a ghost type would be immune from the fake out. Does Gio fall for it? No, the extreme speed goes in to Torkoal, bring it down to around 70% HP. Overheat into Dragonite is not enough nearly for a KO. Gonna lower his special attack as well. And the Flare Blitz from Gio's Incineroar into the now Ghost Incineroar does not matter. That's a knockout.
Gio wants to know that he gets to control the targeting, that he wouldn't just be outraging into a protect and so then locks into extreme speed. Would have run some risk of being against a Ghost Terastallization with extreme speed, but of course Flare Blitz just picks up that KO and gets the knockout. Now being able to choose his targeting, and with Porygon 2 unable to protect, you can just throw an extreme speed and a Flare Blitz in that slot on this turn, pick up that KO as well. Torkoal, one of the worst Pokemon in the game to have last as your last thing against several Pokemon and no speed control.
Yeah, Torkoal with diminishing returns, obviously, on those overheats, right? Where every turn you are lowering your special attack by 2 stages more and more. So going to be tough, especially into this dragon typing and fire typing on the other side. Now it's time for Gio to terastallize here with the Dragonite into the normal typing. This is the traditional Terra normal Dragonite we've seen throughout the most of Scarlet and Violet's history. No loaded dice necessary, just Terra normal extreme speed into the Porygon 2 for the knockout.
Yep, amplifies the damage on this turn. Was smart to not do it on the last turn, since Overheat went into that slot. The Dragon type helped take that hit. Now the Overheat will go into the Dragonite though and pick up the KO.
And now with Dragonite down, it is Incineroar and Gio's last Pokemon in the back against just a -4 Torkoal, who's very, very slow. Incineroar will actually U-turn smartly on this turn so he can switch out into its other teammate, get Incineroar back, and then have access to the fake out yet again the next turn.
Incineroar just cycles out. Torkoal could diffuse a fake out with Protect. Writing is probably on the wall, though. I don't think the Torkoal is going to deal with the Incineroar itself. But if there's one Pokemon that Torkoal would want to have to deal with last, it would be the Golden Goat, unable to protect itself because of the choice specs. The Fake Out and Diffuse turn will help get through Trick Room. Marco knows that's the case, and so concedes this game and brings us into a Game 3.
There, we said we might find out the Outrage Porygon 2 interactions in Game 3. We are going to get to that moment, but I think with Whimsicott being, last game around, it was doing solid damage with the Moonblast in Game 1. It's just not enough. That's not what Whimsicott is known for, right? So let Whimsicott do its job, do the Encore, get it off the field, and let the damage dealers take over.
I don't know. Geo's Whimsicott is doing so much more damage than most Whimsicotts. We saw it chunking King Gambit with Moonblast earlier on, chunking Incineroar with Moonblast in this match. Definitely trained to be more offensive than most Whimsicott are, which is something you can get away with because of the Focus Sash that lets it take the Eruption here and stay on the field for later on. Really, the pivotal moment of that game is the Encore on Trick Room. If Marco had actually been able to successfully use that Trick Room, get a lot of damage down during it, Geo would have been in trouble, but because the Trick Room got reversed, and then Marco had to spend even more resources to set it another time and then switch afterwards, the Encore really cost Marco 3 full turns. It's the turn where you undo Trick Room, the turn where you set Trick Room again, and the turn where you're forced to switch. That is a hugely costly mistake to have it get encored in that way. Maybe an overstepping of assuming Geo would switch or not actually go for it and just expect the switch on the other side. And so when there's one distinct moment in a match like that, it can lead to both players maybe being more willing to stick to their guns, because Marco may expect, like, if I don't make that mistake, if I don't let that happen, I could have won from that position, and so he does not change his leads. Geo, on the other hand, though, does not lead Whimsicott for the first time. Maybe saw the Outrage damage and decided that wasn't really a threat in the KO, and so we'll go for Make It Rain plus Outrage as a possible KO into Porygon 2. Of course, you cannot fake out either of these Pokemon, the Ghost type in one hand and still Inner Focus on this side, so just Make It Rain coming out quickly. 50% to Porygon 2, that's enough damage to lock in.
Yeah, that is a lot into the Porygon to bring it to 50%, but who does Dragonite target? It's the Incineroar. This Porygon 2 just does not ever draw the attention of Outraged Dragonite on the other end. Incineroar is knocked out, but that gives Porygon Marco a free switch with Twisted Dimensions going up.
And with Torkoal coming in this time, this is so much worse for Geo, because there isn't a Focus Sash to make sure one of your Pokemon can live through the turn, and there also isn't the threat of the Encore. This is very easy Ice Beam plus Eruption into Dragonite, and just make Geo respond to it. Right? He's going to have to double switch here. Neither Pokemon can protect through this turn. You can use a Terastallization to try to take one of the hits, but even like normal Dragonite then takes full strength Eruption. And so it's going, and then Golden Go just had Steel Terastallization, couldn't mitigate it at all, and so is forced to switch. Incineroar are the best Pokemon at taking these attacks, but it's going to be an uphill battle now with 4 turns of Trick Room starting from this one.
Yeah, Torkoal fortunately will not get an attack this turn from Geo's perspective because the Intimidate activates Eject Pack, so he does not have to take an Eruption this turn, just the likely Ice Beam. But this is effectively a position Trick Room players love to be in. Geo does not Terastallize Dragonite. He takes the 4-time super effective Ice Beam for the one-hit KO.
Yeah, could have used the pressure of the Intimidate, forcing the switch on Torkoal to allow a normal Terastallization that would have allowed an Outrage. You're kind of relying on a targeting choice there. If it doesn't KO the Porygon, you may not have gained that much, and if it does KO the Porygon, then you put Ursaluna on the field next to Torkoal with 3 turns of Trick Room left. That may be hard to survive, even if you have a 4-2 Pokemon advantage. So instead, Dragonite just goes down to Ice Beam there, and we see Sneasler for the first time in the match. But in a position it does not want to be in. This isn't Focus Sash Sneasler, because this Focus Sash is on Whimsicott. Instead, White Herb, which means it's very vulnerable to offense from this Ursaluna, which got to come on the field and burn itself because of the Eject Pack. Normally it's Marco activating his own Eject Pack to accomplish this, but this time it was Geo just forcing it off the field with Intimidate. And with how the turn ended up playing out, the Eruption wouldn't have been that significant anyway. Geo didn't really gain anything by forcing the Torkoal out into the back. For now, Incineroar just forced to switch. Can't risk taking a ground move from the Ursaluna, but of course you're switching to another ground-weak Pokemon.
Neither can Golden Go afford to take a ground attack from Ursaluna. Now with 3 turns of Trick Room remaining, Marco can feel it in Game 3. He is so close to moving on to the finals here in Toronto, terastallizing Ursaluna into a Ghost type, so it's no longer weak. to close combat, now immune to Sneasler's close combat as well as the fake out. Sneasler wants to just try to make it through Trick Room in fully intact, and it's going to take a couple of turns of protects from the Sneasler. Ursaluna with the facade into Golden Go as a normal type. This is no Blood Moon Ursaluna that can hit those ghost types with normal attacks. This is regular that Golden Go makes himself immune to.
Gio really gets away with one there, manages to get the Golden Go in. Marco probably expecting a terrestrialization on the Incineroar that would have allowed it to take a ground move because of the grass terrestrialization, and hoping to facade through that. Instead, it's Golden Go coming in to take the facade, which is really the kind of space Gio needs to buy. Gio also has the only Pokemon on the entire team that can protect out there, using Protect to get through one of these turns of Trick Room, but there's still a couple left. Still an uphill battle for Gio to fight through this, because once again, Golden Go unable to protect itself up against the Ursaluna on the other side. Sneasler just protected last turn, doesn't have a Focus Sash, is super vulnerable, but for now, Porygon 2 isn't threatening a KO against either of those Pokemon, so it withdraws to get Torkoal back on the field to threaten that double damage, both the Ursaluna and the Torkoal.
Yeah, Golden Go will swap out for Gio, wanting to preserve that potential facade trick for later on in this game. Incineroar will intimidate Marco's Pokemon, bringing Ursaluna down, -1 attack, but because of the Flame Orb boost with that Guts ability, it does so much damage, and a Headlong Rush into either of those Pokemon was going to be a clean one-hit KO, so Gio deciding I'd rather Incineroar get knocked out, land and intimidate, and save my Golden Go. There's going to be only one more turn of Trick Room remaining after this one, and Sneasler does have access to Protect, right, to try to get through it.
Sneasler has access to Protect, Golden Go does not. Golden Go also does not have access to a defensive terrestrialization. It can Terra, but it will still be to both fire and ground. A ton of offense is coming through. So Sneasler, also with no spread moves, is not a Pokemon that can win a 1v3. It can put one close combat somewhere, even if it gets a KO with all these Pokemon that are weak to it, it will just go down in response to that. Golden Go has no way to make it through this turn. Marco has virtually won this already, unless Gio has something up his sleeve that I don't know about.
We've seen Gio before on stream come away with these victories, so we'll see what happens. This is a fully powered Eruption from Torkoal into the Steel typing Golden Go, so that's going to be so massive, and he cannot withstand the damage. Golden Go one-hit KO, and it's 3v1. Sneasler's been the talk of the format, probably the most important Pokemon in Regulation H, but even with how strong it has been, it cannot handle a 1v3.
No, simply by the nature of being a single targeting Pokemon. Also doesn't threaten a one-hit KO against either of these Pokemon, and these Pokemon
especially without the close combat.
Both threaten a one-hit KO back at it. You know, you can look at the turn where Sneasler failed to double protect but wasn't attacked anyway, but even if it had gotten an attack off on that turn, it wasn't going to change anything. This really all goes back to that turn one where Gio bet the house on Outrage going into Porygon 2 and didn't get it. When that Outrage instead picked up the KO onto Incineroar and allowed the Trick Room plus free entry for Torkoal, it was nearly over already. Just a raw 50-50 on turn one that puts Marco ahead and into the finals.
Yeah, Gio with the Dire Claw, bringing Ursaluna down to half. Sneasler taken out, and Marco Silva comes from Europe and will find himself in the finals of the Toronto Regional Championship.
3 times Gio led Dragonite, clicked Outrage on turn 1,
and hope for the best.
Never got the Porygon 2. Not sure it would have been enough damage in game 1 or game 2, but because it was next to the Whimsicott, he had some counter play afterwards, had a Focus Sash, had an Encore. The Encore was enough to win game 2. But the bet became way more all in game 3. When it was Golden Go out there locking itself in to make it rain, it was truly all in. This Outrage is going to hit Porygon 2, or you are going to be so far up a creek that it's going to be impossible to fight back. Gio did it admirably. Got like the Golden Go switching into Facade to waste one of those turns of Trick Room. The Sneasler able to protect through some of them, but that's how far away it was, that even with those couple of good plays, eventually Golden Go is just stuck on the field, unable to protect, unable to defensively terrestrialize, and cleanly going down to Eruption and ending Gio's hopes in the tournament.
Yeah, the lack of the Terra normal from Dragonite to take the full brunt of the Ice Beam into Dragonite from the Porygon 2, I should say, which is absolutely massive for Marco. And then he left himself, Gio left himself at a point that even if you wanted to save Terra for later, well, you still just had a Steel-type Terra against a Fire and Ground in the end, so didn't end up helping to his benefit. But I think Porygon 2 kind of cosplaying as a fairy type, a pseudo-fairy type, just dodging the outrages every single turn.
Yeah, managing to stay on the field through them. You can see the impact that Gio's team had on Marco's playstyle. We normally see a much more dynamic game from him. Even in game 1, still brought the Charizard. But all of Gio's tools to get over Marco's speeds, the Prankster Tailwind, the Choice Band Terra Normal Extreme Speed, made it really hard to go fast. And so it kind of forced Marco into a hard Trick Room team, right? This was Torkoal, Ursaluna, Porygon, and one fake out support Pokemon. This was a hard Trick Room team being brought in game 2 and game 3. And that comes down to those speed options that Gio had, but then Gio didn't have great answers to the hard Trick Room. With bringing 2 Choice Pokemon and an Assault Vest Pokemon, he was bringing only 1 Protect to a hard Trick Room matchup, which is just so difficult to do, because if you cannot Protect through those turns, and everyone with relatively frail Pokemon, right, this isn't even multi-scale Dragonite, this isn't really truly defensive Terra Dragonite, because the Terra is invested in being normal, so you can get the extreme speed damage. It's offensive Terra Golden Go, with Protect technically, but you'd have to lock into it. Means that once Trick Room goes up, Gio has so few tools to fight back against it.
Yeah, at that point, I really do like Marco's adjustments throughout the set. As you mentioned, different play style that we've seen. We've had him, so many times to experience his play style from LAIC, and now multiple times here on stream here in Toronto. That for the layman person might see that team and say, okay, he's going to click Overheat, he's going to click Eruption, he's going to click Headlong Rush. He's just going to keep throwing numbers out there and try to get the game over quickly. But adjusting, that's why his team is so well rounded, because it's not just I'm clicking Overheat and hoping to win. Like maybe you would think, looking at how strong the Charizard is in the Sun, there's actually a really strong Trick Room core on the team that makes it well-rounded.
Right, it lets you play from either side of those speeds, and sometimes that's about making it unpredictable for your opponent which side you're going to do. Sometimes it's about being able to go hard directly to the side that beats your opponent's team, which is the case here, right? Like Gio has so many tools against Tailwind, so few tools against Trick Room, that being able to just commit to a Trick Room mode with the team was really so far in Marco's advantage that we saw Gio willing to opt into these turn 1 50-50s, hoping the Outrage can get it done.
Yeah, and I do think Gio makes some merit for the traditional Terra Normal set on Dragonite compared to loaded dice. However, it just shows that it does show the weaknesses, like you're saying. The pros are you do massive amounts of damage, but the cons are with the Terra Normal defensive instead of Steel or Fairy or whatever other option that Dragonite can go for, you're not really ever defensively terastallizing. You're not preserving health on the Dragonite for later on in the game. So I do think that there is merit depending on the team and depending on the play style. You can run the Choice Band E-Speed Dragonite we all know and love, or the newly founded, newly favorited loaded dice set.
Yeah, beyond just the move set and kind of the implications there's the ability that goes with each one. The Scale Shot is usually multi-scale, and then this one was Inner Focus, which you usually see on the Choice Band because you can't afford to Protect through the Fake Out. And with Incineroar usage up to 60%, and Inner Focus looks very good, right? The reason that Gio was able to lead Golden Go and Dragonite and make this a 50-50 of will the Outrage hit Porygon is because there was no counterplay available to Marco to stop that Outrage. There's no way to fake it out. You can't intimidate it to drop the offense of it. It's just going to be that much damage coming out one way or another, which is what Inner Focus gives you, and it's why it was popular kind of earlier on when people expected Incineroar and Rillaboom to be the dominant Pokemon of the format.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Marco. Best of luck in the finals. Best of luck to Gio as well on his Pokemon journey in his career. Best of luck on your future successes, and we hope to see you in Anaheim. If you thought that match was great, wait till our next Top 4 matchup. Wolf Glick in Top 4.
I got into Pokemon because a local grocery store sold packs of the trading cards, and I really got into collecting them, watching the TV series, and only started playing the game years after that. I love Mudkip. When I was a little kid, my friend told me Swampert was the strongest of the Hoenn starters. I went with him, and I find the line really cute too. I first heard about the regional series from a fan site, and I found out that there's going to be one in Newark, New Jersey. It was relatively easy to attend. My dad was super supportive, took me there on the bus. I honestly had a great time for my first event, even though I didn't have the strongest team yet. It was very straightforward. And after that, found myself just wanting to go to a few more events until, while I was still in the seniors division, I got a surprise victory in one of my first few events. And after that, just like, wait, maybe I have what it takes to succeed after this.
Jump Across has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America.
I'm an immensely competitive person. I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Take a bow, Jump Across.
I think getting a trophy at an international is really my next step. Last season, I was able to finish top 8 at 2 different internationals and lose, you know, good sets in top 8. But I really want to move on to top 4 and get that trophy.
One of the most accomplished players that we have out here without ever getting that championship title.
Something that I've learned, I think going with your gut is immensely important in Pokemon. If you think your opponent's going to do something particular, you have to respond to it. You can't second guess yourself. Going with your gut in as smart a way as possible is really important, and you don't want to fall into your opponent's trap when you know they're setting it for you.
Is that enough? It is! Jump Across gets the knockout!
One of the people that helped motivate me to chase this result is my good friend Simone Sanvito, who won an event in Europe a week ago with the same team that I was using today. And for a long time, I've seen him as somebody that's around my skill level, give or take a little bit. So being able to like watch him win his first regional, I'm going to do the same thing a week later.
Let's hear it for Glick!
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, you know, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on, and, you know, my mom and I watched it. I loved it, and I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards, I had, you know, action figures, I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older, and I really fell in love. And yeah, I mean, ever since then, I've just kept playing, and it's just, you know, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically like schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And you know, on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. You know, I think some people, when I talk about, oh, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, you know, won every level of tournament, I think some people are like surprised, or they're thinking like, okay, like, well, why? Like, why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. You know, none of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, you know? People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 world champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
One finalist determined here in Toronto for the video game portion of our regional competition. And up ahead, one more top 4 match to see who is going to be joining Marco in what has been an absolutely stacked field of competitors so far. Cannot wait to get started. Sierra Dawn, Jake Muller. I feel like it's like the cliche that we have to say almost every single event. Wow, this field is so stacked. But it's like, no, okay, this is actually the stacked one. Believe us this time. Like, this is absolutely crazy. I've never seen a top 4 like this. These are in contention for some of the top trainers that we've ever had in this game.
And shout out to Scraw on Twitter for pointing this out, but the stakes for all 4 trainers in this top 4 were super high. Marco was chasing his 5th consecutive finals appearance, Gio playing in his last event before leaving the region, Wolf now seeking a historic 10th regional win and another with Parrish, which is something he's so well known for, and Chuppa trying to defend his title from last year here in Toronto. Marco successfully making it into the finals, and now it's time for Wolf and Chuppa to duke it out.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, when you're talking about those regional wins, Wolf has just been a cut above in terms of how many titles he's gotten. He was able to cement that last season, and being able to be the first player to hit 10 is, well, just incredible. And when we talk about Chuppa, it was someone that last year at Toronto, it was this accomplished player who actually hadn't gotten a regional title for himself despite being a top player, despite so many top cuts. And he finally was able to achieve that benchmark last year, and back in Toronto, can defend it, which is insane.
And he's been playing so well too.
So
Chuppa
well.
is someone that I know puts so much time and effort into this game, and it has finally been rewarded last year with that win, on top of plenty of other fantastic finishes, even just on that list here. 2 finalist appearances in the last couple seasons, a top 8 in Columbus. I know he's made top 8 at other ICs as well, but of course, Wolf Glick, most recently the Grand Challenge top 64 finish, something I know he's very proud of, but of course a former regional champion, former world champion, excuse me, and then a 9-time regional champion before that.
We're tired about talking about the regional championship titles that he has and the world championship title. Let's talk about that top 64 Grand Challenge. Just, whew. No, but going into this, I mean, both have played through an incredibly tough competition. And for Wolf, this team, this Parrish Song team that actually has more modes, it's not just a Parrish Song one trick, has taken down so many top trainers throughout this competition. Joseph Ugarte, Paul Chua, Justin Tang, Marcus Dion, Marco Silva, who is in that grand finals, have all fallen to this team. Time to see if he can do it yet again going up against Chuppa.
And it's not going to be easy. Of course, Chuppa, a fantastic player in his own right, but this team that Wolf has assembled, it fits him so well and has so many different modes that can be run, while also just being very cohesive. I don't think there's a 4 Pokemon on this list that you could pick that wouldn't work very well together in some way. And so it's really cool to see Wolf pilot this team that not only kind of has this signature, Shadow Tag Parrish Song spin to it, but some Pokemon we just haven't gotten to see too often in this metagame.
Yeah, Politoed being able to be that Parrish Song user. Previously, when we've seen Parrish Song from Wolf way back, it was that Screentail.
Yep.
But even though you have that Parrish Song mode, strong threats like our Chaladon, the amount of damage that this Kingdra, also not really seen, can do is something that you cannot disrespect whatsoever. Over on Chuppa's end of the board, this is a team that we've gotten to see as an adaptation to where the meta has gone from just Sacramento just so recently. And it's a team, too, that's really been able to make waves through the competition. Multiple top players have been on it, though from my understanding, I do think a team very similar to this, if not the exact same, was beaten by Wolf earlier on. So Chuppa definitely has a tall task ahead of him.
Yeah, speaking of Sacramento, Marcus Dion is running this same team, like you just said, Sierra, and that is who Wolf defeated in top 8. So if history prevails, then it looks like Wolf might know a little bit of, how this matchup might play out. But of course, different players will use the same team in different ways, and I'm sure that Chuppa has conferred with Marcus a little bit, maybe gotten some matchup notes and tried to get some ideas for how to take down Wolf and the Polytoad.
I mean, even after yesterday, Wolf making waves through the field, you'd know that people went home and did their homework on how to beat it. I know multiple people were like, okay, I got to look at this team. It's whether they were able to, once they finally went up against this Parasong Titan, be able to take him down. Big threats on this team. I'm looking at stuff like this Indeedee, this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Blood Moon Ursaluna has been a Pokemon, even in past regulation, has been so strong and powerful Hyper Voices, Blood Moons. When we've seen this match earlier, we talked about the importance of being able to get that damage output, because you can't let Wolf kind of be the only one to dictate the pace and run you out of options, and then Parasong you to the end of the game.
Tyranitar might be an important piece of the puzzle for Chuppa in this match as well. If Wolf does opt to go for that Polytoad Kingdra mode, then Tyranitar is a nice way to shut off the rain, remove both the power boost on the water type attacks and the speed boost from Kingdra's Swift Swim. Of course, you do have to be worried about Gothitelle. You can't be pivoting around when Shadow Tag is active. But we're not going to see Tyranitar just yet. We get the Indeedee Sneasler lead from Chuppa, paired with Gothitelle and Kingdra.
What's also really nice about this Indeedee, in comparison to other matches that we've seen, is Wolf and this fake out from this Gothitelle was able to put in a lot of work and be able to slow down the enemy team. Thanks to that Psychic Terrain, that priority is gone.
You can't fake out, and Trick is on the table for Indeedee as well. That could be really nice for Chuppa in this case, to maybe limit some of the options that Wolf has in terms of protecting, making sure that you're able to stall out some turns, either to get rid of Weather or Perish Song.
When you're looking at it, protect over and over to just kind of stall things out, something you got to be mindful of. And Chuppa is going to press on the go button right away to be kicking off this match. That is going to be the Sneasler into that Terra Dark.
Terra Dark will power up the Throat Chop and also not allow the Gothitelle to damage the Sneasler at all. Its only attacking move will be that Psychic.
And that's going to be so nice here, but it is just a Terrestrialization that is just called out on this first turn, and a double protect from Wolf. So now you know that Chuppa no longer has access to this Terrestrialization down the line. You know that you can't target into it with these types of moves like that Psychic. So it's a little bit of information going forward with.
I really like this play from Chuppa as well. The Terra Dark means that Gothitelle can't break the Focus Sash on the Sneasler. And of course, you do still have the option to go for that huge Expanding Force and get some damage out. It's not even Focus Sash, it's the Psychic Seed. Regardless, Gothitelle cannot damage it at all, and thanks to the Unburden, you're going to be moving faster than Kingdra, even if the Polytoad swaps in and activates a Swift Swim. Indeedee with this Choice Scarf as well, might even be able to do some damage before the Kingdra can get a move off.
Yeah, so that's why something like this Trick Room, kind of eyeing it up, could make sense. You do have some speedier pieces on the team if you are looking at maybe a Kingdra down the line with bringing that Polytoad in. You don't want to then set the Trick Room and, well, your own Pokemon is going to be the last one to go. But other slower options on the team, and the fact that the Indeedee has that Choice Scarf you called out and that Unburden could be big. Instead of swapping in, a good way to try and limit some of what Sneasler can do, getting that attack drop, and limit it does. That is going to be hit into the Incineroar. Expanding Force won't do anything at all. It's only going to be the Gothitelle taking the damage, and there's not very much at that.
Trick Room will set up, which reverses the speed order, and because Shadow Tag is active, these two Pokemon are locked on the field. A really rough spot for this Indeedee to be in. Obviously cannot damage the Incineroar thanks to that Dark typing, and Gothitelle took very little from that Expanding Force. Again, Gothitelle can't damage this Sneasler, which is a bit of a reprieve for Chuppa there, but this Incineroar already taking the attack down to one stage because of the Intimidate, and now threatening something like a knockoff to even get a little bit of damage off, but notably no Flare Blitz actually, so the Sneasler still not going to take too much damage this turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, sure, you're trying to limit what this Sneasler can do, and Chuppa's trying to limit what Wolf can do, and since he doesn't quite have that coverage, what you're kind of doing to it in return isn't that much. So looking at kind of options, you can try and limit just a little bit more and try and keep dwindling that attack away since Chuppa is stuck on the field. But this is where Wolf is going to be bringing out the Terrestrialization of his own, not Incineroar, his trusty duo into the Ghost type.
This Ghost means that now Expanding Force actually will be doing a decent chunk of damage to this Incineroar, but by going for this Ghost Terra, you imagine that the knockoff might be going into that Indeedee for a clean one-hit KO.
Indeedee is gone and out of there. So any Expanding Forces down the line are null, and once the Psychic Terrain is gone, it is gone for good. Of course, you get the clean one-hit KO. The follow-up Psychic, just in case it was barely holding on, isn't going to do anything. And look at that terrestrialization. Talking about making sure the Sneasler's options are limited, the fighting type will have nothing to do to that Incineroar.
Yeah, I really love that play from Wolf for that exact reason. Indeedee is the only thing that can threaten the Ghost type Incineroar on this turn, unless Chuppa goes for some huge throat chop read into that slot. But by going for the terrestrialization and also knocking out the Indeedee at the same time, you imagine the Psychic was certainly aimed at that slot just in case it wasn't KO'd. You guarantee that Incineroar still doesn't take too much damage. You're matching the terrestrialization from Chuppa now, so you've both used that resource. That is available to you only once per game, and now Wolf is still in control here. But Tyranitar comes in, another Dark type for Gothitelle to do precisely 0 damage to. And again, this Incineroar only has knockoffs, so Tyranitar is not going to take too much damage for a few turns at least.
Getting the first KO is nice. If you can get 2, though, for Wolf, you can put all of a sudden Chuppa into that checkmate situation. That's the danger of the Perish Song. It's where that damage could come in, because options in the back are definitely ones that can be backing a little bit more of a punch here. Is Politoed, the Drizzle Pokemon, the Perish Song setter, is coming on out. Incineroar Protect. The reason we don't see something like a Flare Blitz on this team or any other coverage move as knockoff, targeting into that is going to do absolutely nothing. I'll have to see if the Politoed is going to be taking a little bit of damage onto that swap in, but no, it was the double up. So free switch here into Politoed.
A really nice turn for Wolf once again. The Shadow Tag lock now is broken, so Wolf has the option to switch out one of these 2 Pokemon, but because he has lost a Pokemon already, Chuppa can't swap both out, and depending on which one you pick, like you're gonna have either this -1 Sneasler in the field still, or this Tyranitar possibly in range, so there's not really a great option here if you're Chuppa anymore. Again, your offense still pretty strong. You have the +1 special defense on your Sneasler, which will allow it to survive this turn most likely, and Tyranitar, even with the rain up, I think should be able to survive 1 Weather Ball thanks to that Assault Vest. So you do have the option to start getting some damage out here. Like a knockoff into that Incineroar slot would be pretty devastating, but you have to like trade so many resources to get it off.
Knockoff, you're talking about that Assault Vest. It is something that Tyranitar doesn't have access to anymore. The follow-up with the Weather Ball is going to be doing a lot more damage. Tyranitar cannot stand up to that pressure. And Chuppa down to its final 2 Pokemon in this game 1.
And just like you called out, Sierra, now we have the chance for a Perish Song checkmate, except paralysis coming through here, so might get a little bit weird. As long as the Politoed can get 1 Perish Song off of this game should be over.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And we have definitely seen some crazy Sneasler games, and that is going to be the Trick Room away from the field. So this is an opportunity to bring in something faster and try and pressure into the Politoed. The only one that can do this Perish Song, and there's not really a good way to keep it safe.
There's not a good way to keep it safe anymore, but Trick Room still being up means that Politoed will be acting first thanks to that lowered speed from the paralysis. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not this Politoed can act. Because, I mean, as long as Perish Song goes off, Wolf wins. Like that's pretty clear at this point. But if Politoed gets paralyzed, it could get tricky.
We'll have to see. It all comes down to this Politoed, the little frog that could. If it can break through in this one situation, Wolf is going to be 1 step closer into these finals. And that's the dangerous thing. It's out of your hands at that point. It is going to break through, though, and that is going to be the Perish Song. Chuppa with only 2 Pokemon. They're going to faint in 3 turns. And with everything on Wolf's team, having access to this Protect, and him just having 4 Pokemon to swap around, there is going to be no way for Chuppa to be able to break through this.
Especially with that parting shot, you're lowering the damage output on Chuppa's side of the field even more. You can swap in this Kingdra. You really don't need its offense anymore, and I think if you need to swap something into a possible attack, that's probably the right one, because Gothitelle, you can stall out some more turns with Fake Out. You can even, maybe set up Trick Room again if you really need to, but again, like at this point, something has to go very, very wrong in order for Wolf to lose this game, and I don't even know if it's like mathematically possible anymore. I think Chuppa agrees.
You can just lose a Pokemon per turn and you're still gonna win this game.
Exactly.
Like you can sit there and do absolutely nothing. And this Politoed, thanks to this Perish Hound, will be able to get it done. And we'll have to think then too, this is an opportunity to kind of think about what Chuppa can do in that game too, as that is going to be the Trick Room done now. Last time when I spoke, it was the funky psychic terrain. But it is an interesting question on what can be done, because again, there is that offense ways for Wolf to be able to kind of break through. We got to see this Politoed doing quite a lot of work. And it looked like a team that couldn't be quite as broken as easily on Chuppa's end. So really is just back to that drawing board. And there's, Chup was wishing that was a turn ago.
I know. A turn later, and that could have been way back for Chuppa into this game. The speed interaction between the Politoed and the Tyranitar, I think, is interesting. A lot of times, trainers will have their Politoads outspeeding Tyranitars most of the time, because it is naturally a little bit faster than Tyranitar. But in Trick Room, the Politoed acted first. So maybe Chuppa trained his Tyranitar a little bit in speed. Maybe Wolf made his Politoed, as slow as possible. But that combination of the speed interactions meant that the knockoff, getting rid of Assault Vest, removing the special defense boost, meant that Weather Ball was able to knock it out. And that was a deciding factor, provided that the paralysis didn't prevent the Parashon from going up.
Yeah, it was almost there, There is almost a possibility. But we'll get to see this brought out just a little bit more. And yeah, just an opportunity to think about for the drawing board. With the Pokemon, what are you thinking kind of in this next one? I mean, Wolf doesn't have to win off Parrots at this point. You just take the KOs.
It looks like Chuppa in the beginning of this game was very heavily targeting the Pokemon that wasn't Gothitelle on the field. And the Trick Room going up is, I think, essentially what was the difference maker in this game, at least in the early half of the game for Wolf. So maybe if you're Chuppa, you find a way to not let Trick Room go up so early. And even if it does go up, you find a way to take a KO or two in the process, because once Trick Room went up and Wolf had 4 Pokemon to Chuppa's 3, it became very difficult to win this game.
It's understandable, too, why he was going for anything that wasn't Gothitelle. If you were thinking that the Trick Room maybe wasn't too much of an issue, if you thought you had that longevity, considering the Tyranitar and this Terra Dark Sneasler, just completely wall the Gothitelle. You get rid of everything else, and you just win the game off of that. So that definitely makes sense. But yeah, the Trick Room and just the speed tiering of these Pokemon, and even Tyranitar, even if it looked like on paper it could be a good answer into some of these things, I don't even think really got to help out too much, considering that was the Pokemon the most acceptable once that Trick Room was set. So that is going to be the official word. Towel thrown in and can officially announce Wolf winner of game number 1.
I do think it's possible Chuppa didn't know the speed interaction between the Tyranitar and the Politoed going into this game. And maybe if he did, he would have prioritized keeping Trick Room off the field a little bit harder. Maybe he thought, Tyranitar couldn't act before Politoed and Trick Room, and I can, if Trick Room goes up, at least get some damage off with this thing before it has to take a possible Weather Ball. But of course, now knowing that, you can maybe think, okay, Tyranitar, not so great in Trick Room, but it is good in this matchup otherwise. I can try and find a way to prevent that Trick Room entirely.
Yeah, and looking at options on this team, there definitely is ways to try and slow it down. First off, you got super effective things. But even if you're looking at the move item, this Gothitelle, it's the Citrus Berry, so that's something that just can't be just straight up taunted and just stop it in its tracks right there. No Trick Room available, and that's also a really cool way, if you think that your Annihilate's not just going to get bodied in this matchup, to also turn off these endless protects that Wolf's team has.
Yeah, Taunt Annihilate actually could come in handy here. We did see it hit the field later on in this game, but if you do want to lead that Annihilate, you have the threat of Taunt right off the bat, and you also have a Ghost type on the field that will not be subject to Shadow Tag. So it could be a bit of flexibility there for Chuppa. I think the thing you have to worry about if you're leading that Annihilate is it's not the Focus Sash that we see sometimes, it's holding the safety goggles instead. So if we do see that Kingdra Gothitelle lead from Wolf once again, that could be in a scenario where Wolf just swaps the Gothitelle to Politoed, powers up that Kingdra, and just knocks out that Annihilate in one hit. So you do have to be a little bit careful with it, but at least the threat of the taunt and the flexibility of being able to switch in front of the Gothitelle could be helpful.
100%. And now down 1 in this series, Chuppa has to find that answer on where he's going to be able to make this adjustment. And I wonder where it's going to be, because it definitely looked like, with how things played out, it's not a run back and maybe a different move, because it looked like a really, really strong position for Wolf right away in that match. So heading on into game number 2 here, we are going to see that swap of Annihilate in the lead next to Sneasler, but the Kingdra and Gothitelle. So a lot of pressures from both ends of that field. That Kingdra especially is so dangerous.
Kingdra very dangerous, but thankfully Chuppa does have the Annihilate on the field, which means he can swap out possibly into that Indeedee, which would activate the Psychic Seed, give Sneasler the special defense boost, and allow it to outspeed a Kingdra in the rain. With a combination of those things, plus maybe something like an attack from that Sneasler, you could maybe threaten damage right off the bat, but it's still really tricky, right? You have the taunt that's available if Annihilate can stay on the field and not get knocked out by this Kingdra.
Yeah, at least this is the situation too, where if you want to be going for the Trick Room, you are forced to, well, keep the board how it is right in this very moment, which is going to not necessarily give quite enough a boost, and it would be then relying on a Draco Meteor Connect, which we all know how that works. Terastallization right away in the match, though, into the Sneasler. We've gotten to see in previous matches how much that Psychic can do to this Pokemon, so right away going to be dropping that. Dire Claw into the Kingdra as well. Any status, that will be the paralysis. Not only are you going to be slower, there's an opportunity you cannot act on this turn, and Annihilate sticking around. That's the taunt into the Gothitelle. Trick Room off the table. And Kingdra doesn't even break through. What a turn for Chuppa.
And the Trick Room was selected by Wolf, so absolutely zero progress made on this turn. What an amazing turnaround from Chuppa after what was a rough turn 1 in that first game, but now he is in such a strong position. This Gothitelle can only Psychic, and obviously because the Sneasler is a Dark type, it will be entirely ineffective. This Kingdra being paralyzed means that one hit from the Annihilate or the Sneasler will be able to knock it out, and Annihilate is still at full HP, so the threat of Final Gambit doing a huge chunk of damage to either the Kingdra or the Gothitelle in one fell swoop is still very much active.
Yeah, you've done what you needed to do. You've made sure this Trick Room is offline, and if you can get a KO, I don't think you need to stick around for much longer. You've done all you need to. Gothitelle is going to be switching out on this turn, so an opportunity when you come back in for that taunt to be a race, and Incineroar come on in to mitigate what this Sneasler can do at least. Whereas for Annihilate instead, that's just going to be boosting the damage from Defiant.
Defiant damage is boosted. Dire Claw here comes through, and Kingdra survives thanks to that Intimidate. Rage Fist will not do too much to Incineroar despite this Defiant boost because it has not been stacked up yet at all.
Kingdra will break through the paralysis this time, not being fault on the last turn. And the double connect. Sneasler accuracy is going to fall. The double accuracy. So Annihilate, if it does connect a move, it is going to do a lot of damage. It's just the if you're going to connect. Kingdra, that's going to be the self-KO from that Life Orb recoil at the end. But a free opportunity for Gothitelle to come back in, and this gets a little weird now.
It does, especially with those 2 accuracy drops. I think Sneasler can pretty reasonably swap itself out now. You don't need this Unburden boost for the rest of the game because of that speed. But of course you can't because the Gothitelle is right there. It does have access to Fake Out as well. Wolf has 2 Fake Outs live, but because one of them is a Ghost type, you're almost definitely not going to be using both of them. And now you have to deal with this Annihilate as well. It's going to be a +3 attack, but -1 accuracy. So if it does try to go for something like a close combat or a Rage Fist, might have to be pretty careful.
And with Gothitelle having swapped out at the field and now back in, if it wants to, it can try and go for the Trick Room this go around. Sneasler flinch, stopped in its tracks. It's going to be the Rage Fist, but it's going to be the Rage Miss as Gothitelle avoids the attack. Firing off his Psychic now into that Annihilate. Not enough for the KO though.
Barely not enough. That is a huge miss from the Annihilate there. Even though it's only been stocked up once at that point, the +3 attack Rage Fist probably would have been enough to knock out that Gothitelle. But because Annihilate survived, it's now at a 150 base power Rage Fist, which will be able to KO Gothitelle at +3 unless it opts to Terastallize into a Dark type. But at the same time, Chuppa still remains with 4 Pokemon on the field. And against a team like Wolf's with the option for the Perish Song, that is a huge bit of momentum that he can keep.
And eyeing this up, I mean, you do have this option to try and take down with this Incineroar to make sure that this Gothitelle does stay safe, considering this could be such a key piece in this match. So Protect. Now the close combat into Incineroar. We've seen the damage be mitigated, but that super effective hit is still going to break through, and Incineroar goes down.
Big KO there for Chuppa. Now there are only 2 Pokemon left on Wolf's side of the field, so Perish Song is pretty much off the table for the rest of the game. Because the Gothitelle protected as well, no Trick Room goes up, and Chuppa will maintain this speed advantage. Politoed is coming in, but you still have to worry about this +3 Annihilate with those 2 Rage Fist stacks, and I don't think either of these Pokemon can take a Rage Fist.
And we're not going to see a Politoed singing along this game, that is for sure. With Wolf being the one down to 2 Pokemon, you have to try and make it through the rest of Chuppa's team with full force. The 2 Pokemon on the field have taken so much damage, but they're so fast and they're so powerful. Of course, both of them with these accuracy drops.
Of course, yeah, this accuracy drops could come back into play. We already saw the one Rage Fist miss, but close combat did connect. Thankfully for Chuppa, though, even if these 2 Pokemon start missing some of their attacks, he will have whatever is left in the back if he needs them, but I don't even know if that's going to be necessary.
Yeah, and that might be information that you get to keep all for yourself going into a game 3. If he can just take the game right here, right now, as Gothitelle in the closing moments of this match, Terra Dark. Dire Claw that will connect into the Polytoad, not too much damage. No! Taunt, we're in the business of missing today. This Annihilate doesn't want to connect anything. Now Polytoad, Weather Ball into the Sneasler, already such low health, is going to finally claim Wolf his first KO in the match. And without this Gothitelle being hit, being able to avoid the wrath of this Annihilate once again, will be able to go for this Psychic. And we saw the health bars on Chuppa's Pokemon. He's going to have to reveal the final 2.
It will be down to 2v2. I really do like the selection of Taunt from Chuppa on that turn. We knew that Wolf had Terrestrialization on the table, and this Gothitelle could turn from a Ghost Weak Pokemon to a Ghost Resistant Pokemon. And going for Taunt there means that Trick Room doesn't go up. You don't have the option to protect to stall out what could possibly be a Perish Song coming. But unfortunately, the Taunt missing means that Gothitelle still has all its tools available to it. Tyranitar will be one of Chuppa's 2 final Pokemon, and it's joined by the Indeedee.
All right, Indeedee, definitely something that can put a lot of pressure on to this Polytoad. But now when you're eyeing up on the Indeedee on the other end, that is going to be a task for the Tyranitar. And this situation too, I mean, if you're eyeing up, we're at 2 apiece, so this is where we can maybe see that Perish Song come back into play.
Yes, because if Perish Song does happen, that means that at the end of those 3 turns, the player who loses both their Pokemon first, and essentially it comes down to speed, will be the one that loses. And we've seen the Polytoad and the Gothitelle be slower than Chuppa's Tyranitar, and of course slower than this Choice Scarf Indeedee. So if Wolf does have the chance to go for a Perish Song and can somehow find a way to stall out those remaining 3 turns, he can win this game, but I do think Chuppa might have the offense to break through.
Yeah, considering we are looking at a Psychic Surge, Indeedee, Expanding Force, this is some big damage. With the Choice Scarf instead, though, it's not going to be quite as powerful as some of the other Indeedees out there. So we're going to have to see how much into this. Trick instead, though, is going to be making sure that this is locked in.
I really like that trick. It means that even if Polytoad does have the ability to get the Perish Song off on this turn, it will not be able to protect to stall it out. Perish Song with that Choice Scarf will be acting first now, and the countdown has begun. This game will take no more than 3 more turns.
Yeah, we might be headed into a game 3 or just ending this off, as the Polytoad is going to be brought down finally to a 1/3 of its health. And this is where you can get that confirmation with these speed tiers, watching this Sandstorm and where this damage is being done. And at this point, yeah, this Polytoad's going fast.
It's going fast, and it's just going to keep singing. Whether or not that song is effective doesn't really matter much. So now if you're Chuppa, you know that you just need to KO this Gothitelle and you will win the game. You do have the option to go for that Terra Blast from the Indeedee because you did use Trick. Another nice benefit is that you are not locked into any certain moves, and you don't have to keep using Expanding Force, for example, into this Dark-type Gothitelle. Tyranitar does have the option to go for a Low Kick, which could be super effective, but also a Rock Slide could be some decent damage and prevent a possible Trick Room, which could also win the game for Wolf.
Yeah, that's going to be the weird thing with the speed dimensions, because Gothitelle currently the slowest. If that is gone, well, then this Polytoad is no longer. The attempt at the double protect will fail. So Chuppa will have the opportunity to hit into this Pokemon on this turn. The question is how much damage will be done. Indeedee forced to be going for this Terra Blast, which isn't necessarily the most. And Tyranitar Low Kick, super effective, but not effective enough.
It looks like Wolf is going to need a double protect to try and win this game. There's not enough turns of sand to knock it out before this Perish Song activates. And because he went for the protect and failed it this turn, it means that this coming turn, protect is guaranteed to work. And then the Perish count will fall to 1. And then if you get a double protect afterwards, we are seeing again, Gothitelle is the slowest thing on the field because it's taking the sand damage last. So if Wolf does get a double protect here, that will be the end of this set. All Chuppa needs is for that 2 and 3 chance to go his way and get those Terra Blast and Low Kick off back into that Gothitelle.
And Chuppa's odds have been all over the place for this match, because you did, again, paralysis, you did manage to get the 1 and 3 earlier on onto the Kingdra, but then you missed double moves into this Gothitelle. So how lucky do you feel right about now?
I mean, you gotta hope, right? It's the only way you can win this, because Wolf, I'm sure, knows that is his win condition. The only way you can win is with this Perish Song, and you need to make sure that your Gothitelle sticks around, because Polytoad will faint first.
All right, and knowing that there's the protect on this turn, be hit in just Expanding Force, get rid of the Polytoad, so we don't even have to think about that Pokemon later on. Just the 2v1. But again, what it's going to come down to, Does he get the double protect?
That is actually a really smart expanding force as well. That kind of eliminates the chance that Wolf has to set up a Trick Room and make Polytoad the slowest thing on the field again. So you can possibly eliminate some kind of way Wolf can weasel his way back into a win here. But now this is it. The game will come down to this Gothitelle. Will it be able to get a double protect and stick around long enough for Perish Song to take the final 2 KOs? Or will Chuppa break through and force a game 3?
Your fate is entirely out of your hands at this point. You click the button and you start praying to the Pokegods that you're going to finally hit it. And we've gotten to see throughout, the last double protect did fail, but we have seen so many times on broadcast that 1 and 3 come on through. Again, this is for Wolf Glick to make it onto the finals. Another opportunity to try and take another title. For Chuppa, put us into a game 3, see if he can break through. Gothitelle goes for the protect. It's not gonna get it though, fails. And now both of these Pokemon can fire into the Gothitelle. 7 HP, but it will be the follow-up. Tyranitar, low kick. We're going to a game 3.
What an exciting game. Chuppa made such a great adjustment with that Sneasler and Annihilate lead. They put in so much work, despite those accuracy drops, despite the Annihilate getting a Rage Fist and a Taunt thrown wide. That was a really, really well-played game by Chuppa, making sure that he kept the Pokemon count in his favor and didn't allow Wolf to get that 2 Pokemon remaining checkmate until Wolf had 2 Pokemon remaining of his own. And at that point, Wolf didn't have enough, essentially just didn't have enough HP left in the tank to survive those attacks before Perish Song could do the job.
And looking back at this match too, I'm so intrigued with how a game 3 would go because there are so many different ways this could have gone. Obviously, that very first turn, being able to get the paralysis onto that Kingdra and not acting. Your Annihilate was okay to be shutting things down like this Gothitelle. So it couldn't be going and putting yourself in a Trick Room. That was not so beneficial. But then there was the 2 misses that Wolf definitely benefited from.
Yeah.
And then heading into this end game. And definitely have to applaud Chuppa as well for the trick instead, because this Polytoad, if it was able to start firing off attacks too, we could have maybe found a situation where Chuppa wasn't able to have enough in the tank to try to close out this match.
Yeah.
But it's stuck. It's just stuck singing. And singing the demise of Gothitelle next to it as well.
Just for clarity's sake, in a scenario like we had at the end of that second game, when everything on the field is subject to Perish Song and there's nothing else in the back left to switch out, if the Perish Song does complete, if it reaches the full 3 turns, the knockouts are essentially happen in speed order. So in that case, since Chuppa had the fastest Pokemon left on the field, his 2 Pokemon would have been knocked out first, and then Gothitelle still gets knocked out, but because Chuppa has 0 Pokemon before Wolf does, Chuppa loses that game and Wolf would have won it. So that's why it was so important for Chuppa to get that knockout on the Gothitelle and make sure that Perish Song didn't get to give Wolf that win.
And Polytoad, normally slow, had the Choice Scarf at that point because of the trick. So you could kind of keep it around for just like a minute because that one's fine. But now it's time for game 3 of the set here in top 4. And we're going to see a run back of last game. Annihilate Sneasler for Chuppa, Kingdra, Gothitelle for Wolf. Last time, Sneasler, Dire Clawed Kingdra and paralyzed it. Can you count on that again?
I don't know if you can count on it again, but I don't know that you necessarily need it right off the bat. The paralysis mattered a little bit less than the full paralysis that immediately followed. No damage came out from that Kingdra, but if you're able to get an attack off with the Annihilate on this turn, that might be just what you need. I do really like this lead again from Chuppa. I think that it's just the most flexible option that he has. The Sneasler is able to, immediately go for that Terra Dark, make sure that Gothitelle cannot damage it, and you have the Annihilate there to threaten either Final Gambit or Taunt, both of which would be rough.
It's a threat, but that's about it as Annihilate leaves the field and Indeedee coming on out. So if you do see a fake out instead from the Gothitelle, it's going to be stopped in its tracks with the Psychic Surge as well, making sure the Annihilate stays nice and safe. This is as well, this Sneasler, that's going to be the special defense raise here. Now we're going to get Terastallization of the match. Let's see where it gets to go. This is going to be such a pivotal turn number 1, and it's yet again going to be that Sneasler, making sure at no point you're going to get caught off guard with a Psychic from that Gothitelle.
I think that's just really safe from Chuppa. It allows him to kind of ignore the Gothitelle with the Sneasler if he needs to, and make sure that it won't be caught off guard by a Psychic, because if one Psychic move comes that way, again, it's not the Focus Ash, it's the Psychic Seed set, and even though you have the special defense boost, that surely will not save you, especially setting up a Psychic terrain.
All right, looking at this is just a protect, but you get the Terastallization out from Chuppa, and now you've gotten to swap into Indeedees on the field, and these 2 are going to be the ones that are stuck. So Wolf, a lot of information now going into this.
Yeah, it's nice though, because that double protect, it's really hard to punish. I do like that Chepa swapped the Indeedee in there, because now you have an extra threat of damage coming out from the possible expanding force, but you have put yourself in a position where you no longer can switch your Pokemon out. This is exactly how game 1 started, essentially, right? You had the Indeedee Sneasler out on the field against this Kingdra Gothitelle, and that was a game that Wolf won pretty cleanly. So you have to wonder if Chepa has some kind of alternate plan than what we saw in game 1 to try and spin this board state in a more favorable way.
That's the question, because if you are thinking that your Annihilate is just too pressured and it's such a key piece, it could be the swap out, or you're just a man with a plan at this point. Kingdra swapping out, Intimidate back in, Incineroar can try and pressure with some moves later on, but again, no fake out options. But that's going to be the close combat for the swap in. Incineroar already brought down to a dangerously low amount of health. If it is a follow-up with something that was like, hey, maybe a Terra Blast could have been dangerous, but instead, that is going to be the trick. And now, Incineroar's got a choice scarf.
Very fast cat.
Yeah, maybe a two different Pokemon could have been story, but I think it's going to be Incineroar that takes this item to the grave, and Gothitelle, that's going to be a free Trick Room on this turn.
That is a really nice trick, especially with Trick Room going up. The Incineroar no longer having access, to the safety goggles isn't a huge deal. It means it will take some Sand Chip damage if Tyranitar does come in, but more importantly, Indeedee ditches that Choice Scarf. And based on how they're trained, I think it's still possible that Incineroar acts before Indeedee in Trick Room. Despite Incineroar having the Choice Scarf, which makes it faster, aka slower, in Trick Room, I think an Incineroar on a team like Wolves is probably trained to be pretty slow, and that gap may be too big to overcome with a Choice Scarf. So if you're Chepa, you really want your Indeedee to act first and possibly knock out Incineroar with a Terra Blast. But that close combat also a huge read there too.
The Psychic will be the first on the turn, Gothitelle the slowest, and the DD's gonna not really mind the hit too much. His parting shot from Incineroar is gonna just get it out of there, so no matter what's hitting into that slot, it's not gonna be an Incineroar that's fainted this go around. An opportunity, you could either bring the Kingdra back in, which might not appreciate a hit, or the Politoed now that you are in this Trick Room situation, which is what we're gonna see.
Importantly, that Incineroar acting, again, before this Indeedee in Trick Room means that parting shot does come off, but Politoed might have to eat some big damage here. Expanding Forest coming through from Indeedee, boosted by that terrain, does just under half to the Politoed, and Dire Claw comes through as well.
Any status, not gonna be lucky that go around. Politoed, it is quite injured, but you are gonna be in your ideal situation now with the Trick Room. And of course, there is just the option to go for, well, another Protect.
Yeah. The nice part about this Sneasler being the Terra Dark, being the Psychic Seed, means that even though it has been intimidated twice, or intimidated once and then parting shotted, and it's at -2 attack, it's really not going to be taking too much damage from anything on Wolf's side of the field, especially this Gothitelle, of course. It only has that one Psychic move, but Incineroar, again, only running Knockoff as a damaging move, and Politoed, on a team as bulky as this one, probably not trained super strong in special attack either.
And the Gothitelle, we saw how little it was doing last time around. Also not necessarily the most trained. Only a little bit of damage into this Indeedee, though it is stacking up as another Expanding Force is coming on out. We can even talk about how little this Indeedee is just kind of doing in general, because, I mean, we get to see normally a lot of choice spec ones, but it's not doing a lot. But the Poison, that is something that can start chipping away at this Gothitelle just a little bit more. And when you're looking at a Pokemon, you kind of want to stick around. And Wolf, who wants these Pokemon to stick around, he needs to for the Perish mode of this team. That hurts just a little bit.
I even think Poison might be like the best possible case for Chepa there against a team like this one, where a lot of the times if you're using Dire Claw for a status activation, you might want the Sleep or the Paralysis for the chance at the Pokemon not acting anymore. But on Gothitelle acting doesn't really matter as long as it's out on the field, and the Poison limits its time it has left on the field, especially now that its Citrus Berry has been consumed. There is no more recovery for this Gothitelle, and as soon as Gothitelle goes down, Shadow Tag is gone. You can switch out of any possible, Perish Song locks there because Shadow Tag has been deactivated, and so I really like that Dire Claw play. Even though you have the same type attack Terra boosted Throat Chop there on the Sneasler, it's not going to be doing too much damage thanks to that Intimidate and Parting Shot, so really smart Dire Claw selection that paid off.
Yeah, and like, if you can just get Chepa down to the final two, then you don't even need that Shadow Tag. But so far, the damage output necessarily hasn't been in Wolf's favor, with Kingdra being the one that could do the most and being hidden in the back, and also not necessarily wanting to come out of this situation since the dimensions are twisted. Intimidate Sneasler is going to be limited just a little bit more as a third round of Psychic into the Indeedee. One more will probably pick that up, and now gets to do an Expanding Force back. Incineroar, though, of course, not going to mind that Immune.
immune to the expanding force, but Sneasler will attack here. Dire Claw comes through and knocks out Incineroar, so Chuppa finally takes the first KO of Game 3 here in top 4. And this is looking like a really strong position for Chuppa. Wolf doesn't really have the resources left to go for a Perish Song endgame. The Psychic Train is ending, and Trick Room, I believe, only has one more turn left. After that, Gothitelle is going to be very weak, probably not able to set up another Trick Room. And of course, once Gothitelle goes down as well, that's just Wolf down to 2 Pokemon. So if Chuppa has Tyranitar in the back, he can remove the Rain for the rest of the game and get rid of Kingdra's Speed Boost and Power Boost.
This is where we need to see the offensive capabilities of the team come out now as Kingdra forced out onto the field. Of course, it is going to be a Pokemon that is a little speedy, in which case, since we are still in Trick Room, the slowest thing, but we need to start seeing Pokemon on Chuppa's end whittled away because the Gothitelle only has a couple of turns left, maybe just one if Chuppa targets into it right now, and then it would just be this Kingdra and Politoed to try and close out this match for Wolf.
Because the Sneasler does have the Unburden boost, it will be acting after Kingdra in Trick Room anyway, so it makes sense that Chuppa would opt to protect it on this turn. But this Indeedee, if it survives a Psychic, we'll get the chance to fire off one more attack, and it barely is knocked out, so a swing of good fortune there for Wolf, but is it too late?
That's going to be the question. Reminder, this Annihilate swapped out on the very first turn and has been safe in the back. And we're getting to the position now where Chuppa, with that Sneasler, even it has taken a lot of damage, still a threat. Annihilate coming on in will, of course, be a threat. And, of course, Chuppa still has a 4th Pokemon that has not been revealed in this match. The last couple of different games, it has been that Tyranitar.
I think it needs to be that Tyranitar again, especially if Wolf is able to let the Rain run out and then reset it up for this Kingdra. The Tyranitar will be able to, set up the sand with that Sandstream ability and power down this Kingdra. But fortunately, again, for Chuppa, this Sneasler does have the Unburden boost. Its speed has been doubled, which means it will still be acting before this Kingdra in the Rain. And Gothitelle being so low, one more attack will be able to knock it out unless you swap it out. But if you swap it out, Politoed isn't very healthy either and will have to take an attack too.
And then you'd be losing the way to try and win out on any weather or any chance of being able to reset that. And Terastallization saved right until this end. Eyeing up that Kingdra. If you're talking about that damage, that stellar Terastallization, it will have to be miles, or Canada, it'll have to do kilometers worth of work here to try and make this happen.
I think it is still possible, though. Kingdra is very strong, and we keep seeing the Sneasler stat summaries flashed on the screen by Wolf there. It is at -3 attack, so it will have a hard time doing meaningful damage, especially to this Kingdra that sits at full HP.
You still have the possibility of crits. You still have the possibility of those Dire Claws. Politoed coming onto the field means that Gothitelle won't go down as this one, as this is where we're going to see that stellar Terastallization from the Kingdra now. And a lot of damage into, I mean, if you can just get rid of this Annihilate, like, you're such a nice spot.
It is, and it's going to be really important. I think this Annihilate will pretty easily be knocked out by this Weather Ball. Dire Claw comes through, though. Will we get any kind of status activation? No, Weather Ball happens, and we'll target this Annihilate.
And that is going to be the stellar boost. That is going to be passed on, and the Annihilate is going to be taken down. So now 2 Pokemon for Chuppa in this match. The Kingdra being able to do just enough on that final turn of Rain.
And importantly, because Wolf did swap the Gothitelle out, he will have the option to swap the Politoed back into Gothitelle on this coming turn, and then Gothitelle will be knocked out by, if nothing else, the poison damage, and of course the sand that is also being set up by Chuppa on this turn. But then, after Gothitelle is knocked out, Politoed can come back in and reset up the Rain, so Kingdra will have its lovely Rain for the rest of this match, which could be a huge deal for Wolf because this Tyranitar does not have a way to Terastallize off this water weakness anymore.
And this Sneasler has not been allowed to swap out of the match at any single point. And the only time the Gothitelle's left the field is when Chuppa's already down final 2. So again, you're going to be playing for the Dire Clauses, and you're going to be playing for those critical hits. Is Kingdra safe on this turn? Dire Claw targeting into that, of course. Seeing the Gothitelle, how little health it has, and the fact that, hey, even the Tyranitar target into it, it would have been KO'd from that poison anyways, but it was going to go down regardless. And now, of course, Wolf gets the weather of his choice.
This is going to have to come down to Dire Claw for Chuppa. Even if this Kingdra doesn't get knocked out by Dire Claw, especially because, again, it's at -3 attack, if a sleep happens or a paralysis into a full paralysis happens, and this Kingdra isn't able to get a Weather Ball off into this Tyranitar, that is the the way that Cheppa can win here. Just the paralysis I don't think will be enough because Trenchar will still be outsped. You need that no attack coming out from Kingdra this turn.
The sleep would secure it. The paralysis gives you a chance, and poison, no good. And Sneasler, that has been the pinnacle Pokemon of this regulation. So much based around it and so much discourse about this move. And now the only saving grace for Cheppa in the closing moments of this match here in top 4. And this Kingdra, if it can act on this turn, it can do so much. Dire Claw comes out. This is going to be the moment. No status comes on through. Weather Ball now into the Tyranitar. One hit KO, and only one Pokemon remains in Wolf's way to secure him in our finals.
No status at all means that even though this Weather Ball might not KO Sneasler here, the Kingdra will easily be able to finish it off on the following turn. And Politoed itself can just Weather Ball once again. So it looks like Wolf has secured his spot in finals here in Toronto after a really back and forth set. Maybe one of the best sets of this tournament so far, Sierra.
And one of the closest ones that we've seen. Wolf has been taking down VGC Demons throughout this tournament with ease and taking all the way to 3 games. Wolf Glick will be in our grand finals and one step closer to a historic 10 regional championship titles.
What a fantastic match. Wolf proving why he is such the great champion that he is. Cheppa found a way to be in that second and third game, taking that second game pretty convincingly despite some of those muddy water accuracy drops. But Wolf adjusted so well and made sure that he kept all the pieces necessary. Kingdra, the MVP of this match. Not something I expected to ever say coming into this tournament, Sierra, but proving why it is still a threat to be reckoned with.
Just Kingdra.
Yeah.
There's so much talk about the Politoed, and it definitely did put in work, considering we did get to see the Perish Song in Game 1 and 2, even if, you know, Game 2 we didn't necessarily get to see it necessarily work out. But being able to also go for that damage with the Kingdra and being able to just not get status in the crucial moments, absolutely lean. With that Swiss Swim, with the Weather Ball, being able to take clean KOs to secure Wolf a final spot. And what a match this was.
Shout out to our European caster friend Charlie. I'm sure he's kicking his feet watching this, seeing his beloved Kingdra put in so much work. But even just outside the Kingdra, there are so many cool parts of this team that Wolf got to show off. We got to see the successful Perish Song checkmate in Game 1. We saw the attempt at it Game 2 that just barely came short. And you didn't even have to use it Game 3, saying, I'm going to stick to my offense and show that, you know, even though this is a bulkier team, it can still win by just overwhelming you with damage.
And that's the thing, an accurate damage too, and just how much this Weather Ball was doing was absolutely incredible, and really showcasing yet again on full display that, yes, we talk about Wolfie with this Perish team, Wolfie with this Perish team, but showing that there is so much more to this team. That is just one but many options of it.
Wolfie con Perish and Wolfie con Kingdra?
Yeah.
We got a couple different variations
Wolfie con
here
Perish
now,
and Wolfie without Perish, I guess.
Oh man, what a fantastic match that was, and what a fantastic final set we have coming up too.
Oh my goodness.
Wolf versus Marco is a crazy caliber of a finals match, to the point where like that, you could tell me like the world's finals this year is going to be Wolf and Marco, and I'd say, yeah, that sounds about right.
It's also just like the most proof ever that these events must be scripted, because you couldn't, there is absolutely no script that could have been written any better. I refuse to believe it. You could not tell me any 2 people would be more perfect in this grand finals.
No, and it's going to be so much fun. Just 2 fantastic players. Of course, congrats to Cheppa, a top 4 finish after coming here as the reigning champion. A lot of pressure to hold up, and he performed incredibly well, but really difficult to get past Wolf, especially this late in an event.
And bringing it to that close of a match, yet again, like we're talking about, I mean, of course, we got this finals match looking ahead of us, but the previous times we've seen Wolf, it's been pretty fast 2-0s. Like, he is not holding back. So for that third game between him and Cheppa to go down to the wire, obviously not the result Cheppa would have wanted. He would have loved to try and defend that title, but at the same time, like that, Wolf, I think, is the favorite to win this event, and to be that close to taking him down is massively impressive. And why Cheppa has been someone that we've talked about at length for being such a great player.
Absolutely. You know, Cheppa is someone that has proven himself to be one of the top players in the country and in the world the last couple seasons, and a top 4 finish here at an incredibly difficult regional is nothing to be ashamed of. So I'm sure he'll take this success and, you know, move forward into, you know, when we progress into Regulation G starting in January. But for now, I think he can, you know, celebrate his great accomplishment here.
He'll just have to win a different regional to then try and title defend that one, right? That's how it works, right?
Of course.
Yeah, this one would have been days, but there are so many more regionals he can win. He's a great player. I'm sure we'll see him a lot more.
All right, well, before we have our finals, we have a different competition that we need to get rolling. So backstage all weekend, us casters have been decorating some lovely Christmas cookies that we now want to show to you, our viewers, to see who's the best. We're gonna show you 5 cookies. That's all 4 of us plus Gabby. We're not gonna tell you who decorated them though. We're gonna make an anonymous vote and then see who the audience thinks is the best cookie decorator.
All right, let's get into this. Very first one, we have our Pokeball. Wow.
Pokeball.
That's a Pokeball.
It sure is.
All right, look at that. Next up, we got a Pachirisu. Look how cute it is.
I know.
Adrian Park would be so happy. Where's the Draco Meteor, though?
Nowhere to be found.
Man, that's why the smile is so big, right?
Yeah.
And then that one, have down on this paper, Jigglypuff from above.
Jigglypuff from above. That's really funny.
Sorry, Jigglypuff has seen from above.
Exactly, you're right.
Honestly, amazing. And then, this is the idea that we talked about yesterday, but almost all on one cookie. Mousehold family of 4.
Yes, you got everyone there.
Is it cheating if there's more than one cookie involved?
I was thinking that too, but I think we'll let it pass.
All right, and final one that we got.
We got Wolfie Con Parish. That's great. Polytoad singing his little song there. That's a good one.
Oh my goodness. All right, those are our 5 cookies. Make sure to get the voting in. This is really important because this is bragging rights until next Christmas.
I know.
Next cookie contest. So.
And we got Joe. Joe's our defending champion. He's here. One of those submissions was his.
I think Joe's going to lose. I told Jake this earlier. I was like, just a heads up, you're going to lose. And I'm not even saying that for like trash talking. Like, I'm letting you know as a courtesy. Like,
well, I don't know about that one.
Just so you can like mentally prepare yourself for this L you're about to be handed.
I've lost every decorating contest I've entered so far. 2 pumpkins and 1 cookie, so I think I'm used to it.
I am still never forget. I'm on my revenge arc from Halloween last year. I did the most amazing Piplup pumpkin.
I remember that, yeah.
I carved it all. It was immaculate. And Gabby had a wonderful pumpkin, don't get me wrong. But some of it was drawn on with Sharpie, which I personally think is cheating, and I lost.
Check out the Bidoof points. The Bidoof boost.
Where are the Piplup points? I've never gotten over that. I'm still upset about that.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens this time around, huh?
As long as, I love Gabby. She can't win in my home country twice.
This is a really big deal, you guys.
This is a huge deal. I'm personally invested in this.
Sierra's got to defend the home turf.
I'm leaving if I lose.
Well,
you'll be casting this finals by yourself.
Cast.
Solo cast. I hope that there's enough to say about this. There will be so much to say about this finals.
There's no shortage of material for Wolf versus Marco. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's Wolf versus Marco. Just kidding. You're not solo casting. I'll be here whether I'm salty about this cookie contest or not.
So close. I almost had my moment.
Yeah, I can't miss that one. I cannot miss this one. This is going to be such an incredible match. It
really is.
I'm like, how we ended off our day yesterday. Oh my god, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Oh right, yeah, we saw them yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, they already played each other. That's even better.
And it was not great for Marco.
It was not. No,
but
it wasn't.
Again, people went home and did their homework.
Yeah.
So I know people had plans. Not all those plans worked out. There was a reason why Wolf is still in the finals, but I don't know. When you're looking at Marco, who's able to take down, a international title, as someone who can be prepping, I'm sure there's people helping him.
No, I am confident that at least the matches will be closer than they were yesterday because Marco, being the great player that he is, I'm sure that he realized, okay, even though I lost to Wolf yesterday at the end of day 1, I still made it to day 2. There's a decent chance I can play him again in top cut. What am I going to do differently this time around? At the same time, Wolf might have done the same thing, right? I think this team that Marco's running, especially knowing that he was going to attend this event, you kind of need your game plans into it, and probably something that Wolf did a little bit more research into overnight as well, knowing that Marco was going to be in day 2.
Not even just overnight, but when you're looking at people who have been playing the same team and have made such great accomplishments with this team, even if there's not necessarily something that you're on your team that you can change, because sometimes you can't account for every single matchup, and prepping for one of the 2 people using Sun out in the field and putting it on your team might make you weak to something you will see a lot of. But at least having some sort of idea, you need to make sure if you make it to the top cut, knowing that you're going to see Marco Silva in top cut in an event. Like, that's just clear at this point.
Of course.
You need to make sure that's not going to be a way to just get cleanly knocked out. So
I do think Wolf probably has at least a little bit of an advantage.
I think so too.
The combination of rain generally being pretty good into sun and the Gothitelle there to kind of ensure that you have that weather control means that it can be a pretty oppressive matchup. I do think the overheat
Overheat Eject Pack Torque Hole will be important for Marco because it does give you that way to kind of get out and reset if you need to. So I'm really interested to see how both of these trainers have adjusted their game plans from yesterday into the finals today. But I know that no matter what happens, it's going to be such a good set of Pokemon.
The scary thing about the Eject Pack Torque Hole is it's a trick you can only use once.
True.
Once it's done, and when Wolf has a team that's a bit more on this bulky side that can kind of withstand the storm and the sun, it's something that you can, okay, force the Torkoal to use this. Okay, well, I can just reset the weather later on and we're fine. What's the Torkoal going to do? He's only got one eject pack. He can't have two backpacks on.
You also can force it to eject back out with your own Intimidate if you need to as well, right? So it's something that Marco can do, but doesn't necessarily have the most agency over. And so, you know, that's something that I'm sure Wolf is clued into as well. And it's so many moving pieces in this matchup, but I think Wolf just has maybe a few more of those pieces under his control.
I think so as well. There's just too much. Again, this is not just a one-dimensional Parish Trap team. There's so many different dimensions to this team that it kind of makes it difficult to break through because, okay, you're planned for this, I'm going to be stuck on the field mode. And then there's just like a stronger, like this Kingdra that did so much work last time, just like going through your team. And even if you do get that weather control in the beginning, it's something like this Draco Meteor, that is a lot of damage, and that's not reliant on needing that rain. Of course, you are then at the mercy of the accuracy, but that's still a way you can just try and like brute force your way through this.
Well, and speaking of Kingdra too, like if Wolf does have a scenario where Kingdra is on the field with rain and Marco can't turn the rain off, Marco has at least 4 Pokemon by my count that are weak to fire, weak to water. He's got the 3 fire types and the Ursaluna, and you can only Terastallize one of them every game. So a Muddy Water in the rain might even be like game-endingly terrible for Marco. So he just has to find a way to prevent that, I think, essentially at all costs.
Again, if we're looking at the accuracy.
Yeah, true. Even Weather Ball, though, like maybe there's plenty of scenarios where just one KO with the Weather Ball is more than enough, too.
I think there would be a situation where that's the case. If you're looking at so many Pokemon, I think it would be heads-up play coming out from Marco that would have to happen for there to be more of a chance in this. And a real big reflection on yesterday, because when Wolf shows up to a tournament with a team like this, nobody has answers to you. You know, if you want to make your own way through that, you gotta have an idea.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun, though. If anyone can find a way to break through what might be a rough matchup, it has to be Marco here. Going into the finals of LAIC this year, I know he was saying, like, this isn't really a great matchup for me, and then he won the finals pretty convincingly. And so I don't think it's fair to count him out at all, especially knowing he has such a great champion in his own right. And anything can happen here in Pokemon.
I think the scary thing is that he thought the LAIC matchup was difficult, and there's other people like,
what?
No. What are you talking about? And maybe like a little dismissive of his own skills and his own capability. Whereas this one, I think that there is, I mean, I haven't talked to everyone out there, but I think it's a little difficult. And I think Wolf had said in an interview earlier that going up against this, like he had a really, really close match up against Joseph Ugarte, who is running a similar Sun version. But there is core differences with those teams. Joe also did still lose that match. And like, I watched that match. Like, Joe played it really, really well. And this team that Wolf brought is just too strong. So Marco has to be on another level, like, on his normal, like, top player capabilities, plus 10, you know?
At least.
Really bringing that power of friendship.
That's what it takes to beat Wolf, though, right? Wolf is just such a strong player with any team, really, but especially a team like his current team where, you know, he has the most experience of anyone, really, I think it's fair to say, with these Parish Trap kinds of teams, that you have to be on top of your game and then some to even have a chance. Even if you're playing at 125%, you have to be at 200% to beat Wolf, and that's just such a hard metric to get to.
Especially, too, when you're looking back at Wolf throughout this season, it's still been kind of unorthodox teams. So at the very beginning, we taught Toadscroll.
Yeah, true.
Toadscroll. And then we got to see Yanmega, which was only ever seen in a top 8 once, and that was because of Wolf. And then now we get to see Kingdra and Politoed, Pokemon that we haven't been seeing this regulation coming out on top. And when you're playing these unorthodox Pokemon, obviously you're at a little bit of the mercy of the meta, but having unorthodox Pokemon that are catching people off guard, but also in a game mode that has been so consistent for you, having this Parish option, it's like everything has come together for him to take the last event of this regulation.
It is almost time for our final match of the day, but before that, we have Gabby ready with friends and family of the 2 finalists. Let's hear from them real fast.
Thank you, Jake. It's all friends here this time around. I'm here with Joe Ugarte and Aaron Traylor. I feel like y'all don't need an introduction, but I did it anyways. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, can't complain, you know, obviously. You know, if you don't make finals yourself, you'd love to see your friends there, right? So it's definitely a good thing to see.
Now, Aaron, I know this is the first time I've seen you this weekend, and you competed. Were you running the same team that Wolf was?
No, I don't like playing Parish Song. Are you kidding?
Fair enough. That would have been my answer too, honestly. How did your weekend go?
Oh, it was pretty good. You know, Joe said it really well. You know, if Pokemon is all about like, if you can't win, you support those around you, and then it's like you won, you know? Yeah. So I'm just here having a fun time, you know, hanging out, watching some great Pokemon. That top 4 set was crazy, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness. I don't know about y'all, but I was like popping off backstage multiple times, both when watching Marco play and when watching Wolf play. Now, Joe, you've been running a team very similar to Marco. I feel like we've talked about the differences time and time again. I want to ask you real quick if you and Marco workshopped this matchup at all last night after that end of day 1.
So it wasn't really last night. All the times I talked to Marco today were kind of like last minute, and usually the end of the conversation was like, nah, I'll figure it out. I'll probably just win anyways. So like, you know, it's definitely been a situation where I think even though our teams both run Sun, the way Marco looks at the game, the way I look at the game are very different, which I think is really interesting when we talk, because there are some points even where like, you know, in previous matchups where like, for example, the Sunsetter and like, you know, obviously like Charizard or Typhlosion would be better. Like the way I thought of it instantly was like, oh, okay, you could just lead that. And then he was like, why would I do that? That makes no sense, you know? Yeah. So it's really interesting because I think the way we fundamentally look at our teams are very different. So it results in different things, but obviously when we get to talk about the game, I think it's a really cool aspect of it. And I think honestly, Marco is like in the modern day, one of the most talented players like I've ever had the, you know, I mean, ever been able to be friends with. It's insane. Like what I think his capability of greatness is like ridiculous.
I think I have it written in my notes. I've been working on like the recap script a bit that he's been in 5 finals back to back or something crazy like that. I gotta fact check that, but it's something insane.
It's like 3, I think.
Okay,
but like even then, it's still like
it's still
crazy.
insane.
Like yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to know what Poffins he's feeding his Pokemon. Yeah.
Now, Aaron, I mean, you are an incredibly accomplished trainer, and I feel like you and Wolf working together has really unlocked something in Wolf in particular. I'm curious, like, what do you think his mindset is going into this finals battle, knowing that we saw it play out at the end of yesterday?
Yeah, that's a great point. I never want to speak for the guy.
Course,
you know,
of course.
Like what I will say is that like I feel like this finals, like we're really lucky to be able to see it. Like it's like I'm just very appreciative to be right here right now before this crazy battle that's about to play out, because it's such a pivotal moment for both players, right?
Yeah.
Like Wolf, so like for Wolf, like he's always had this goal of winning 10 regionals. Like he set that, he's like a while ago, I'd like to win 10 regionals. And when he sets his sights on something like that, you know he's aiming for it, right? And like to be against, as Joe said, like Marco, one of the best players in the modern times, like having one of the best runs of his life, like if you want it, you're going to have to work for it. And then the same, like the other coin for Marco too, like he's having one of the best runs of his life. If you want to make that like a statement of all time in Pokemon, well, you got to get through Wolf on his
you gotta
like
be the best.
You gotta be the best. And so like this is awesome. Like we're about to see some like incredible Pokemon. I'm just really excited.
Yeah, I'm so glad you phrased it that way, because you're absolutely right. You know, in order to be the best, you have to beat the best, and that's exactly the storyline we have setting up here. Real quick though, I do want to ask. Obviously, you are a little bit biased, but if you had to pick the Pokemon that will get the final KO, assuming your friend wins, which Pokemon do you think it's going to be? I can't ask you who's going to win, because it could just either end friendships or just be very, very obvious. So.
Okay, the final KO. You might know this. You might have this.
Well, I have 2 answers, which is like, yeah, like I think Wolf is gonna win. That's because I'm rooting for him. But like, I mean, that's how it works with like competitors. You know,
of course.
It's like, you know, if you know he was to be playing Joe, you know, I'd be rooting. I'd be happy either way. Does it count if Gothitelle takes all the KOs with Perish Song? Does that count for your question?
I think that counts.
Okay,
yeah, I think that counts.
That's my pick to win.
All right.
Ooh, put me on a spot here. I think. Oh, I honestly, I can't say.
Oh,
I can't say.
That's cop out.
You know, There's a reason I can't say.
Oh,
Okay.
There's a reason I can't say.
Oh, okay. I
Okay.
won't listen. You can just tell Gabby.
Quick, say any Pokemon that's not one of Marco's 6.
I'll say Jumpluff because it has no attacks.
Ah, fair. Jumpluff's going to take the final KO. You heard it here first.
I want to see the struggle.
Encore struggle endgame.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
really
yeah.
looking forward to that for sure. But no, y'all, it's always a treat to have you back here in the lounge. And I do want to ask one final question. And if you have any advice for Marco or for Wolf, or really for any aspiring Pokemon champion, what would that be and why?
I think my advice for Marco, honestly, would just be to trust himself. And I mean, honestly, like I guess more personal words to him. I mean, I have not seen like, you know, in like at least modern Pokemon. I mean, what he's done is so impressive, and it really is like I think one of the craziest runs in like history. And I think you deserve it all, man. Honestly, like that's what I would tell him. And you just absolutely play your heart out. You play your best. You make every play you want to make, and regardless of the result, you're still one of the greatest of all time, in my opinion.
Oh, that's cute. That's really cute.
Yeah.
Sorry, you have to follow
do I
that. Yeah,
know
you have
what's
to do it too.
Okay. Maybe it's an overshare. I don't know, but like there are a lot of these situations for both of us, and also for our friends who are up there. And like one thing, it's like when you're up there all the time. It's like it's not you don't expect it, you don't want it, but you become more used to it. And if you're up there for the first time, your blood is pumping, your heart rate is skyrocketing, and that's two very different situations. And for both of these guys, what's the quote is like, for you, the day I destroyed your village was like the most important day of your life, and for me it was Tuesday.
Yeah.
And so just let it be another Tuesday is what I'm saying.
All right. Well, it is Sunday, but hopefully it'll just be another Sunday.
It's
then.
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. It is now Tuesday. Thank you all so much for your time. I hope that I get to chat with you again real soon. But for now, let's go ahead and get to this amazing finals match. Casters, take it away.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. We are here for the finals of the Toronto Regional Championships, and I am so excited. Jake Muller, Sierra Dawn, it is time for the very last match of the day. Marco Silva and Wolf Glick.
I mean, they're saying, just another Sunday, and for Wolf, very well could be.
Yeah.
For Marco, when we're looking at the championship Sundays that he's been in, though, as the historic only 3-time international champion, this could just be another, day for him as well, which is so exciting looking at these two facing off in the grand finals. And again, a repeat of the final round of Swiss yesterday, where we got to see this Parish team for Wolf for the very first time going up against Marco. And there's so many layers to this story. There's so much to this matchup. And you honestly could not think of a better way to be ending off this year.
You really couldn't. Someone like Marco, who has some incredible recent success, the double defending LAIC champion, already a regional final to his name this year as well. Of course, the Stockholm top 4 and 2020 OCIC champion. Someone that has played in many, many major finals now and has the experience to draw on to make sure that he is, on top of his game, holding his nerve when it comes to these big moments. When we talk about big moments, I don't know that anyone has more of them under their belt than Wolf.
And that's the conversation when we were talking about the best players of all time. Because if you're looking back historically, you're looking at accomplishment. I mean, Wolf is right up there in the conversation, but if you're looking as well, the caliber of play, even if you don't have that same list of accomplishments, you don't have that world championship title, Marco Silva has been considered as one of the best modern day players, and it's so easy to see why. Even playing a team that there's not necessarily the most people on, he's been able to accomplish so much. This team got second in Gdansk, it got the LAIC title, and has the possibility to take down Toronto. Charizard, Torkoal, Jumpluff, you have the Sun, but then also key pieces, the Ursaluna with a Guts Flame Orb and a Porygon too. So even when the dimensions aren't quite in your favor, the game still can be.
Plenty of tools to get around Shadow Tag as well. Again, we talked about that eject pack tech on the Torkoal, which can allow it to swap itself out after losing any kind of stat drops. But at the same time, there are 3 Ghost-type Terras on Marco's team, so you can only use one of those in any given game, but the option is there. Of course, Parting Shot on Incineroar also will be able to pivot it out, is not blocked by that Shadow Tag. So no shortage of tools that he can use, just has to very carefully pick which ones to bring to any given game.
And that terrestrialization with all these Pokemon is going to be so important because you want the Ghost, you want stuff that's not going to be perishing to a Kingdra. That is going to be key. As for Wolf, very familiar spawn and a team that we've become quite familiar with through the course of this competition. And again, the Parasong, you have the Politoed, but Kingdra as well is something that in this, if you can get the weather in your favor, can off-put so much pressure. Of course, Marco does have two ways of setting that weather. He does have both Sunny Day on that jump bluff if he chooses to bring it, as well as the Torkoal. So the Kingdra might not necessarily be in its prime position, but even a Draco Meteor is something that can start to shred through Marco's team.
Especially given that the Kingdra is the Stellar Terra. It's not just water to boost the Muddy Water and Weather Balls, but you do have the one-time boost to Draco Meteor as well. And looking at Marco's team, there isn't too much that can stomach that. I think maybe Porygon 2 could, just because it is so bulky, but otherwise, there are no Dragon resistances, either in natural types or Terra typing over on Marco's side of the field. You have to, again, look at kind of the lack of water resistances. You have the Jump Bluff, which will resist it, but the other 5 Pokemon, 4 of them are straight up weak to water, and the last is Porygon, so you don't really have a great way to stomach these water type attacks in the rain.
And if you want to try and win out this weather war and be able to bring the sun, well then maybe you're going to be a little bit more susceptible to the other key pieces of this team, which is going to be super dangerous within this. And even something like the Sarchalodon, it does have the Power Herb, so you don't need the rain to get off a really powerful attack. So there's a lot to this, a match these players are familiar with. So let's see how this changes up as we head into the grand finals here in Toronto. Make some noise. Jump Bluff, Incineroar for Marco. For Wolf, that's Gothitelle and Kingdra.
I really, really love this Gothitelle Kingdra lead from Wolf in general. It's a very flexible lead. It traps these 2 Pokemon on the field, and most importantly, it gives Wolf the option to pivot that Gothitelle out into Politoed, set up the rain, and immediately activate Swift Swim and power up those water-type moves from the Kingdra. I'd like the Jump Bluff here as well, though the Covert Cloak means it can't be faked out by Gothitelle, and you do have the option to start spreading Sleep Powders if you need to.
And when you're eyeing up something like the speed control, seeing that there is this Kingdra on the other end, you could have been punished with the potential of something like this Trick Room, but instead the swap out. That's Gothitelle leaving Incineroar coming on in as Tailwind. Marco is going to have the speed favor in his turn for the next few turns, as now a knockoff into that Kingdra. A little bit of damage, Life Orb gone. This is going to be reducing the amount of damage as Draco Meteor into the Jump Bluff, brings it down to just below half health, and with that special attack drop, the Kingdra is not going to be doing the most on the next turn.
Big knockoff there. Some decent damage into Kingdra, but importantly removing the Life Orb, which is a big source of damage. That's one multiplier lost when you start stacking them with the Rain, with the possible Stellar Terra. And so that's a lot of damage that also kept this Jump Bluff relatively healthy. I don't know if one more Draco Meteor would finish the job, and of course no Water type move would knock it out from here as well. But this Incineroar switch from Wolf also very, very safe. You know, it can't be put to sleep because of that, because of those safety goggles. You now have the option to go for your own fake out on this coming turn, and of course you can just pivot right back out with Parting Shot.
Even if one Pokemon is safe from the Sleep Powder, the other is not, and Kingdra doesn't do the most damage and now won't do any damage as it has to take a turn of sleep. Parting Shot into the Incineroar, that's going to be attack drop as well as a way to pivot out into something that could take a little bit more advantage of his situation, and a chance and opportunity for us to see what Marco has brought to this match. Ursaluna and Porygon 2.
You better hope there's no knockoff coming into that slot, though, because losing that Flame Orb would be very, very rough for Marco. That is a big bit of damage that would no longer be available. Kingdra takes its first mandatory sleep turn from that Sleep Powder and knockoff straight into Ursaluna. There is no Flame Orb, there is no burn, there is no guts for the remainder of this game.
And that hurts. Getting the damage, but most importantly in that knockoff. And when you need the damage, Marco's team, when you're eyeing up this Jump Bluff and Incineroar, the Porygon 2, it's the Ursaluna that you're really counting on. And in this situation, if you were able to get that swapped in that burn, you could pressure so much damage with something like an Earthquake on the next, especially since you wouldn't be hitting into your own Jump Bluff, and you would hit everything else on the field. Now that damage is so heavily reduced.
Not even just losing the Guts boost, Facade will now be locked at the 70 base power for the rest of this game too. If Wolf has something that can, you know, Terastallize into, maybe something that resists or is even just neutral to ground, Facade is usually the move of choice after that, but it will be mitigated for the rest of this game.
And that could be a situation where you're then forced into something that's a single target, and doubly so now that Porygon 2 comes out onto the field, getting that attack boost. Terastallization, we got to see the lock-in. Make sure that this Ursaluna is nice and safe going into that Ghost Terastallization.
Ghost will mean that it is no longer weak to water, which could be a big deal for Marco later on in this game. Wolf not switching anything out, though, means that Kingdra will stay on the field and possibly even Terastallize, though I bet this is the Incineroar instead.
even if this Ursaluna isn't doing as much damage, it could still do a lot when you see this headlong rush. So into this Ghost Terrestrialization, a way to make sure, again, less and less damage is coming on out. Into this Incineroar, it's lost that weakness, so much damage, but not nearly enough to get that KO. Of course, a defense, special defense drop, and Kingdra is going to wake up. Draco Meteor, get it connected. It is -2 into the Porygon. That's going to be fine, but still, you would have loved to see that sleeping for just a little bit longer.
Incineroar surviving that headlong rush, thanks to the Ghost Terrestrialization, means it will have the opportunity to parting shot this Ursaluna, further mitigating its damage while it is on the field. And even though you could bring in Gothitelle to activate the Shadow Tag, this is another reason why this Ghost Terra is very helpful for Marco, is that now that Ursaluna is a Ghost type, you do have the option to swap it out, reset that parting shot drop, and you have to kind of imagine that Kingdra probably swaps out this turn, because it is at -4, and the Incineroar is right there for another Intimidate onto the Ursaluna, which could be another reason to get this Ursaluna off the field ASAP.
Yeah, especially too when you do have that Gothitelle, something like bringing in the Incineroar is just so free. You get another attack drop onto that Ursaluna. You're not really worried about too much damage, and Kingdra can get back in at a later time and be so good. And when I'm looking at the pieces of Marco's team, if Wolf can start damaging these down, we have Pokemon when you're eyeing up that Porygon too that like that longevity on the field, and of course that's not a playstyle that Wolf's going to allow you to do.
It's really not. You still have to be very careful here. Kingdra will swap out to reset that -4 special attack. And we're going to see the Politoed come in instead. So no Incineroar just yet. We'll be there to set up the rain with Drizzle as the Gothitelle has the chance to go for something like a fake out on its first turn out, but no fake out just yet.
Nope. Instead, we're going to see another move of choice, this headlong rush. Not even enough to bring the the Politoed, the other Pokemon down below half, as that's going to be Psychic into Ursaluna, doing more and more damage since we have been seeing the Ursaluna lowering its stats through these turns. Now Porygon 2 is going to be the one twisting these dimensions.
Trick Room set up, so Ursaluna should be the first thing acting, which is, you know, a nice twist for Wolf here, for Marco here rather, especially because the Tailwind has just ended on Marco's side of the field. But if you are Wolf, you're now noticing that there is no Torkoal on Marco's side, so Rain will stick around for a little bit longer. Gothitelle, being the bulky Pokemon that it is, has the ability to try and reset Trick Room this turn if it wants to, or even just go for a second Psychic into that Ursaluna. Now at -3 special defense because of the 2 headlong rushes and the drop from the Psychic on the previous turn is vulnerable.
So with it being so vulnerable, a Protect makes sense. Or a Psychic yet again, trying to fire off into that slot, get rid of that big bad bear, nothing happening. Now the Porygon 2 will have the opportunity to attack into this Politoed. Just another attempt at just chipping away as Perish Song, the move of choice. Of course, since the Ursaluna has Terrestrialized, it will be able to have this opportunity to swap out, but the Porygon 2 won't.
Interesting choice there from Wolf. This Ursaluna will have the ability to swap out, like you just said, Sierra, which means that the Perish Song won't be very effective on it, but this Porygon 2 is locked on the field. And given that this Ursaluna is at -1 attack, this Porygon 2 did not get a downloaded special attack boost, it got the attack boost instead. This Gothitelle isn't super threatened by anything, and this could be a good way for Wolf to get rid of just this Porygon, really. If you can get rid of Porygon with this Perish Song, that's the bulkiest thing that Marco has left on his team, and that can clear out an easier way for Kingdra to try and come in and win this game in the end.
And if this Ursaluna has to swap out at some point, this Incineroar would not appreciate a Weather Ball, and well, Jumpluff won't really appreciate much at this point, considering the amount of damage that it's already taken. So Ursaluna, that's finally going to be the swap out, but if Wolf decides not to just protect and hits into the other slot, Marco could still be down on this. It is going to be just a swap from both trainers as Jumpluff hits the field, Politoed leaves, make sure that Perish gets reset, and Incineroar for Wolf to have Fake Out on the next turn.
Fake Out will now be active. Intimidate comes through, meaning absolutely nothing into these two, well, one special attacker and one no attacker. Psychic will be into this Jumpluff though, and it barely hangs on, which means that Wolf will not have a Pokemon advantage just yet, and Terra Blast quickly targeting that Gothitelle as the Ghost type Incineroar that would have come in or would have taken 0 damage.
Yeah, and this damage output from this Porygon 2 is not like maybe something that stacks up, maybe try and fish for a freeze or something, but Jumpluff, especially with the speed ordering that you've caused yourself with your own Trick Room, isn't something that's necessarily benefiting that Pokemon. And once this Ursaluna goes down, it already wasn't dealing the most damage, but then where is the damage really coming from? Sorry, the Ursaluna, Porygon 2. The Porygon 2 is probably the only thing that really does damage if this Ursaluna doesn't get that Guts boost.
Exactly.
All right, Rage Powder from this jump left. So it is going to be the center of attention, sliver of health. Porygon 2 is going to have a little bit more opportunity to try and fight this battle. As finally that second Psychic is going to be enough. Porygon 2, I mean, it doesn't even get to do anything because of the flinch. So yeah, we're just going to see a very sad Porygon after this next turn, since it has one more turn of Perish left.
I really liked that Rage Powder play. If you caught it before the turn started, Marco actually targeted his own jump left with Ice Beam as well, which is really cool. It's a nice way to make sure that jump left goes down, so you do get the swap into your Incineroar on this turn without having to manually swap it back in. Of course, you couldn't even manually swap it because of that shadow tag. So it guarantees that this jump off isn't stuck on the field, being like an entirely sink of momentum that makes Marco have something to do on this turn. Porygon will faint at the end of this turn thanks to that Perish Song, which will open up the opportunity for Wolf to have that kind of 4 Pokemon to 2 remaining, checkmate with another Perish Song from Politoed.
And now we're going to have to protect from Incineroar for Wolf, as the one over on the other end hits the field. Another round of Psychic, of course, into this Porygon 2. Is it damage that won't necessarily matter, since it's going to be gone anyways. And Gothitelle finally brought right below half, which means it gets a Citrus Berry, and it gets to go kind of back where that turn started.
Yeah, but it will actually be knocked out by a Perish Song at the end of this turn as well. I believe it was on the field subject to that Perish Song when Politoed went for it. And now the Perish counts fall to 0. So Gothitelle and Porygon 2 will be knocked out. But I think that's a very worthwhile trade if you're Wolf. You no longer need Shadow Tag, as Marco only has 2 Pokemon remaining. Your Gothitelle, it's going to be hard to switch it in and out without giving your other Pokemon too much damage. And now that, especially that Trick Room has ended, you can bring Kingdra in here, you can swap the Incineroar to Politoed, and you have some pretty devastating Muddy Waters on the table.
Yeah, you don't even have to go for any sort of Perish Song to try and close this out. That mid-game Perish Song is going to be enough to possibly just get this done now that Kingdra's out on the field. And the Ursaluna's not doing much. Incineroar won't appreciate this, and Wolf in a really, really strong spot already.
Especially because this Kingdra doesn't have that Life Orb anymore, really doesn't need it for the power. One Weather Ball should be able to knock out Ursaluna from this low HP, and because it is missing that item, the knockoff from Marco's own Incineroar will not have the damage boost. So you can probably even ignore that Incineroar this turn, make sure that the Ursaluna doesn't get an attack off here, and go straight for that Weather Ball.
And already so low health. Like you said, you don't need that Life Orb to be picking up this KO, and all of a sudden it's Incineroar against the world. And when we're eyeing up an Incineroar that only has the knockoff really for attacking, since Flare Blitz isn't really going to accomplish much against these Pokemon, nonetheless in the rain, it's going to be a situation where Wolf will be able to take this game 1, and Marco is going to go right back to the drawing board as he throws in the towel. Wolf up 1 in the series.
What a crazy game that was. Looked like it was very back and forth at certain points, but looking at the end game state here, Wolf lost Gothitelle to his own Perish Song and then no other Pokemon. So essentially knocked out 5 Pokemon in one game, right? So Marco really didn't have the space to get a whole lot done, despite the fact that he had some windows there. The Ghost type Ursaluna was very nice because it afforded him the chance to do some switching alongside the parting shot, even with Gothitelle on the field. But losing that Flame Orb was huge because the damage that Ursaluna was doing was so heavily mitigated thanks to not having Guts active.
Looking at this match, Marco just needs to be a step ahead to be able to get this Ursaluna in on his switch, be able to shut things down with this jump bluff. But Wolf was the one that was ahead, being able to kind of just outplay and outcall these moves. And already what is a tough matchup for Marco. So being able to limit those options, just really close out any window. And I'm intrigued, like, where is this game 2 go? Because when you're looking at something like the jump bluff, well, you got the speed control, you got the sleep powder, and in the end, none of it mattered.
I think that what Wolf is doing expertly, not only in this match, but all weekend, has been knowing when he can make certain plays that are really, really hard to punish. The way that Wolf wins a lot of these games is by maintaining a Pokemon advantage and then threatening Perish Song at the end of the game, or just allowing Kingdra the space to come in and clean up at the very end. And none of the things that Wolf did in that first game really opened himself up to Marco making some kind of big read and capitalizing on Wolf making a certain play that he might see coming. There was really no threat from Marco really at any point in this game, again, especially after the Ursaluna lost that Flame Orb.
And even when you're looking at the rest of the team, it's hard to see what else could be a threat.
Yeah.
Incineroar is something on these Sun teams that can do a lot of damage with the Flare Blitz, but when the rain is up the entire time, it's just a sad little cat, unfortunately. The Porygon 2 did nothing and then was just Parasonged out of the entire game. And Charizard doesn't appreciate trying to hit fire moves into these water-type Pokemon. So kicking off our game number 2, we're going to see an Incineroar piece for our competitors, and Jumpluff yet again a reappearance, and Kingdra again for Wolf.
We're seeing the Intimidate come out from Marco's Incineroar first. I think that makes sense, given that, you know, on a lot of Parasong teams, you kind of want your Pokemon to be slower, especially when you can take advantage of Trick Room as well. So it's probably safe to assume that Marco's Incineroar is just trained to be faster, which means that you do have the option to fake out first. You could possibly go for a fake out into your own, into the opposing Incineroar, rather. But we did see the Ghost Terra on Incineroar put in so much work for Wolf in that first game, and it might be something that he opts to use in the second game as well.
Yeah, so it makes sense to look at something like this Kingdra that is still really threatening on this turn. For Marco, you can see there's the decision, do I Sunny Day, do I Tailwind? Because all of a sudden, if Wolf does decide to swap out that Incineroar, bring this Politoed in and attack with this Kingdra, that could be bye-bye Incineroar for Marco, but instead, protect. No fake out, no damage. Kingdra is going to be safe, so Marco will be able to go ahead and set up this Tailwind and get the speed in his favor. Now Wolf will have an Incineroar able to act, and where it's going to target, that'll be the knockoff. So just a little bit of damage into that Jumpluff.
I really like the knockoff there too, because the damage is nice, but removing the Covert Cloak is really big. That was preventing Wolf from going for fake outs into that Jumpluff in that first game. But now that the Covert Cloak is gone, fake out is on the table. Either the Gothitelle or the Incineroar on Wolf's side of the field now can prevent Jumpluff from moving, but not just yet as Sleep Powder comes through.
Kingdra's having a bad game so far, gonna be sleeping, and when we're talking about Pokemon getting things knocked off, that is going to be Incineroar on Marco's end, acting first, and Safety Goggles eliminated from the other end. So now Marco on this next turn can go ahead and try and Sleep Powder into that Incineroar as well. Parting Shot, so that might be a Sleep Powder save for down the line, and a new target coming on into the field.
Two very convenient knockoffs in a row, first to enable Fake Out and now to enable Sleep Powder into that slot. One of the strengths of the Incineroar on Wolf's side of the field is that it was very easily able to switch into this combination of Jumpluff and Incineroar, and now that is no longer the case. This Gothitelle, again, does have Fake Out active, so you can prevent either of these two Pokemon from acting this turn, but then what? Like, your Kingdra's asleep? Maybe you can wake up this turn again, get that nice one-turn wake, but then you still have to worry about Sleep Powder coming through from Jumpluff, and if you're Marco, that can be a way to find some space in this matchup to, you know, start getting some damage out and not let Wolf control the game again.
I'm just looking at the and then what coming out for Marco in this situation too, because the Kingdra's sleeping, but it can't be waking up at any time. That's going to be a parting shot into own Jumpluff to secure a promised switch out for the Incineroar in face of the fact it wouldn't be able to switch out before thanks to that Shadow Tag.
In parting shotting yourself makes a lot of sense there because it guarantees that, you know, even if Wolf, you know, happens to get a double protect off on this turn, you are able to swap out, and you don't care about lowering your Jumpluff stats because it doesn't have any attacking moves. Ursaluna is able to swap in here without taking any damage, without taking a knockoff, and now Flame Orb activates. So we finally have the Guts Ursaluna, and now that Tailwind is up, these very strong Earthquakes that threaten damage into everything on Wolf's side of the field are on the table.
And this is where we can finally see this Pokemon be able to do some damage with the Ursaluna, and where this little change that Marco has on his team in comparison to other ways that these Jumpluffs are ran can be made. We do have the Sunny Day, so if you are thinking that maybe Wolf is going to try and switch that Gothitelle out into the Politoed, since Kingdra does have a chance to wake up on this turn, you can just Sunny Day, reset that, and just go for a big attack with this Ursaluna. So eyeing it up. We'll have to see, of course, if the Kingdra's going to wake up. But for now, Gothitelle is switching out. Politoed is going to join the field. So it looks like Marco might have made the right call because, of course, Politoed is going to bring this rain. But the Jumpluff right after this Terastallization moment. Let's hold on a second. But we'll get to see a weather rewrite real soon as Kingdra. That's going to be the Stellar Terastallization, putting everything on this turn.
It's going to be interesting because the Sunny Day should come out here first thanks to the Tailwind, and after Kingdra loses its speed boost from Swift Swim, Ursaluna will attack next. Unless it's trained to be very, very slow, but no, Earthquake comes out.
I would hope not when you're having it next to it, Tailwind. Marco, no knows what he's doing. Kingdra will wake up, taking a lot of damage, but Weather Ball, of course, this is going to be a different type of Weather Ball now with that sun hitting into the Ursaluna. Good amount of damage, but that's not the damage that we would have liked to see if the weather was still the rain. And now you're still going to have the advantage of the speed onto this next turn.
A really nice turn from Marco there, knowing that Politoed very likely swaps in for that Gothitelle to activate both the Swift Swim and the damage boost from the water typing in the Weather Ball. And even though that Weather Ball still did a huge chunk of damage, again, it is still boosted by the Stellar Terra, so nice reason for that Stellar Terra to be on the team here. Kingdra didn't do nearly enough to this Ursaluna, and Politoed is on the field with the sun up. So this is probably the most ideal situation you could ever hope for if you're Marco here. This Politoed cannot hit the field on this coming turn to reset the rain because you have to swap it out first.
Yeah, and even if there is a switch going around with that Tailwind just leaving, Marco can go ahead and reset it up in a situation where this Ursaluna is still going to be able to attack. So it's just going to be a double switch on out from Wolf. So both of these are going to be the targets of this Earthquake, though Incineroar will at least try and drop the attack a little bit, but I still don't think it's going to appreciate what's coming next.
It really won't, especially because Tailwind immediately goes back up, re-establishing the speed boost on Marco's side of the field. And another Earthquake comes through here. Intimidate is active, so maybe not big one-hit KOs here, but still so much damage.
The Incineroar is just going to hold on a sliver of health, so Wolf's not going to lose either Pokemon on this swap-in, and now has the double fake-out pressure. And reminder, first turn of this match, we did see the knockoff into the jump left slot, so it doesn't have the Covert Cloak anymore, and it also doesn't have a way to protect.
It can't protect, but unless you fake it out, you could pretty easily go straight for more sunny days. You don't need the Tailwind boost anymore because you've already set that up. Sleep Hunter doesn't necessarily buy you a whole lot, but if you do Sunny Day again, that would prevent Wolf's Politoed from coming in and getting rid of that sun, which could be a big deal. Also, I could Sleep Hunter too. Maybe you could Sleep Hunter either of these Pokemon because, again, that safety goggles was knocked off, and then try and buy some more time. You do have the Ghost Terrestrialization in play with Ursaluna as well, but no, straight for the fake out.
Yeah, so that's going to be an Ursaluna.
Oh, no.
It doesn't act, and jump left that's not much better off is going to be a Sleep Powder miss. And Trick Room, Marco had the speed, and that is going to be to his detriment, as all of his speedy Pokemon are going to be oh so slow. Ursaluna at this point now, sure, that's a burn that you needed to get through this match and deal the damage, but it's a burn that you don't have much attacking time left.
You really don't, especially now because this Ursaluna will be knocked out to 2 more turns of burn. You're tempted to maybe try and protect it to make sure it doesn't take any damage on this turn from either Incineroar or Gothitelle. But if you do, you only have 1 more turn left, and given that we've talked about Wolf's team having 6 protects, you can kind of guarantee that Ursaluna doesn't attack again unless it's on this turn.
Yeah, and even you just have the speed on your favor, so you don't even have to play the I'm just going to wait you out game if you want to. You can just go for the straight, hey, I'm going to take some KOs games. So yeah, Incineroar will be protecting on this one. You still have to be worrying about the threat of this jump up and the Sleep Powder. So we'll play the slow and steady game instead. Both of the Pokemon are going to go ahead and protect.
You have to wonder if the Trick Room actually helps Wolf that much going forward. Like, you do get to mitigate that Tailwind, but after these 2 Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field go down, you have the Politoed and the Kingdra left, and you don't necessarily want Trick Room up for that Kingdra. So you might think, you know, is Wolf going to try and reset Trick Room on this coming turn, knowing that Ursaluna will be knocked out, Tailwind will be running out soon, and neither of these Pokemon can switch out.
And this is where, for the jump left, you're also just pinned into just having to click for this Rage Powder to make sure that this Ursaluna does have an opportunity to attack. And jump left does still have a good amount of health. And even looking at the fact that this Incineroar for Wolf doesn't have Flare Blitz, it would most likely have to be this double up. Knockoff will be the first, a critical hit, but it's not going to be enough. The Psychic is going to be forced to target into this. Jump left goes down. Ursaluna, 1 more attack for the road before a 2 is going to be KO'd in this match. An Earthquake hits everything. Incineroar on his sliver is gone, and Gothitelle will hold on just a little longer.
Ursaluna will be knocked out by the burn, though, so the Pokemon count is now 3-2 in Wolf's favor. This is exactly the kind of situation where Wolf can potentially bring in Politoed and go straight for what could be a game-ending Perish Song. Sunlight does fade, and I do believe Tailwind is still active, so that means that since Trick Room is up, Wolf will have the speed advantage.
Yeah, and that is exactly...
Nope, it just ended.
It just ended.
There it is.
When we're still looking at the speed tiers of the Pokemon, we will see Porygon 2 in the back, but there you said it, Politoed. That'll be one that is hitting the field, though it does have an Incineroar to contend with on the other end.
This is really tough, you know, but this is a situation where the Porygon 2
is probably not going to be knocked out by a combination of attacks in the next few turns, but if you're not getting rid of this Politoed, you can just get Parasonged, and if you ignore the Gothitelle, then Kingdra might even come in and start threatening some strong attacks here. So it's really tough position to be in if you're Marco, because I think if you get a single turn wrong, if you let Parasong go up, if you give Kingdra a free swap to start firing off some strong water type attacks in the rain, this game can be over really fast.
And that's the tricky situation. This is such a tough matchup for Marco, and it's been proven so even more up against an opponent like Wolf. So two healthy Pokemon, but definitely not in the greatest of situations. And if you're looking at a reversal, I mean, you have to call this right. Would this be enough?
I don't know. It just depends on what you do with this Incineroar as well. You can fake out either of these two Pokemon, but Gothitelle opts to not allow that to happen, going straight for the Protect instead.
When you're eyeing up the fake out on the other end and two Pokemon that are on a third of their health, the Protects just make so much sense, especially since it seems like the time is more so on your side. Now, no fake out, no hits coming out from this Porygon 2, but it does give a passive turn to reverse the speed orders.
The scary thing too now is that this Incineroar just used Fake Out in front of a Politoed with Encore. So if you don't know that your Incineroar is faster than Politoed, it could just be locked into Fake Out for the remainder of this game. There's a chance Politoed is slower. I don't know that we've seen that interaction just yet, but because, again, Wolf really wants his Pokemon to be very slow for the purpose of Parasong and for Trick Room, there's a very decent chance Incineroar has just doomed itself to Fake Out for the next few turns.
I don't know, we've seen this Politoed underspeed so much in this match, but it seems like a Trick Room that had to happen to have any opportunity to try and make sure this Parasong wasn't going to be happening. Maybe like a, you know, it's done if you do, it's done if you don't, but now it's going to be the Ghost Terrestrialization to at least try and set this Incineroar up for a little bit more success. Now we'll have to see where this beating's going to be coming on out. Knockoff into Politoed. No Parasong for Wolf. No Politoed, and two Pokemon left.
Thankfully, that Incineroar is faster for Marco, so a really important break there. Terra Blast into Gothitelle is not enough for a KO, which means Gothitelle does have the chance to Psychic this Porygon for a little bit of damage. But with Kingdra coming in, already having taken so much damage, that special defense drop, though, could be a little bit important.
Yeah, when we're looking at this speed tiering, we're looking at this Kingdra, and we're looking at a Porygon 2 that you kind of need to be sticking around. This Kingdra is, now that this Trick Room has been reversed, it does have the Swift Sim, so it's going to be fast. And it does have that Stellar Terrestrialization, too. So something like a Draco Meteor into that Porygon 2, would that be enough after that drop?
It might be enough, but then you just leave this Incineroar alone, and if you do, then it probably just knocks off your Kingdra for a KO here. This is actually, I think, a more strong position for Marco in this scenario, because I don't know that Wolf has the offense left, especially considering this Kingdra, you know, has to go for these Muddy Waters now.
That's a double connect, though, onto this turn. Neither is going to be super effective. Both will be hanging on through that. The Kingdra, so much damage with this Muddy Water in the rain. Have to see, I don't think any accuracy drops either. We get the Citrus Berry recovery, and with that, Marco will be able to follow up. Knockoff is going to take that Kingdra down. That was so close. That could have been the game winning, the regional winning Muddy Water, but holding on just a sliver of health. Now Terra Blast, the Porygon 2, wasn't able to finish the Gothitelle off last time, but will this time. We're now tied and get to go to a regional champion deciding game 3.
Really well played by Marco after what was a pretty rough game 1. He really struggled to find footing in that first game, but in the second game, didn't feel like he was ever under much of a threat from Wolf's Pokemon. Wolf never found a position where Kingdra could come in and pretty freely start getting off those attacks. And of course, the Ursaluna on Marco's side, much more impactful in this game because it did get to fire off those Guts-boosted Earthquakes. And when you have a team like Wolf's that doesn't really pack a ground resistance, it's really, really important to keep that Ursaluna at bay.
And even the setup that Marco was able to do in that, we were looking at the situation where, hey, this Ursaluna doesn't necessarily have the most health left and is going to be KO'd after a turn or two of this burn. Well, then Wolf goes for the passive, decides to go for the double protect, and that just opens the window for Marco to reverse the Trick Room, get back into a regular speed order, and make sure that this Politoed doesn't get to do what has just gone and wrecked everyone else through this tournament, and that was absolutely huge. But then also, if you don't protect and you let this fire off one more move, especially with the jump fluff, going for those Rage Powders, you're just done either way. And That was so close at the end. With how little HP that Porygon 2 had, I actually thought maybe like there was a world, especially after that special defense drop. And honestly, so clutch. And I cannot wait to see how this is played out for our game 3.
Knowing that Incineroar now is faster than Politoed is a really big deal for Marco. That could be something he could have intuited going into this game, just knowing that, again, Perish Trap teams, things like to be very, very slow. And especially if you've trained your Incineroar a little bit in speed, it might be safe to assume that it moves first. But now you're no longer under the threat of that Encore after a fake out. Immediately with the weather mode, though, Wolf leading that Politoed Kingdra, the tried and true duo from ages past, taking the Intimidate, but who really cares because they're both special attackers. Drizzle goes up, rain is set, and there is no Torkoal in the back, so no sun just yet.
And with this lead and making sure the weather is set for Wolf, this is dangerous because for Marco, if you want to make sure this Kingdra isn't going super duper fast, you either have to go for a fake out into it, in which case the Politoed can try and go for something, or you got to go for a Sunny Day, but you can't do everything. Sleep Powder also has this opportunity to miss.
Yes.
So that is a very dangerous prospect. Kingdra with the Protect, though, of course, when you are looking at this fake out pressure on the opposing end, it is something that only the one actually, the Politoed didn't protect.
No, it didn't. An Encore or Weather Ball here could be very devastating for Marco if Wolf calls this correctly. Tailwind is set up, which establishes the speed advantage, but what did this Politoed do?
That's going to be the Encore, and into this jump left. It's not going to have the opportunity to go for the Sunny Day on the next turn. That was the most important decision of the first match, and now forced into a swap. And when you're looking at this Kingdra that now has this swift swim, and that life orb still intact, there is about to be some devastating damage out on the board.
Despite the tailwind, this Incineroar will not act before Kingdra thanks to Swift Swim, and now you either have to switch in this Ursaluna to a possible Muddy Water, which might just knock it out right off the bat, or switch in your Porygon, which you really need to keep healthy, because that is one of your most important pieces on this team, just to have a little bit of bulk. You know, maybe reverse some Trick Rooms or set up some Trick Rooms given the scenario. That is a really, really good Encore from Wolf there, knowing that if the jump left went for either Sunny Day or Tailwind, that's so much momentum lost.
So we will have to see the jump left switch out onto this turd, and Porygon 2, again, like you said, that Ursaluna after a Muddy Water, that would not be hanging on very well. So we'll have to see that swap as Terrestrialization coming on out. Before, we've gotten to see that it was the Kingdra for the Stellar Terrestrialization, but it's going to be Marco into that Ghost type. Make sure that you're going to try and survive this hit at any measure. Now, Weather Ball instead. We're not going to worry about accuracy checks. We're going for one Pokemon and one Pokemon only, but not enough to pick up the KO.
Huge burst of damage there. Incineroar will be able to eat its Citrus Berry to heal up some of that damage, but it still lost so much HP, and now it is in a space where it really can't swap into moves anymore. Parting Shot coming out will lower the special attack of Kingdra, which helps a little bit, but at the same time, like, you're not doing any damage this turn.
Absolutely not. At least if you want to be eyeing up something like this jump left, you no longer are on court, so you can go for a Weather Override. And since Politoed is out on the field still, it is going to be a weather that it can't override for a little bit. And Weather Ball into the jump left is not going to necessarily be the most effective of cases. So this is still dangerous because when you're still staring down the Kingdra on the other end, again, something like this very cool Meteor can do so much. And if the jump left can't overset the weather, or even get a speed control, well, that can also be a really dangerous situation.
The scary part here is that, you know, you didn't lose any Pokemon this turn, which is great, but you had to give up the Terrestrialization, you had to give up so much damage on Incineroar, and you had to bring this jump off back in here, even though Wolf still has the Incineroar in the back, to possibly swap into Sleep Powders.
And this Sleep Powder that is about to come up could be the regional deciding one. At least you're not going to take a hit from the Kingdra. If you're swapping a Pokemon out and it's going to be a hit from the Kingdra right away, it could be so dangerous. But it's going to be this turn for the Kingdra slot that Intimidate comes onto the field. So that's going to be a safety goggles with it. As Porygon 2 swaps out, and barring not getting KO'd, the Ursaluna will be able to get the switch in to get that Flame Orb activation on this turn. As now we get to see Terrestrialization from Wolf. Now this is going to be the Politoed. This is not one we've gotten to see. Into that grass, tight. So even if it was a Sleep Powder target there, it would be null and void. Nothing would happen.
I love this terrestrialization. Sleep Powder, it doesn't matter which target, the safety goggles and the Grass Terror will block it, and Politoed gets to set up a Perish Song instead. That was a great play by Wolf here, just to force some shuffling by both of these trainers. Of course, there is no Gothitelle out on the field yet, so if Marco wants, he can swap both of these Pokemon out this turn, but in doing so, he would leave the Incineroar and the Porygon 2 in the back vulnerable to taking a lot of damage right off the bat, and of course, we have the option for Wolf to go for that Fake Out with Incineroar this turn and prevent any damage coming out here, but I really love that play. Terra Grass means you're resisting those ground-type moves as well, and this Jump Bluff really doesn't have a whole lot to do anymore.
Not at all. So that is huge. That last minute terrestrialization from Wolf. I haven't seen that Politoed yet. And honestly, such a key play. And even for Marco, if you do want to go for this swap to make sure, like, hey, I need to get these Pokemon out of here before the Gothitelle comes in, what is stopping the Politoed from clicking it again? You know you're not going to get KO'd. You know you're not at risk if you're predicting the swap out. And even when you're looking at what can really hit into you this turn, it's not really too much damage, but just Fake Out, no swaps, Sunny Day.
Sunny Day comes out, which means that Sun will be up for at least the next couple turns, but Fake Out prevents the Ursaluna from going for any attacks. Weather Ball here, now a Fire type attack thanks to that Sunny Day. Still does a decent chunk to that Ursaluna, but notably does not KO thanks to the Water typing being removed here. And now you're kind of in a similar spot where if you leave this Ursaluna in on the next turn to get some damage off, that could be a big deal, but then you essentially have to swap it out on the next turn, which could leave yourself open to Wolf, seeing that play and immediately punishing it by, targeting whatever comes in.
Would this be the turn even too for Marco where you're looking at maybe going for this double swap if Wolf thinks that Marco's going to go for this attack and just double protects his own Pokemon? Because that could be that small window of opportunity. But of course, if you get it wrong and Wolf does decide to take down one of your Pokemon on the swap in, you could lose there. So a huge call in this match. But Wolf has been clicking Protect so much within this series. So does he double Protect here?
It's also an opportunity for Wolf to potentially swap the Gothitelle in if he thinks the Ursaluna will be attacking this turn, and that way you'll lock it on the field for the following turn and make sure it does get knocked out by that Perish Song. Porygon takes the field in place of Jump Bluff, and Wolf does not swap Gothitelle in, instead opts to protect that Politoed.
Politoed is nice and safe and protect from Incineroar, so no damage coming out onto Wolf's end of the field as this Perish Song turns are ticking away. Facade, of course, not going to do anything into that Incineroar. So now we're just at a situation where next turn, well, everything except for the Porygon gets KO'd. So I think next turn we're going to see a lot of switching of Pokemon, especially to Marco isn't trapped on the field. So the Ursaluna does have a swap if you want to go for it. But is this also the opportunity if you wanted to try and attack and get Wolf on these swap-ins of his own?
It's a really tough decision to make. If you leave your Ursaluna in, you can possibly punish Wolf switching, but you're guaranteeing that you're losing that Ursaluna, which is a huge source of damage. Just looking at the rest of Marco's team, if Ursaluna goes down, that is the single Pokemon that can do the most damage left. Next to Jump Bluff, which can do 0 damage, Porygon, which is alright, and then Incineroar, which is already taking a lot of damage itself.
Gothitelle is swapping in, Porygon 2 swapping out. So we get to see Jump Bluff hit the field once again. With that Earthquake, Incineroar is sticking around, so there will be 2 KOs at the end of this turn, and Gothitelle a lot of damage. Incineroar doesn't even need to wait for the Perish Song to get KO'd. It's going to get KO'd right here, right now. A lot of damage into the Gothitelle. If you're losing your main source of damage, then that's damage that actually could be really significant.
It could, especially considering that your Porygon and your Incineroar, have the Terra Blast, have the knockoff that can do decent chunks of that Gothitelle. You at least activated its Citrus Berry, so the HP it's at is the max it will have for the remainder of this game. But just looking at Marco's team remaining, if Wolf has a way to get Kingdra back on the field in the rain, it might be very, very difficult for him to prevent himself from taking too much damage in the process. This Jump Bluff, if the rain comes back up, we'll lose that Chlorophyll speed boost. I don't believe Tailwind is currently active, and so there's no chance at some kind of Tailwind Sunny Day play to mitigate that. Kingdra does re-enter the field, so we're in a position where you're very threatened by the idea of a Politoed swap plus a Muddy Water.
And that could be absolutely huge. And the fact that you don't have that speed, at least if one thing is forced to be swapping out, you do have a little bit of advantage with the other Pokemon. But And this is getting tough. This has been so intense here for the third match. It's so different in all 3 games.
It really is. The way these trainers have approached these 3 games has differed very heavily. Now we're in a position where both trainers have 3 Pokemon remaining, and it's really hard to call who has the stronger position here. Of course, Marco only has 2 Pokemon that can deal damage, but Wolf, with the Gothitelle, isn't really doing too much damage on its own. Does still have Kingdra, at a pretty healthy state of HP, but has to be careful not to get put to sleep.
Incineroar is going to be swapping out on this turn, so Porygon 2 coming on out yet again. Consistent with the attacks and no switch for Wolf. So talking about having speed control later in, that's going to be at least on Marco's end. Draco Meteor into the Porygon 2, just below half health, and a special attack that is now dwindled away onto that strong attacking Pokemon. But if we're talking about speed advantages, Trick Room is going to put it all in Wolf's favor, though Marco can try and go for this opportunity to try and reverse it, but his Pokemon are going to be so fast now, so slow because of that. Thanks to that Tailwind.
And because the Jumpluff is locked on the field here and does not have Protect, this is a prime opportunity to try and double target it with this Gothitelle and Kingdra's Psychic and Draco Meteor. You did have to take that -2 special attack drop with the first Draco Meteor, so I don't know if it will be enough. But if you can secure that KO, most likely before this Jumpluff can move, this could be a game-winning turn.
You need enough damage, and you also need to connect. Instead, we're going to go for something a little bit more accurate, and with the Sun means this will be a super effective hit, and Jumpluff will be taken care of. Now, Pokemon advantage in Wolf's favor. Marco down to final 2 Pokemon. Porygon 2 with the Ice Beam into the Kingdra is just not the damage that he needs.
The last turn of Sun there, taking great advantage of that sunny day set up by the Jumpluff. Who needs to, connect your Draco Meteors? Who needs to worry about, the -2 special attack when you have that super effective Life Orb Weather Ball? And now Wolf has found himself in a Pokemon advantage. The Politoed in the back still in a pretty decently healthy state, especially considering it is that grass type. It is taking super effective damage from Flare Blitz now, but because it sets up the rain when it comes back in, that's a trade I think you're willing to take.
100%. And maybe if Marco had the opportunity that Jumpluff never went down, you could have maybe found a position, but now out of that option and running out of all options in this match. These last 2 Pokemon have taken a lot of damage, and if Wolf can get the Politoed in safely, it could be a locked match. But even too, this Porygon's taken a lot of damage, and Incineroar has as well. Fake Out is going to be a little bit of chip into Gothitelle, but Wolf, I think, can play this a little slowly out. Kingdra, that -2, the Draco Meteor into the Incineroar will hold on with just a little bit. -4 now for the Kingdra, and its own health slowly but surely going away. So the Ice Beam follow-up, that'll actually put it in a position where we're now even at 2 apiece.
We're even at 2 apiece, but I think this is now a great spot for Wolf to be in. Because the Tailwind and Trick Room are both still up, this means that Gothitelle has the chance to act first. This Incineroar cannot protect itself. You can go straight for the Psychic, and then you could Encore the Porygon 2 to make sure it doesn't have the chance to recover for the rest of this game. And if it can't recover, those Ice Beams are doing super effective damage to Politoed, but Politoed is so bulky and doesn't have, especially with that leftovers, probably has enough in the tank to stick around for a few turns, fire off a couple more attacks into that Porygon 2, and probably win this game for Wolf.
This has been so close, and all coming down to the Politoed. It's so fitting. Psychic, Incineroar, now it's just going to be this Porygon 2, and you called it. It can just be locked down, and it can be the saddest Porygon 2 out there in the world. But also, at decently low health, you try and just do a little bit more with that Weather Ball. Not enough to KO. We saw it was the recover, but this is also where Wolf can get the lockdown in the next turn.
It's true. I mean, you're not doing any damage this turn because you're going for recover. It's a bit of a trade-off here because sure, your Porygon's going to stick around another turn or 2, but do you have the damage to get through this Gothitelle and the leftovers Politoed? That especially is going to be really tough for Marco to break, especially considering as soon as Politoed goes for a move that Wolf wants it to use for the rest of the game, Encore is still on the table. Not to mention Gothitelle doing some okay damage with Psychic, has the chance for those special defense drops as well, which we saw come into play in that first game.
At least when you're looking at a Porygon 2 to try and close out this match, it's a little bit better posed than what we saw the Torkoal versus Politoed yesterday. A little bit of a better chance, but this damage slowly being done. With the Terastallization for the Politoed, that is going to be a nice little chunk, but no freeze means Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball, again, consistent, the critical hit, bringing it down to 5 HP. Just a sliver away from closing this out.
And if there was any chance for Marco to win this game, I think it just evaporated. The Twisted Dimensions returned to normal, and since Polytoad acted last on the prior turn, it will go first on this next turn.
So Weather Ball, Polytoad, the last little bit of damage, and with that, Wolf Glick, a historic 10th regional win, taking down the Toronto Regional Championships. One of the best trainers competing again and again, proving it to everyone out there.
And having to deal with Marco Silva, who is on fire this season, a reigning international champion, someone who has made multiple finals already this season, put up what is a really tough fight, especially considering, their match yesterday in Swiss wasn't particularly close. Wolf took that one pretty quickly, but Marco gave Wolf a really strong run for his money. Just unfortunately, in the end, wasn't enough to defeat the now 10-time regional champion.
What a close match, though. Cannot understate that, because after that match yesterday, I was pretty worried that we'd be, at a Castor dinner right now and already just talking about this finals. But
I'm already on my flight, actually, yeah.
Wolf missed his.
True.
Isn't it always that Wolf will miss his, if Wolf's about to miss a flight, he's about to win the regional?
Probably, yeah.
I would love to see the statistic for that. We'll have to make sure Gabby can ask him in the interview. But what an incredible run. And I mean, the amount of times he's managed to take this title and being able to show up with these different teams to do it, even if it's a team archetype that he's so familiar with, having something like this Parish song, it's something that hasn't been explored in this meta whatsoever.
Yeah.
But saving the best for last.
Absolutely. That was one of, if not the best matches we've had on stream all weekend. And it was a pleasure to get to not only watch it, but bring it to you guys on this broadcast. Both trainers showing off so many different tools they had at their disposal. That sleep powder being mitigated by the Terra Grass and the safety goggle swap here was a huge pivoting point in this game for Wolf. Because until then, it looked like it was going pretty back and forth. But getting that Parish song up, threatening this Ursaluna with the knockout after 3 turns, really set the stage for Wolf to clean up this game.
And even just this Weather Ball.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about this Draco meter, and it's like, oh, just kidding. I got a little trick up my sleeve here, turning into Fire type and being able to take care of that jump left. That's actually put in a lot of mileage in this set. Being able to overwrite that weather, get that speed control was absolutely massive. And yeah, the Polytoad that could in the end. I mean, just wow. Polytoad put in work this weekend. Absolutely put in the work.
It really did. And I would have been shocked if you told me yesterday morning before we started that Polytoad was going to be a regional champion
I wouldn't have believed
in 2024. I wouldn't have believed you either, but if anyone, it's obviously going to be Wolf to do it with that tried and true Parish song and Gothitelle Shadow Tag combination. And really, what a pleasure for us to get to just witness that, Sierra. That,
Yeah.
this is history. That is a 10th regional win. That is inconceivable for most people in this game, and Wolf has just achieved it.
Yeah, I would be share the wealth a little bit. I'd be content with 1 regional title. Thank you very
You can share them
much.
with us, right?
Yeah, right.
You can be down to 8 and still be fine and have the most, and we get one each. It's fine.
You don't need 10. I think now that puts him at 15 majors wins,
that's just insane.
Come on, share. How
I don't
selfish.
know.
I'm just kidding.
Right.
So
Leave some for the rest
deserved,
of us.
I mean, when we're talking about the top trainers of this game,
Yeah.
Wolf's name is one of the first that is spoken of, to the point sometimes where it almost feels exhausting, but it's something that he'll just show up, win the regional, and it's yeah, that's why we talk about you all the time. Yeah, it checks out. How could you not win? Take a break for a little bit, come back, sweep the competition, just be like, okay, well, I just got another Worlds invite. Okay, I'll take a break for another month. Okay, I'll go back and just win another event. No big deal.
And someone like Marco, too, is put in that conversation as well, especially
Yeah.
if you're just considering the last couple of seasons or so. 2 international championships in back-to-back seasons is incredibly, impressive. And of course, 2 regional finals this season already. Someone that is a threat to win any tournament that they enter. And it's so cool that we got to see the 2 of them face off here. And I'm sure we're going to get to see more of them throughout this season, hopefully on some bigger stages like ICs, like a Worlds.
Yeah, looking at that match, I mean, we've talked about that Marco has just been top of his game. And for a matchup that's really tough for him, and a matchup where, well, it was a pretty fast match yesterday, to see how this played out into the game, the 3 games and how close this was, Wolf has been 2-0ing such strong trainers throughout this tournament. So Marco obviously would have wanted to walk away with the win. That would be, you know, the international title and then a regional title right afterwards. But to see how close that was, a true testament to his strength as a trainer.
Absolutely. And huge congratulations to everyone on this list. Top 8 at a tournament as strong as this one is a huge accomplishment, especially for Benny Vasquez and Darsh Patel breaking into their first regional top 8s of their careers. Some other very strong names. Of course, the top 4 there, people that have won majors in the last couple years, and Marcus Dion and Luca Treget making it to top 4, if not further, at regionals in the last couple years as well. So some repeated success and some really cool breakthrough performances here in Toronto. But of course, Wolf Glick, our Toronto champion.
There's so many different stories across the board, and like this Parasong team is absolutely incredible. Always crack up with the photos too every single time. We're really evolving with the photo meta game here. That is something. We're gonna have to find a little jump left or a little Torkoal plushie here for Marco, but yeah, I mean, ending off the regulation in this way with like the most stacked top 4 of all time.
Yeah.
So many different stories across from this. You had an incredible story to tell no matter who won the event.
It's cool too. I think we get to add 3 Pokemon to that list of unique appearances in top 8. Just because of Wolf, we have the Kingdra, the Politoed, and the Gothitelle, which I don't believe have top 8'd an event so far this regulation.
No. Thank you. That is a lot more things that I have to put in my spreadsheet now.
Just trying to keep you busy, huh?
Yeah, and that's going to be, you know, more Top Cut appearances for the trusty Jumpluff and Torkoal Pokemon that we most likely won't get to see again. I mean, the same thing with the Kingdra and the Politoed. Won't necessarily get to see in the next regulation. So to really show up and, hey, we ended off this regional kind of right where we started, which was, hey, the sun versus rain. Like this, that's the story that never goes away, honestly.
Tale as old as time, truly. Like that's going back to like the black and white era of Pokemon with these weather wars, and it's been really cool to see that show up multiple times throughout this event. We had rain, we had sun, and we had sand in the top 4. And did we have a Ninetales in top 8 as well? I think Benny had it, right? So we had all 4 weathers present in top 8 of our event, which is really cool.
Weather's kind of good in Pokemon VGC. That's going to be the first mode that you have to try and master if you want to take down a regional, and hey, you could.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing to like build a team around, right? It's kind of a built-in game plan once you get into those games, and it's just so cool, so fun.
Yeah, no, this entire weekend has just been so much fun.
Yeah.
I mean, Canada always provides.
I gotta say, Toronto last year was one of my favorites. One of my favorites this year again. I gotta agree with you. Canada puts on some good regionals.
It really does. And people really showed up for their best for the end of this. So it's been a really, really fun weekend. Hopefully everyone else got to enjoy as well.
Absolutely. There's so much to do right around this area in Toronto as well. So, you know, it's another reason to come out to any regional that you are able to. It's such a great time, whether or not it's in the great city of Toronto. Maybe next year we'll get to come back again, but we still got plenty more on this year as well.
Really close by locations for everyone to celebrate at it, like the champion dinner. If Wolf doesn't have to, you know,
run to the airport.
Run to the airport. Yeah, right about now. But the fastest interview in existence. Like, you want how you feel. All right, I got a flight. You know, I got to get out of here. But no, it's been definitely a lot of fun. And we still have a cookie contest winner.
I'm excited to find out who it is. Not only the cookies, but are we operating under the illusion that we don't know who created them? It's like we do, obviously.
Nobody knew which one I did not show anyone which cookie was mine backstage. I hid it, but that we're gonna have to wait for a couple minutes because of course we have some medals to give out and head on over to the main stage with Gabby to award them.
Thank you so much, Pokemon trainers, for watching the 2025 Toronto Regional Championships this weekend. I have the honor of introducing our regionals finalist, his 3rd finalist placement in a row, Marco Silva. Congratulations, Marco. How does it feel to achieve consistency in one of the most volatile metagames out there?
It feels great. In these 3 tournaments, I really enjoy my team, and I'm glad I was able to get good results.
What's your next goal? I mean, you've accomplished so much already in competitive Pokemon.
Yeah, I didn't really, it's not that I didn't want to win, but it wasn't really my goal to win here. I just came here to have fun and see some friends. I was glad to do well. Of course, my goal would be to win the World Championship one day.
Well, honestly, I think you have the power to do it. Your play was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. Can we get one more round of applause for Marco Silva, please? Congratulations. And now I have the honor of introducing your 2025 Toronto Regional Champion, 10-time Regional Champion, Wolf Glick. Wolf, congratulations. Sierra wanted me to ask, your regionals winning to flight misconversion rate, do you know it off the top of your head?
You know, I don't think I've missed that many from winning regionals. I think this is only at most the second. I've come very close very many times though, but this time, yeah, that flight's already landed, I think, at this point.
Well, hey, hopefully it was worth it. Do you have any goals? I mean, you are probably one of the greatest Pokemon trainers of all time. What's your next target?
You know, at this point, I'm not really chasing anything specific. Like, I really love Pokemon in part because it's a game that makes me feel like I can always improve and I can always get better. And so, obviously, it's amazing when results follow that. But for me, I'm really chasing this ideal, like this version of myself that is just like the best that it can be. And I think tying that to results in a game as volatile as Pokemon is probably not the best idea. So of course I'll continue competing, continue trying to do well. I'm really glad that I've qualified for Worlds officially now. But yeah, I think at this point, like I'm not chasing any specific wins rather than a pursuit of a general betterment.
Well, if anybody can achieve that, you certainly can. So one more time, let's hear it for your 2025 Toronto Regional Champion. All right, well, you heard him say it himself. That flight has landed, but I'm sure there's another one you got to get. So let's go ahead and head back to the lounge to wrap things up.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Wolf. Congratulations, Wolf, the 10-time regional champion. What an incredible weekend. What a crazy way to end the 2024 calendar year. We'll start with you, Len. Just absolutely amazing weekend. What were your favorite parts?
Oh, I mean, it just has to be Wolf winning with Parrish Song, right? To come out with a team out of nowhere that no one expected. I know the metagame had been developing. It felt like every tournament was a new team on top. Before the tournament, we talked about someone was going to end this as like the last champion of Reg H with the most memorable team, and Wolf followed through for sure. Yeah. We will remember Reg H with that Kingdra, Politoed, Parrish Song team coming out on top.
I'll do a shared answer on behalf of Gabby, who I'm sure agrees with me, but just Politoed in general, coming out of really nowhere to have two really great performances on stream yesterday, and then of course win with Wolf, like you said. Just a really cool adaptation in this metagame that I think paid off really well for everyone involved.
I think just seeing like how this top four stacked up was just absolutely incredible, because in each match, genuinely didn't know who to root for, because every single person has such a compelling story, and you never knew who was going to win because they're all such skilled trainers, and it made it so you're on the edge of your seat every single time. Even that finals where after yesterday, I mean, it's hard to kind of think that Marco's not going to maybe get 2-0'd again, but bringing it to a 3-game set and bringing it so close, just a true testament to the skill of everyone that was attending here and was able to make these runs.
Yeah, that last match was so thrilling, but like you say, the entire top four, you had Truppa trying to defend his championship, Gio trying to win another regional in his last one before moving out of North America, but then ultimately Wolf winning the 10th one with such an iconic signature strategy. So much fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy weekend here. Wolf is the real winner, of course, of the Toronto Regional Championships, but we still have to crown one more victorious person. The real reason everyone's still watching the stream, because we had our cookie decoration contest. None of us know the results.
The winner, no.
It is Wolfie Cone Parrish. I was told something else first. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was Cone Parrish. So congratulations to Wolfie Cone Parrish. Sierra, congratulations. How do you feel right now?
I was not going to get robbed out of my victory in Toronto 2 years in a row. I'm telling you. And especially, too, with him winning the event. He clicks Parrish Song, he's winning. I'm like, oh, I'm winning this cookie contest for sure.
I'm very proud of you. I think we all did a great job. Very shout outs to you using your favorite Pokemon. Jake with your silly joke.
I do have bad news for the audience who are all lured in, but this was not a Pokeball. This was fungus, and you've all been spored and fallen asleep.
It's just like black and white, walking through the tall grass and picking up the Pokeballs.
Yep.
Ah, it's a fungus.
Wow, Len really said, "Get spored, nerds." Result there. Congratulations
Well
to Sierra, just as deserving of a champion as Wolf was this weekend. Let's take a look as we look forward to 2025. We're wrapping up 2024 here in Toronto, and Toronto is now grayed out. We move on to San Antonio in the middle of January there, January 24th through 26th. I know we had a lot of fun in San Antonio last season's the holiday event. Now we're going to start the next year off with San Antonio.
Of course, after that, we have the European International Championships over in London, one of the 3 big international championships of the year, which it will always be a fantastic time to kick off the remainder of our 2025 season.
Yeah, and then I'm sure Sierra's going to try to do something in Vancouver to defend her hometown again. But we also have some European events upcoming. We have the Birmingham Regional Championships up next, January 18th through 19th. So that's actually the week before San Antonio. Maybe there's some people doing some back-to-backs like we've actually just seen recently.
Yeah, the Europeans getting a little bit of a head start on Reg G ahead of us. We'll have to see what comes out on top there.
Maybe Marco gets his regional winner this season in Birmingham as well. He can go back to EU and take their championship points, but we got to keep our trophies at home.
And then after Birmingham, we'll make sure you have the stream for, as we mentioned, the aforementioned San Antonio Regional Championships in lovely San Antonio, Texas. Really did have a wonderful time. Len and I walked across the riverboat last year, had a very, very fun dinner listening to the bands and the people going through. So San Antonio is a wonderful city. If you've never been, make sure to go there. It's going to be a great time. Good answer. Good answer. Thank you.
I was expecting Jake to go.
Jake and Leonard are the Texas boys. Sierra's done her job. She's helped serve.
It is my home regional. I will obviously be there. I think I'm competing at that one, so that'll be pretty fun. But make sure to come say hi.
Have your Dozo answers.
Dozo and Reg G.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, Barada might be pretty good into that. Make sure you follow us on all of our social medias here, mainly Pokemon.com/ or YouTube.com/Pokemon. Twitch.tv/Pokemon. That's where we have all of our broadcasts, the weekly broadcasts throughout the week as well. We talked to you about like the anime and the TCG Worlds recap upcoming this week. Visit Pokemon.com/broadcasts for all that information. And also a lot of times the stream information, the caster information is always revealed on Pokemon's website as well. That's important.
Yeah, for the people that ask us when we can't say, sometimes you can find it there in advance, and there's a lot of other information there too, so definitely check it out.
Yeah, so thank you everybody who has been a part of the Pokemon journey with us this entire season. Honestly, there's only the 5 of us here on camera this weekend, but there's a whole team of Pokemon, of absolutely passionate Pokemon people behind the scenes that makes this a possibility. So for everybody here on camera, for the production crew, for everybody watching at home, thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed the Toronto Regional Championships. Happy holidays, and we will see you in 2025.